So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Mr. Merry.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Merry, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band, a band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Haworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club. Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday?
Yes.
Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Haworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Oh, I'll be very glad to. Thank you, Mr. Merry.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience. I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. How would the French say it? Un de ces choses? One of those things? I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to Why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No? I think yes.
Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours?
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. No, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here. It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for... Let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know. I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand, and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
And I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. And so I walked and walked, and then I came here. But I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? You come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here,
Here, wait, sit down for a minute.
thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture. Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Heath. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
This, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
Now, this time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance. Well, show him in, by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? Well, I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
How are you,
Hi,
Vance?
Mr. Vance.
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Now, patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. There were 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant, only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, may I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Now, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up, this is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All 3 of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all 3 of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other 2 did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we got to hold all 3 of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad. And I'd gladly close it for you if only knew where to start.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on his way.
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and take
Now,
this from
look,
her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry,
Keep
Alice.
that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies,
Oh.
please.
What What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the three of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Get out of the way, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes?
this is Philo Vance.
Oh,
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now, anyhow.
Yes, come in. Come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Oh, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What did you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes, Vance.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis. Correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it. Right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor I don't think you can well refuse. Miss Barclay, Mrs. Anderson, and Miss Adams.
Yes.
Let me start by saying I'm glad you were willing to come to my office.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, Vance, I got them here. Where's this great experiment you promised?
Please, Markham. Ladies, I'm going to attempt an experiment in mass hypnosis. Does any of the 3 of you object to being hypnotized?
Well, I don't object.
No,
No.
I don't
rather.
think so.
You know as well as I that if you fight against it, you couldn't possibly be hypnotized. So thanks again for your cooperation. Now I'd like to present one of our eminent authorities on hypnotism, Professor Colby.
How do you do, Professor Colby?
Well, turn out all the lights except this one on the desk, please, Vance.
You do it, William Markham. You're nearer to it.
Well, somebody do it. I haven't got all night, you know.
Very well.
Good. Now, ladies, I want you all to sit back in your chairs. Please make yourselves comfortable and think of nothing at all. And if you feel yourselves getting drowsy, close your eyes and sleep. Sleep. Vance, there they are, the 3 of them hypnotized. The conscious mind dormant. You won't need me any longer.
No, I know what to do from here on in. Thank you, Professor.
Be sure you do it. Fine thing bothering me at this time of the night. Good night, Mr. Vance. Mr. Markham, Sergeant.
Good night, Professor. He certainly is a strange sort of gentleman, isn't he, Vance?
Professor Colby is wonderful. You know, it's his theory and mine that under hypnosis, if hypnotism was used once before, the subconscious mind will recall what was done at that time. I have one of my secretary's hat pins in my hand, Markham. Observe closely. I'm going to touch Miss Adams' hand with it. There.
What's up, Vance?
Don't be alarmed, Markham. I assure you she didn't feel it. And now for the experiment. Remember, Markham, they're completely under hypnosis. They couldn't lie if they wanted to. Remember that. Miss Adams, I want you to take this gun and shoot it like you shot Joe Mary.
She's doing nothing, Vance, just holding it.
I know. I'll take back that gun, Miss Adams. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anderson, please take this gun. Thank you.
Now what, Vance?
Hand me that hatpin, Markham, please.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'll just touch Mrs. Anderson's hand with the point. There. That's fine. No reaction, Markham. Now, Mrs. Anderson, I want you to fire that gun the way you fired it at Joe Mary. Now.
Fine experiment, Vance. She hasn't moved a muscle either.
One more subject, Markham. Give me back the gun, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Now, Miss Barkley. First, the hatpin test. No reaction, Markham. Now, take this gun, Miss Barkley, and fire it just as you did at Joe Mary. Now.
Vance, this is ridiculous. She's doing absolutely nothing.
I know. But believe me, that isn't all I know. I know who killed Joe Mary. Can't you tell, Markham? Miss Barkley.
Yes?
You've got to help me. I know you were hypnotized the day Joe Mary was murdered. I know who hypnotized you. The real murderer gave herself away in my office a little while ago. But I can't prove anything without your help.
In the interest of society and to help trap a clever murderer, Miss Barkley, will you please?
Will I be in danger, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Vance and I will try to see that the danger is as slight as possible.
Very well, gentlemen. I'll do it. Hello, Francis.
Oh, it's you, Alice. Come in.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Tea?
Yes, please. Francis, we're quite alone, aren't we?
Why, yes, of course. Why? Cream?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell you that as long as the police have apparently given up on us, you and I ought to have an understanding.
Really? What sort of an understanding? Sugar?
Yes, two, thank you. Well, for one thing, when you hypnotized Joan and me several weeks ago and gave us a post-hypnotic suggestion to bring guns to Joe Mary's lecture, I wasn't hypnotized.
I don't know what you mean. Is the tea strong enough?
Yes, quite. I saw you shoot Joe Mary with your own gun, then with mine, and then with Joan.
You're dreaming, child.
Oh, no, I'm very much awake. I let you go through with your plans because, you see, I could use some money.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But you won't need money very shortly. You'll never leave here alive. You were clever enough to figure out what I had done. Very well. But if you think that you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I'll kill you with my hands. It'll make no noise. You'll never feel anything. Just my hands on your neck like this. A little while. No pain. No knowledge. No fear.
All right, Miss Adams, take your hands off Miss Barkley. Arrest her, Markham.
All right, Vance.
She's all yours. Yours and the state's. Miss Deering, inasmuch as you are employed by me, would it be too much to ask you why you're not working?
I'm only hired between the hours of 9 and 5, Vance. It's 5:30 now. How about breaking down and telling me how you solved the Mary murder case?
All right. To begin with, when Professor Colby hypnotized the three ladies, only two of them were really hypnotized.
Oh.
The actual murderer, Frances Adams, fought against it, knowing her subconscious mind, which she could not control, might reveal something to us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the experiment, to find which girl would be afraid to be hypnotized.
But how did you know Miss Adams was faking?
Your hatpin told me.
Well, how do you like that? I've been using it for months, and I never knew it could open its mouth.
I touched the point of it to all three of the ladies. One of them, Frances Adams, jumped a little. That was enough to prove she wasn't hypnotized, and indicated she was the murderer, but didn't prove it. So we framed a little scene between her and Alice Barkley, and we got our proof.
Well, and why did Miss Adams become a murderer?
She'd once been married to Joe Murray. When he left town with his divorce, he also stole most of her jewelry and ready cash. And there you are.
Oh, really? Where am I?
With me, Ellen. Right at the end of the Murray murder case.
You know, I was just thinking, Colonel Tim.
Yeah?
If I get a few more little people to work with you in the act, it might be better entertainment.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edwards. Say, I know someone who might do. A young lady.
A lady, Midget? How tall is she, Tim?
Oh, about my size, 33 inches.
Uh-huh, that's not bad. We could bill you two as the smallest Mr. and Mrs. in the world.
Sure.
I'll think it over. But right now, let's get on with our rehearsal.
Okay.
Take your song from the middle. I'll give you a pickup. Here.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that it really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you through Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town, goodbye.
Ah, that's swell, Colonel Tim. Billy Edwards and Company. I like the sound of that. You, La Belle Louise and her trapeze, Andy Anderson, the human giant, and Duke Miller and his magic. Not bad, not bad.
Sounds good to me.
Think of it, Tim. 2 more weeks of rehearsal, then 6 months in theaters booked solid. If all goes well, we could go on the road 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yes, Mr. Edwards. But that is, if all goes well.
Homicide Department, Sergeant Heath speaking.
Sergeant Heath, this is Jennings. I'm the janitor of the rehearsal building on Kearney Street. Hurry over, please, Sergeant. Please come right away.
Okay, Jennings, take it easy. Tell me what happened.
A man's been shot and he's lying on the floor of one of the rooms. Hurry, Sergeant, hurry.
Be right there. You know the man's name?
Edwards, Billy Edwards. Hurry, please hurry.
Don't touch anything and don't leave till I get there. Be up in 5 minutes.
Our friend, the district attorney, should either not have an office on the 8th floor or else see to it that the elevators in this building run all night. Oh, right, Vance.
I'll suggest that to Mr. Markham, Ellen. Stairs a little wearying for you?
I'm allergic to them. Whew. 8th floor. At last. Mr. Markham's office. Finally.
That's you, Vance?
Right.
And it's me, Ellen.
Hello, you two.
Hello.
Sorry to get you down here at this hour, Vance, but I thought you'd be sorrier if I hadn't.
Oh.
I'm fairly certain I would be. What is this, Markham? What did you mean when you told me on the phone that there hadn't been a murder yet?
I meant there still hasn't been one, but there has been a shooting. A theatrical manager and pianist named Billy Edwards had been shot when I called you. He's at the hospital, unconscious and in pretty bad shape.
Just a shooting? I don't see why you called Vance.
You'd never have forgiven me if I hadn't, Ellen. Vance, Edwards was rehearsing a vaudeville act featuring a midget, Colonel Tim.
Mm-hmm.
And he was shot with a midget gun. We found the gun. It's no more than 2 inches long.
Could a gun that size mortally wound a man?
Very possibly, Ellen. That type of weapon was invented in France. It uses a tiny pellet quite capable of killing a man if fired at close range and into a vulnerable spot. I imagine if Edwards recovers, Markham, he'll be able to tell you who shot him.
Unquestionably, if he recovers.
I see what you mean. Who else was in the act Edwards was preparing?
In addition to the midget, there was a trapeze performer named Louise, a giant named Anderson, and a magician named Miller.
A modified circus troupe, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Well, it does sound different. What was found on Edwards? Anything interesting?
The usual things, except for money. Edwards had more than $700 in cash in his pocket.
Really? Markham, I want to thank you.
For bringing you in on this case, Vance?
Yes, of course. And I'd also like to thank you to see that no word of Mr. Edwards' condition gets into the newspapers. Still time to do that?
Yes, Vance. You see, I'm beginning to understand how you work. I specifically asked Heath not to release any information.
Thank you. Now, if you'll tell me where I can find the people who are supposed to be in Mr. Edwards' act, I'll replace our talking with some action.
Look, Louise, why not team up with me? Even if Edwards gets better, it'll be months before he puts our act on the road now.
No, Duke. I don't think it's right. I just don't.
And I don't either. The least we can do is wait for Mr. Edwards to get better.
Maybe he ain't gonna get better. And what happens? We lay off for months. The way I see it, Louise, you and me and the midget here, we got the same act.
I'm sorry, Duke, but
Don't give me no buts, pretty one. I've been nice and quiet, and I've been trying to show you it'd be smart to send the act out without Edwards. But if you're gonna make me get tough, where you going, runt?
Out. Just out.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, I think he worships you, Louise. He didn't like the way I was talking to you.
Now, let's get back to what you were saying. You were going to get tough. How tough?
Not the way you think, baby doll. This way. Suppose the cops were to know Bill Edwards was in love with you and they found out there was a Mrs. Edwards.
You're pretty low, Duke. You'd tell them, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know anything, except all of us ought to team up and take over those booking Edwards got. Now, I ain't a bad guy, baby, if I'm treated right. Try me out and see. I always had a yen for you.
Get away from me, Duke. Keep away from me.
Oh, so that's the way you want it. All right, maybe I can...
There,
that
Andy.
midget brought the giant with
That's
him.
why I went for you. Don't let him do anything to Louise. Mix you up.
What is this here? He bother you, Louise?
Well, now, look, Andy, I was just kind of talking.
He bother you, Louise? He bother you, Louise? I break him in half.
No, Andy, please. Please, it's all right.
She told you, Andy. I didn't do nothing. She told you that. You heard her. Now, keep away from me. Don't, Andy. Don't.
You
Don't,
fella,
Andy.
you open
Andy,
door.
let go of me.
Sure, Andy.
Now I throw skunk outdoor.
Now, get your hands off me. You
Well,
choked me.
this is a very pretty picture. Do you mind if I interrupted a moment?
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I want to see all of you about the shooting of Bill Edwards.
I throw him out, Louise.
No, Andy, no. Don't throw anybody out. Mr. Vance, we've already answered all the questions the police asked us.
I know, but I wanted to meet all of you socially before I uncovered evidence that will send one of you to prison for a long, long time.
Did you find anything, Mr. Markham?
No, nothing, Heath. But let's keep looking. This apartment isn't very large.
No. I'm sure there's something here that'll give us a lead on who shot Edwards. Oh, that's his picture there on the piano. Nice-looking fella. Probably his wife next to him, huh?
Probably. It's quite pretty. Hope she doesn't mind what we're doing to her apartment when she returns here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Heath, have you followed Vance's instructions about keeping Edwards' condition out of the newspapers?
Sure I did. D.A., do I have to keep on taking orders from him?
Heath, we haven't done badly by taking suggestions from Vance in the past, have we?
No, only this is just a routine case, D.A. God, I guess that's it. Nothing left to look into except that trunk in the corner.
Yes, well, let's look in that.
Now, come on over. We'll do it together.
Okay.
Sure wish Mrs. Edwards would get here. If we can't find anything, maybe at least she'd tell us something. Huh. Trunk's not locked. That's something.
Yes.
Seems to be stuck, though. Help me, will you, D.A.?
Sure. There.
Holy mackerel, look what's in it.
Mrs. Edwards.
Look at her neck, D.A. Those red marks. She's been choked to death.
Yes.
By somebody with very powerful hands.
Choked to death and crammed into this trunk. Heath, I don't know what Mrs. Edwards might have been able to tell us. All I know is she'll never tell us now.
No, I'm sorry. I can't connect you with Mr. Vance's private office. He gave me instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed. Well, I'll have him call you just as soon as he's free. Goodbye. Now, let's see.
Me want to see Vance.
Well, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Vance isn't seeing anybody. You must be the giant in Mr. Edwards' act.
That's right.
Yes.
Vance here?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He's in that office there. He's talking to Colonel Tim, the midget. If you'd care to wait, I'm sure he'll be glad to see you when he's through.
Me no wait. Me go in now.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that. That door's locked, and besides, you can't see him, I said.
Me don't care what you say. Me take care of locked door like this.
Well, really, what
do you think, Andy? What
well,
are you doing here?
Mr. Anderson, nice of you to break in to see me.
Van, shall I call the police?
I
Come
think
down
not, Ellen.
here.
Better go back to your office.
Andy, you shouldn't have come here. You broke Mr. Vance's door.
Me break lots things, maybe. He bother you, Tim?
No, Andy, not at all. He's our friend. Our friend, Andy.
You see, Ellen, I'm their friend. Now, please go on back while I find out what other reason Mr. Anderson had for breaking in on me.
Okay, Vance. Only there are an awful lot of funny things happening around here.
Well, Colonel Tim, would you like to continue?
Well, I think not, Mr. Vance. Not now. Andy, I'm trying to help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards. I've just told him that he used to lend money to people in show business.
You tell him that?
Yep.
Why?
Well, because it might help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards.
What it did, actually, was account for the large amount of cash in Mr. Edwards' pockets, Mr. Anderson. Merely that and nothing else. Yet.
Duke Miller, he tell me Mr. Vance want you in his office, Tim. I think maybe he do something to you I do not like. I come here.
No. Well, Mr. Vance, there's nothing more I have to tell you. But maybe you'll tell me something. How's Mr. Edwards feeling?
I'd say he's doing as well as can be expected.
He still not talk?
He's not conscious, Mr. Anderson, if that's what you mean.
Well, come on, Andy. Come back with me to the hotel.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry about the door Andy broke. If you let me know how much...
Don't worry about it, Colonel Tim.
Come on, we go to hotel. Come on, Tim.
Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you.
That's all right. Thank you for the information you did give me. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on.
Ellen.
Oh, coming, Vance. Well, that was quite a little party you had here.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Quite an informal gathering, I assure you. They've gone?
Very much so. Thank goodness. Did you find out anything?
Well, I'll tell you this. I spoke to Duke Miller and Louise, the trapeze performer, at their hotel rooms.
Yes?
The giant and the little fellow here. And I've come to the conclusion that any one of the four could have shot Edwards.
Well, you're certainly going out on a limb there, Vance.
And so far as the weapon used is concerned, the midget pistol, it might have been fired by any of the four.
Same limb, only a little further out this time.
Hey, anybody at home in there?
Markham, come on in.
Well, what went on in here? Brawl? Who broke this glass, Vance?
Hello, Markham. Well, not exactly a brawl. A giant came into my office without bothering to open the door.
It was really the door's fault. It hit him first.
Vance, I've got some news for you. Mrs. Edwards has been murdered.
Really?
Mrs. Edwards?
How, by another midget gun?
No, she was strangled to death. Heath and I found her an hour ago. Someone with a powerful pair of hands was responsible, we're certain.
There should be very little question about that. Time of death, Markham.
Yesterday afternoon, the medical examiner says.
Well, then she was killed before her husband was shot. Well, that might mean something, Vance.
Everything in this case might mean something if I only knew what. Markham, the midget gun used to shoot Edwards belonged to Colonel Tim. He just told me that. He said somebody stole it from him. He also said that Edwards used to lend money to performers at high interest rates.
A show business Shylock. Well, now I've heard everything.
So Mrs. Edwards was strangled. Well, I'll see you both soon.
Where are you going, Vance?
Out. Please excuse me, Markham. I'll only be about an hour if you care to wait.
Vance, there are several things we ought to discuss.
Later, Markham. I won't be too long. You see, I just thought of something. Goodbye.
think you go somewhere, Mr. Vance?
Beg your pardon, but that's my neck. You have your arm around, Mr. Anderson.
Vance, you keep away from us. You no bother me, Colonel Tim or Louise, or even Duke. Keep away, Vance. We no like you bother any of us. Understand?
This is District Attorney Markham. When Billy Edwards, theatrical manager, was found shot by a midget pistol, Philo Vance uncovered 4 suspects: a midget, a giant, a trapeze performer, and a magician. Then Edwards' wife was found dead, strangled. None of the suspects knows what condition Billy Edwards is in because at Vance's request, all information other than the fact that he has as yet not talked has been withheld. I have been informed that Sergeant Heath has picked up Andy Anderson, the giant, and is questioning him at this moment. They are having a bit of...
Look, how many of you guys does it take to hold him down? That's better. Okay, Anderson, you're a big guy, a giant. But you could also be a murderer.
Me no murderer.
Now, this is the way I figure it. Edwards, the guy who was shot, was married. All right, maybe he isn't dead, but his wife is. I figure you strangled her with those big hands of yours because you were going to kill Edwards and she knew you'd threatened him in the past.
Why I kill anybody? You try make fool of me. I not let you.
Hold him in that chair. Don't let him get up. You want to know why you tried to kill Edwards? I'll tell you. You were in love with Louise, the trapeze performer. You knew Edwards was playing around with her, so you tried to knock him off. All right, I know a way to get you to talk. Murphy. Yes? Bring in that girl, Louise. She's in the next office. Right. Come on in here, Miss La Belle Louise.
Okay.
Sit right down there. That's right.
Well, what do you want with me?
You're the reason this giant won't talk. Make him open up. Make him confess he killed Mrs. Edwards and tried to kill Edwards.
Andy.
Me say nothing.
Please, Andy, if you know anything to help the police, tell them.
I keep quiet because of you.
Yes, I know, Andy.
You want me to talk? I talk.
Yes.
This what I see.
Yes, Andy.
Night before Mr. Edwards is shot, I see you with little gun. Same kind as what killed Mr. Edwards. This I no want to tell police. You even have same gun with you now.
This? Oh, is this the gun you mean?
Yeah.
This one on my charm bracelet?
Yes.
Oh, Andy. Look, Sergeant Heath, it's perfectly harmless, isn't it?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. That's just a toy.
Me thought maybe...
Maybe I shot Mr. Edwards? No, Andy, I didn't. Sergeant Heath, how is Mr. Edwards, and when can we see him?
He's still unconscious. All this questioning may mean nothing if he's ever able to tell us who shot him. You can go, Louise.
Oh, thank you. And, Andy?
I want him here for a little while. Some more questions I just dreamed up.
I see you later, Louise.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Louise.
What? Oh.
Did I startle you, Louise? I'm very sorry.
My nerves are a little on edge, Mr. Vance.
Louise, I've got to know something. I'm pretty certain, as Sergeant Heath is, that our giant friend, Andy Anderson, is in love with you. And that Colonel Tim, the midget, worships you.
I like them both, Mr. Vance. They're really wonderful people.
I'm sure they are. And I'm sure that our magician, Duke Miller, was very eager to become a very good friend of yours, too. I gathered that from outside your apartment yesterday when I met all of you for the first time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You think that because they all like me, and I like Mr. Edwards, that they might have tried to kill him, and had some other reason for murdering Mrs. Edwards. Is that right?
Yes. All of them apparently wanted something from you. Your affection. Now, I want something too, Louise. I want your help in finding which one shot Edwards.
Take it from the middle, Tim, once more.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that this really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you to Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town goodbye.
That's got nothing. You know that. Look, I play the same notes Edwards plays. Why don't you sell that song the way you did for him?
I don't know. I just can't.
Maybe I know a way. Tim, how much money did you borrow from Edwards?
I didn't borrow from him.
Don't give me that. I got to look at his notebook the last time I paid him some of the dough I owe him. He kept track of all the dough he loaned guys. Your name was right above mine. I just don't remember the amount. How much was it?
A few $100. I was going to pay him back when we started to work.
You don't have to pay him back if he kicks off, do you?
I don't want him to die.
Then why did you shoot him?
Me? I didn't. I never did. You can't go around saying things like that. Why, I'll...
You'll what, Midge? Shoot me, too?
You owed him money and you wanted Louise. You shot him. Yeah, you stole my little gun and you killed him. Who is it?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Vance.
What do you want here, Vance?
Well, I just want to tell both of you that we just got rather good news from the Essex Hospital. Billy Edwards is doing rather well. He's expected to regain consciousness sometime tonight. I've already told Andy Anderson and Louise, so you don't have to bother. And you won't have to worry about any more questioning. Because when Edwards comes to, he'll tell us who shot him.
Officer, is it all right if I go into Mr. Edwards' room with these flowers?
No, ma'am. Nobody gets into this hospital room. Them's my orders.
But I'm a nurse.
I know you're a nurse. And what harm could you do? How do I know what harm you or anybody could do in there? All I know is I'm God here to see that nobody gets in Mr. Edwards' room.
Very well. There's a patient up on the next floor who'll appreciate these. I'll take them up to her.
Do what you like. You could save me one of them, though. How you take it home to the wife.
Officer, I'm a doctor here. Please come downstairs. Next floor, there's a patient of mine getting violent. I can't restrain him. Please come help me.
I can't, Doc. I'm on duty here outside this door. I gotta stay here.
This man's violent, officer. I got him tied to the bed with the sheets. He's gonna break loose at any moment. Please come down with me. Nothing can be more important than stopping a potential maniac from getting loose.
Oh? Well, I guess this is an emergency. And in an emergency, I'm supposed to forget orders and use my head. Nobody will be coming in here, not in this room anyhow. Lead the way, Doc.
Right this way, officer. Down these stairs. If we hurry, we can get there in time.
I mustn't put on the light. No, I mustn't. That figure on the bed, that must be Billy. He mustn't recover consciousness. This knife will make sure that he never does.
All right, Heath, put that light switch on.
Right. Oh,
Hello, Louise. Completing some unfinished business.
Mr. Vance.
And Sergeant Heath, whom you've met, of course, but not exactly in this manner. Well, that was quite a cute way you got rid of the officer outside in order to fall for this plan of mine. Who was it helped you, Duke?
Sure it was Duke. I had him turning cartwheels. He'd do anything for me.
Just as you'd do anything for Billy Edwards, including murder.
What?
My guess is you killed his wife. He wouldn't marry you in spite of that. He turned you down. So you borrowed the little gun that Colonel Tim carried and used it on Edwards.
You're too smart, Vance. Do you forget that I still have this knife? Now I'm going to use it on you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I am.
Come
You
on
can't
now.
get away with
Out the door.
double crossing.
Open it up, will you, Vance? Got a cop right outside. Oh, pleasure. Die, you she-devil. Get out that door, Wild. Get out.
All right, boys, take her away.
All right, I got it.
Okay, Vance, we got her. You can shut that door in this case anytime you like now.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance is not in. Goodbye. See what I'm doing for you now, Vance? Becoming a prevaricator.
Is that good?
Well, it isn't bad when I tell people you're not in so that you can have a little relaxation. Vance, what gave you the idea that La Belle Louise was the murderer in the midget murder case?
She did. My investigations proved that each of the 4 suspects involved had motive and opportunity. And the girl actually made no mistakes that pointed the finger at her.
Oh, so you had to let her convict herself.
Something like that. I had an idea we might run into a stalemate on this case. That's why I asked Markham at the beginning not to make any announcement of Billy Edwards' physical condition.
How is he, by the way? And incidentally, you took quite a chance on Edwards' life, letting Louise loose in his room with a knife just to prove she tried to kill him once before, didn't you?
There was nobody in that room, Ellen. Edwards has been dead for 2 days.
Huh?
He died soon after he was brought to the hospital. But that was something I didn't want the murderer to know.
Or me either, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know something, Vance? You know what threw me off? The strangling of Mrs. Edwards. I knew it had to be somebody with a powerful pair of hands, and I thought of the giant right away.
Louise was an aerial performer, Ellen, remember? She hung by her hands, did tricks with her hands and arms. They were very well developed.
Too bad her imagination wasn't. Of course, I know why she went to the hospital with that knife. She thought Edwards was still alive and that she had to kill him before he recovered consciousness and told the police that it was she who'd shot him.
I hoped that's what she would think. I didn't know she'd get Duke to help her, but I imagined she'd need and could get some assistance. Well, the midget murder case was simply another example of the fury that lies within a woman scorned.
That's something you might remember, oh brilliant one. Any time you begin some other romance, I mean.
At the moment, I'm not concerned with beginning anything. Right now, Ellen, I'm serene, content, and quite pleased with the end of the midget murder case.
Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. Am I unlocking the door? Good evening, Vance.
Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
It's quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here. Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricker.
Yeah, D.A., here I am.
Ricker, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, D.A., what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Ricker.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, D.A.?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the D.A. and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody'll tell him, I tell him, see?
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the D.A.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up. And that's going to be soon.
Really? Rickard, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me. I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the Lady in Blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
Meaning I may not be around long running things if I let the Lady in Blue in here. Well, we'll see. Davy, let her come in. Out, mouthpiece. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you will be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that...
Hello, Danny. Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I am as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the Lady in Blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right. I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with rackets?
Rackets, Danny? I'm not associated with any rackets. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprises aren't. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Danny. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Do we talk business?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No. Tony!
Don't let him come in, Davy.
You call me, lady? Davy here's giving me some trouble.
Davy! He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Tony. Just as a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0. In my favor.
How do you do, madame? May I help you with your selection?
It's quite possible. You own this shop.
Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure, and I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes. Please come with me.
We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you.
Working? A woman like you is looking for a position?
Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything which you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me, a service for which I charge 10%. Do you understand?
No. No, I do not.
You will.
Oh, now there's a beautiful gown, that blue evening model. An import, of course. How much is it?
$400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me.
You'll change your mind. I'll take that gown. Send it to me at the Ritzmore, Suite 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me.
Oh, dear, what does this mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. A thing like this cannot happen.
Yeah.
Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the monsieur business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Do you like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. Do you like the gown really, Danny?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine till you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But, Danny, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, Danny.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little?
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific dame I've ever seen, that's why. So you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, Danny?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you in my arms. Come here, lady, come on.
You want me closer? Real close? Like this?
Oh, lady. Oh, lady, this is living. Hey, what did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl, Danny. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Except rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in the kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
So I see, Sergeant Heath. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Vance will be interested in that when he gets here, Heath. Oh, incidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Apparently, someone sent him down the river. Hello, Markham.
Well, hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. It's being checked for fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Markham?
Yes, Vance, a knife. And now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's the lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
Then there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Vance. What can't I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Well, Vance, do you want to look around, or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Sure, I'm coming. I'll leave a man outside the door to wait for those guys from the morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham.
What?
Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as Racket King has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there, and, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Ritzmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He should be there about now.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been worth waiting for.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, and exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. The one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You've told me what I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface you. The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. Your jewelry is exquisite, your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop, Vance.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's stardust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust I use.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, Vance. Vance, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something might be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Though I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within reason.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company.
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had?
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that, Vance. No matter what happens from here in, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did, but I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Smythe. Go right in.
Yes. Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Well, lady, I worked for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him, and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smythe. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make? The king is dead. Long live the queen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Markham. Let me go to work on this Tony here. I talk a language you can understand. Tony, sit up in that chair.
Don't bother me.
He's all yours, Sergeant Heath. I hope you get something out of him. You have my best wishes, but also my gravest doubts.
He'll talk, D.A. Tony, listen.
You bore me, copper.
I'll bore you. I'll do something to you, but you leave me. Look, you worked for the lady in blue. She told you to knock off Danny Claxton, so you knocked him off.
With a knife?
Sure, with a knife. Oh, I know all about how you're a gun-toter. I know your reputation, but you pulled a switch to toss us off. You hoped. You killed Claxton, didn't you? Well, did you or didn't you?
Didn't I? Go away, Heath. Go far away. I guarantee nobody will look for you.
You start talking or nobody will ever find you. Tony, get this.
Hold it, Heath. Who is it?
It's I, Markham. Vance.
Wait a second, Vance. I'll be right out.
Tony, you killed Danny Claxton, and I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Vance.
Glad I found you, Markham.
That sounds like you've got news on the Claxton killing, Vance.
Oh, that. I suspected last night who killed Claxton.
You did?
Certainly. This afternoon, I visited the lady in blue. Just as I was leaving, Claxton's former employee, Mr. Smythe, came in. My appearance there was very fortunate. You see, I thought I'd known who killed Claxton, but now I have proof.
Well, man, don't just stand there as if you told me it looked like it might rain tomorrow. Who killed Claxton?
I know, Markham, but I have no evidence that would satisfy a jury. Ask the lady in blue, her friend Tony, and Mr. Smythe up to my apartment at 9 tonight. You and Heath be there, too. I think I'll supply the proof we need at that time. May I take the liberty of using a moment or two to describe this knife I'm holding?
Come on, Vance. I've wasted enough time getting these three people up to your apartment.
A moment more won't hurt, Heath. Now, please, everyone, look at this knife. It's Arabian. The handle is of ivory, and the blade solid steel. I've selected this knife because it closely resembles the one used to kill Danny Claxton. Now, for the purpose of this experiment, I need an assistant, someone to pose as the murderer. May I ask the lady in blue?
Why, certainly, Vance. What is it you'd like me to do?
Well, for one thing, I'd like you to look slightly less glamorous. It's completely demoralizing, distracting, and downright inconsiderate.
Really? I was hoping you'd like this gown. That's why I wore it.
Mm-hmm. Will you take this knife, please, lady, and hold it in your right hand?
Like this?
That's fine. Thank you. Markham.
Yes?
Please stand over by the door, next to the light switch, will you?
Of course, I'll be right over here.
Now, Tony, please don't fall asleep. This might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I know.
And Mr. Smythe. I'd like you in particular to watch and see how close I come to showing exactly how Danny Claxton was killed. First, let me ask all three of you. Were any of you ever in Mr. Claxton's apartment?
I never was.
Not me.
Well, I'd been there, but not in the past week.
Very well. Now, my very intriguing lady in blue, you have the knife. I'm going to show everyone what happened the other night. You, lady, will pretend to be the murderer. I'll be Claxton. Now, you slip up behind me. Please get behind me. Throw your left arm around my neck. As you do that, I try to reach back with my hand to seize the knife, like this.
Vance, be careful. You're ruining my hairdo with your
I'm
hands.
sorry. Markham, will you turn out the lights, please, all of them?
Turn out the lights.
I don't know why either, Heath, but maybe I'd better turn them off.
Okay. Only I don't see a thing. Neither does anybody.
I think you will now. Everybody, please look at my right hand. The hand that just touched the hair of the lady in blue.
Vance, your hand is glowing.
Hey, what have you got on your hand, Vance? Radium?
Not exactly. It's just proof that the lady in blue stabbed Claxton.
You were too clever, Vance. But you'll never live to prove what you think. I'll see to it.
Vance, she's got that knife. Look out. Heath, the lights. Turn on those lights.
Right,
Yes,
DA.
of course. She stabbed Vance. Heath, do something. Do something.
I'll do something, all right, DA. I'll open that door, let my cops in. We'll drag her downtown.
That isn't necessary. You want me at headquarters, I'll go. Mr. Markham,
Yes?
you saw me stab Vance. I killed Claxton the same way. I don't know how Vance figured it, and we'll never know now. But he was right. I'm ready, Mr. Markham. Nothing's very important anymore. I've just killed the only man that ever interested me.
Come in, Markham. Come in.
Hi, Vance. Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Sorry I had to put on that act last night. Did it scare you?
Definitely. Let's see that trick knife of yours, Vance.
Nothing much to it, Markham. Here it is. The blade disappears into the handle when you touch the point. See?
Why, yes, of course. Had me worried for a while last night, though. Well, Vance, I know now that she killed Claxton, but you knew before. Was it whatever you found when we turned out the lights in Claxton's apartment that told you the lady in blue had killed him?
Yes, it was. It was Claxton's right hand, Markham. It glowed in the dark. Because it had touched the hair of the lady in blue, and on her hair was a glamour accessory, a phosphorescent preparation known as stardust.
Oh, I see.
As soon as I found the lady in blue wore stardust, I knew it was she who'd been at Claxton's apartment.
Ah, the lady in blue was a lovely woman, Vance. Lovely to look at.
But hardly delightful to know. Though for a moment at her apartment yesterday afternoon, I was beginning to find it hard to believe that.
Well, Vance, you did it again.
Yes, Markham, I guess this is the end of the Blue Lady murder case. But I wish the lady in blue had had a different beginning. Miss Deering, do you think you might stop typing for a moment and listen to me?
I could try.
Thank you.
You see, Vance, you never know the things you can do until you try. What am I to listen to?
At the moment, a bit of thinking aloud. Markham phoned and asked me to wait for him in my office.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. It can't be a murder case, or the eminent district attorney would have asked you to meet him at the scene of the crime. Say, who's doing this thinking aloud, you or me?
Both of us. Markham said he was going to bring someone with him. Now, who could that be, and why?
Well, it could be anyone, and for almost any reason.
Ellen.
I know. Go back to my typing.
I'd like to make a wager with you. I'll bet I come closer to guessing the purpose of the district attorney's visit than you will.
Vance, if I bet against your guessing or your reasoning, you'd have the only full-time secretary with no pay on record.
Oh, there you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Come in, Doris.
Welcome, Markham. And an extra special welcome to your lovely companion.
Miss Jane L., may I present Philo Vance and Ellen Deering?
How do you do? How do you
Doris
do?
Jane L.
How do you do? Come into my private office, Markham.
Thanks, we will. Come along, Miss Jane L.
Go right in, Miss Dinell.
Thank you.
Markham.
Thanks.
Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
You should have made that wager. I've never been further off base in my life.
Now he tells me.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Markham. And I hope I know why you're here.
Well, I'm not sure myself whether I should have come, Vance. This isn't exactly in your line.
I'm a private investigator. What's the trouble? Isn't this private?
Yes, it most certainly is. Vance, Doris Jane Nell is the star of the play at the King's Theater.
Let me tell him, Mr. Markham, please.
By all means.
Mr. Vance, I received this note this afternoon. It worried me. I brought it to the district attorney's office because I thought that was the thing to do. Here it is. Will you read it, please?
You read it to me, Miss Dinell. What does it say besides threatening you with death?
But you haven't seen it yet. How did you know?
You're upset, Miss Dinell. Nothing else would account for it. What else does it say?
It says, if you play your role in the theater tomorrow night, you will be dead before morning. And that's all, Mr. Vance.
That's enough, I'd say. So the note threatens you if you go on tomorrow night, not tonight. It might be the work of a crank, but I don't think we can afford to take that chance.
I can't, I'll tell you that.
Do something for me, Miss Dinell. If you receive any further communication, please mention it to no one. Now, that's important. I imagine you're not going on tomorrow night.
Mighty good imagining, Mr. Vance. I definitely am not. I don't mind taking chances, but when I do, I just as soon it cost me money if I lose. Not my life. Yes, who is it?
It's Betty Wheeler, Miss Daynell. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
You wanted to see me.
Badly. Betty, how long have you been my understudy?
About 3 months, I'd say.
And you've never had a chance to go on?
No.
Well, you've got one now. Here, throw this towel in the laundry bag, the one hanging on the door. Catch.
Is this your laundry bag?
It isn't anything Santa Claus is waiting to pick up. Just the laundryman, and he won't be here for 2 days. Well, what about tomorrow night? Do you want to go on for me?
Do I? Playing the lead on Broadway opposite Jack Aldridge. Oh, I can hardly believe it. But may I ask one favor?
Sure, kid. What?
May I use your room?
Why not?
I've never used a star's dressing room.
The joint's yours for tomorrow night. Take it with all the trimmings. Yes?
Are you decent, Doris?
Sure. Come on in, Peters. As if there was a way of keeping a company manager out of the dressing room.
Hi, Doris. Hello, Betty. What's going on here?
Hello,
Convention?
Mr. Peters. Have you heard I'm going on for Miss Daynell tomorrow night?
Huh? What's the matter, Doris? Don't you feel good?
I feel fine, but I'd like to stay that way. I got a note threatening my life if I work tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe it's a gag, but I'm not taking any chances.
Just one performance?
That's all the note said. Peters, Betty here is your star for one night.
Well, this show is getting jinxed. I'm sure of it. First it's robbery, and now it's this threat.
What's this robbery routine? Somebody steal a bow?
Stealing a bow. Somebody stole the receipts from the office 2 nights ago. Over $4,000. And the cops are going crazy because they can't find any evidence of anybody breaking in.
Inside job, huh?
That's the way it looks. But that doesn't help this threat business any. Doris, you wouldn't...
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Peters, are you in there?
That sounds like our director. Yeah, come on in, Hartley.
Good evening, Mr. Nail. Miss Wheeler.
Good evening, Mr. Hartley.
Peters, they told me you were in here.
That was very nice of them.
And you found my dressing room without trouble. Well, the director of our show has a sense of direction. Hey, I'm starting to feel better already.
Miss Daynell, can't we go somewhere and talk? There are so many things I want to ask you.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you. Don't get used to the way Jack Aldridge makes love to you on stage. He's mine. On stage, and what's more important, off.
Oh, of course, Miss Daynell. I know that.
Well, what are you standing there like that for, Hartley? You're supposed to have come in here to see me. What about?
I did not want to interrupt the young ladies. I find their conversation very interesting.
I'll have a record of it made for you. Now, what do you want with me?
Please come outside, Peters, so we can talk.
Tell me in here.
I think it would be better for you if you came outside.
Okay, come on, I'm ready. Well, Hartley, what is it? What's on your mind?
Money, Peters. I need some money.
10 till payday?
Let's not fool Peters. I don't want any of that vaudeville money. I need dough. 1,000, maybe 1,500.
Who doesn't?
You are going to give it to me.
Am I? How do you know?
It isn't how I know, it's what I know. Shall I go into details?
Jack, you know, I think I'm being a sap for believing that threatening note I got was on the level.
Maybe you're right, Doris. I just don't know. Nothing happened at tonight's performance.
It wasn't supposed to be tonight that anything happened. I worked a little with Betty Wheeler, and tomorrow night, maybe the understudy gets her big chance. I told her she could, but now I'm not so sure.
I'll miss you, honey, if you don't make it.
You might miss me permanently if I work tomorrow night. But I'm not sure yet that I won't go on. Something tells me maybe I ought to. Well, here's my apartment. And you've got to make the long walk to the next one all by yourself. Think you can make it?
I can make it this once. You're not nervous?
No, not a bit. If anybody bites me, I'll scream for you, and you can come and bite them back, okay?
Sure is. 2 more weeks and no more good nights, right?
Right. Just 2 weeks till the wedding.
Night, darling. Oh, you one extra good morning kiss for the one we missed tonight.
Well, I'm kind of going to want you to pay that little debt, honey. Good night. Oh, what's the matter with this lock? Oh, it's not the lock, it's me. There. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, who can that be at this hour? Hello?
Miss Daynell, you got my note?
Yes. Who is this?
Never mind. You're gonna be a smart girl, not go on 'em all night, ain't you, Miss Daynell?
I don't know.
You better know. You better know for sure, too. On account of I wasn't kidding, sister. I meant it. You walk on stage tomorrow night, and you'll be carried out of your apartment the next day.
Hey, everybody. 20 minutes to rehearsal time. 20 minutes. On stage in 20 minutes. That's what we did for your understudy, Doris, called a special rehearsal.
Where is Betty, Peters?
In your dressing room.
Oh.
She said she had an okay from you to use it.
That she did. Is Jack around?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Well, here's my room.
I saw Betty come in about half hour ago. Wait, I'll knock. Hey, she couldn't have gone out, or I'd have seen her. Betty! Betty! Miss Wheeler!
Hey, Wheeler, open up. Peters, I never locked that door in my life.
Something's wrong here, Doris. Hey, somebody, Miller, Hartley, come on over here. Something's the matter in Doris's dressing room.
Doris.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's Betty Wheeler. She was using my room.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on, Peters?
I don't know. Wait a minute. I got a key to this dressing room.
Betty took mine yesterday.
Miss Wheeler is in there. I saw her go in.
Thanks, Hartley. You're a big help. Yeah, here's the key.
Jack, darling, stay close to me. I think I'm getting scared.
Come on.
Betty. Good Lord.
Well, let me...
Honey,
Get back, everybody! Everybody keep away from this room until the police get here. Betty Wheeler has been murdered.
This is her dressing room, Vance. Nothing has been touched, but the body has been removed.
So this is it, eh, Markham? No possible lead on the killer?
Nothing Sergeant Heath could find, Vance. You know about the robbery here a few nights ago?
When the night's receipts were taken?
Yes.
I know about it. Heath believes that was an inside job, doesn't he?
From what I understand, it had to be. No one broke in, and the receipts were missing, over $4,000.
That kind of money will be hard to trace. All small denomination bills. It would also make a pretty sizable package, but I don't suppose that matters. What does matter most now is this murder.
Vance, do you think there's a connection between the murder and the robbery?
Possibly. Let me see. Doris Dennell received a note threatening her if she went on stage for tonight's performance. And then her understudy, Betty Wheeler, was murdered in Miss Dennell's dressing room.
What's that?
Sounds like a fire warning.
Fire! Everybody get out! There's a fire in the theater!
Everybody, Markham, includes us, I suppose.
Doesn't anything ever upset you or your routine, Vance?
Certainly. I was about to leave, wasn't I?
Neither of you gentlemen need leave. There is no fire.
I beg your pardon.
I'm Oscar Hartley, Mr. Vance. There is no fire.
Well, that's an absurd complication. Fire alarm, but no fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartley. Oh, apparently you know Mr. Vance. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, how do you do?
Somebody set off the fire alarm, but there's no fire. Vance, what's going on here?
I haven't the slightest idea. Let's lock this dressing room, Markham. No one's been in here since the murder.
No, it's under guard until the police are able to go through it properly. But are we leaving, Vance?
Yes. We're of the theater now, Markham. And tradition, it seems, insists that the show must go on. Well, so must we.
This is District Attorney Markham. The backstage murder case began when Doris Dennell, stage star, received a note threatening her life if she played her role the following night. The threat came after the theater office had been robbed of $4,000 in small bills. Vance appeared at the theater after Betty Wheeler, Miss Dennell's understudy, had been murdered, and met Peters, company manager, and Oscar Hartley, director of the show. He has yet to meet Jack Aldridge, Miss Dennell's fiancé and leading man. I have just had a report that Peters, the company manager, is in his office with Doris Dennell. It's just about the time for the curtain.
Look, I don't want to hear any more about it, Doris. You're going on tonight. You've got to.
I can't, Peters. I just can't.
Can't? Why? Because of what happened to Betty?
Not only that. I can't tell you why. Mr. Vance told me not to.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. I got a phone call last night. It warned me not to go on. Mr. Vance told me if I received another threat, I was to mention it to no one, and I haven't till now.
You told nobody?
Nobody but you, Peters, not even Jack.
Doris, you've got to go on. I'll fill backstage with policemen if necessary, but you've got to go on.
Oh.
I can't refund the money for tonight's performance, and I'll have to if you don't work. We're in a financial jam as it is. What with that money being stolen?
I know, and I'm sorry, but I
Doris,
simply
I
can't.
know how you feel, and I'm sorry, too. But please, do this for me, for yourself, for the rest of the company. You've got to do it.
Hey, D.A., maybe I ought to take this murder room apart piece by piece. Maybe then I'd get a clue to who killed that Betty Wheeler.
Well, if you think that'll help, go ahead, Sergeant Heath.
Maybe that won't be necessary, Heath. Hello, Markham.
Oh, hello, Vance. Heath and I were just sitting here in the dressing room trying to reason out this Wheeler murder.
That's not a bad way of solving a murder, Markham. Heath, what's the status of this room? What's been done to it since the murder?
Nothing yet. Fingerprint men went over it, found nothing. I'm thinking of taking it apart.
Not a bad idea. What's this on the back of the door?
You mean the laundry bag?
No, I mean this tacked-up notice. Don't forget to turn out lights. Laundry will be picked up every Friday. That's tomorrow. Please leave key with doorman. Well, there's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's on every theater door in the country.
You know, Vance, I was thinking the murder of this Wheeler girl had something to do with a robbery in this theater.
I think it's the other way around, but I agree.
You know something, Vance? If I could just find out who stole those receipts or where the money is, I'd be on the right track. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I know where the money is.
What?
You do, Vance? And who stole it?
I don't know who stole it or who murdered Miss Wheeler. But I repeat, I do know where the money is.
Well, where is the dough, Vance?
Right there in that laundry bag.
But you can't know that, Vance. You were only in this room once before, and then only for a few minutes, and I was with you all the time. I didn't see you look in that bag.
I haven't looked yet, but I see the sergeant is about to. Go ahead, Heath. Dump all that stuff on the floor.
That's just what I'm doing. Holy mackerel. This package. Is that the money, Vance?
Probably.
Hey, it is money. Lots of it.
Over $4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Vance, anytime you say anything from now on, I'll bet you're not mistaken. How did you know it was there?
Reasoning, Markham. The theater robbery we suspected was an inside job. In view of what followed, it seemed reasonable to me that the thief hid the money in this dressing room.
Why would he do that?
My guess is that he was almost caught. There's a night watchman at this theater. Maybe the thief saw him and knew he couldn't explain the package. Miss Danell told me her dressing room was never locked. Everybody in the show must have known that.
So the thief, to avoid being seen, ducked into this dressing room.
That's right. He dropped the money in the laundry bag here, thinking he could pick it up the next day. But he couldn't get in here because Miss Danell was using her dressing room.
And when she wasn't, there was somebody around. Her maid, her fiancé, actors, or somebody. So he couldn't get in here to take out the money.
He knew the laundry was to be removed tomorrow. And tonight was the last chance he had to get into this dressing room and get back the money he'd stolen.
Go ahead, Markham. You're doing fine.
Thank you. First, he threatened Miss Danell. But he found that didn't work because Miss Wheeler was using this room.
That's right, Markham. And when he learned Miss Wheeler intended to use this dressing room tonight, he tried to get in here this afternoon. Only Miss Wheeler caught him. He had to kill her. But he still had no chance to get the money out. Later, he tried to get us out of the room with that fake fire. But that didn't work either.
Yes, that certainly sounds reasonable, Vance.
It's what happened, Markham, I'm sure. Let's not say anything about finding this money. As a first step.
Toward finding the killer?
That's right. And, Markham, what a big step that's liable to be. I've questioned Jack Aldridge and Mr. Peters, Mr. Hartley, and I didn't want you to think I was slighting you in any way.
I know you had talked to them. I overheard you.
You did? How?
By the exceedingly simple process of putting my ear to the door. I just wanted to see how far Peters would go in indicting me. You see, he and I did not get on very well.
So I learned. But still, you direct every show he's connected with.
I'm a genius.
That's not the way I heard it. Apparently, you have a hold of some kind on Peters.
Very definitely. You see, many years ago, Mr. Peters happened to take some money out of a theater safe. The producer caught him. Peters was allowed to put the money back when he swore it was his first offense and would never happen again, so nobody was hurt, nor any the wiser.
Except you.
Oh, I had to know. You see, I was the producer.
It's an hour before curtain time, Vance. Aren't you going to the theater to watch Doris Daynell if you decide she is to go on?
Probably. And you're going with me, Miss Deering.
Well, good. You think I might have time to hop off home and don some gay arraignment?
Yes, if you like. I thought I'd...
Vance, you've got to come to the theater now.
Sit down, Aldridge. Relax. What's the trouble?
Doris received another threat. A phone call last night. The murderer insisted she doesn't go on and that there be no performance tonight.
No cause for your excitement, Aldridge.
No cause for excitement. After what's happening in our theater, I love that girl, Vance, and all this is making a wreck of her. She says she'll go on if you tell her to, but you can't take a chance with her life. I'm sure the murderer intends to strike again.
That sounds like a line out of a play. But very well, Aldridge, I'll go. I'm sorry, Ellen. You won't have to bother about changing your dress. I'm going to see a murderer about changing his mind.
I'm so glad you're here, Vance. When you're around, I feel much safer.
That's hardly a tribute to my romantic appeal, but I like it, Miss Daynell. I'm just taking a little inventory. How many phone calls did you receive?
Just one. The one in my room. Oh, Vance, I told Mr. Peters about the call. I had to. I was trying to tell him why I couldn't go on tonight.
You're going on, Doris, and you're going to be great.
But the man who murdered Betty and who threatened me, Vance, what about him?
Him? Oh, I know who he is, Miss Daynell. He probably thinks he's very clever. I'm going to let him make his second mistake.
Second? What was the first?
Thinking he was very clever. Sergeant Heath.
Right here, Vance. Can't see you very well in the dark, though.
Just keep your eyes straight ahead, Heath. There'll be a light showing any minute now.
Huh? A light?
A match or a flashlight. Match, probably. It doesn't attract as much attention and suits the purpose. You're sure everybody connected with this show thinks we haven't examined the late Miss Wheeler's dressing room?
Sure, I'm sure. I practically announced it to 2 cops so that everybody could hear. Did a good job. Vance, down the corridor. A light. It's a match.
That's what I expected.
Do I grab whoever's carrying it?
That's right.
I'd sure love to know who it is.
There goes the match in the dressing room, plus the man that's carrying it. Go get him, Heath. And get a look at him yourself. I promise you a great surprise. Ellen, how long will you be getting dressed?
Not long. What's the hurry? Won't they hold up the show till we get there? Well, Vance, how do I look?
As interesting as an unsolved murder.
As soon as I find out if I like that, I'll thank you. And speaking of unsolved murders, let's talk about one you solved. The backstage murder case. I understand from Mr. Markham that you had everything in the case all figured as you went along. How'd you know?
Trade secret.
Let's trade secrets. I'll tell you why I like going out with you, and you tell me how you knew the murderer.
Deal. You know all about the robbery of the theater safe and its association with the murder of Betty Wheeler?
Yes, of course.
Your turn.
Well, I like going out with you because I never know what you're going to do or say next. Your turn. Oh, just a second. Seems to me that I understood Doris Daynell got a phone call from the murderer several nights ago, just a few seconds after she'd said goodnight to a fiancé. Now, how could the murderer have been Jack Aldridge?
Very easily. He needed only a few seconds to go into his apartment and call Doris to threaten her. Well, I'm waiting, Ellen.
Oh, let's see. I like going out with you because you're so different. Now, another question. How did you know it was Aldridge?
Good question. When he came breaking into our office last evening, he seemed terribly distressed about the phone call his fiancée had received.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to know anything about that phone call. Doris didn't tell him. Peters, whom she told, didn't tell him.
So?
So the only way he could have known about it is if he made the call.
So he made it. Now it's my turn to say something nice to you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see now.
Well, is it that difficult?
No, I've got it. I like going out with you on account of most of all, I like going out with you.
A little repetitious, but very flattering repetition. Well, that's about all there was. Of course, while I knew his identity, I couldn't prove it. So I set the stage for Aldrich to steal back the money he had hidden in Doris Dennell's laundry bag. He tried to, and Sergeant Heath took care of him.
I'm glad.
That Sergeant Heath took care of Aldrich?
That and the fact that you were right again, and that we're going out, and that you're you, and that I'm me, and most of all, I'm...
What?
Glad
Yes.
that this is the end of the backstage murder case.
Well, Markham, it certainly seems strange being with you in the middle of the night when we haven't been working on a murder.
Well, even district attorneys take some time off, Vance. And here's your apartment house.
That it is. Well, thanks for taking Ellen home and for dropping me.
No trouble at all, Vance. I'll phone you tomorrow if anything interesting happens.
I'll be waiting. Good night, Markham. Meet you at a murder.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I'm Vance.
I've been waiting here in front of your house for hours. Mr. Vance, I'm Edgar Walters. I must talk to you. It's about my wife. She's missing.
There's nothing I can do about that tonight. Not at this hour.
But you've got to do something, Mr. Vance. I'm desperate. You know that gambling ship that's anchored offshore?
Yes, I know about it. Why?
Well, my wife went out there this evening to gamble with Lucky Saunders. He owns the ship. She can't help gambling. She has to. Cards, roulette, horses. It doesn't make any difference.
Well, there are people like that. But as long as you know where she is, Mr. Walters...
I know where she was, Vance. But all gambling stops on board at 2 a.m. And it's almost 4 now. She should have been home an hour ago. I know something has happened to her.
And you want me to find out what, if anything?
You're a private investigator, Vance. And I'll pay you well.
I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Be on my way in half an hour.
Here's my card, Vance. Call me as soon as you find out anything, will you? And thank you. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Walters. I only hope I give you a real reason for thanking me before long.
Your deal, Mrs. Walters?
Your cut, Mr. Saunders. How much did I owe you before we started this evening session, Mr. Saunders?
12,000. And now I owe you 3,000. It's time to quit, isn't it? I have a stateroom fixed for you, Mrs. Walters. We could go on with the game in the morning.
Lady Luck's smiling at me right now. Tomorrow she might be laughing out loud. One cut, double or nothing.
For 3,000?
That's right.
If I win, you join your friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson.
and leave, huh?
Oh, if I win, I'll stay here on board. There are no more water taxis to shore. I sent the last one off an hour ago. The Hendersons don't mind spending the night aboard ship. Your cut, Mr. Saunders.
As you say. There we are. 9 of diamonds.
And mine's the Queen of Clubs. That makes 6,000.
Queen of clubs again. That's the third time you've picked that queen, Mrs. Walters. I suggest we quit. You won 6,000. I have it here in my safe. I'll get it for you.
Maybe you won't have to get me anything. Or 12,000. Double or nothing, Mr. Saunders. One cut.
One cut. They say never fight the cards, but there is also a law of averages to be taken into consideration. Your cut first. 12,000 or nothing.
You are a gambler, aren't you? Very well, my cut. The...
Queen of clubs.
Why, yes.
You seem surprised. You shouldn't be. You've had a strange affinity for that card since we started. Perhaps we'll discuss that a bit after I've cut. There. Oh, Jack of diamonds. You win 12,000.
Once more.
Hardly. You want the cash now?
I think so. Then in the morning, with my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, as bodyguards, I'll leave the ship.
Really, Mrs. Walters? Would you like to cut double or nothing on that, too?
It's almost 5 o'clock, Ace. Do you think she's still playing?
Well, she hasn't come to a stateroom, has she? Lucky Saunders told me he had the one next to this fixed for her. She'll be here as soon as she wins enough.
Edith Walters mustn't win. She mustn't.
When she plays with Lucky Saunders, the weather's clear and the track fast. But if she does win, maybe she'll take care of the markers I've been holding. She's in my book for 10,000 she dropped on the horses.
You don't generally let anyone get into you for that much, Ace. You know, I think that...
honey. You're the one I married to, and I like it that way. There's nothing between her and me. I suppose we just forget all this and go to bed.
I've got to know whether she won or not. I've got to.
In the morning. Comes the morning, we'll both find out.
Go ahead to sleep if you want to. I'm waiting up until I hear her come in. And if she won tonight, I'm going to get that money she owes you. If she lost...
Yes, honey. What if she finished out of the money?
Then I'm going to fall asleep laughing.
Who is it?
Mary Henderson.
Wait a minute. What do you want?
You mean, what do we both want? Me and this gun.
Oh.
Same answer, though. We both want you.
You're being a little dramatic, aren't you, Mary?
Maybe. How much did you lose to Saunders?
I don't know that it's any of your business, but I didn't lose.
That's what I was afraid of. You know, I don't like you, Edith.
I gathered that quite some time ago.
I liked you more when I first met you. And I despised you then. I was praying you'd lose to Lucky Saunders tonight.
Sorry to disappoint you. I still don't know any reason for that gun.
I'll explain. It's very simple. There are no boats leaving for shore. And certainly none coming out from shore for the next couple of hours. We're practically alone on this ship. You and I, my husband, and Lucky Saunders.
So?
So you've got no means of either getting off or getting help. And I wanted to announce to you personally that you'll never leave this ship alive.
You've lost sight of one thing, haven't you, Mary? My husband knows I came out here.
Your husband thinks you came out here. Nobody knows except my husband, Lucky Saunders, and I. And I'm sure none of us will ever remember seeing you on board.
You're going to kill me?
Maybe. You're going to be dead, I can tell you that. You're afraid, aren't you? I was afraid, too. I've been afraid for months. Afraid I'd lose my husband to you. But I won't now. There'll be no you around to lose him to.
You forget there's a radio room on board, right next door. I can send a message for help, and I'm going to right now.
Stop!
Edith, stop! Oh, one of these switches turns on the microphone. One of them does. It must be this one. It's got to be. Anybody who can hear me anywhere, get in touch with the police. I'm going to be murdered. Listen, my name is Edith Walters. I'm on board the gambling ship Argus. Please, if anybody hears this, get in touch with the police. Tell them to come out here. Tell them to hurry. They're coming in for me now. Tell them to hurry. Hurry before... It's too late. This is Edith Walters. Call the police.
Hello?
Markham, this is Vance. I didn't wake you up, did I?
Oh, no, you didn't. As a matter
I've
of
been
fact...
trying to reach you on the telephone for 10 minutes. Your line's been busy.
I've been trying to get you, Vance. But it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What do you want me for?
I've tried for 2 hours to get some sort of transportation so I could get out to the gambling ship Argus. I can't find a thing at this hour. I'm going to need a police launch.
What you want to get out to the Argus for?
To look for a woman named Edith Walters. Her husband...
Edith Walters? Well, she's the reason I've been trying to reach you, Vance. A half hour ago, an amateur radio operator picked up a call for help from Edith Walters. She was screaming she was about to be murdered, and the call was cut off in the middle of a sentence.
We've got to do something, Markham. How soon can you meet me? I'm down at the docks now.
Well, Sergeant Heath is picking me up. I'll be there in 10 minutes. A police launch has already been ordered.
Pick up Edgar Walters on the way. He's at the Buckingham Apartments. I'll be waiting for you, Markham, at the foot of the docks to get to the bottom of this mystery. Take it easy, Walters. We'll be out at the gambling ship very shortly now.
I know, Vance. It's just that I'm afraid of what we'll find when we do get there.
Vance, we're a little bit lost. This fog is so heavy, the launch pilot says he can't see a thing. We're going by compass, but we don't know exactly where the Argus is anchored.
Oh, I know, Mr. Markham. It's exactly 2 miles along the coastline from the dock. Then we round a blinker light and head due east into the ocean. I was out there only the other night with my wife, and that's how we got there.
Oh, that's fine, Walters. Thanks. I'll tell the pilot. Sergeant Heath.
Don't take it so hard, Walters. Things may not be as bad as you imagine.
No, maybe they aren't. All I'm sure of is that they couldn't be any worse.
There's the Argus, Vance. Thanks again for those directions, Mr. Walters.
Don't forget it, Mr. Markham. Let's worry about my wife.
I'll try to find her for you, Mr. Walters, believe me. Let Heath and his men search the ship and give me a half hour to question anybody on board. And I promise you, if Mrs. Walters ever arrived on the Argus, I'll have news for you.
You're going to use the master's cabin as an office, Vance?
Temporarily, Markham. What luck has Sergeant Heath had?
None at all. He's had men searching this ship for a half hour. They can't find Mrs. Walters' body, and they can't even find any evidence that she ever was aboard. This is really a case, Vance.
Yes, I know. I'd like to see the owner of this ship, Markham. He's waiting outside. In fact, I'll see him and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson together.
All right, I'll tell them right now, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson and Mr. Saunders, will you come in here, please?
Yes, of course.
Certainly.
Glad to come in.
Please sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
What do you want with us, Vance?
I'm not quite sure. You say you haven't seen Mrs. Walters in 2 days, that she was not aboard this ship last night?
That's right.
Mr. Saunders, how do you account for the radio message that was picked up and relayed to the police?
I've got no idea how, why, or from where it was sent.
The message did say it came from the Argus.
And we do have a radio sending set aboard. But there's no way in the world to prove it came from here.
No, there isn't. Mrs. Henderson, your story, I take it, is the same as Mr. Saunders?
Not at all.
I beg your pardon.
He said he hadn't seen Edith Walters in 2 days. I haven't seen her in a week.
I see. And you, Mr. Henderson?
I was supposed to meet her at the track yesterday afternoon, but she never got there.
That proves nothing one way or another. Mr. Saunders, how long have you been operating this gambling ship in these waters?
About a month. It's all very legal, Vance.
That's a matter of opinion.
It's legal.
Well, let's say it's within the law. It's outside the state's jurisdiction, so state laws do not apply to it. Has the ship always been anchored in just this spot?
No, we move it around every night. A few miles up or down the coastline, just to prevent any possible hijacking.
We move it every night, but we keep it outside state limits every time we do.
I understand. They call you Lucky, don't they, Mr. Saunders?
Well, most gamblers are called Lucky, Mr. Vance.
I've got an idea, though, that your name isn't complete. Offhand, despite the fact that we can find no evidence that Mrs. Walters was here, and certainly none that points to your having murdered her, I'd say your name should be Lucky up to now.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Argus murder case started when Edgar Walters came to Philo Vance, asking him to help find Walters' wife. She had gone out to a gambling ship, the Argus, but nothing had been heard from her for several hours. Then, an amateur radio operator relayed a frantic message from Mrs. Walters to the police, and it sent Vance, Sergeant Heath, and me, along with Mr. Walters, out to the Argus. There we met Lucky Saunders, owner of the ship, and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, both of whom knew Mrs. Walters, and both of whom deny she was ever on board.
Hi, Mr. Vance.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Heath. I was just on deck getting a little air. What have you found?
I haven't found a thing. No trace of Mrs. Walters anywhere on board, but I'm sure that dame was on board this boat, Vance, and that she was murdered. Only how do we prove it?
We don't. We can't unless we find the body. And if she were murdered and the body thrown overboard, which is probably what happened, if she were murdered, we'll never find it.
Hey, I never heard you so pessimistic before, Vance.
Never had more reason to be, Heath. I'm going ashore to check over my facts, and I'm taking Mr. Walters with me. I'll contact Markham if I find out anything. Well, that's it. Up to date, Ellen. You've got all the facts?
Yes, Vance, all of them.
Can you think of anything to add to what I've dictated to Miss Deering, Mr. Walters?
No, I can't. You've been very thorough, Vance.
Ellen, when will you have those notes typed up so I can see them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Please be sure. I'd like them in a half hour. Come into my private office, will you, Mr. Walters?
Wait a minute, Vance.
I beg your pardon.
I'm not going to transcribe these notes today. I'm taking the rest of the day off.
I'm sorry, Ellen. Some other day, if you like. Come along, Mr. Walters.
Vance, I said I was taking the rest of the day off. I'll be back in the morning.
You may take all day tomorrow if you like, but, Ellen, those notes must be transcribed now.
Sorry, there is something I've got to do, but that's not it. Goodbye.
Ellen, if you leave now, I'd just as soon you didn't come back to work for me.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Mr. Vance, I'm sorry.
You had
that
nothing to do with it. I've felt this coming for quite a while. Let's get back to your wife, Mr. Walters. Who were her friends? Who might she have been with if she actually didn't go out to the Argus last night?
She had few friends, Mr. Vance. Nobody she was very close to. Most of the days she spent at the track.
Oh, the track, eh? Where would she be at the racetrack if she were going there?
Oh, somewhere around Ace Henderson's box. He's a bookmaker. You met him on board the Argus.
I'm going out to the racetrack this afternoon. Maybe I can pick a winner. And that has nothing to do with horses. Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hi, Vance. Didn't know you follow the ponies.
I don't, generally.
I got something good going in the next race, if you're interested.
I'm interested, but not in races.
Mrs. Walters?
Come on, Joy! Come on, Joy!
Yes, Mrs. Walters. I'd like to talk to you about her.
Right after the race.
Making up the distance, Joy. The second is dropping back. Rasputin's closing in on Dave Derry. At the 3/4, it's still Dave Derry and Rasputin. Dave Derry by 3 lengths, but Rasputin's closing in. Dave Derry by 2 lengths. 1 length. Rasputin is alongside as they approach the finish line. It's neck and neck, nose and nose. There goes Rasputin out in front. As Barker goes for the whip. It's Rasputin by half length. Rasputin, the winner! In second place, Dave Derry. Third place, Count Joe. Winner's time, 1:37. Next race, 20 minutes.
Well, Vance, I dropped a few on that one.
We won't bother then about the good thing you had for me in the next race. Henderson, how much did Mrs. Walters owe you?
Oh, a few... 10,000.
How did she intend to pay you?
That's never my problem, Vance.
Isn't there some way bookmakers have of making sure that their clients do pay them?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
What happened to Mrs. Walters?
Coming.
Hello.
Oh, I don't think I know who you are, do I?
You should. I'm Ellen Deering. I was Philo Vance's secretary. Remember me now, Mr. Walters?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
Well enough to ask me to come in? Don't bother. I don't need an invitation.
I don't understand what you want with me.
Don't you? Okay, then I'll tell you. I'm the only one that knows that you murdered your wife. Do you want to know how I know you murdered her?
I didn't kill her. I haven't even seen her since she left here yesterday morning.
Oh, no? You told the police you'd been out to the gambling ship exactly a week ago, right?
Well, of course that's right.
They changed the position of that ship a couple of miles every night. Yet the time when you and Vance and Markham went out there, you gave exact directions on how to reach the Argus. Now, the only way you'd have known that is if you'd been there earlier.
Well, that's
now,
right,
don't
but...
get excited. Nobody realizes that little fact except me.
And what do you want?
Money. 10,000 will do.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, then go get it. Here's my apartment address. Shall we say 9 o'clock tonight and $10,000 in cash? What time is it, Vance?
A few minutes to 9. Frightened, Ellen?
Yes, but I'll go through with it. You were right about Walters, of course, but what happens when he gets here?
I'll be in the next room. You get him to talk and tell the whole story. Take the money. Then I'll come out and take him.
Well, suppose he has other ideas. Ideas that he can pay me less expensively with a bullet than with a bundle. What then?
Don't worry, Ellen. Nothing will happen to you, I promise.
Oh, listen, that's the door. And that'll be Walters. Vance, please stay close. Hide, but stay close just in case.
Don't worry, Ellen. I'll be here.
Well, right on time, Mr. Walters. Come on in.
Oh, no. You're coming out. Out here in the hall. Come on!
Hey, listen, you're hurting my arm!
Your apartment might have been a trap. Taking no chances. We'll talk out here in the hall. I just locked your door, and here's the key right here in my pocket. Now, come on.
You can't make me.
See this knife? I'll slash it across your face if you don't come.
What happened to your wife? You tell me that first.
She's in the cellar at my house, all dressed up in concrete.
Oh.
And you'll be keeping her company. Are you coming, or do I use this knife?
I think I'm coming.
And this guy's going.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, Sergeant Heath. Am I glad to see you?
Didn't you expect me?
Oh.
Didn't Vance tell you he asked me to be here in the hall in case this guy got cute?
No, he didn't. And that reminds me. I've got something to say to Mr. Philo Vance.
You won't be able to see a thing for a moment, Vance, now that Heath has turned the lights out.
I figured that out for myself, Markham.
The FBI have done this, Vance, taken movies of an actual confession, but it's not done too often in police work. I think you're entitled to see the film, though. The film featuring Edgar Walters in his first and last starring role.
Okay, Markham. Let's see and hear it.
All right. Heath, let's have the film.
Right.
This is Edgar Walters. Of my own free will and volition, I'm confessing that I murdered my wife by going out to the gambling ship, Argus, in a small boat I had chartered the day before. I met her by arrangement, and I killed her as soon as we reached land. Her gambling was ruining me. I had to kill her. I don't know how anybody could have figured my actions. But Philo Vance did. That is all.
All right, Heath, let's have some lights.
Right, Mr. Markham.
Very interesting, Markham. Very interesting explanation. Which reminds me, I've got some explaining still to do to Ellen Deering. She won't be satisfied till she knows the whole story. But then, neither was I. Well, Ellen, I know you've waited very patiently. So let's talk about the Argus murder case. It really had me puzzled for a while. I was quite certain that Mrs. Walters had been on board the Argus, but the denials of Lucky Saunders and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson threw me for a while.
Why did they lie, Vance?
They all had reason. Saunders would have made himself a wonderful suspect if he'd admitted that Mrs. Walters had been on board, and in addition, have given his gambling ship a bad reputation.
A gambling ship, a bad reputation. Well, that sounds like a reason skunks don't eat scallions, but I'll buy it. Why did the Hendersons lie?
Mrs. Henderson hated Edith Walters, and Edith Walters was welching on money she owed Ace Henderson. Both would be ready-made suspects if they told the truth.
I suppose I'm dumb, but it's hard to figure out why Walters came to you in the first place.
He was trying to be smart. He figured it was a perfect alibi to ask me to work on his wife's disappearance. He knew I couldn't possibly get out to the gambling ship at 4 a.m, but he could, and he did.
But what about that radio message that Mrs. Walters sent?
Mrs. Henderson admits now that she threatened Edith Walters, that Mrs. Walters ran into the radio room and sent the message that brought us out to the Argus.
And then?
Then, while she was sending the message, Saunders came along, let himself into the radio room with his own key, and put his hand over Mrs. Walters' mouth. He didn't want the police out on his boat, naturally.
Commonly known as Natch. Then what?
Then Saunders talked Mrs. Henderson out of any desire for personal revenge against Edith Walters, and saw to it that Mrs. Walters got to her cabin. But she had arranged with her husband to meet him, as we know, and she rode with him to the shore, and her death. It was a very clever plan Walters had.
There's a moral in this somewhere. Something about wives, not gambling.
Or playing around with gamblers. That was the beginning of Mrs. Walters' trouble.
Yes, I suppose it was. And this is the end of the Argus murder case.
I'm sorry, Miss Westcott. What you ask is impossible. I cannot release your aunt.
But there's nothing wrong with her. There's no reason for her to be locked up in your whatever you call this place.
It's a rest home, Miss Westcott. The finest in the East. Our patients have every comfort, every care.
Maybe. And if they're ill, maybe that's what they need. But not my aunt. There's nothing wrong with her. She's a wealthy woman, and her family had her put here so that they could get her money.
I'm sorry. Well, that may be so, but your aunt has never said she was unhappy here. Never asked to be released. Apparently, she's quite content.
The only person making trouble, as far as I can see, is you. Excuse me. Yes? Yes, I'll see him. Send him right in. I'm sorry, Miss Westcott. I'll have to ask you to leave. To leave this building and these grounds. I have an appointment with my chief assistant.
With your chief guard, you mean? I've seen the way he treats Aunt Alice. Mr. Ward, believe me, I'm going to do something about this place and about you.
You got company, I see.
Miss Westcott was just leaving. Good day, my dear. We'll keep you informed as to your aunt's condition.
There'll be an improvement in that condition with her out of here, and I'm going to see to it that she does get out. I promise you that. I promise that to Aunt Alice. And what's just as important, I promise that to myself.
She's really got a beef, ain't she, boss?
She thinks she has. Durant, I sent for you because there have been complaints about your tactics. You're a little too rough with our guests.
Guests? Stop kidding. You know, I've been meaning for you and I to have a talk, Ward, and this is as good a time as any.
Oh?
You got a good racket here. I want in on it.
Racket?
Don't raise your eyebrows at me. I work here. That kindly little kisser of yours and your pretty snow-white hair don't fool me. This joint's practically a prison for people whose families want them out of the way. You ain't such a nice character as you look, Ward.
Well, that does call for a little talk between you and me, Al. Shall we say this evening?
Look, Mrs. Westcott, I didn't bring your dinner up to your room just to have you sit and look at it. Eat it and hurry up.
I just don't think I want it right now. I'll eat, Mr. Durant. I just don't care for anything right now, thank you.
You don't, huh? Well, you better. I'm through for the night as soon as you eat. Now, Mrs. Westcott, I ain't got much patience. Start eating.
Thank you very much, but I really couldn't have a thing.
I said start eating.
Well, you mustn't hit me like that. I'm an old woman, and I've done nothing to you.
I'm just starting. Now eat.
Well, what's going on here? Quite a slugger, ain't you, Al? Like any woman your weight, I bet.
What's it to you, Bill?
Nothing. Go ahead, hit her again for all I care.
Now, look, Bill, Mrs. Westcott here's on this floor. This is my floor. That's got nothing to do with you. You belong downstairs.
Yeah, sure. What I came up to tell you, though, Al, was that I ain't got the dough I borrowed from you.
No?
No. Maybe I'll be able to pay you in a couple of weeks. Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? You'll pay me that dough. Believe me, you'll pay it.
Please, gentlemen. You're giving me a headache with all that arguing. I'd much rather you didn't argue.
It ain't making Al very happy either. Just to make him just a little bit more unhappy, take your time about eating. He'll wait. I'm making him wait for his dough. You make him wait, too.
Now, look, just because you work here, too, Bill, don't give you any license to hold me up for my money or try to run this floor. Maybe I ought
You won't. You ain't got the guts. You wouldn't take a chance of taking a poke at me. After all, I ain't an old lady.
Aunt Alice, please wake up. Aunt Alice.
Joan, dear, what are you doing here at this time of night?
Let me in quickly.
Of course.
Aunt Alice, get your clothes together. I'm going to get you out of here.
But why, dear? I have no place to go. My family doesn't want me at home.
You always have a place to go as long as I have an apartment. Now hurry, please. I've been hiding here in this building till everyone went to sleep, and then I came right here.
Did you, dear? I wasn't sleeping, you know. I was just lying on the bed and thinking. Just thinking.
Aunt Alice, please hurry. Something terrible has happened. But he deserved it. We know he deserved it.
You mean that Mr. Durant, who is supposed to look after me? He's lying outside my door, isn't he? And he's quite dead.
You know about that?
Oh, yes. And I'm not a bit sorry. Not a bit. He was struck down by Providence, you know.
No, I don't know. I only hope that's what it was.
Oh, it was.
Of course, sometimes, like in this case, Providence has to have a little outside help. The solution of murders lies not so much in the mistake made by a murderer, but in the ability of the investigator to find that mistake. Well, I got that, Mr. Vance.
That's good, Miss Woods. Now, let me see.
How am I doing since Miss Deering's been away seeing her mother, Mr. Vance? Great, huh?
Adequate. Adequate but refreshing, Miss Woods.
Mr. Vance, you seem a little unoccupied. Something on your mind?
No, nothing. That's the reason for my being preoccupied, I imagine. I heard over the radio a little while ago of an unusual murder, and it disturbs me that my friend, the district attorney, hasn't called me.
Who got killed?
The guard at a private sanitarium. I don't understand why Mark... Well, I'll get that myself, Miss Woods. It's probably Mr. Markham. Hello?
Mr. Vance?
Yes?
This is Joan Westcott. Mr. Vance, there's something you must do for me.
Is there?
Yes. Yes, I'm calling from the Ward Sanitarium where that guard was murdered. I'm being held here because I tried to get my aunt out last night. Mr. Markham is here and Sergeant Heath. I heard Mr. Markham say that he was going to call you.
And you're calling for him?
No, I want to beg you not to work on this case, Mr. Vance. Please, please don't. The man who was murdered deserved to die.
I'm afraid that isn't within your province to judge, Miss Westcott. I'm glad you called and told me Markham was there, though. It gives me every reason to go up. Goodbye, Miss Westcott.
You see now why I didn't want you to call Vance, Mr. Markham? How can I miss solving this case myself?
I don't know how you can. I just hope you don't. And I did phone Vance Heath, only he wasn't in. Now, let's see. The dead man was killed by a blunt instrument. Blackjack, probably. And in his hand, you found 3 black hairs.
Yeah, D.A. He probably yanked him out of his murderer's head when he was struggling with him. Now, I talked to everybody in this joint that's got any sense. And there are 3 suspects. And all of them got black hair. First, that Joan Westcott, the young dame who got locked in Mr. Ward's private office there. She's a brunette.
Quite attractive one, I'd say.
Well, it all depends on how old you think she is.
Well, on the contrary. It all depends on how old you think you are.
Maybe. Well, my second suspect, anyhow, is her aunt. She's a little touched, I think. She's a patient here, and she's old, but her hair is pitch black.
Yes, I saw that. And the hair of Bill Williams, the guard you suspect, is black, too.
Sure. So, all I have to do is take samples of their hair, send them down to the police lab with the samples taken from the dead guy's hand. Whichever checks, well, that's our killer.
Somehow I'm sure that Vance would have another theory.
Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham.
Yes, what is it, Mr. Ward?
There's a Mr. Philo Vance outside. He says you're expecting him, or rather, that you should be expecting him.
I'll go out. Well, Heath, Vance is here.
Yeah, I know. But am I happy? No. Hey, wait a minute. Sure, I'm happy. Now Vance will have a chance to see how I work. Hey, Mr. Markham, you tell Vance I'm glad he's here. I'm very glad. I'm overjoyed.
Please, Heath, don't overdo it.
Thanks, Markham.
You're welcome.
Just give me a few minutes in Mr. Ward's office with Joan Westcott and that other guard, Mr. Williams, and I'll be satisfied.
All right.
You know, of course, that the reason you didn't reach me on the phone was because I was on the way up here.
Of course. My fault for calling late. Go right in, Vance. I'll wait for you here.
All right.
You know, murder in a sanitarium is such a delicate thing. I'm really gratified that you did come.
Right, and thanks again.
It's all right.
Well, hello, you two.
Hello?
Hiya.
My name is Vance.
Oh.
I've a purely academic question to ask both of you. Miss Westcott, did you kill Mr. Durant?
So you came after all, didn't you, Mr. Vance? Even after I begged you not to.
I told you I would. Mr. Williams.
Don't bother me.
I'm sorry, but I must, Mr. Williams. What's that? Changing of the guard?
Patients are exercising. We march them around. What about it?
I'd like to see that.
So look. Yeah, look, Vance. You can see it very plain from this window.
Well, I'll try. That's quite an imposing sight. Does Mr. Ward always lead the patients through those maneuvers?
No, that's my job. I'll show you where I generally do it from. You see, right about... I've got him, Miss Westcott!
What?
Oh! clipped him. Now, grab that towel and cram it in his mouth. Get that towel, hurry, or I'll take care of you, too.
Oh, here it is.
Good. Now, get that roll of wire from the top drawer in Ward's desk and step on it. We'll tie him up good and get out of here.
I don't want to get out of here, not this way.
Do what I tell you. Get that wire.
Well...
Make it quick.
Okay.
That's better.
I don't like doing this.
Who cares what you like? Do what I tell you so I can get out of here. You want to stay, stay. I'll tie Vance up and then go to work on that window.
Here's the wire.
Okay. Vance guy just walked in here. Wrong time for him. There, that takes care of his hands. I use my handkerchief to make sure that towel stays in his mouth. Tie it. Good and tight.
All right, but I
Hurry up and shut up. Feet. There, one more turn to make sure. That does it. Well, you coming with me?
No.
Well, then, so long, sister. I'm getting...
What's going on in here?
Sergeant Heath.
I guess that's that. Seemed like a good idea at the time, though.
Hey, come on in, Markham. Take a look at your friend Vance. All he needs is a spit, and he's ready to be barbecued.
Vance, what happened? What? Just a moment. I'll have this. Look. There you are.
Thank you for removing that gag, Markham.
It's all right.
Please get to work on my hands.
Of course. Now, what happened here?
Well, Miss Westcott and Mr. Williams didn't want to be questioned, I imagine, so Mr. Williams knocked me out. Oh, thank you, Markham. I'm all right now.
Oh, you are you? I'm going to show you how all wrong you are, Vance. I'm solving this case myself. You can watch if you like.
I'd like to, very much.
Okay. Now, Al Durant, the dead man, had 3 black hairs in his hand when we found the body. So, a black-haired guy, or gal, killed him.
That's entirely reasonable.
Sure it is. Now, I'm taking samples of the hair of this black-haired gal and this black-haired guy. Yeah, hold still, you.
Hey, what are you doing to my head?
Just taking a couple of hairs off it. You won't miss 'em. Now, you, miss.
Don't you dare use that scissors on my head.
Oh, okay, do it yourself. Here.
Oh, all right. This is all completely ridiculous.
Perhaps not, Miss Westcott. Sergeant Heath is going to have your hair compared down at the police laboratory with the hair found in Al Durant's hand.
And if it checks, I'm afraid you're in rather a serious spot.
I'm not afraid.
Heath, let me ask you something.
Yeah?
Suppose, just suppose, mind you, that you find that neither of those hair samples match the ones you took from Durant. Then what?
Well, then that old Mrs. Westcott's hair will match. It's got to be one of these 3.
Just supposing it isn't, though, Heath.
Well, then I'll take samples of every black-haired person in this place. Even you agreed it had to be somebody here who killed Durant.
Yes, we're reasonably certain of that.
Well, okay, then. One of them killed that guard, and that one's hair will match the sample we got. Then we got our killer.
As simple as that, eh, Heath?
Sure.
How much longer are you going to keep me here, Sergeant Heath?
I don't know.
Miss Westcott, you're a rather contrary person. As I understand it, you wouldn't leave this place before Mr. Durant's death. Now you're quite anxious to go.
Yes, I am. I want to get out of here and take my aunt with me. I never want to see this awful place again.
Well, Miss Westcott, I wouldn't be so anxious to leave here if I were you. In the event that Sergeant Heath's hair test points to you, you'll be going to a much more uncomfortable place, I assure you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blackjack murder case began when Al Durant, a guard in the private sanitarium run by a Mr. Ward, was found dead. Suspects include Bill Williams, another guard, a patient, Alice Westcott, and her niece, Joan Westcott. Vance has one important clue: 3 strands of human hair that have been found in the dead man's hand. Vance told me he was on his way to interview Mrs. Westcott, and he should be there.
You sit down, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you, Mrs. Westcott. Yes. I have a few questions to ask you.
I don't mind. Really, I don't. Only you won't slap me if I don't answer them, will you? I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I won't slap you, Mrs. Westcott. In fact, I'd like to see anybody raise his hand to you while I'm around.
Mr. Williams, the other guard, made Mr. Durant stop hitting me the day Mr. Durant was murdered. Just before they quarreled. Yesterday, I believe.
Mrs. Westcott, do you think Mr. Williams killed Mr. Durant?
Oh, no.
Your niece, then, Mrs. Westcott?
Oh, my goodness, no. She's so nice and gentle. She wouldn't hurt anyone.
I wonder, then, who did kill him?
Oh, I did.
You? You killed Mr. Durant?
Yes. But he was mean and very rude to me. He slapped me. I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I know. You told me that before. How did you kill him?
I opened the door, and there he was. And he had a blackjack in his pocket. I took it out of his pocket and hit him with it. I'm sorry if I've caused everybody so much trouble, but nobody asked me until now whether I killed him.
All they wanted was a few strands of your hair. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't know why.
You're sure of what you just told me, Mrs. Westcott? That you hit Mr. Durant with his own blackjack?
Oh, I'm positive. I used to kill him very often. Every night, right after I fell asleep, I used to kill him. And always the same way. So you see, I know I did it.
I see. I'll tell you one thing, Mrs. Westcott. You've confused me, and very nicely. I wonder how ill you actually are, how imaginative you actually are, and above all, how clever.
What a case this is, Mr. Markham. The only clue is a couple of hairs, and listen to this report the police laboratory sent me. You can listen too, Mr. Ward.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Heath.
Go ahead, Heath.
I sent him the hairs we found in Al Durant's hand, and the hairs from our 3 suspects. Now, listen. Sergeant Heath, this is to inform you that there is no similarity between the samples taken from the heads of your suspects and the original hairs found in the dead man's hand. Signed, Morgan Police Laboratory.
Looks like we haven't gotten very far on this case, doesn't it, Heath?
Yeah, sure does. A fine time for your friend Vance to run out on us.
Oh, he'll be back. I know that.
You know it, but what do I know? All I know is a black-haired guy killed Al Durant. Well, I'll leave you with Mr. Ward. I'm going to go looking for another black-haired guy. And see you later, Mr. Markham. Mr. Ward.
Right.
How soon will the police leave here, Mr. Markham?
Well,
they've spoiled my discipline, my routine. They've ruined this office.
How do they ruin it, sir? By using it?
Look and see. Papers helter-skelter, the desk moved, everything topsy-turvy. Nothing is in its proper place. Everything must be in its proper place, Mr. Markham.
Yes, I know. And the reason we've made such a mess out of your office, Mr. Ward, is because we're trying to put a murderer in his proper place. Behind bars.
Very well now, Mr. Vance. You may look through the microscope now, if you like.
Thank you, Doctor. It's very nice of you to allow me here in the police laboratory.
It is nothing. Mr. Markham phoned me and asked for me to let you come in. I was glad to have you. Sometimes even scientists like a little audience. Here, now look through the microscope, Mr. Vance.
All right. Tell me first, though, Doctor. Your tests showed that none of the hair samples from the 3 suspects match the hair found in the hand of Mr. Durant, the murdered man.
None of them match, Mr. Vance. You are looking through the microscope now. Good. The single hair on the right, that is the one which was found in the murder man's hand. The one on the left is one of the samples.
Vast difference, isn't there, Doctor, under a microscope?
Definitely. Notice, Mr. Vance, at the very tip of the hair on the right, a little unusual substance.
Yes.
That is gum arabic, generally used as a glue.
As a glue? Well, Doctor, perhaps the hair samples found in Mr. Durant's hand came from a wig.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. They came from no wig. They came from a human head, and they were pulled from that head when the head was alive. No, Mr. Vance, that hair came from no wig. It came from a living head.
But the gum arabic, that must mean something.
Yes, I imagine it does, but what?
What, Doctor? Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, it means I know who murdered Al Durant.
Well, Vance, welcome back.
Thank you, Markham. Any progress on the murderer of Mr. Durant?
No, none at all. Frankly, I've been waiting for you.
I've an idea you'll be glad you did. Where's Heath?
He and Mr. Ward are gabbing in Ward's office. You know, Vance, I was thinking that perhaps an outsider killed the guard. That is possible, you know.
Undoubtedly, only I'm quite sure that isn't what happened. Where's Joan Westcott? I'd like to see her.
She's in that room right there, Vance. It wouldn't surprise me any if she were about to break down.
I'd like to talk to her, Markham. I'll meet you in Mr. Ward's office in a few minutes, all right?
Certainly, Vance. I'll be there with Ward and Sergeant Heath.
Hello, Miss Westcott.
What is it, Mr. Vance?
Why were you crying, Miss Westcott? Any reason I might do something about?
No.
Perhaps there is. I'd like to tell you something. This is no trick, believe me, but I know that neither you nor your aunt murdered Al Durant.
You know that?
Very definitely. Now, will you tell me why you were crying?
Oh, Mr. Vance, I didn't mean to break down, but the hopelessness of this whole thing just got me. It just got me, that's all. I thought my aunt had killed Mr. Durant, and that's why I couldn't tell you about this place.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Well, if she had killed Durant, I wanted you to think that she was insane, that she belonged in a place like this. Only this isn't a rest home or a private hospital, Mr. Vance. It's a prison. None of the patients here have anything wrong with them.
I'm beginning to understand a lot of things now, Miss Westcott. The one thing missing from this case so far was a motive. I believe I have that now. You'd do all of us a great favor, Mr. Ward, if you'd cooperate with Sergeant Heath and me.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Vance. How can I help?
I'll get around to that in a moment. First of all, as I understand it, Mr. Durant, the murdered guard, wasn't too gentle with his patients.
Well, in this sort of institution, sometimes it's necessary to use force.
Of course, Mr. Durant knew what kind of institution this was.
What? I don't understand.
I think you do. And I think he did. I think he knew you were operating this place as a wide-open racket, keeping certain people in it because of the convenience that might provide to others.
Mr. Vance, do you know what you're saying? Sergeant Heath.
I don't know either. All I know is he generally does.
Thank you, Heath. Mr. Ward, this Durant came to you the night of his death. Probably came to your room and demanded money in return for keeping his mouth shut.
What?
You quarreled, and you killed him.
Oh.
Then dumped his body outside Mrs. Westcott's door.
This
Ridiculous.
guy's the murderer, Vance?
That's right. Joan Westcott thought that perhaps her aunt had done it, so she wouldn't talk, and in fact tried to keep me off the case. The aunt thought Joan had done it, so she pretended to be slightly insane and confessed. But I have proof that it was Ward.
Vance, the murderer is a black-haired guy. That much we know. Ward's hair is snow white.
I think Mr. Ward's hair, what's left of his own hair, is black. Take that toupee off his head, Heath.
Keep away. Don't touch me.
Vance says that's a toupee. Now get your hands down or I won't touch you. I'll scalp you.
Hey!
Hey, Vance. It came off in my hand. It is a wig.
So I see. What's left of his original hair is black. And I think you'll find the black hair matches the ones you took from Durant's hand.
I'll get you for this, Vance. If you live to be 1,000, I'll get you.
I doubt that, Mr. Ward. I doubt your getting me. I doubt my living to be 1,000. And I doubt that you'll live to your next birthday. See to that, will you, Heath?
You know, Mr. Vance, I'm so mixed up about that hair thing. I don't know how to begin asking you what made you so sure. I'm dumb, huh?
Leading question, Miss Woods. Perhaps I might explain, though. The one clue we had was the black hair.
Yeah.
It had a bit of gum arabic on it. I believed that the gum arabic, or glue, got on the hair from a toupee.
That's the way it turned out, too.
That's right. I was sure then that Ward wore a toupee, and I reasoned that Durant must have come into his bedroom when he was preparing for bed, at which time he'd have taken off the toupee.
Oh, hey, then they battled, and that's how Durant got some of Ward's real hair in his hand.
That's right. Sergeant Heath spent his time looking first for a black-haired individual.
Sure, that Mr. Ward's toupee was snow white. He had quite a racket, didn't he, Mr. Vance?
For a while. But, like all rackets, eventually it backfired.
This one backfired very convenient for me. You got back here just at 5:30, right at the end of the day.
That's right, Miss Woods. And right at the end of the day, we're right at the end of the Blackjack murder case.
Well, Dr. Kent, here's where you get your medal.
Yes, Lloyd, I know.
You mean you know that I'm the one who should be getting it, and that you stole my notes?
Lloyd, be quiet. They'll hear you.
That would be terrible, wouldn't it? For you.
Lloyd.
Ladies and gentlemen, as president of the International Astronomical Society, it is my privilege to introduce our guest of honor at this banquet, the eminent astronomer, Dr. Humphrey J. Kent. Dr. Kent.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to thank you for this testimonial dinner and for the honor you have paid me in tendering it. It is an occasion for which I am deeply grateful and which I will long remember. I thank you.
Before Dr. Kent returns to his seat, I should like, on behalf of the Society, to present him with this medal for his long and successful search for the first new planet to be discovered since Dr. Lowell brought to light the planet Pluto. Allow me, Dr. Kent.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much on behalf of my two colleagues and myself. This has been a very great honor. This medal is not very heavy, but it carries a weighty responsibility. I think that perhaps I had better sit down.
Quite a speech, Dr. Kent.
Thank you, Lloyd.
For 2 years, you and Diane and I worked together. For 5 years before that, ever since I got out of college, I worked on finding that planet.
Lloyd, we'll talk about this some other time.
Why? Because you're afraid of what I might say? Well, don't worry, I won't expose you. Not here and not now. I'll wait. I waited 7 years to find that planet. Maybe I'll wait just as long to find a way of making you pay for stealing it. Or maybe I'll do it in 1 second. With a bullet.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Kent.
Good morning, Oscar.
You do not mind if I finish sweeping, Dr. Kent? I will not be too long.
No, go ahead. Doesn't matter.
Oh, something is wrong.
Yes, Oscar. Too many things.
This morning, I read why last night they give you a medal because you find a new planet.
Yes, they gave me a medal.
For a new planet, the medal. For me, a broom, a dustpan, a mop. Dr. Kent, I too know the heavens. Maybe I do not use a big telescope like that one there, but I know the heavens. I know them very well.
Yes, I'm sure you do, Oscar. Now, please, there's something on my mind.
That I know, too. The heavens tell me things. They told me that. It is because of the sign, the astrological sign. You are a Pisces, born in February. For the next few days, you are to be careful, Dr. Kent. Very careful.
Oscar, I've told you this before. I tell you again now. Astrology is nothing but hokum. It's sheer hokum bunkum. Completely false and with no foundation in fact.
To you. But to me, it is a science. The only true science. Wait, you will see. Remember, you are a Pisces. So for the next few days, you are to be careful, Dr. Kent. Very careful. The signs could mean death.
Busy, Lloyd?
No, I'm not, Diane. Come in.
Well, better not let the endowers of this observatory see the learned Dr. Devons with his head on the desk. What's the matter, Lloyd?
Plenty. I went to that dinner they gave Dr. Kent last night. Watched them give him a medal. Saw the smug look on his face when he accepted it. On behalf of my two colleagues and myself.
Well, so we got a medal by proxy. I'm just as happy. Scientists work for science, not recognition.
Recognition never hurt, though. Let me ask you something, Diane.
Dr. Peters, please. It's working hours. Oh. Lloyd, why don't I see you after hours anymore?
I'll get around to that, Diane. Diane, Did you notice Oscar snooping around my desk at any time?
The janitor?
Yes.
What would he be doing at your desk?
Oh, pretending to clean, but actually to spy. You know he's very sold on astrology, don't you?
Yes, but I'm more concerned at the moment with you and me. What's happened to us, Lloyd?
What's happened? Nothing's happened. I'm tired, Diane. I'm tired of this place, of working, of Dr. Kent.
And of me, eh?
I said of everything, and I meant it. Leave me alone, will you?
Just like that. Leave you alone. And I'm supposed to pack my things and walk out. Well, I'm not built that way, Lloyd. You're not walking out on me, oh no. Try it and you'll be the sorriest man that ever...
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Devons, Dr. Peters. I just came in to clean. I come back.
Oh, come on in, Oscar. I'm leaving. But, Lloyd, you and I have to talk a little bit more about the subject we were just discussing.
There's nothing to talk about.
No? Maybe I can induce you to change your mind.
Well, Oscar, you said you came in here to clean, so clean.
I only say that because Dr. Peters was here. Actually, I come to talk to you.
About what?
About $300. I need $300, and you are going to give it to me.
I'm going to give it to you. What makes you think that?
Many things. I must have an operation, they tell me. Operations cost money. You will give me the money.
I'll give you the money. Are you crazy? Get out, Oscar. Get out now.
I have to clean.
Not now. You don't have to. Get out. I want to be by myself to think.
Think if you want to. Think about many things. But also think about the signs. You too are a Pisces. And for the next few days, the stars say there is trouble. There is more than trouble, they say. There is death.
Hello.
Vance, Markham.
Well, how is my friend, the district attorney? How did you know I was home?
I called your office and Miss Deering told me, Vance. She's been very conscientious since coming back to work, hasn't she?
Ellen's always worked all hours. She says she likes it.
That might be. And I have something you might like, Vance. How are you fixed for murders?
Committing them, knowing of any, or investigating them?
Investigating them. I've got a wonderful one for you, Vance. Happened a little while ago up at the Kent Observatory. You know anything about astronomy?
A little. I know that Dr. Kent, head of the observatory, got a medal last night for finding a new planet. And to astronomers, getting medals is the highest possible honor they can receive.
That's undoubtedly correct, but did you know that he has two assistants, Dr. Lloyd Devons and Dr. Diane Peters, a very attractive young lady?
No, I didn't. If Dr. Kent was murdered, when can I see them?
Oh, it wasn't Dr. Kent, Vance. It was young Dr. Devons. He was killed in his office a little while ago.
Oh?
I'm up at the observatory now, and the body hasn't been removed yet. Can you come up?
I'll be right up, Markham. Apparently, astral bodies aren't the only things to be found there.
Vance, this is Dr. Kent. Dr. Kent, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Vance?
Dr. Kent, how long was Dr. Devons your assistant?
For several years, Mr. Vance. He was a brilliant scientist. His experiments with the spectroscope will be studied for many years.
Spectroscope, Doctor?
Well, yes, it's used to study stars, find out what they're made of, and to break them down into colors.
Oh. I see. I understand you discovered a new planet recently, Dr. Kent.
Yes, I did, but I'd rather not discuss that right now. It can't possibly have anything to do with the murder of Dr. Devons.
Oh, it might, Dr. Kent. In fact, you have no idea how many times it is the apparently irrelevant factors that lead us to crime solutions. Right, Vance?
Yes, of course, Markham. Tell me, Doctor, how are new planets found? I understand there hasn't been one discovered in 10 or 15 years.
Well, that's quite true, Mr. Vance. The last one, prior to my discovery, was predicted and located by Dr. Percival Lowell of the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Really? You say predicted and then discovered?
Yes. You see, planets are not always seen through telescopes, such as that huge one over there. They're found after years of mathematical calculations, noting the formation and motions of the other planets, trying to rationalize their movements.
If I understand correctly, when extra gravitation of other planets becomes apparent, there must be something to cause that. And sometimes the something is an undiscovered planet.
That's precisely right, Mr. Vance. But it has no bearing on Dr. Devon's death, as you can see.
Perhaps after I see Dr. Peters, I might agree to that. Anyone else you might suggest my talking to, Dr. Kent?
No, I don't think so. Yes, there is, Vance. You might see Oscar, the handyman here. He predicted there might be a death in this observatory, although, frankly, I thought it was my death he was talking about.
Help me carry these photographic plates over to the table, please, Oscar.
Yes, Dr. Peters, I do it gladly.
Oh, I've got to keep working. I've got to stop thinking about Lloyd.
Yes, Doctor, I know. You want the plates right here?
Please. Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Oh, yes, please come in. I've been expecting you. Mr. Markham said you might want to question me.
I do, very definitely. And this is Oscar?
I am Oscar.
I wish you'd have a seat, Oscar. I'll want to talk to you, too.
Very well. I sit down.
Well, Vance?
Dr. Peters, may I start by saying that I think you're a very attractive scientist?
What are you going to finish by saying?
I really don't know yet. How well did you know the dead man, Dr. Devons?
I knew him very well. We worked together for years.
I see. You and Dr. Devons were merely scientific companions?
Not exactly. Except that he was very busy recently.
Doing what?
Trying to compute the location of the planet Dr. Kent found. Only his notes were stolen.
His notes were stolen, eh? And Dr. Kent then discovered the brand new planet? Well...
Well, what, Mr. Vance?
It's a little too early to tell yet, Dr. Peters. The dead man's notes were stolen. Mine are not yet complete. Oscar.
Yes. Yes. What do you want with me?
I'm not sure yet, beyond the fact that I'd like to know how you could predict death as you did yesterday.
How I could do it? Anybody could do it. Anybody who knows how to read the stars correctly.
By that, I suppose you mean astrology?
Of course. These are troubled days for everyone born under Pisces. Dr. Devons was a Pisces.
I understand your original indication was that it was Dr. Kent who was to die.
I do not indicate anything. The stars, they indicate everything. And the stars do not make mistakes.
Possibly not. And from all I've been able to find out on this case, neither did our murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The star-studded murder case began the night Dr. Humphrey J. Kent, famous astronomer, was rewarded for discovering a new planet. He was threatened then by Dr. Lloyd Devons, his assistant, who subsequently was found murdered. Vance knows that at one time, another assistant, Dr. Diane Peters, had been friendly with the dead man, but had had little time for her lately. Vance's other suspect is Oscar, general handyman at the Kent Observatory, where the murder was committed. As we return to our story, my men report that Oscar has just gone into Dr. Kent's office.
What do you want here, Oscar? Your cleaning is done.
This time I do not want to clean, Dr. Kent. From you, I want money.
Money? You want money from me? What for?
Well, Dr. Kent, Dr. Devons, he talks to himself when he is alone. Sometimes he only thinks he is alone.
Well?
Just before he is killed, he talked to himself. He say, he stole my planet. That planet was mine. I find it, but he steal it. He was talking about you, Dr. Kent.
That is nonsense.
Maybe. And the police.
will not think so.
You dare to come here and threaten me? To try to blackmail me?
You pay me. I do not tell the police. I do not
You'll
tell...
tell nobody, and I won't give you a cent. You understand? You won't talk, and I won't pay you not.
No, don't hit me.
I'll do more than that. I'll choke you.
Dr. Kent!
He hit me, Dr. Peters, just because I hear Dr. Devins say...
Oscar.
I don't care. I hear Dr. Devins say that it was Dr. Kent who steal the planet from him, that he find it, and Dr. Kent gets the medal. I hear him say this before he get killed.
This man doesn't know what
No, Dr. Kent. Perhaps you and I better talk this over. Oscar, don't say anything about this to anyone, will you? Not just yet.
Not if you ask me not to, Dr. Peters.
Thank you. You leave, Oscar. Dr. Kent and I want to discuss this more in detail. Don't we, Doctor?
This place looks like a tomb, Vance, doesn't it?
Scientific libraries aren't built for splendor, my friend. Markham, listen. After I was through questioning the suspects at the Kent Observatory yesterday afternoon, I came here. I found the scholastic records of Dr. Kent, Dr. Devins, and Dr. Peters.
Did they indicate anything interesting?
I'm not sure yet. Now, I also found out several other things. For instance, in this book here. Here it is. Class of 1940, Midwest University. Let me see. It's page 131, I believe. Yeah, here we are. Here's the dead man's record. L.R. Devins, graduated with honors, received fellowship, later appointment to endowed Kent Observatory, school award for astronomy, born Dantown, Ohio, mother E.B. Devins, father O.R. Devins. I want to make a note of those names, Markham.
I remember them, Vance.
Now let's look up the scholastic careers of Dr. Kent and his pretty assistant, Dr. Peters. There are some notes I want to take on them, too.
Well, that's what we're here for. Where do we begin?
That, at the moment, is secondary in importance to a much more vital factor. Where do we end on this case?
Mr. Vance.
Oh, sorry to disturb you at your home, Dr. Peters, but it's a matter of necessity. May I come in?
Well, I have company.
I won't stay long. Thank you very much. Dr. Peters, I've found something very interesting at the science library this evening.
What's that, Dan?
Oh, Dr. Kent's voice, isn't it, Dr. Peters? Good evening, Dr. Kent. It's Philo Vance.
Come in, Vance.
Thank you. How are you, Dr. Kent?
I'm well. I was just leaving.
Oh, please stay. Dr. Peters, I came to tell you I want you at the observatory at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'd like you there, too, Dr. Kent.
Would you? Why?
A very obvious reason. I've been doing some research. Dr. Kent, I've found out several very interesting things.
For instance?
Well, from what I learned from Oscar, I believe Dr. Devins died believing that you, Dr. Kent, had stolen his research information on the new planet.
That's preposterous.
Is it? Perhaps. Dr. Peters.
Yes?
You mentioned something to me earlier which I haven't thought much about, but which perhaps you might clarify just a bit.
I will if I can. What is it?
I had asked you if you and the late Dr. Devins were purely scientific companions. You said, not exactly. What did that mean?
It meant just that. Not exactly.
You saw him socially?
At one time.
And then?
Then I didn't.
Who lost interest, Dr. Peters? You or Dr. Devins?
He was working very hard on his notes.
And had no time for you.
Look, Mr. Vance, don't try to shape a woman's scorn angle to fit me. Do you know what Dr. Devins believed about Dr. Kent here?
I know about Dr. Kent here, all about him. I'll meet you both tomorrow morning at the observatory at, shall we say, 10 o'clock.
Dr. Kent, why must I be here, too? I have my cleaning to do.
Mr. Vance wanted you here, Oscar. He'll be off the phone in a minute to tell you why.
This is a little ridiculous, you know.
From what I've seen of him, nothing Vance does is ever ridiculous, Dr. Peters.
Any word yet, Vance?
Not yet, Dr. Peters. Mr. Markham is still on the long-distance phone at his office checking some facts. He'll be back on this one in a moment, I'm sure.
Well, hurry.
Perhaps you'd care to... Oh, excuse me. Yes, Markham, I'm here. Go ahead.
He listens now, Dr. Kent.
Yes? Yes, I see. Yes, I have that, Markham. Well, thank you very much. Yes, it's fine, thank you. Goodbye. My apologies to you all. There was some information lacking, and I've just gotten it. Now, before I make any definite statements, I wonder if there's anything any of you would like to say.
I would, Mr. Vance. I've been thinking over what you said last night, and I'm going to tell you the truth. When Lloyd Devons broke our engagement, I was angry enough to have killed him.
Dr. Peters.
I'm sorry, it's true. Only, Mr. Vance, I got over that feeling.
Very possibly. Dr. Kent, it is true that you stole Dr. Devon's notes, that he threatened to expose you. You couldn't let that happen, could you?
So you think I killed him?
I didn't say that. Dr. Peters here could have killed him for doing what he did to her.
Then it's me you suspect.
I didn't say that either. Now listen, all of you. Oscar, come here.
You want me?
I most certainly do. Your last name is Devons, isn't it, Oscar? Well, isn't it?
That is my name.
Lloyd Devons was your son. You don't have to admit that. Mr. Markham got a description of Lloyd Devons' father from your hometown, and it fits you perfectly.
Yeah, it is true. I was his father. He did not like it to be known that his father was a janitor.
A ridiculous concession to false pride. When your son's college record showed his father's initials were O.R., I thought the O might stand for Oscar, and Markham's telephone call corroborated that.
My boy did not want it known that I was his father, but he was a good boy, Mr. Vance. Boys born under Pisces are brilliant, alert, resourceful, a little selfish.
Was Lloyd really selfish, or is that astrology stuff all bunk?
Bunk? Of course it isn't bunk. My boy, he was selfish. He refused me money. All I wanted was a few $100, but he refused me. You see, he was selfish. That proves it, doesn't it?
You told me your son was a Pisces, and that these are troubled days for people born under that sign.
Yes, that I told you, because that is true. Trouble, and sometimes death. The stars say that.
Rubbish. The stars can't predict anything. That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? You say that is ridiculous. My boy say that too. I wonder whether he would say that now if he were alive to say it.
When did he say it was ridiculous?
When I warned him. When I warned him that his selfishness might lead to death, he looked at me. He laughed at me. He laughed at the stars. He was laughing even at the stars when I killed him.
What?
Oscar.
Oh, Oscar, no.
Oh, so you were clever, Mr. Vance. You tricked me so I tell the truth. But it does you no good. I go out that door, and nobody stops me. Nobody. I shoot whoever tries to stop me. You even, Dr. Peters.
Oscar, don't be a fool. The police would...
Police? They are smart, maybe. But I am smarter. I have the stars to tell me things, to tell me everything. But I kill anyhow anybody who follows me.
Let's get after him, Vance.
It's quite unnecessary, Dr. Peters. I'd ask Sergeant Heath of the police to wait downstairs and arrest anyone who left here. If I know Heath, he has Oscar by now.
Oh, what a terrible thing this has been. But I suppose I ought to thank you, Mr. Vance.
You can in a moment. Dr. Kent, don't you have a medal given you by the International Astronomical Society that belongs to the late Dr. Devons?
Yes, I guess it actually belongs to him.
Don't you think you ought to write a paper for the astronomical magazine giving him full credit? Well, partial credit, anyhow.
Perhaps. Yes, I'll write the paper and my resignation together.
That's what I thought you'd do. Well, I'll leave you now.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Thanks very much. For Lloyd.
It's quite all right, Dr. Peters. I guess Oscar thought he could get away with murder, but it just wasn't in the stars.
Well, Vance, thanks for cleaning up the murder of Dr. Devons for us. And incidentally, I think you did quite a brilliant job on this case.
Well, don't sound so surprised. I'm really a very brilliant person.
Vance?
Oh, absolutely, Markham. I'm so brilliant that I had 3 suspects for the murder of Dr. Devons, all with motive, all with opportunity. But I'm so brilliant that I didn't know which one of them actually did it.
That isn't exactly true, Vance. You did know ultimately.
Yes, I suppose so. But I had to make Oscar break down and admit it. If he weren't so sold on astrology, I don't know how I could have done it.
You'd have thought of something, Vance. You always do. And I'll tell you a little secret. I knew you'd solve this case. Knew it from the very beginning.
Did you, Markham? I didn't. I guess I'm not so brilliant after all. I had to wait for the end. The end of the star-studded murder case.
Okay, Pinky, climb down off her back and throw a blanket over her. How'd she do?
Well, she went a little slow in her turn, Mr. Burke, but she sure opened up plenty good when I got her into the stretch. Plenty good. She's a winner, this horse is.
Miss Murdoch will be glad to hear that.
I sure wish she was my horse, Mr. Burke. Sure wish she was. I sure wish I was riding her in a race, too.
Oh, you'll ride someday, Pinky. All jockeys have to be exercise boys to start. Well, take the filly over to her stall and rub her down, will you?
I sure will, Mr. Burke. Sure like this here horse. Come on, Princess. Come on, at it, girl. Gotta get you over to your stall and fix you up some nice, clean straw to sleep on. At least you can get some sleep.
What's so funny, Burke?
Oh, hello, Billy. Didn't hear you come into the stable.
Yeah, I don't make much noise. I'm so small you can hardly hear me. Fact is, when I was in school, I had to keep yelling or I'd be marked absent. Nobody could see me. Well, why aren't you laughing at that?
It's not terribly funny.
Burke, sometime you're gonna learn that when a star jockey tells a gag, it's a good thing if a horse trainer laughs it up. Especially if the star jockey happens to be friendly with the trainer's boss, like I am with Miss Murdoch.
How long do you think you'd be friendly with Miss Murdoch if she knew as much about you as I do?
Oh, not long. Only there's a couple of ifs you want to remember. One of them is if she believed you, and the other one is if you had nerve enough to rat on me. Don't be the talking type, Burke. Open that mouth of yours out of turn sometime, pal, and I'm telling you now, I'll close it for you. Permanently.
Miss Murdoch will see you now, Mr. Burke. This way, please.
Thanks, Andrew.
She's in the library. Seemed a bit disturbed that you were calling, sir.
Most people are disturbed when you come over to tell them things for their own good.
I wouldn't know about that, sir. Please go in.
Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Miss Murdoch.
Well, what is it, Burke? What is it?
Oh, I thought perhaps you hadn't heard me come in.
The butler announced you, opened the door for you. I heard you say my name, and you thought I didn't know you were there.
You seem so occupied in that book,
If the book were interesting, I wouldn't have seen you at all. Well, what is it?
Miss Murdoch, it's about Billy Alberts, your jockey.
What about him?
He isn't honest, Miss Murdoch. I know that for a fact. I thought perhaps you wouldn't want him riding for you if you knew about him.
Oh, you thought that, did you? Mr. Burke, what is it that you're paid to do?
train your horses, breed them, run your training farm.
Not to question my judgment of people?
Well, hardly, Miss Murdoch. I never intended to do that. All I wanted to do was tell you something you didn't know.
What makes you think I didn't know? I'm a little surprised that you knew, but that isn't too difficult a situation to remedy. After all, you do work for me.
Yes, Miss Murdoch.
So you won't talk. Not as long as you're in my employ, you won't. And if you ever leave my employ, well, perhaps it might be arranged that you won't talk anyhow.
Pinky? Pinky? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Phil. How are you tonight, sir?
All right. You seen Burke?
I sure have. He's in his office. Looks like the moon fell down on him. You gonna go see him?
Yep.
Well, don't get in any mood like he's in. Been in it all day, too. Hey, as long as you're his assistant out here, maybe you could do some assisting in the trouble he's having. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea, huh?
Might not be at that. Hey, you're pretty dolled up for an exercise boy. Where you going, Pinky?
Out. Got me new suit, new tie, and the same old girl. I'm stepping out tonight, Mr. Phil.
Go ahead, Pinky. Only watch that step a little.
I sure will, Mr. Phil. I sure will. Tonight's the night. Yes, sir. Tonight's the night.
Come in.
Evening, boss.
Oh, hello, Phil. Come in.
Say, you've got the lows, Mr. Burke. What's wrong?
Nothing very much. Nothing you can help me with, I suppose. Well, what's on your mind, Phil?
I need some money, Mr. Burke. $1,000.
Who doesn't?
I need it bad, Mr. Burke. A couple of bets I made went haywire.
You've been betting on horses, Phil?
Well, I thought they were horses when I made bets on them. I haven't got $1,000, Mr. Burke. You got to lend it to me.
You know, Miss Murdoch has a rule about her employees betting on horses.
Oh, now look, I don't want to lecture. I want the money. You can get it and take it out of my pay. The Murdoch girl will give it to you if you ask for it.
If I ask for it, maybe she will. But I'm not going to. In fact, I don't know why I shouldn't tell her that you've disregarded her orders about betting.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Burke. That way I'd never get the money I need, would I?
No. But that's your problem. I can't worry about you and me, Phil.
No, I guess you can't. But that being the case, Mr. Burke, maybe you'd better do some extra worrying about you.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice to have you drop in on me this evening.
Thank you, Vance. I got through at the office and thought I'd come in here after dinner. You know, this business of being a district attorney has many complications, Vance, and only a few compensations. One of them is you.
Well, very pretty compliment, Markham. Thank you very much. May I add to that speech that my profession of private investigating could very easily become a chore without the incentive of the cases you've called me in on?
Okay. We're even. And now to the purpose of my call.
Yes?
Could you take the evening off to go over to the club for a game of billiards?
I'd like to, Markham. I'd like to very much. Just give me a second to slip out of this robe and into a coat. Turn the radio on if you like.
I will. Oh, I've got a new three-cushion shot to show you that's terrific, Vance.
Not fair. You've been practicing.
Very good, very good. And now for your last question, sir. What is the capital of the state of Maine? Now tell me quickly before a gust of wind comes into the studio.
What have you got there, Markham?
A quiz show, apparently.
No coaching, please. No help from the audience. Come on now, sir. The capital of the state of Maine. A gust of wind will come into the studio.
Augusta!
That's right, that's right.
Lots of fun, these quiz shows, Markham.
Yes, I enjoy them. Let's listen for a moment, Vance.
All right, now, everybody, we're ready for our next contestant. Your name, sir?
Billy Alberts.
Well, welcome to our game, Mr. Alberts. And what do you do for a living, may I ask?
I'm a jockey for the Murdoch stables.
Hell, you're a good man to know. I once knew a fella came to a betting window and he said, I want to bet $5 on this horse. And then the man said, on his nose, and the fella said, on his nose, on his back, on his tail, everywhere, so even if he comes in sideways, I win. Well, Mr. Alberts, you've selected a topic to talk about. Now let's have your slip. Popular songs, huh? Well, okay, here's your first question. Name 5 songs that Irving Berlin composed.
Always, Because I Love You.
That's 2.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, remember, and Blue Skies.
That's 5. That's correct. In fact, that's wonderful.
Well, turn that off, will you please, Markham? I'll get the phone.
Sure, Vance.
Hello?
Mr. Vance, this is Sally Henderson, Mr. Markham's secretary. Is he there?
Why, yes, Miss Henderson, just a moment. For you, Markham, your secretary.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye billiards.
Here.
Thanks, Vance. Hello.
Mr. Markham, I'm glad you left word where you could be reached. Sergeant Heath of the homicide just called you. There's been a murder, and he thought you'd want to get there right away.
I most certainly do. Who was killed, Miss Henderson?
A man named Edward Burke. He was a horse trainer. Shot with a .45 automatic about 15 minutes ago at the Murdoch stable.
Thank you very much. I'm on the way. Goodbye, Miss Henderson.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Vance, we're on the way to a murder. Horse trainer named Edward Burke was killed.
Burke? He trains for the Murdoch stables, doesn't he?
That's right. Say, that jockey we just heard on the air was from the Murdoch stables, too. Quite a coincidence.
Yes, it is. Well, you were talking a while ago about a very difficult billiard shot. Apparently, a murderer has called his shot, Markham. Perhaps we can call his hand.
Vance, the Murdoch stables where the body was found are miles from here. Why did you ask me to stop the car outside the Murdoch house?
Because Sergeant Heath is at the stables with the body, Markham. He'll find anything there that I might find. I thought someone at the Murdoch house might give us something to work on. After all, the Murdochs own the stables.
I've learned better than to argue with you, Vance.
Don't ever stop, please. I'm not always as certain as I sound. We might find out absolutely nothing here.
We certainly won't if we don't get inside. I'll handle that detail. Oh, I hope you have your calling card ready, Vance. Miss Carol Murdoch is very social.
You mean she's very rich? Markham, some of the richest people I know are antisocial.
Yes, sir.
District Attorney Markham and Mr. Philo Vance to see Miss Carol Murdoch.
Miss Murdoch is not at home. Would you care to come in and wait?
Vance?
We would.
Very good, gentlemen. Oh, you might wait in the library if you like. Right this way. Oh, there's someone else in the library, a Mr. Billy Alberts. He works for Miss Murdoch.
Billy Alberts, the radio star?
He's a jockey, sir.
I know, but he was on the air tonight. How does it happen he's here?
And he telephoned after the program, and I informed him of Mr. Burke's death. He came in only a few moments ago to wait for Miss Murdoch.
I see. And where is she?
I'm sorry, sir. That I do not know. She'll return presently, I imagine. She always has. Make yourselves at home right through that door there.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, young man. You're Billy Alberts?
Yes, I'm Alberts.
I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, the private dick.
I suppose you could call me that. I'm glad to have an opportunity of speaking to you, Mr. Alberts. You undoubtedly knew Mr. Burke.
Sure, he trained horses for Miss Murdoch.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Search me. He had an assistant who had ambitions. A guy named Phil Dexter.
Phil Dexter, eh?
Yeah.
Must remember to talk to him. Anybody else?
Well, nobody I know of. I could have a lot of guys sort him that I wouldn't know, though.
That's entirely reasonable, I'd say.
Mr. Alberts, we understand that Edward Burke was killed at about 9:10 tonight. We know you were on the radio shortly after that time. In fact, we heard you.
Hey, was I good?
Very.
Huh.
Tell me, how long had you been in the radio studio?
Well, I'd seen how the show went on the air at 9. They picked us contestants out of the studio audience at about 8:30. I must have got there about 8:15, I guess.
And Burke was killed an hour later while you were still in the studio, eh?
Sure, that's
Mr.
right.
Alberts, I'd like to...
Hands off me. I can walk. Take them off.
Hey, that's Carol's voice. Some guy's with her. Maybe the murderer.
Come on, Vance.
I'm with you, Markham.
There's no use arguing, miss. I'm staying
That's a
right
cop
with
with
you.
Miss Murdoch. Listen, you...
Now, wait a
what you
minute,
take
wait a minute. I'll handle this, Alberts. Good evening, officer. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. And how are you this evening?
I'll how are you this evening, you in a minute. Mr. Markham, this officer of yours has been pushing me around, and I won't stand for it. I'm Carol Murdoch.
No, take it easy, Miss Murdoch. What's wrong, officer?
Well, I picked this young lady up about an hour and a half ago, Mr. Markham. She was speeding, going like a bat, headed for this place. For a half hour, she wouldn't tell me who she was. Then, when we finally get to headquarters, she tells me her name is Carol Murdoch.
Well, that's who she is. She is Carol Murdoch.
Shut up, Sonny. I'm talking to Mr. Markham.
Yep.
So, Mr. Markham, I asked to see her license, and she says she hasn't got any. Then, when I want to take her in again, she said she left it at home. So, here we are.
I see. What time did you pick her up, officer?
Oh, I should say about 9:20.
And the murder was committed at about 9:10, eh, Markham?
So we've been informed.
Look, I know all about the murder. I heard it firsthand over the police radio. I know one of my men was killed, but that doesn't give this cop any license to treat me like a criminal.
Driving without a license is against the law, Miss Murdoch. Officer, where did you pick her up?
Just a short distance from her own stable, sir.
And you heard about this murder from the police radio, Miss Murdoch?
Yes, of course I did. Ask this big lug here. He heard it with me.
That's right, sir.
Oh, I don't doubt that you heard about it over the police radio, Miss Murdoch. I was just wondering if it was news to you when you did hear it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Murdoch murder case began when Edward Burke, trainer for the Murdoch stables, owned by Carol Murdoch, was found dead. Vance has questioned Billy Alberts, a jockey who was on a quiz program at the time of the murder, and also questioned Carol Murdoch, who was caught by a motorcycle policeman coming from the murder scene at about the time of the murder. Still to be interviewed by him is Phil Dexter, assistant to the dead man. But I understand Vance is taking care of that detail right now in the Murdoch home. We have been at the house
I'd tell you more if I knew any more, Mr. Vance, but I don't. Honest, I don't. Let me go, Mr. Vance. Let me go.
I'm not stopping you from leaving, Mr. Dexter. The police might, but I won't.
But you've been asking me the questions, Mr. Vance. If you said to let me go, they'd let me go.
They might, but they'd only pick you up again. Why don't you tell me what you know of this case, and then you'll be clear of it once and for all.
All I know is what I told you. The last time I saw Mr. Burke, he was worried about something. He'd just been to the house here, he told me, and he was worrying. Don't ask me about what I don't know.
Tell me all about the last time you saw him alive in detail.
Okay. I was walking toward the stable when I saw Pinky.
Pinky?
Pinky's an exercise boy. Mm-hmm. It was about 6:30, and I asked Pinky if he knew where Mr. Burke was, and he said sure, in his office. And I said so long to Pinky, and I went in.
Where was Pinky going, do you know?
No. Yes, I do know. He was all dolled up in a new suit, and he said he had a big date in town. He was pretty happy about something.
I see. And then you spoke to Burke and found out that he was worried.
Well, that's what he told me anyhow, but he didn't say about what.
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, come on in, Markham.
Thank you. There's a phone call for me, and I didn't want to take it out in the hall. More privacy in here.
I thought you'd released our jockey suspect, Mr. Billy Alberts.
Well, I did. I sent him home about an hour ago, Vance. But Miss Carol Murdoch is still in the house, and I just don't want to be overheard in case this is important.
I see. Mr. Dexter, you may leave. Only be somewhere that I can reach you in case I have to, will you please?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Vance. I'll be at home.
Well, Markham, go right ahead. The coast is clear and the phone is yours.
Thank you, Vance. I can take that call now. Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Miss Henderson.
Yes, Miss Henderson.
The homicide department called with some information I thought you'd like to have. Hope I didn't disturb you.
Go right ahead, Sally. Oh, just a minute. Can you hear this, Vance?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Sally.
A body has just been found about 10 miles from where you are now.
Yes?
It was shot in the head by a .45 automatic and tossed out of a car, the police believe.
I see. Any identification?
Positive identification, Mr. Markham. It was an exercise jockey employed by the Murdoch stables. His name was Pinky Rice.
Uh-huh.
That's all the information that was given me.
Fine. Thank you, Miss Henderson.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
Well, a second murder, eh, Markham?
Yes, and connected with the Murdoch family and its stables. Well, this certainly complicates things, doesn't it?
On the contrary, Markham, I'd say it simplifies things quite a bit. In fact, I'd say it points pretty directly to the murderer.
Billy?
Is that you, Carol?
Yes, where are you?
Right here. I've been waiting for you over the side of the road where I wouldn't be seen.
Well, all right, I'm here. What's all the mystery? Why did you call and ask me to meet you here?
Take it easy. I thought you'd like to know what I think about the murder of your trainer, Burke. And of Pinky, the exercise boy.
Oh, so that's what it is, hmm?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to talk about that you couldn't say on the phone?
Oh, I had no reason for privacy. I thought maybe you might want it, though. You see, I know you had a battle with Burke. Your butler told me.
I pay him for services rendered. Apparently you did, too.
That's right. As I understand it, you threatened Burke.
You want to know why I did? To protect you, you fool. He knew something about you.
Did you kill him to protect me, too?
No. That's not saying I might not have if I thought it would stop him from talking, though. You see, that's the way I feel about you, Billy.
Yeah, you've been trying to convince me of that for quite some time now. You'd get tired of me, though.
Probably. I got tired of everything else in my life. But what has that to do with what you called me about?
Oh, everything. Now, take me. I'm a good jockey. I make good money. In a couple of years, I'm a little too old to ride. I don't make such good money. Carol, how much is it worth if the police don't know about your threats to Burke?
You're not that low.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You can't prove I killed Burke.
Oh, maybe not. But according to the cop who picked you up, you were near enough to the stables to have done it.
Billy. Where were you when Burke was killed?
Me? I was on the radio being a genius. I was practically talking on the air when Burke got his.
And when Pinky was killed? Where were you then?
Home. Kid, there's no heat on me. Now, let's get back to the important reason for this little meeting. How much is your life worth?
Quite a bit, Billy. In fact, I value it a whole lot higher than I do yours.
Is everybody in the next room, Markham?
Everybody you asked for, Vance. Billy Alberts, the jockey, Carol Murdoch, and the young man who found Burke's body, Phil Dexter.
Good. We'll go in a moment. I'm pretty sure one of those three is our murderer, Markham.
Well, if you are, I am too.
I think, of course, that Pinky, the exercise boy, was killed by the same person that murdered Burke. The connection may not be terribly apparent to you at the moment, but I imagine it will be shortly.
All I can say is I hope you're right, Vance.
All I can say is I hope your hope comes true. Well, come on, let's go in.
There you are.
I'm sorry to have kept the three of you here so long, but it couldn't be helped. And I promise that two of you will be able to leave this room very shortly.
Mr. Vance, I found somebody who saw me away from the Murdoch stables at the time Mr. Burke was shot. You see, that's why I wanted you to let me out, so I could find somebody.
That's very convenient, Mr. Dexter. Did you find someone to alibi for you, Miss Murdoch?
I don't need any alibi, Mr. Vance. I didn't do anything, and you can't prove that I did.
That's right, I can't, as yet. Mr. Alberts?
You don't want anything to do with me, Vance. I was on the radio when Burke was killed, and I was home when Pinky got knocked off.
That's quite according to what I've been led to understand. Well, I don't want to appear overly dramatic, but one of you three killed two men. I have some questions I want to ask each of you. Answer, I don't know, if you don't know. That will be all right. Mr. Dexter?
Yes?
2 questions for you. 1, how many shots in a .45 automatic?
I don't know.
Who wrote the song, Memory Lane?
What are you trying to do, Vance? Trick me into saying something? I don't know how that can mean anything. All I know is I don't know.
Singularly devoid of information, isn't he, Vance?
Perhaps he told us more than he realizes, Markham. Miss Murdoch, your questions. Where on an automatic pistol is the safety catch?
Near the thumb. It can be released by the thumb.
Thank you. Your other question. Victor Herbert was a great composer. Who wrote most of the lyrics of his operettas?
I haven't the slightest idea of who wrote the lyrics, of why you're asking these stupid questions, or who killed the 2 men that worked for me.
All I can do is assure you that I have.
You think because I know about automatics
Please,
that
Miss Murdoch, don't try to tell me what I think. Mr. Alberts.
Yeah, what?
It's question time for you. Who wrote the popular song of some time ago titled Remember?
I don't know. Jerome Kern, Cole Porter, one of those characters. How do I know?
Your second question. How is a clip fed into a .45 automatic?
I don't... why lie about it? It's fed through the bottom of the grip. Everybody who's ever seen a movie knows that. Any more questions?
No, I think not. Markham, did those questions mean anything to you?
No, Vance. As a matter of fact, they didn't. And I haven't the slightest idea of what the answers proved.
No? Well, then I'll tell you. They told me that Billy Alberts killed Burke and Pinky.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
Wait.
I don't know if you're bluffing or guessing or if you really know something. But I'm not taking any chances. You're not saddling me with any murder rap. Now, when I got 2 legs and this gun to get me out...
Well, thank you, Miss Murdoch. I'm afraid the vase you hit him with is pretty well shattered, though.
What if it is? You just see to it that Billy Alberts gets put in jail all in one piece.
I'm waiting, Vance.
I'm not playing games, Markham. I just wanted to finish these notes. That's all there. Now, what is it you're waiting for?
An explanation, of course, as to how you knew it was Billy Alberts who killed Burke and Pinky. All I knew was that Alberts was on the radio when Burke was killed.
Well, that wasn't Alberts at all. It was Pinky, establishing an alibi for Billy Alberts. That's the reason Alberts had to kill him, to avoid any possible future blackmail.
You knew that?
Of course. Remember when we heard that quiz program together? The master of ceremonies asked the contestant who was supposed to be Billy Alberts to name 5 songs by Irving Berlin.
Yes, and he named them.
One of the songs was titled Remember. Remember?
Yes, and the contestant included it.
Right. But when I asked Billy Alberts who wrote the song Remember, he didn't know. He couldn't very well know one night and not the next, could he? No. Therefore, it wasn't he we heard on the quiz show. It was Pinky.
Yes, I know that's right, but how did Billy Alberts know that Pinky would be sure to get on the radio and give him an alibi? After all, contestants at radio shows are selected at random.
All Pinky had to do was bribe somebody who was supposed to be on the program, or in other words, buy that person's ticket. No problem there.
No, I can't argue against that either. You know, Vance, Miss Murdoch was very helpful to us. She told us why Alberts killed Burke, and she really hit the lad with that vase when he tried to break away, didn't she?
That she did. That little smack on the head was the end of Billy Alberts' escape plan.
And also, Vance, the end of the Murdoch murder case. Sit down, Vance. Sit down. Nice of you to drop in.
Well, thank you, Markham. Well, I'm glad that being district attorney gives you the same privilege of working late that my chosen profession affords me.
Haven't seen you in a week, Vance. Don't tell me that the public has taken over my favorite private investigator.
Oh, I've been busy, but mostly routine cases. Then, this evening, I was driving by this way, saw the light in your office, and thought I'd take a chance that it was you up here and not a cleaning woman.
I'm glad you're not disappointed. Or are you?
If the cleaning woman had a murder case for me to work on, or if you don't, I will be. Anything unusual going on, Markham?
Yes, I'm working late because a young lady phoned me and asked me to wait for her. She said it was urgent.
Well, that sounds very interesting, Markham. Perhaps I...
Which one of you is the district attorney, please? Please?
Well, please come in.
I must see Mr. Markham. I phoned him a while ago. It's a matter of life and death.
Yours?
Are you Mr. Markham?
I'm Philo Vance. This is Mr. Markham.
How do you do?
Mr. Markham, my name is Mills, June Mills, and you've got to help me.
Well, I'll certainly try if you'll give me a hint as to how.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so upset. I've never done anything like this before. And I don't even know if you can help me.
If he can't, I'd like to, Miss Mills. What's the trouble?
Well, I know the district attorney is called in to help convict a killer after a murder takes place, but can he help prevent one? That's what I want to know, can he?
He certainly can try. Tell me what it is you're troubled about.
It's my boyfriend, Johnny Blake. He works at the soda fountain down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. He's going to be killed.
Who's going to kill him?
Who?
Yes, Miss Mills. Who?
Well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. I don't dare tell you.
Why not?
Because they'll kill me, too, if I do. And you won't be able to stop them. They might kill me if they knew that I came here. Oh, I just thought of that. You've got to forget that I was here. Promise me that you will.
What about your boyfriend, Johnny Blake?
I'll think of something else. I'll have to. Nobody must know about this. Promise me, both of you, that you'll do nothing about it. Please, please, promise me. I'm frightened.
You've given us no alternative, Miss Mills. We have nothing to work on.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I came up here. When I heard about... Oh, no, I can't tell you. I mustn't. Remember, you promised that you'd forget what I said. Please forget that I was here tonight. Please.
Well, what do you think of that, Vance?
I don't know yet. That girl was terrified. Something tells me I ought to see her boyfriend, and I will, first thing in the morning.
Chocolate soda, all black, no whipped. There you are, sir.
Thank you.
What's yours, miss?
Strawberry soda, no ice cream, please. And a bacon and tomato on toast.
Right. BT down.
Echo.
BT down.
Right, BT down.
Strawberry, right, miss?
Yeah, and a bacon and tomato on toast.
Well, that's coming up. I'm only vice president in charge of sodas. There you are. Your sandwich will be right up.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. What'll you... Oh.
Finish it, Johnny. You want to know what I wanted? Or do you know, kid?
I know. Tony, I've got to talk to you.
Nothing says I got to listen. Only one thing talks with me, kid. Dough.
Wait a minute. Hey, Dick, take the counter for me for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure, Johnny.
Tony, I haven't got what I promised you I'd have.
Oh, Johnny? Not too bad. I'll take a plate of vanilla.
Oh, sure, Tony. Coming up. You're not sore, Tony. There.
Sore? No, I ain't sore. Only I'm disappointed in you, Johnny.
Here you are.
White. That's right.
It's good ice cream. You, promised me something, you don't keep that promise. That ain't right.
Next Saturday, I'll have it for you, Tony. The whole $50.
Johnny, let me show you how I work. You borrowed $50 from me a month ago. Supposed to be for 1 week. Next week, you were supposed to pay me $55.
I know, but I couldn't that week.
Okay, so you paid me the interest, $5. But the next week, and the week after, and the week after that, nothing. Now you say next week you'll pay me the $50. Nothing doing, Johnny.
But I haven't got it, and I can't get it, Tony. Don't you understand that?
I don't understand anything except if you don't pay me, I gotta take it out on you. Nothing personal, Johnny. Just that guys like me, we don't ask for security when we lend you guys dough. If I let you get away with it, other guys will get the same idea. That's good ice cream.
Look, Tony, there must be some way I can make a deal, will you? There must be something you'll take.
Sure, kid. My money. You better run around tonight and get it, Sonny, or tomorrow maybe you won't even be able to walk. It's good ice cream you got here, you know?
Sit down on the porch for a minute, Johnny, please.
I don't want to sit down, June. I brought you home. I've got to leave now. All I need is for your old man to catch me here. Good night.
Johnny, wait.
What is it?
He did come to the store tonight, didn't he?
Tony? Yeah, he came in. June, I got to get out of here. Your father...
Johnny, the rate of interest Tony charges isn't legal. You could go to the police.
Forget that, and quick. That'll only mean more trouble. Hey, where did you disappear to before? Where'd you go, the cops?
I went to the district attorney's office.
Oh, Junie, you little fool. If you told anything to the DA, I'm cooked. Don't you realize that?
You didn't go to the police. You didn't.
Johnny, it was for your own good. I know you don't have the money. I knew what Tony would do. I
Oh.
had to go. But I didn't tell him anything. Honest, I didn't.
You little dope. Why I told you anything, I don't know. If a cop shows up at that store, Tony will take care of me, sure.
June, who's that with you?
It's me, Mr. Mills. Johnny Blake.
Daddy only took me home. That's all, Dad.
That's all. Johnny, you listen to me. I've told you to keep away from June. If she hasn't enough sense to know what kind of a guy you are, I have.
Mr. Mills, you don't understand about
Understand?
us.
Why,
Dad,
What are you
please.
trying to do? I don't understand, eh? Let me. I understand this. That you're no good for my daughter, Johnny. You're no good to anybody. And I'm telling you now, as quietly as I can, that if I ever catch you with her again, I'll kill you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. What do you have?
Oh, good morning, young man. My name is Vance.
If you're selling anything, Vance, you better see the manager, Mr. Kelly. He'll be in about a half an hour.
My name is Philo Vance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do a thing. Philo Vance? The private detective?
Well, I'm really a private investigator, but the difference is so subtle we'll skip it. I'm looking for Johnny Blake. Is that you?
Nope. I'm Dick Jackman. Johnny ought to be around, though, somewhere.
Where's that?
Well, I don't know for sure. I just came to work. He gets in before I do. Maybe he's downstairs in the basement grabbing a smoke. Or mixing some syrups or something. What's up, Mr. Vance?
I don't know. That's what I came to find out. Which way is the basement?
Right down the stairs at the back of the store. Say, I'm off for a couple of minutes. You want me to take you down?
I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay, just walk along outside the counter, Mr. Vance. Meet you in the back.
Well, that's fine. Thank you again.
Here we are. Right through this door. Down the stairs. Oh, I'll go first, Mr. Vance.
If you will.
See, we keep all kinds of stuff down here, Mr. Vance. Syrups, big refrigerators, everything. Hey, Johnny, got company. Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe he isn't down here.
Oh, no, he's got to be. One of the boys said he saw him go down here about an hour ago. Hey, Johnny! John! Mr. Vance?
I see it. Was that Johnny Blake?
Sure looks like him from here, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't like to go over there. I would like to look at it from up close.
You won't have to, Dick. He's dead. I can tell that. I can see from the way he's crumpled up. What's that on the floor next to him?
Well, that's a syrup pump. Vanilla syrup pump. We keep all of them down here in the morning where they can be scrubbed.
Well, I'd say somebody hit Johnny over the head with it and killed him. Dick, who was it Johnny was afraid of?
Don't ask me, Mr. Vance. I don't know. I haven't any idea who it was. No kidding. I wouldn't know, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't know.
It might help me find whoever killed Johnny, Dick.
Yeah, maybe, Mr. Vance, but I'd say that nobody can help Johnny anymore, and, well, I don't want to be in a spot where nobody can help me either.
Dick, listen. Johnny's girlfriend, June Mills, told me part of the story.
She told you about Tony?
Vaguely. I need a little more information.
Well, Tony's the reason I won't talk, Mr. Vance. See, he's a pretty tough character. June probably told you that Johnny borrowed dough from Tony, didn't she?
Not exactly, but she didn't have to. And as a matter of fact, Dick, you don't have to do any more talking either.
Hello, Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Hello, Vance.
I'm down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. You remember the girl who came to see you last night?
Yes, very well. Why?
I should have come down here last night, only she begged so hard I postponed it until this morning. What she was afraid of has happened. Her boyfriend, Johnny Blake, has been murdered.
What?
That's right. He was hit over the head with a syrup pump, a vanilla syrup pump, and his body was tossed in a corner. You'd better get Sergeant Heath and some men down here right away.
Yes, I will, of course. So, Vance, it's finally happened. You found a murder and called me in. Well,
I hope that's as far as precedent breaking goes on this case, Markham. I'd like to solve this case. Incidentally, I have something to work on.
you have? What's that, Vance?
Johnny Blake's soda fountain partner, Dick Jackman, told me what it was that Johnny's girl was afraid of. He'd borrowed money from one of those small-time gangsters who lent money to soda clerks and barbers and small salaried office workers who have no security.
Yes, we call them Shylocks, Vance. They're usually pretty hard customers.
Are they, Markham? Well, I'm going to see this one. Maybe I can soften him up a bit.
It's good ice cream, Vance. Sure you don't want any?
Quite sure, Tony. You seem to be enjoying that quite a bit.
Why not? I like it. I get ice cream sent up here to my office every day. If I like something, I enjoy it.
It's very hard for me to find fault with that logic. Let's talk about Johnny Blake, though.
Nothing to talk about. You told me he got murdered. It's too bad. He owed me dough. But I can write it off.
Listen, Tony. I found Johnny in the basement, killed with a syrup pump. The basement window had been smashed, and the murderer got in that way. Where have you been all morning?
Me? Right here. I got 6 people who'll swear I was here all morning.
I have no doubt about that. You admit that Johnny owed you money and couldn't pay it, don't you, Tony?
That's right, only I wouldn't knock him off for that. You see, now I'll never get my dough. That ain't good business, Vance.
It might be in your line of work, Tony. You might credit it to advertising.
That's pretty cute, Vance. You mean other guys will remember that maybe they should pay me what they owe me or they wind up like Johnny. Hey, that's pretty cute, Vance. I should have thought of that myself.
Are you quite sure you didn't?
I'm positive, but I'll remember about that, Vance.
I wouldn't if I were you, Tony.
Vance, haven't you got any curiosity? Or haven't you got any nerves?
I assure you I have both. Why?
You know those sounds you're hearing, your shots. How come you don't ask about them?
You'll tell me, Tony. You were just dying to tell me the minute I heard the first one.
No wonder you don't eat ice cream, Vance. You don't need any. You're the coolest thing I ever ran up against. You want to know about those shots?
Well, let's say you want to tell me about them.
Yeah, I do. You see, Vance, those are my boys shooting off those guns. They're practicing. It's my idea. You like it?
Not well enough to shout bravo. They have permits.
Sure. That's my idea, too.
I see. What are they shooting at?
Well, right now it's targets. Targets I set up downstairs. They practice so that if they ever get in a jam, they'll be able to shoot straight. I got the idea from the FBI. How do you like it?
I like it all right, Tony. Only I have an idea that anybody that commits a crime ought to be caught. That's something I got from the FBI.
This is District Attorney Markham. The vanilla murder case began when Johnny Blake, a soda dispenser, was found dead in the basement of the store where he worked. Vance and Dick Jackman, another soda clerk, discovered the body, and beside it, a syrup pump which Vance found to be marked vanilla. Vance has found out that Tony Amrotti, a loan shark, had threatened Johnny. I've uncovered some information that might be helpful to Vance, and I've phoned him to meet me outside the basement window. He should be along any minute now because it's about half an hour. Vance, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Markham. What's going on that you couldn't tell me on the telephone?
I could have told you then, I suppose, but I thought I'd like to have a private chat with you, Vance. First, though, here's the news.
You sound like a radio commentator, Markham.
No analysis, Vance. That's your department. I'll stick to the facts. You can tell me what they mean. You remember the girl who came to my office last night?
June Mills, of course.
Well, I've talked to her. And she admits to me that her father threatened Johnny.
Oh?
He's not too involved. He didn't like Johnny. In fact, he threatened to kill him if he found him with his daughter again.
Is that so?
Definitely. Well, this little piece of information of mine gives you another suspect, Vance, right?
No question about it. Where is Mr. Mills now?
June and her father are at home. Sergeant Heath is keeping them there temporarily.
In that case, I think I'll pay them a visit. I might as well clean up that little detail.
Vance, I've given you some information, but you've been a little reluctant to part with any news. Have you made any progress at all in this case?
I think so, Markham. In fact, I can tell you with every confidence that when I return from the Mills house, I'll tell you who murdered Johnny Blake.
No, stop crying, baby. There's nothing that crying will do that'll help.
Let her cry if she likes, Mr. Mills.
No.
Surprising as it may seem to you, an expression of grief does offer a measure of consolation.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Not at all. Mr. Mills, I'm not going to do any routine questioning about your threatening Johnny Blake. That isn't important at the moment. The only thing that is important is who killed him.
Well, it wasn't me.
I hardly expected you to sign a full confession just because I decided not to question you, Mr. Mills. But on the other hand, saying it wasn't you doesn't absolve you either.
Mr. Vance, I want to tell you now what Johnny was worried about. What I couldn't tell you last night. I don't care what happens to me now. I want you to know the truth.
I think I know the truth, Miss Mills. And after this little talk I've had with you two, I think I know something even more important. I think I know the killer.
I'll have a large strawberry soda, no ice cream, and a bacon and tomato on toast, please.
Right. Stretch a strawberry. Beat tea down.
Thank you.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Vance. Something I can serve you?
No, thank you, Dick. Not right now. Listen, you've been very helpful to me. Would you do one more thing, please?
Well, if it'll help, count me in, Vance.
It will help. I want you to borrow $50 from Tony Amrotti.
Mr. Vance. No can do.
But you said you'd help.
Tony wouldn't lend me a dime. Don't believe me, ask him yourself. He's sitting right over there at the corner of the counter eating ice cream.
Vanilla, of course.
Natch?
So Tony won't lend you any money, Dick?
Nope. Don't ask me why. It isn't as if he was afraid he wouldn't get it back. Tony's got his own way of collecting, you know.
Yes, so I've learned. Well, thanks just the same, Dick. I think I'll have another talk with him.
Good enough. See you around, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, Mr. Vance. Come on over and have some ice cream.
I'm coming over, but not for that reason.
Come on, there's a stool right here, just waiting for you. Sit down.
Thank you. Tony, I understand you lend money to anybody with or without security.
That's right.
That's a little illegal, isn't it? I mean, at the rate of interest you charge.
Maybe. Only there ain't no such thing as a little illegal, is there, Vance?
I suppose not. Tony, inasmuch as you lend money to anybody, why won't you lend any to Dick Jackman?
That soda jerk over there? He's a bad boy, Vance. He forgets to pay back. And if you start putting any pressure on him, he'll yell for the cops.
And you don't like that, eh, Tony?
Look, if you was in my line of work with you, that's the only risk we take in this racket. The guy don't scare, we're sunk.
If you've never lent Dick any money, Tony, how do you know he's a bad risk?
Information. I got information about 6 months ago on that guy. He owed a bookie half a C for 5 months and only paid him a month ago.
Half a C?
Half a century. Century's $100.
I know. Let me understand something. Dick paid your bookmaking friend $50 a month ago. Just a little after Johnny borrowed $50 from you.
I guess that's right. Coincidence, huh?
Perhaps not. Well, thanks, Tony. I hope you enjoyed your ice cream as much as I've enjoyed this little chat.
I'm only starting on my ice cream. Only one portion so far. Hey, Dick, another plate of vanilla, huh?
Right. Coming up, Tony.
Tony, you know where the district attorney's office is.
Sure. Somebody once pointed it out to me. Why?
Be there at 6 o'clock tonight. Unless you'd rather I had an escort sent to invite you down.
I see what you mean. What do you want me there for, Vance?
Oh, a lot of reasons. And you won't be alone. I'm going to ask Dick Jackman and June Mills and her father to be there, too. You're really going to want to come, aren't you, Tony?
Am I? Why?
Why? Because I'm going to name Johnny Blake's murderer. And I couldn't very well do that without you there, now could I?
I'm sorry you all are being kept waiting, but Mr. Vance is due here in a moment. He stopped by to see Sergeant Heath at police headquarters to get the results of some fingerprints we were checking.
Is that why our prints were taken when we came in here, Mr. Markham?
That's right, Mr. Mills. Yours, your daughter's, and Dick Jackman's. We already had Tony's, didn't we?
Don't be so proud. Cops in 6 cities have got my prints. Maybe 7. Let me see now. Yeah, it's 7. Hey, Mr. Markham, can I send down for some ice cream?
No, not at the moment, Tony.
Ice cream. All I hear all day is ice cream. I'd like to forget that for a while if it's all right with everybody.
Listen to him. The kid's getting nerves. Right, Miss Mills?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Good evening, all.
Oh, here's Vance now. Hi, Vance.
Well, I see that all our invited guests are present, Markham.
Yes, they are.
Thank you all for being here. In a few minutes, I promise you, 3 of you may leave. Now let me bring you all up to date on some details, please.
Any way we could stop you?
No, Tony, I think not. To begin with, when Dick Jackman and I found Johnny's body, it was lying in the corner of the basement, quite a distance from the stairs. So far, in fact, that Dick wasn't quite sure it was Johnny at first.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
Dick and I saw the murder weapon at the same time, the vanilla syrup pump. I didn't know what it was at first, but Dick identified it for me.
That's right, too.
What he didn't know, and what I didn't know then, was that there were fingerprints on that pump. Fingerprints of the murderer.
All I know is they ain't mine, unless this is a trick.
They aren't your prints, Tony. You see, the fingerprints on the syrup pump are Dick Jackman's.
Why not? I handle that pump a lot. Isn't that reasonable?
Yes, but you didn't handle it this morning. You had just come to work, remember? And the pumps were downstairs in the basement to be scrubbed. You got your fingerprints on it when you hit your friend Johnny Blake on the head.
Oh, no.
You can take him, Markham.
Oh, no, he can't. Nobody takes me. Nobody gets me.
Relax.
Why, no idea.
Quite a wallop you have, Tony.
Yeah. Tell that to your friends, will you, Vance? It's good advertising. What a chump this Dick Jackman was. Left fingerprints.
I'm sorry to have wasted your time in this case, Vance. Inasmuch as there were fingerprints, it actually was nothing but a routine police case.
That would be true, Markham, except that there were no fingerprints.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I made up the detail of the fingerprints merely to force Dick into making a break. You see, I knew he was our murderer.
You knew Dick was the murderer and there were no fingerprints. How?
Just think over the facts for a moment, Markham, and you'll know how I knew, too. Well, Markham, where do you want me to begin? Now that our 3 other suspects are out of the office and Mr. Dick Jackman is in Sergeant Heath's hands.
I like my explanations slowly, Vance. Start with the motive, please.
Motive? Money. You see, when Johnny Blake borrowed money from Tony, he actually borrowed it for his friend, Dick Jackman.
How did you find that out?
It added up. Tony told me that Dick paid a 6-month-old debt shortly after Johnny borrowed money from Tony.
I'm beginning to understand. When Tony demanded money from Johnny, Johnny went to Dick and insisted that Dick pay him the $50. Dick couldn't pay it, knew he was in a spot if Johnny talked, and he had to do something desperate.
He had to, and he did.
Let me see now. On his way to the store the morning of the murder, he passed the basement window and saw Johnny working down there. He broke the window, jumped down, and hit Johnny with the pump Johnny had just finished cleaning.
Exactly. Then he climbed out the basement window and came in the front entrance to work.
I see. Well, I'm satisfied about the motive. Now tell me about the clue.
The clue was there when I found the body, only I didn't realize it at the time. Markham, Dick and I were 15 feet away from Johnny's body and the syrup pump. But Dick knew it was a vanilla syrup pump. The only way he could have known is if he'd used it to kill Johnny.
That's right. It was too far away to see the lettering on it, wasn't it?
Of course, and in the maze of complicating details, I overlooked it. Temporarily, of course. When I thought back on the case, I realized what an error Dick had made right at the very beginning.
I'm glad you did, Vance, because it was an error at the beginning that brought us to the end of the vanilla murder case.
Senorita, we guarantee to teach you the latest South American dances in 10 lessons, or we refund your money.
I'll buy that, Miss Ortega. There's something about the samba that I just can't get.
Samba and rumba are included, of course. Now, your name, please?
Sally Henderson.
Occupation or profession?
Oh, I'm secretary to Mr. F.X. Markham. He's district attorney here.
Oh?
Why? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Miss Henderson, we will not be able to start your lessons for several weeks. Will that be all right?
Well, no, not especially all right. Well, you know how it is with these things. You make up your mind to do them, and then, well, once you do, you'd like to do them right away.
If you are in a hurry, you might try somewhere else. I'm very busy. I have many people to give lessons to.
Well, one more shouldn't make any difference.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rosita?
Yes, this is Senorita Ortega.
Look, don't hi-hat me, Rosita. It's Ronaldo.
Yes, what is it?
This connection must be bad or something. Rosita, this is Ronaldo, remember?
What is it you want?
To see you for one thing, to get my job back for another.
I'm sorry, there is no position open here now. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Rosita. Take it easy. Maybe if there isn't a job open, you wouldn't mind making a small loan to a friend?
Absolutely not. We have nothing further to discuss, Ronaldo.
Oh, yes, we have. We have a lot to talk about. I gave you a week to cool off after you fired me. But nobody's hiring males dancing teachers much. I'm not doing too good.
I'm sorry.
That's all you can say, I'm sorry? Rosita, you've got no idea how sorry you're going to be.
Now, where were we, Miss Henderson?
Oh, you had just decided not to give me dancing lessons, Senorita. But after what I just overheard, I've decided perhaps I'd better get in touch with my boss, the district attorney, right away.
Now, you see, Mr. Cummings, it is really quite simple. Now, listen, watch. Just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You see, the entire rumba is built on the 1, 2, 3 rhythm, just like your American waltz.
Is it, Rosita?
Please, Mr. Cummings, pay attention to what I'm trying to teach you. Head up. No movement from the waist up. With the feet, 1, 2, 3. Come, we try it again.
1, 2, 3. You do it. I like watching you.
You can do it if you try, Mr. Cummings. Come, try, eh?
No. I'm a little too clumsy for that kind of thing. I realize that this is my 10th lesson and I haven't learned to dance. But I've learned something that's worth a whole lot more. I've learned about you. That's come to mean something to me.
Stop playing, Manuel. I'll call you when I want you.
Okay. Oh, this is what I like. You and I alone, Rosita. Of course, it isn't exactly an ideal setting, but it will do.
And, the ideal setting, what is that?
That's the kind of thing I wrote to you about, Rosita. Moonlight, away from people. Some place where they never heard of rumba lessons.
You are quite romantic, Mr. Cummings. Your letters are very dear to me.
Are they, Rosita?
Yes. Mrs. Cummings must be a charming woman, Mr. Cummings. I wonder if she is equally an understanding woman. You think she would like reading your letters?
You wouldn't show them to my wife.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, how could you even think such a thing? No. In fact, I might even be willing to part with them, despite their great sentimental value to me. How much would you say they were worth?
Oh, so that's it, blackmail.
Blackmail, Mr. Cummings? Oh, no, I merely asked for a friendly estimate. How much would you say those letters are worth? Is that blackmail?
You know it is. And you want to know what those letters are worth to me? They're worth a whole lot more than your life is.
Good evening, Senorita Ortega. Ronaldo E's not here?
No, he is not, Senorita Raymond. He won't be here. I told you that a dozen times. Go on back next door where you belong, please.
That is no way for one senorita to talk to another.
Senorita? Oh, don't make me laugh. Just because you teach Spanish and because you can fool whoever it is that is stupid enough to come into your studio. Don't think I believe you are Spanish.
You know many things that aren't good, Senorita Ortega. It's true, I'm not Spanish. And my name is not Ramon. But I didn't come here to talk about me. Where's Ronaldo?
I do not know. Here, there, somewhere. I have not heard from him since he quit his job here last week.
Quit his job. You fired him. Don't try to kid me. He knew a little too much about you. Knew the cute little blackmail racket you had going for you. That's one of the reasons you let him go.
Is it? And what's the other reason?
I'm the other reason, and you know it. He was starting to go for me. He was starting to overlook you. You're getting a little old, Ortega. A little tired looking. You can't blame a man.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name really is, go on, get out. Get out or I throw you out.
Better get somebody to help you.
Help me? I need nothing to help me. I'll push you right out.
Get your hands off me. Take them off. You asked for this.
Huh? Oh, a knife you carry, do you? Well, you won't use it on me. I'll get that from you. I will. Stop it. You're breaking my wrist. The knife. Drop it. Drop it on the floor. Ow. Drop the knife.
My wrist. You're broken my wrist.
You are lucky that isn't all I break. Now, get out of here and take this knife with you.
Okay, I'll get out. I'll take the knife with me. But you never can tell, Ortega. Both of us may be coming back. It may be something, and it may be nothing, Mr. Markham, but I thought I'd tell you about it.
I'm glad you did, Sally. So you went up to one of those private dance studios last evening, and when this Senorita Ortega found you were working for me, the district attorney, she wasn't very anxious to have you take the course.
Oh, it isn't that so much, Mr. Markham. It's the phone call she got from somebody named Ronaldo. That's why I tried to reach you last night on the phone. He sounded mighty serious when he threatened her.
Yes, I didn't get in till quite late. And he was serious, all right, Sally.
What do you mean?
Look at this memorandum that came into me just before you arrived. It's from Sergeant Heath at the Homicide Department. Here, read it.
Uh-huh. Rosita Ortega, private dance instructress, stabbed to death in her studio midnight last night. Mr. Markham, she's dead.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. And I was about to go up to the dance studio to meet Philo Vance there. I'd called him.
You mean that maybe I gave you a clue to the murderer?
A clue to the suspect, undoubtedly. Somehow clues to a murderer are never this easy to find. Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath has this Ronaldo individual in the late Senorita Ortega's studio. Shall we go in?
No, not for a moment, please, Markham. Let's stay here in the outer office a minute. It was quick work on Sergeant Heath's part.
Apprehended Ronaldo? Yes, it was. Heath has another suspect for us, too, a Senorita Ramon. She teaches Spanish in the studio next door.
Senorita Ramon. That's right. I noticed her sign as we came down the hall. Well, Markham, I'm about ready to go to work. It's been quite a while since our last murder case, and life is little to a private investigator without a murder.
To a private investigator such as you, that's undoubtedly correct. Now, how about this Ronaldo, Vance?
Let's get him in here now, if you will, Markham.
Right. I'll have Heath send him in. Sergeant Heath, would you ask Ronaldo to come here, please?
Sure.
He's on the way, Vance.
Good.
I'm Ronaldo Alvarez.
Right in this way, please, Ronaldo.
Sure. What happens now?
Ronaldo, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, huh?
You heard of Mr. Vance?
Who hasn't? But I don't suppose he can want anything from me.
I might, now that Sergeant Heath apprehended you so quickly.
What apprehended? I walked in here this morning to see Ortega. Didn't know a thing about her being dead until then.
Perhaps that's true. Ronaldo, why did Senorita Ortega discharge you?
Why? Because she thought she could get along without me. That's why.
Was that the only reason?
What is going on in here? Why am I being held like a prisoner in the studio?
It's all right, Heath. Let her come in. All right.
Why am I being held in there like a thief? Why?
And who are you, may I ask?
Me? I am Senorita Ramon. I have the studio next door.
Oh, I see.
Is that reason enough for me to be held until you get ready to speak to me?
I think it might be, Senorita Ramon. That accent of yours is slightly spurious, too, I might add. What is your right name?
Her name is Margaret Stone, Vance.
Thank you, Rinaldo. You knew her?
Very well.
Rinaldo,
Would you please wait in the studio just one moment, Senorita Ramon, or Stone, whichever you prefer. I promise you we won't be more than a few minutes.
Okay. Only I don't like to be kept hanging around like a pet dog.
Quite a young lady there, Rinaldo.
Her? She's really something, Vance. And, can I go now?
Not yet. Rinaldo, I'd like you to tell me all you know about the late Senorita Ortega and who might have killed her.
Look, Vance, I'm a dancer, not a detective. But Rosita did have something off the record going on with a guy named Cummings, Jack Cummings. He was married, and he wrote us some letters.
That sounds like something, Vance.
Yes, it does. Where did the Senorita keep those letters, do you know?
I should know. I saw her looking at them only last week. I got an idea that was one of the reasons I was fired. They're right in that desk Mr. Markham's sitting at. Middle drawer.
Yeah? It's locked.
Well, that shouldn't be entirely unexpected. That paper knife ought to be capable of prying the drawer open. Insert it right in the center, Markham.
Right.
Well?
No, no letters. Nothing that even looks like a letter.
Really?
It's like I told you then. Cummings killed Rosita for those letters.
That sounds logical.
And very pat. Where were you at midnight last night, Rinaldo?
Midnight? I can tell you. I won a Rumba contest over at the Shadowland Dance Palace a little after midnight. I was there all night. Mary Morgan, she's my dancing partner. Maybe we're going to do an act together.
I'd like to know a little more about this Cummings man you mentioned, Rinaldo. What's his first name?
As far as I know, it was Jack. He took lessons from Rosita.
You know the name, Vance?
Jack Cummings. No, I don't think I do. There is a quite wealthy merchant in this city named John H. Cummings. Rinaldo, was Cummings rather big, about 45, gray hair parted on the side?
That's about right.
You do know him then, Vance?
Yes, I know of him, that is. I attended an exhibition of his wood carvings about a year ago. Wood carving's his hobby. He's quite good at it, too, as I remember.
Vance, listen, the Ortega girl was killed by a knife. Cummings carves wood as a pastime.
Certainly. And they had a motive. Those letters. If I know Rosita, she was using those letters, too.
It adds up, Vance. I'm going to have Heath pick up Cummings at once. What we found out this morning practically proves it was he that killed Rosita Ortega.
Does it, Markham? Personally, I'm of the opinion that what we found practically proves that he didn't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Rumba murder case began when Rosita Ortega, a dance instructress, was found knifed. Vance's suspects include a Spanish teacher, Margaret Stone, a dancer named Rinaldo Alvarez, whom the senorita had discharged, and Jack Cummings, merchant and amateur wood carver, who, we have reason to believe, was being blackmailed by Senorita Ortega. Rinaldo has told us that he had been at the Shadowland Dance Hall the entire evening previous, dancing with a hostess there named Mary Morgan. And I know that Vance checked the dance hall, found out her apartment address, and is there with her right now.
I'd like you to know something, Miss Morgan. This is the first time I've ever been in the apartment of a dance hostess.
Oh, gee, high-sounding name, Mr. Vance. I'm a taxi dancer. You sure you don't mind that record playing? I like music. It relaxes me.
I don't mind at all. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Go ahead, ask.
First of all, these pictures of Rinaldo that are in your place here. How many of them are there?
Oh, 3 in here and 3 in my bedroom. I go for that guy, Mr. Vance. He's a swell dancer. Excuse me.
Surely.
We won a Roomba contest last night at Shadowland. Did I tell you that?
Not that I recall. What time was the contest held?
12:15. Ronaldo and I have been practicing all night.
At Shadowland?
Sure, at Shadowland. Oh, it was perfectly legit. He bought tickets, the same as any customer.
My knowledge of dance halls is a little limited, Miss Morgan. Tell me about Shadowland.
Why till I turn off this record, huh? There. Well, Mr. Vance, there are about 25 of us girls. They call us hostesses. We sit around till some fella comes over and asks for a dance.
Some fellow?
Well, sure. Fellas come up there to dance, and they buy a bunch of tickets, and they dance with us. Every time they dance, they give us a ticket.
I understand. Now, you were telling me about Ronaldo. I know he won a contest with you a little after midnight, but he says he was with you all evening from 9 o'clock on.
That's just about right, too. He got there about 9, and we started dancing. We didn't miss a dance until the contest. Every dance we danced.
You must have been pretty tired.
Oh, I do that every night. I'm used to it. Only every night I don't get a break like dancing with Ronaldo every dance.
I'm curious about one thing, Miss Morgan. How much money do you girls make, if I'm not being too personal?
That ain't personal, Mr. Vance. We get 6 cents on every ticket. Tickets cost a dime, and the house makes 4 cents.
I see. You really do have to do a lot of dancing to make money, don't you?
That I do. Why don't you come up sometime, Mr. Vance? You look like you wouldn't get fresh or nothing.
I might do that, Miss Morgan. This case I'm working on seems to be getting nowhere. The lack of clues is a little fantastic. Perhaps after I solve it, if I solve it, I might devote some time to the light fantastic.
Yes, I know you. You teach Spanish in a studio next door to Senorita Ortega's.
That's right, Mr. Cummings. Only I'm not Spanish. And that has nothing to do with why I came to your apartment. We are alone.
Yes, but what has that to do with what you're going to say?
Plenty. I just came from a little interview with Mr. Markham and Philo Vance. They wanted to know what I knew about Ortega's murder.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. Cops don't pay for information.
What are you driving at?
This. Ortega was murdered about midnight last night. You were at a studio at about that time. I saw you. I want $10,000 to keep quiet about it.
I won't pay it.
I think you will.
Get out of here. I've worried enough about my being up there last night. I was there to get something that belonged to me. But I didn't kill her, do you understand? I didn't kill her. I won't pay a cent.
You will. You've got a wife, respectably married children. You wouldn't want them to read about you in the papers? You'll pay.
Get out of here. Get out. I won't pay a cent. Get out of here.
Everybody throws me out, and everybody's sorry they did right afterwards. One more chance, Mr. Cummings. Are you paying?
I said get out, and I meant it. Get out!
Okay, stop pushing. I'll go. In case you change your mind, you know where to reach me. I'll give you an hour.
An hour? An hour? I can't pay her. She'll blackmail me for the rest of my life. I can't pay her. I can't face the ruin I'll bring to my family. I know. Where is it? I always kept it here. Oh, here it is. This is my way out. This gun of mine. First, I'd better write. No, I'll telephone my wife. That'll be better. Quicker. Oh, no. No, I can't talk to her. I can't. I've just got to do this now. The longer I think about it, the longer I'll put it off. And I mustn't put it off. I've got to...
I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. Cummings.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. Philo Vance. Mind if I take that gun?
Here, take it. Take it quickly.
Thank you. I'm glad my appearance has that effect, Mr. Cummings. I take it you were going to kill yourself because of your connection with the Ortega murder?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. Only no one will believe it when they find out I was up there last night.
I wouldn't say no one, Mr. Cummings. I believe it. And as soon as I meet Mr. Markham up at the Shadowland Dance Hall, which I'm to do in a few moments, I think everyone concerned will believe it, too. There's nothing quite so desolate looking as a dance hall during the day, is there, Markham?
Oh, I don't know, Vance. An empty stadium at night, an office building on Sunday. They give this dance hall a little competition for desolation.
Perhaps you're right. So this is Shadowland, Temple of Terpsichore.
Hey, you two. What are you doing here?
Watchman, Vance?
I think not. Must be the manager. I phoned him a while ago. My name is Vance.
Oh, yeah. You called me, didn't you? Who's your friend?
This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you?
How do
What
you
can
do?
I do for you, Vance?
Have you the records I asked for?
Oh, sure. In my office. It's right here. Come on in. Not much doing around here this time of day.
We figured that out for ourselves.
I got the records right here on my desk. Here they are. Last night, Mary Morgan, the girl you asked about, Vance, turned in 40 tickets.
40, eh? Tell me something. How long does a dance last?
All last the same time, and the music is continuous. We got 2 bands. Every dance lasts exactly 2 minutes. We do a minute break between dances to collect tickets and let people on and off the floor.
What's that information for, Vance?
Just general knowledge, Markham. All I'd say that's what it's for. One thing more. How much did Mary Morgan make the night before last?
I'll have to find that out for you, Vance. Won't take me a minute.
Don't hurry. We'll be here when you get back.
Well, Vance, I've got something to tell you. We're picking up Jack Cummings, the man Ronaldo spoke to us about. He was supposed to have written some letters to Senorita Ortega, remember?
Of course. And you've picked him up, eh?
Yes. You see, the girl who has the place next to Ortega's, Senorita Ramon, saw him near the Ortega apartment at the time of the murder.
And she told you that?
Definitely.
Markham, I wouldn't overlook this Senorita Ramon if I were you.
You mean you don't think that Cummings murdered the Ortega girl?
No, I don't. I told you that once before. I know who the murderer is, Markham. And believe me, it's not Jack Cummings. Just leave me here in your office for a few minutes with Ronaldo, Markham, and I'll be with you.
Right, Vance.
Well, Vance, what's eating you?
Not a great deal. I've been over to see your girlfriend, Mary Morgan.
Have you now? Great girl, huh?
Terribly loyal. She's in love with you, apparently.
Because my pictures are all over her apartment? She's a picture patsy. Before me, there was a shipping clerk. I'm doing a little better than him, though. One more picture. He only had 5.
Well, congratulations. Ronaldo, what made you think you could get away with murdering Senorita Ortega?
Me? You think I killed her?
No. I know you did.
And I'm supposed to say, oh, no, please, please, don't turn me in. I did it. I admit it. But don't turn me in. Nuts, Vance. You don't know a thing.
Don't I, though? I wouldn't be quite so sure.
I'm listening, but I'm not paying too much attention.
Might be an idea if you did.
Sure. If I couldn't prove where I was last night, maybe. But I can. 500 people saw me win that rumba contest at 12:15 last night in Shadowland.
I don't doubt that at all.
Well?
Senorita Ortega was killed at midnight. Shadowland is near enough to the Ortega studio for you to have killed her and then gone over to the dance hall.
Oh, it is it? Look, Vance. I was at Shadowland all night, from 9 o'clock on. I didn't leave the joint. Mary Morgan can tell you that.
Yes, I know. In fact, she did tell me that. So you claim you couldn't have killed Senorita Ortega because you were at Shadowland all evening.
Of course.
You stick to that story, my boy. It's a perfect alibi. Perfect for me. You see, instead of proving that you didn't murder the Ortega girl, it proves you did. Well, Markham, what you want to know then is how I knew Ronaldo killed Ortega. It's a matter of mathematics. Sit down and listen.
Very well. I'm doing both.
Good. Ronaldo said he danced every dance from 9 o'clock to midnight with Mary Morgan. That's 3 hours.
That's right.
Now, the Shadowland dance hall manager told me that each dance lasted 2 minutes with 1-minute intermissions between each dance. In other words, there were 20 actual dances per hour.
Can't argue with that either.
All right, let's take it from there. 20 dances per hour for 3 hours makes 60 dances. In other words, if Mary Morgan had danced every dance with Ronaldo, as she claimed, she would have turned in 60 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't. The manager told me she turned in only 40 tickets.
So she only danced with Ronaldo 2 hours and not 3.
Of course. That gave him an hour off to murder the Ortega girl. He thought he had a foolproof alibi because he knew Mary Morgan would lie for him. But they overlooked the detail of the tickets.
Yes, they did. Silly of them, wasn't it?
Our friend Jack Cummings was silly, too, going to a studio like Senorita Ortega's to learn to dance. There are hundreds of legitimate dance studios, recognized, licensed places. You're almost looking for trouble when you go visit someone like the senorita.
Fortunately, there are no others we know of, Vance. Well, Ronaldo has confessed in view of the way you broke his alibi, and it looks like the end of his career to me.
To me, too. But Markham, it also looks like the end of the Roomba murder case.
It will do you no good to stay here and watch me. For you, I have no magic tricks to build or to sell.
Now, look, Pop, I'll pay you just as much as any magician. Maybe more.
Oh, no. For you, I have nothing. I build a trick or an illusion for you, and what do you do with it? Expose it on the stage. Show the public how it works. You are not a magician. You're making it impossible for magicians to work. Get out of my shop.
Now, Pop, all I want is one trick. Nobody can make them like you. A Pop Baker false bottom table looks 2 inches high to an audience. Actually, it's about 6. Nobody's as good as you, Pop.
The great Mento says nobody is as good as me. So I relent. I sell him my tricks. Oh, no. No, not for you, Mento. No tricks.
Look, Pop, you've no real gripe against me. Okay. So I expose magic. So what?
So what, you say? Listen. 10 years ago, who was the greatest magician of them all? Who, answer me, who?
You mean you? You were pretty good.
Pretty good. From coast to coast, a headliner. My own magic show, 2 performances a day, my name in electric lights. Baker the Baffler. Now, what do I have?
A pretty nice business. Making effects for magicians.
That compares with what I had? Fool. Here do I have an audience that applauds me? No. Here do I have anything except my tools, my work?
You're not blaming me for getting you off the stage, are you?
Yes. Yes, I blame you. I must blame you. Every trick I did on the stage, you exposed. Soon people did not want to see me anymore. They know how my tricks are done. They laugh at me. You made them laugh at me. No, Mento. From me, you get nothing. Ever.
Sorry you feel that way, Pop. But I think you're exaggerating this a little bit, aren't you?
Oh, no. No, I'm not. I think many times over the years I was on the stage, how it was everything to me. My whole life.
Well?
You took that life away from me, Mento. Remember, and be warned. You took my life from me. Maybe someday I do the same for you.
How's my makeup, Betty?
It's perfect, Mento, as you know. Just like everything else about you.
perfect.
Well, that's hardly a reason for that tone you're using, my girl. Incidentally, your makeup wasn't too good at the matinee. Too lazy or too much in a hurry? Which was it?
Neither. I've been with you over a year now, Mentor.
So you have. And no magician ever had a prettier assistant. I am very pleased with you, Betty.
Pleased with me? That isn't the way you talked when I first joined the act.
If this is going to be a quarrel about the same old thing again, please let it keep until after the performance. I can't work when I'm upset.
I've been upset for months, and I've worked. I don't see any reason for putting this off any longer.
All right, let's have it. What is it?
When are you gonna marry me, Mento?
Is that all? I thought this was going to be something important.
It was important when you tried to convince me you were in love with me. When you made me fall in love with you.
I made you fall in love with me?
Uh-huh.
Come now, Betty. There's a limit to what even a magician can do. Come on, go on. Hand me my cape.
Here.
Folding flowers and silks are in it?
Yes, they're in the folds of the cape where they belong. Now listen, Mento. How about you and me? What have you decided?
What's the terrible rush, my dear? You know I'm fond of you.
Maybe. But Johnny Davis is in love with me. He wants to marry me.
Well, then marry him. I'll hide my broken heart and wish you two all the happiness in the world. Although what you can see in that hoofer, I don't know.
Johnny's wonderful.
Well, then you should be very happy.
Well, I'm not. You've seen to that. And, Mento, I won't forget it. But I'm not going to be unhappy alone. I'll see to it that you share some of my misery. Believe me, I will.
Oh, snap out of it, baby. Things can't be that tough. Besides, a coffee cup isn't a crystal ball, so start staring into it.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
And Meadow has you upset, hasn't he? Maybe I ought to talk to him.
Oh, it won't do any good, Johnny. I tried just before we went on stage 20 minutes ago. He won't tell me anything, one way or another.
Is he in the dressing room now?
Oh, I suppose so. Told me he was expecting 2 visitors after the performance. That might be just another stall so he don't have to take me out tonight. But he went to his dressing room, I know that.
Why don't you give him up, Betty? He's only making you unhappy.
I wish I could. Only without him, there's nothing.
There's a precious little guy called me. I could make you happy, dear.
Yeah, I know one thing, Johnny. I know you'd try. It wouldn't be fair to you. There'd always be something missing. As long as Mento were alive, I couldn't help but want him. Is that so wrong?
You know it is. That guy isn't happy unless he's doing something to hurt people. His fake magic act does nothing but expose tricks. He worked on you until you fell in love with him, just so he could watch you suffer.
Yeah, and the awful part of this, Johnny, is I know all that. I know it, and I can't do anything about it.
No, I guess you can't. But you said before that you'd want Mento as long as he was alive. Maybe I can do something about that.
Good show, wasn't it, Vance?
Excellent, Markham, excellent. I've always had a soft spot for vaudeville. Nice of the fellow to have sent me these tickets, wasn't it?
Fellow? What fellow? I was under the impression that you'd bought them.
No. Remember that magic act that opened the second half of the bill? The great Mento?
Of course, he was very clever. And his assistant was quite pretty.
That door there leads backstage, I imagine. Come on, we're going to see him.
All right. Would it be impolite to ask why?
Hardly. As I was saying, he sent me these tickets and a note asking me to come backstage at the end of the performance. I'll get in this door.
Backstage always had a fascination for me, Vance.
It has for most people, Markham, including actors.
And private investigators.
Guilty as charged. Oh, I beg your pardon, but where is the great Mento's dressing room, please?
Second room to the right.
Thank you. Markham, to retain a semi-consistency to our conversation, I believe I was telling you about a note that this Mento sent me along with the tickets.
So you were.
It said, please see the show and come back to visit him afterward. It had a hint of intrigue.
Vance, you could find intrigue in a loaf of bread. Don't you ever get tired of looking for it?
No, and I hope I never will. It's true that many times the intrigue isn't there when I think it might be, but I don't overlook anything either. Anything that might be passed by if I hadn't investigated. Well, here we are.
Perhaps your friend didn't wait. Perhaps that, too, is part of the intrigue.
That would be interesting, Markham. Very interesting.
Well, From what I can gather, you have your choice of believing that he either didn't wait or is very deaf. Vance.
Now, don't be alarmed because I'm looking through the keyhole, Markham. Perhaps it is undignified, but under the circumstances, I believe it's warranted.
And what warrants it?
The keyhole is obstructed a bit because the key is still on the inside.
Which means the door is locked from the inside, of course.
That's right. Somebody must have locked it from the inside, but nobody answers our knock. There's trouble in that room, Markham.
Well, then come on, man. Help me break down this door.
Right.
Once more ought to do it.
Well.
There's the great Mento, all right. Lying face down with a knife in his back. You were right about trouble, Vance.
Yes, I know. Look at this door, Markham. It wasn't only locked on the inside with a key, it was bolted from the inside.
I'll get Sergeant Heath on the telephone immediately.
I think that can wait a moment, Markham.
Okay.
Take a look at this room. There's no other way a murderer could have gotten out except the door. And that was locked and bolted.
That window up there, Vance.
Too small to let anyone in or out. Besides, I think you'll find that that's locked from the inside, too.
I think you're right, Vance. Yes, it is locked from the inside.
Well, this looks like a first-rate mystery, Markham. The position of that knife prohibits suicide, yet nobody could have gotten in here to kill our friend Mento. Or so it seems.
I go along with that, definitely. Take a look around the room, Vance. There's the little stand that Mento brought out those silks in that fishbowl from. There's another table over there, and I guess that's all.
No question about that.
Vance, I have an idea that this is probably the most baffling case we've ever encountered.
No question about that either, Markham. I'm quite sure this case isn't going to be quite as easy to break open as that locked door was.
Bob Baker, I am, Mr. Vance. That's right. You in the right place?
I imagined I was when I saw those magic cabinets. You build them?
Yes, that I do. They are illusion cabinets.
I'd like to see the inside of one. May I?
If you like, open the one in front of you. Oh, go ahead, open it. What do you see?
Well, to be honest about it, I don't see anything. Just the inside of a man-high cabinet, black satin lined.
How deep would you say it was?
I don't know. 5, 6 inches. It seemed much deeper from the outside before I opened the door.
Well, it's 24 inches deep. Holds 2 girls. See? One of them can easily fit in back of this rear satin. Allows the magician to change his assistants just like
magic.
Yes.
You're quite a craftsman, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. Yes, now it's my life work. Well, what is it you wanted, Mr. Vance? To purchase one of my illusions?
Not exactly. I'm here investigating the death of the great Mento. He was murdered in his dressing room last night with the door locked and bolted from the inside.
Oh, you are a policeman.
Not quite.
Vance. Oh, of course, Vance. You are Philo Vance. I should have known. I am honored, Mr. Vance. But what do you want with me?
Mr. Baker, I talked to Betty Anderson, Mento's assistant, immediately after the murder. She told me several things, among them one fact that brought me here.
She told you I quarreled with Mento?
That's right. Apparently, Mento told her when he returned from this workshop of yours.
He was not a good man, this Mento. You knew that.
That isn't what interests me, Mr. Baker. He is now a dead man. I want to know who killed him.
So, the newspapers say he was killed in a locked room with a knife in his back. That police are checking the knife for fingerprints.
Which they won't find. Anyone clever enough to have figured out this murder wouldn't be simple enough to leave his calling card.
Thank you.
Why thank me, Mr. Baker? I merely stated a fact.
You were very complimentary. You said the murderer was clever. For that, I thank you.
You're telling me that you killed Mento, Mr. Baker?
Oh, not exactly. I'm not that stupid. This I will tell you, Mr. Philo Vance. You were perfectly right about 2 things. There will be no fingerprints, and the murderer is clever. All his life he has dedicated to making devices which will fool people. This could be his masterpiece.
I'm not sure.
No. So it's a contest, then. A contest between your knowledge and the murderer's. That's fair. Mr. Vance, this I will tell you. If I killed him, and if you find out how I did it, I will admit it. But this I tell you, too. The papers say Mento died at 10:15 last night. That death was instantaneous.
The papers were correct. A man couldn't live 2 minutes with that knife in so vulnerable a spot.
I do not wish to complicate your work too much, Mr. Vance, but from 9:30 until midnight last night, during which time Mento was murdered, I was with friends. Reliable, reputable friends, including a policeman whom I know.
And you didn't leave them even for a moment?
Not for a second. You see, Mr. Vance, execution of a crime is like building a magic cabinet.
The effect is only perfect if the plans are perfect.
Of course, it's very possible that you didn't kill Mento.
I suppose so. But, Mr. Vance, I urge you, please do not believe that. I urge you not to believe anyone else murdered the great Mento.
This is District Attorney Markham. The magic murder case began when the great Mento, theatrical magician, was found in his locked dressing room, a knife planted firmly in his back. Nobody could have gotten into or out of the dressing room, yet Mento couldn't possibly have been a suicide. Vance and I have questioned Betty Anderson, Mento's assistant, and have found that Mento had quarreled with Pop Baker, a craftsman catering to magicians. Vance has gone to see him, while I have decided to continue questioning Miss Anderson. It seems...
I didn't kill him, Mr. Markham. I wanted to lots of times, but I didn't. Look at me. Do I look like a killer?
My experience as district attorney has taught me, Miss Anderson, that murderers rarely do look like murderers. That's what complicates my job, and Sergeant Heath's, and Philo Vance's. You've told me that Mento promised to marry you.
Yeah, sure he did in the beginning. And later on, he wouldn't be definite. He wouldn't say when. He wouldn't even say he wouldn't marry me. He's that kind of a man, Mr. Markham.
You're trying to tell me that even though he might not want something, he didn't want anyone else to get it either.
If only he'd said we were through, that he wouldn't marry me. Maybe then I could have been happy with Johnny.
Johnny?
I didn't mean to say that, Mr. Markham. I don't want Johnny brought into this case. He had nothing to do with Mento's death.
I think I might be a better judge of that than you, Miss Anderson. Who is Johnny?
He's a dancer. He works in the theater next door.
Oh, I must remember to tell Vance that. Miss Anderson, there is an element in this case we've never before encountered. The element of the locked door. It makes a puzzling case baffling.
Because the door was locked and bolted on the inside?
The door and the window, both. Now, I can remember watching a magician get out of a trunk that was locked from the outside. Perhaps this was the same trick in reverse.
I doubt that. The locked trunk trick is done with a false panel in the trunk. The magician removes it while he's inside and gets out that way.
You know all the tricks, Miss Anderson?
Most of them. I watched Mento expose them for over a year.
In that case, perhaps you can give... Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham, Miss Anderson.
Any luck in your talk with Pop Baker, Vance?
I'm not sure. I got what practically amounted to a confession from him.
Pop Baker confessed?
I'm afraid I don't understand, Vance. What could it possibly be that practically amounts to a confession?
Well, he dared me to prove he did it, for one thing. He has an ironclad alibi for the time of the murder. I know it's ironclad. I just checked it.
And perhaps he didn't do it. After all, somebody stabbed Mento at 10:15. And if Pop Baker couldn't have done it, it must be somebody else who was our murderer.
That's completely logical, Markham. Unless Mento, the magician, was killed by magic.
You want me to build some special effects for you, Miss Anderson?
Yeah, please, Mr. Baker. I'll pay you for 'em. I want to do a magic act.
Like the great Mentos?
No, I won't expose magic, Mr. Baker. You see, I was with Mento long enough to know how all his tricks worked. I can do 'em, too. But I'll need something big. Some big illusion for a finish. You can build it for me.
Undoubtedly, I can build it for you. But will I? No, I think not.
You've got to.
Oh, so it's a threat now. I've got to. Miss Anderson, perhaps you'd better...
Hello there.
Mr. Vance, why do you come here again?
You expected me to come, didn't you, Mr. Baker? What I didn't expect was to find Miss Anderson here.
I want him to build an effect for me, Vance. I'm going to do a magic act by myself now.
Really? That's quite interesting. Mr. Baker, I came back because I want to know a little more about magic. I promise you that unless the information affects this case, I'll reveal it to no one.
What is it you wish to know?
Well, let's take the sawing a woman in half trick. How did that work?
It does no harm to tell you. It has been exposed in theaters for years. 2 girls are used. One the public sees when she climbs into the box that is to be sawed.
And the other?
The other is lying on the table the cabinet rests on. It doesn't look wide enough to hold a girl, but it is.
Illusion, eh?
Yes. After one girl climbs into the box, she tucks up her feet in the top half. The girl in the table puts her feet through the bottom half, and the magician then saws in between them.
Very simple, once it's explained, isn't it?
If you saw Mento's act, you also saw a variation of the trick. He used a table similar to the one in the sawing a woman illusion.
So he did. He took several large dogs out of the tabletop. Thank you very much, both of you.
You're leaving, Mr. Vance?
Definitely. I'm quite certain this mystery is no longer a mystery. I'll be seeing both of you again very soon. Good night.
Good night,
night.
Mr. Vance. Now, Miss Anderson, we will talk about what you want me to build for you.
No, Mr. Baker, not right now. I didn't like the look on Vance's face when he left.
To me, it seemed a very satisfied look.
That's just it. I think he knows something. I think he knows everything. And I gotta get out of here fast.
Here I am, Vance, just as you asked. Why did you want me to meet you here outside Mento's dressing room?
Why, Markham? Because I just left Pop Baker and Betty Anderson. And you are about to witness a dramatization entitled How the Locked Door Murder Was Accomplished. Oh, I see there's a new door fitted on Mento's dressing room.
Yes, a new door, a new lock and bolt. That was done earlier today, Vance. Why the dramatics?
We're nearing the finish of our case, Markham. I'm going in the dressing room. Give me one moment, then break down the door.
Break down the door? What for? Where will you be?
I'll be showing you how Mento was murdered. 5 seconds, Markham, then break it down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hope you're ready, Vance. Well, Vance, Hey, where is he? Vance, where are you? Vance! Oh, what is this? Well, you can't be hiding. There's no place to hide. Vance, what is this? Where are you?
Right here, Markham.
Right where? Your voice seems to be coming from that table, but you couldn't possibly be hiding in that tabletop.
No, but I am Markham. And now I'm coming out of my hiding place.
Vance, that tabletop doesn't look deep enough
No, it doesn't, does it? But it is. It's the same type of table I saw at Pop Baker's studio. Ready to make an arrest, Markham?
Of course, but I'm just as ready to hear how this solves Mento's murder.
I'll explain later. First, I've got to make a call. And then we've got to pay a call on a murderer.
Johnny.
Well, this is a surprise. Hello, Betty. What are you doing here at my place?
Johnny, get some clothes packed and get out of here fast.
What?
Don't stop to argue with me. Get some clothes together. I'll tell you all about this while you're doing it.
Now, honey, don't be so mysterious. What's this all about?
Okay. If you want it your way, Johnny. Philo Vance knows you killed Mento.
Vance knows it? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know it myself. Brilliant guy, that Vance.
Don't try to fool me, Johnny. I know you killed him, and I know how you killed him.
Really?
That's right. Now, come on, let's stop this. Get packed, Johnny.
No, not yet. Why are you warning me about Vance, Betty?
Why shouldn't I warn you? You were in love with me, weren't you? You tried to make things easier for me. Okay, I'm paying off that favor now, Johnny. I'm telling you to get out before Vance gets here.
Well, what makes you so sure he's coming?
Because he left me at Pop Baker's a little while ago. I'm sure he figured out the false table gimmick. And he'll know it was you who hid in that false tabletop. He'll know you were in that table in Mento's dressing room while he and Markham were discovering Mento's body.
False tabletop? What's that?
Oh, Johnny, please, don't try to lie to me. I showed you that phony table. Showed you how it works weeks ago. Please, Johnny, Vance...
Never mind about Vance right now. Come here, Betty, darling. Come here. Come on, baby. Come over here. All right. I'll come over to you.
You keep away from me.
No, darling. I'm coming closer. Close enough, darling, to put my hands right on your throat. Few seconds more, darling. Just a few.
We'll put a stop to that. Come on, Markham.
I'm with you.
Neither of you is coming very much closer.
Look out, he's got a gun.
Come on, I'm holding his arm.
Let go of me, you dope, let go.
This'll take care of you, Johnny.
Well, Miss Anderson, apparently we got here at the right time. Catch her, Markham.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right now.
Good. Well, Vance, what happens now?
We'll revive Johnny Davis and show him just how certain we are that he killed the great Mento.
We won't show him, Vance. You will. All I know is you called Pop Baker and found out Miss Anderson was on the way here. I'm going to learn about the details of this solution at the same time that Johnny is.
Johnny, we know you were in love with Betty Anderson, but she wouldn't marry you as long as Mento was alive.
So what about it, Vance?
So you killed him.
So you say.
So he'll prove, too, Johnny, if past performances are any criterion.
Well, they aren't to me. You can't prove a thing. Sure, I may have been a little rough with Betty when you walked in my apartment a while ago, but you can't hang for that.
Johnny, I'll admit that locked door on Mento's dressing room had me stopped temporarily, but it doesn't anymore. You were in that room, hiding in the tabletop while we were there. After we left, you left, with a practically perfect murder to your credit.
Pop Baker could have killed Mento.
That's what you wanted us to think when you hid in the table. You knew that eventually we'd figure out that this was a magician's way of killing a magician, and that we'd go straight to Baker. Fortunately, he had an alibi, but he couldn't resist trying to take a little credit for the murder. That was the showman in him.
Johnny, we have Betty Anderson ready to say you admitted killing Mento. Also, that you tried to kill her. And also that she explained the false tabletop to you. We don't need your confession to get a conviction, believe me.
No? Okay. If you don't need it, you get it anyway. Yeah, I killed Mento. What's more, I'd do it again if I had a chance.
Well, Markham, that's the statement we wanted him to make. Now I think I've a statement I want to make. This is the end of the magic murder case.
Look, you, I don't want any trouble from you here. We got you cold for breaking and entering, and I could put you in jail and keep you there forever if I wanted to.
You'd be an awful sorry guy if you did, Sergeant Heath. You coop me up before I get a chance to talk to the district attorney, and you'll be awful unhappy.
The district attorney's got nothing to do with this case. You broke into a joint, we caught you, and we're going to send you up.
But you did send for Mr. Markham, didn't you, Heath?
Yeah, I sent for him, only he ain't going to be happy being brought down here unless you got a good reason.
I got a great reason. Wait till he hears what it is.
Hello, Heath.
Oh, hi, Mr. Markham.
You asked me to come down here. I'm here. Suppose you tell me what this is about.
DA, this punk here, he's Joe Farrell, said he had something hot to tell you.
What is it, Farrell?
Well, DA, I want you to go easy on me on a kind of, I got a trade to make.
What kind of a trade?
I don't like crowds, DA. This room is too crowded with Heath here.
Huh?
Ask him maybe if he'd like to hop into the other room for a minute.
Heath?
Okay. But this stooge better have something to say to you. I'll be right next door, Mr. Markham.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, Farrell?
T.A., listen. The cops have got me cold on a burglary rap. Okay, I ain't looking to crawl out of that. Only I want 'em to go as light as possible.
I should think you would.
I got information I'll hand you if there ain't too much pressure put on me by Heath.
We can't make any trades with criminals, Farrell. Although if you know something that might help us, perhaps the judge might be lenient if you throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, that's okay by me. Listen, Markham, here's the dope. You know the City Museum?
Very well.
Okay. Well, the museum gets a big shipment from some foreign country. I ain't sure where. And it comes in this afternoon. It comes from some collector who died and willed the whole thing to the joint.
Well?
Well, one of the things that the museum is gonna get ain't what it seems to be. It looks like something, only it ain't what it looks like. You understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll hand it to you this way. There's maybe 6 or 8 things in that collection. Mostly statues and stuff. Only there's something about one of the statues.
Really? What?
I don't know. It's junk as far as I could find out. All I know is this, that there's guys in town that want that statue, and they want it bad enough to kill for it.
Come in. Come in, sir.
Master, it is here. It is here.
Well, talk, man. Talk. Tell me everything about it.
Mr. Peters, I wait in the museum until the crates are open. I see it with my own eyes. It is here, Master. The bungee, the idol my tribe worshipped. We will get from the museum, no?
3 years I've trailed that statue from one end of the globe to the other. Now it is within reach. The bungee. Sit down, Ringa, sit down.
Yes, Master. We make plans to get the bungee.
Careful plans, Ringai. The most careful plans man ever made. This is the high point in my entire life. Understand that? Nothing must go wrong. We will plan well, carefully, and quickly.
It is good. Soon my tribe will be at peace within themselves. Soon I bring back to them the bungee.
Tonight, we will get it, Ringai. Right now, I'm sure I'm going to need this.
What you get from the drawer, Master?
This. Ringai, the bungee is 1,000 years old. Stolen from your country.
Yes.
I will return this ancient masterpiece to your people, Ringai. But to do that, it is quite possible that I will need this very modern weapon. This automatic pistol.
All day I do nothing but open these crates. I'm supposed to be the curator in this museum, and all day I... What are you doing here?
Excuse me, Mr. Jasper. You are Mr. Jasper?
Yeah, sure, my name is Jasper. Who are you? What are you doing in the museum? No one's allowed in here at this hour.
I've done a lot of things in my life that no one has been allowed to do, Mr. Jasper. My name is Carter, Enid Carter.
Well?
I want that statue in the corner. That ugly copper thing, the bungee.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale. And you've got to leave here, Miss Carter. Regulations.
I have no interest in regulations. I want that statue, do you understand? It's thousands of years old. It's been worshipped by generations of natives. I must have it for my collection.
I'm sorry, Miss Carter. There's nothing I can do for you. I can't sell it to you. It just isn't for sale. And you'll have to leave here now. I've got to get the rest of this stuff uncrated before I can go to bed. And I'm tired.
Listen, Mr. Jasper, listen closely. I want that statue, the bungee. I must have it. I'll pay you for it. More money than you've ever seen in your whole life.
I don't know why everybody wants the bungee. It's only an ugly piece of copper.
Who else wants it? Tell me, man, who else was here asking about the bungee?
A fellow named Peters called up on the phone about it a little while ago. You know him?
He mustn't have it. Whatever you do, you mustn't sell it to him.
Miss Carter, I can't sell it to anybody. It belongs to the museum, and the museum has decided it is not for sale.
I don't care what the museum has decided. I'm going to have that statue before Mr. Peters or anyone else gets it. I'm going to have it, and I'd just like to see anyone stand in the way of my getting it.
Come in! Come in! Will you stop banging on that door at this hour of the night?
Hurry, please, hurry.
Well, what is it? What's the idea of waking me up at this hour?
You're Mr. Jasper, the curator of this museum?
Yes, what about it? You woke me up. Do you realize that?
I tried to wake you. I've been banging on the door for 20 minutes.
I sleep upstairs. What do you expect me to do? Apologize for not being awake at this time of night? What is it you want?
Oh, Mr. Jasper, I'm Maurice Abbott, the art dealer. You know my gallery on Madison Avenue.
Yes, well?
You have an ugly copper statue here, valueless except as a relic of native rituals. I want that statue.
You mean the Banji?
That is correct. I just heard it arrived today, and I came down here to make a deal with you.
I don't make any deals, Mr. Abbott, and you can't buy the Banji in any event. It isn't for sale, and you're the third person tonight who's tried to buy it.
I'll offer you more than they did. I'll top their best bid.
Look, please, go away and let me sleep. The Banji is not for sale.
At least let me look at it. Let me see it.
Go away. Good night, Mr. Abbott. Come around in the morning when the museum will be open.
Don't close this door on me. I want to talk to you, Mr. Jasper.
Not tonight anymore, you don't. I'm going to bed.
Going to bed, you see. I trust his sleep is not interrupted.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Markham.
Well, hello, Markham. I've been wondering when I'd hear from you.
This isn't a social call, Vance.
The way I feel about you, Markham, and about your job as district attorney makes it questionable to me whether I prefer your social or professional calls.
That's quite complimentary, Vance. Perhaps the purpose of this call might return that compliment. There's been a murder down at the City Museum, and we need help.
Delighted that you do, Markham. Who was killed?
Well, Vance, it seems that a native idol was delivered to the City Museum yesterday afternoon.
Uh-huh.
The curator of the museum, a Mr. Jasper, had reported an art dealer named Abbott unusually interested in it.
Yes, go on, Markham.
The statue was called the Banji, a small copper figure. Sometime during the night, an art collector named Enid Carter was found murdered near the statue.
Enid Carter? Not the social registrite?
The same, Vance. She was shot to death.
Well...
Now, what she was doing there or who killed her, we don't know.
Is there anything about the case the police do know, Markham?
Yes. A stool pigeon Sergeant Heath picked up yesterday told me that he knew there would be an attempt to steal one of the pieces in the museum.
Really? Well, perhaps Miss Carter interrupted someone's plans, and in the interrupting met her death.
Well, that seems reasonable, Vance. Will you meet me at the museum?
Will I, Markham? I assure you nothing can keep me from keeping that meeting.
Come right into this room, please, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Vance would like to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Markham, of course.
Hello, Mr. Jasper. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
I've been looking over your papers on that shipment that came to this museum yesterday, Mr. Jasper. I think the statues, or rather one statue, has a direct bearing on the death of Miss Carter.
She probably broke in here last night after the museum was closed, Mr. Vance. I know there was no one here when we locked up.
How she got in or why, Mr. Jasper, may or may not be important. Markham, did you ever hear of the Banji before today?
No, Vance, I'm sorry, I didn't.
If Mr. Jasper will correct me if I go too far astray.
Yes, of course.
The Banji was a native idol stolen from a tribe many years ago. According to these papers which arrived with the Banji, it is copper, stands 3 feet high on a base a foot square, and weighs 3,500 pounds.
Rather heavy, I'd say.
Copper is quite heavy. Have you anything to add to what I've said, Mr. Jasper?
No, I think not. Except that Mr. Abbott, the art dealer, was very insistent on purchasing the Banji.
I've already told Vance that. Now, Vance, I know you haven't seen the statue yet, but have you anything to tell us?
I think so. I think I can tell you why the Banji was wanted, and in so doing, tell you the reason Miss Carter was killed.
You know that, Mr. Vance?
Vance, you can't possibly. You haven't even seen the statue or the body.
That's true. I didn't look at the body because Sergeant Heath had already examined it, and Sergeant Heath is very thorough. I didn't see the Banji because there was no need to see it. You see, I know that it wasn't copper at all. but solid gold.
Gold? You know the bungee is gold, Vance. How could you possibly know that?
By the weight, Markham. A statue 3 feet high and 1 foot square makes 3 cubic feet of statue. Copper weighs 500 pounds a cubic foot.
Then if the bungee were copper, it should weigh 1,500 pounds.
That's right. But the bungee weighs 3,500 pounds. Therefore, it isn't copper. Gold weighs approximately 2.5 times as much as copper, hence my deduction.
Vance, when will you ever stop astounding me?
Never, I hope. Now let's look at the bungee and see whether...
What's that? Shots, undoubtedly. Sergeant Heath or his men are shooting at something. Come on, Vance.
I'm right with you, Markham.
There's Heath at the window, firing at something on the outside.
Yes, I know.
Heath, Sergeant Heath, what's happened?
They got away, D.A. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Heath. Who was it got away?
Search me. 2 guys must have been hiding in this joint. Thought they saw a chance to sneak out the window a couple of minutes ago. I spotted them, yelled to them to stop, but they wouldn't, so I fired at them.
Did you hit them, Heath?
No, I don't think so. I think they made it okay. I saw them get in their car and beat it.
Well, things certainly are getting complicated on this case, aren't they, Vance?
Quite a bit.
Complicated for you, Vance? What should I say? Wait till the papers hear about this. Imagine what happens to me when I gotta tell them that Miss Carter's murderers were here, sneaked right out under my nose, and I can't find them.
Well, if that's all that's troubling you, Heath, forget it.
Huh?
When the reporters ask about the shooting, tell them just one thing, and they won't annoy you any further.
What's that one thing?
Mr. Markham can probably tell you. Can you, Markham?
Why, yes. Only for the life of me, I don't know how you can do it. Heath, tell the reporters that Philo Vance can produce the 2 men who just escaped from this museum. Is that right, Vance?
Yes, Markham. That is precisely what I want Heath to tell the reporters.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Idle murder case began before there was a murder. It seems that several people, among them Maurice Abbott, an art dealer, and Enid Carter, wanted the bungee, a native idol supposed to be copper, but which actually is gold. Philo Vance reasoned it was gold, and subsequent tests proved him right. After Miss Carter was found dead, 2 men were seen fleeing from the museum, and Vance announced that he would produce them despite the fact that he hadn't even seen them. Only Vance could possibly make a statement like that. And it is some time later, when he has gone to his office, Vance and he...
Read it again, will you please, Miss Deering?
What's the matter, Vance? My diction bad or my voice so pleasant you just like to hear it?
I'd like to be absolutely certain of what the newspaper says, that's all.
No criticism, no compliment. That's my boss. Okay, here we go.
Just the headline and the subhead will do.
Right. It says, police say Philo Vance can produce mystery men. Subhead, famous private investigator believed to know identity of 2 men who fled from City Museum in hail of shots. Period. More?
No, that ought to be quite sufficient, thank you.
Vance, since when have you become mysterious? If you knew who those men were, why didn't you tell Mr. Markham? They're probably the same men who killed Miss Carter.
Possibly.
Well, then why don't you tell who they are?
I never said I knew who they were, Miss Deering. I said I could produce them, and I can. In fact, I think they'll produce themselves right here in my office.
I'd like to bet they don't. That's off.
It wouldn't surprise me if those were the 2 men, Miss Deering. Let them in, please. I'll be in my private office.
I'll do it. Only I have a hunch I'm going to be sorry.
Forgive me, my dear, but this is the office of Philo Vance.
Yes, it is. Come in, please.
Thank you. Come in, guy.
Yes, master.
My dear, I must see Mr. Vance. Is he in?
He's not only in, but unless I'm mistaken, he's expecting you. Go right into his private office. Go right in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's all quite all right. All part of a day's work.
Wait out here, Inga. I shan't be long.
Yes, master.
Hey, you're not going to leave him out here with me.
I assure you, my dear, you're quite safe. Wait for me, Ringa.
Yes, master.
Mr. Vance?
Come in, sir.
Mr. Vance, you know me, sir?
I know who you are. Perhaps the formalities of an introduction might be in order, though. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, I am Jonathan Peters, world traveler, lecturer.
Authority on native art. I know of you, Mr. Peters. Peters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, according to the newspapers, you knew it was I who was seen fleeing from the City Museum early today. I've come to ask you, sir, to implore you not to reveal my identity.
You realize that a young lady was murdered in the museum you were seen leaving?
I had nothing to do with her death, I assure you, sir. And I have here my personal check made out to you for $25,000.
The check would be in lieu of my not revealing your identity to the police.
Exactly. For the sake of your conscience, you might know that my friend and I did not kill Miss Carter. We were in the museum to see the bungee, and then she was shot. But the alarm was sounded so soon. The officer on the street came in so quickly we could not escape. We waited our chance and tried to get out while you were in the museum. Apparently, you saw us.
We'll let it go at that. Your story may or may not be correct. But tell me something, Mr. Peters. Do you know the history of the bungee?
Of course I do, sir. It was stolen many years ago from a native tribe. I have pledged to return it to the natives, one of whom accompanied me here.
That's the only story you know about it?
Precisely, sir. The only one.
The fact that it's supposed to be copper but is actually solid gold means nothing to you?
You know that, sir? You're a brilliant man, Mr. Vance.
I'm brilliant enough to telephone the police and have them take you in, Mr. Peters.
Put down that phone, Mr. Vance. Put it down. Please, sir.
Excellent backing you have for your instructions, Mr. Peters.
This gun? Obvious. But like myself, Mr. Vance, purposeful. Helps me get into places and, as now, out of them. Please don't move, sir. I'm sorry to have to leave like this, but before I go, I beg you to reconsider calling the police. It will necessitate a return visit to you from my friend, this gun, and to me. You're a clever man, Mr. Vance. Be a smart one, sir, I beg of you. Do not call the police.
Do you deny, Mr. Abbott, that you threatened the museum curator, Mr. Jasper, when he would not sell the bungee to you for your gallery? Well, do you?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Markham.
You will have something to say, I'm sure, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Jasper here is ready to swear you first tried to bribe him, and then you threatened him when he told you he could not sell you the bungee.
Yes, he did. I swear he did, Mr. Markham.
Very well, I did try to bribe Jasper here, and I did threaten him. I wanted that statue.
No doubt you did, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. Mr. Jasper, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Vance.
Well, Markham, we're approaching what in Western moving pictures is generally referred to as a showdown. You see, I know who murdered Miss Carter and why Mr. Abbott's interest in the bungee was so acute.
You're not going to frame me for this. You're not...
Grab him, Jasper. You nearest him.
Let go of me.
I'm coming to help. Hold on. Now, Mr. Abbott, I think you'd be better off sitting down and telling us all about this before Vance does.
Feel like talking, Mr. Abbott?
No. No, I don't, and I never will. Go ahead if you can prove I killed Enid Carter. I dare you. Try to prove I murdered her.
Well, Vance, that's the City Museum right ahead of us.
Yes, it is.
You didn't ask Sergeant Heath and me to come here with you merely as bodyguards, did you?
No, Markham, I didn't.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'd like to put this body of mine in a big bed and guard it with a couple of blankets.
No lullaby, Heath. Oh. Vance, why did you have the City Museum closed to the public for the past few hours?
Obviously, because I wanted no one to be there except whoever it is who will try to steal the bungee.
Somebody's going to try to steal that statue tonight?
Perhaps. They know the museum is unguarded, and I believe that time is a factor, and the attempt will be made tonight. You have the door key, Markham.
Yes, of course, right here.
Open it quietly, please.
All right.
If I'm not mistaken, we are about to interrupt the theft of the bungee.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't know that.
I don't know it, Heath, but I merely think it. I believe I saw a flashlight hit a window a second ago. The flashlight carried by somebody inside the museum. Well, Markham?
I'm a little slow because I'm trying to do this as quietly as possible. There. Here we are. Vance.
I see it, Markham. The flashlight at the other end of this hall. Close the door, Heath, please. Quietly. I've got my finger on the light switch.
Right.
What's that noise, Vance?
Winches, Markham. The bungee is heavy and unwieldy and has to be raised mechanically. Well, Heath, I think we're about to catch our thief.
Same guy who murdered that Enid Carter dame?
Perhaps. Ready, Heath?
Me and my gun are both ready. Throw the switch, Vance.
Here goes.
Stand where you are, whoever you are, or I fire. Come on, Markham, Vance.
Who is it, Vance? Can you make him out?
I know who he is, but that body on the floor in the corner.
Okay, you. Get your hands up and turn this way. Get him up.
All right. Only don't shoot.
It's Jasper, the curator of this museum, Vance.
I knew that. I'm much more interested in this body. Markham, it's Jonathan Peters.
What?
He's still breathing. Heath, keep Jasper covered.
Right.
Come over here, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance.
He's dying. I know he's dying, but I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't kill him.
Shut up, you. We got you cold trying to steal the statue, ain't we?
Yes, maybe you have, but that man is dying, only I didn't kill him. I found him that way when I came down here a little while ago.
All right, Jasper, we'll get to you later.
Something.
I think Mr. Peters is trying to say something, Markham. Bend down here with me.
Right.
I can't.
Hello, Mr. Peters.
How are you, Vance? You find me in a sorry state, sir. A sorry state indeed.
Who did this to you, Mr. Peters?
That native boy I had with me, Ringai. He found I was trying to obtain the bungee. Not for his tribe, but for myself.
We'll pick that boy up in a hurry, Vance. Is there anything we can do for you, Mr. Peters?
For me, sir, nothing. This is not quite the idea of the way I should prefer to die. So near to a fabulous fortune. So very near. But fate has made a decision. And I shall abide by it, gentlemen. Yes, I shall abide.
He's gone, Markham. Yes. And I believe you can charge Mr. Jasper here with murder.
I? Well, you know I didn't kill him. He told you that. I heard him. You don't believe I killed him, do you? You can't.
I didn't say you killed him, Mr. Jasper. I said you could be charged with murder. You see, I've known all along you killed Enid Carter.
Look, Vance, if you think I'm going to ask you a single question, you're nuts.
Very well, Sergeant Heath. Suppose we leave it at that.
Now, wait a minute. Just 1 minute and maybe one question. How did you know Jasper killed that Miss Carter?
Well, Heath, I'll tell you. To begin with, he knew the weight of that statue, the bungee. Knowing it, he knew it wasn't copper, but gold. And, as such, worth a fortune.
That still don't tell me where Miss Carter comes in, or that Peters guy and his stooge either, or Abbott.
They all come in together, Heath. They all wanted the bungee. Miss Carter wanted it so much that the night of her death, she came to the museum to make a deal with Jasper to steal it. But apparently she came into the museum while Mr. Jasper was trying to do that very thing for himself, and she caught him at it.
Yeah, but Peters and the native were there, too.
That's right. But fortunately for them, they hadn't gotten into the room where the bungee was kept. They were in another room when they heard shots. A policeman came tearing in, discovered the body, and they couldn't get out until the next day. You see, they were hiding in the museum.
Yeah, but if they couldn't get out, how could the murderer?
He couldn't either. That's how I knew it was Jasper. His living quarters were upstairs. He got up there in time to be presumably awakened by the police.
And Abbott, the art dealer?
Completely innocent, although he was working for Peters. And Peters had threatened his life if Abbott revealed Peters' identity to us. That accounts for his attitude while we were questioning him earlier today.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, Vance, I promised you I wouldn't ask any questions, and I bet I asked a million, huh?
It's all right, Heath. I enjoyed answering them. I like to make statements, you see. Statements such as, "This is the end of the Idol murder case."
tell me, Roger, please. There must be something else you see in the crystal ball. I've never heard anything so wonderful as the things you've been able to see.
Patience, Miss Stone. Patience. Yes, there is something. Only this is not so pleasant.
Oh?
You wish to hear it?
Of course. I can't understand how you knew the things you've told me. It's incredible that you should know them, and I want to know what it is you see now.
Very well. Attend, if you please. Miss Stone, there is someone whom you trust. Someone very close to you. Someone who is violating that trust.
Dick Novus.
I think not. No, that is not the name. The initials are... P... Let me see. PG. The name is blurred, but it is coming through more clearly now. The name is Peter Golden.
What?
That is it. Peter Golden.
Mr. Golden? And he's cheating me? But he's my guardian. He has all my money. Tell me more, Roger. Please, more.
No, I cannot. There is nothing more now. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not now. I am sorry, Miss Stone. That is all.
Well, here's the $100 we agreed upon, Roger. I'll be here tomorrow, and thank you. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, then.
Good day, Miss Stone.
Come out, Mr. Novus, please.
It worked, didn't it, Roger? She believed what you told her.
As much as I told her.
You realize I've tried to tell her this myself, but she wouldn't listen.
I require no explanation as to why you see fit to give me information to be passed on to Miss Stone.
No, maybe not. But I just wanted to make sure my conscience was clear. You see, I work for Golden. He's been stealing from Miss Stone for months.
I am quite sure that is so.
Oh, there had to be some way for her to find out about this, Roger. I couldn't tell her, but if he keeps up his swindling, she'll be penniless.
Which would mean that you would be marrying a penniless young lady.
Yes, I suppose so, only, well, that isn't terribly important.
No?
No, I love Kay. I love her very much. And I'm greatly indebted to you for being the means whereby she knows about Golden.
At $100 a visit, it's no trouble, I assure you.
Thank you. Only suppose this doesn't work. Suppose Golden convinces Kay that he isn't cheating her. Then what?
What? Well, that might call for a visit from me to Mr. Golden. Only, Mr. Novus, that visit will cost a good deal more than $100.
Yes, who is it?
It's Dick Novus, Mr. Golden. You asked me to come to your office.
Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Golden.
Sit down, Novus. You know, one of the reasons I put your office at the other end of this floor is that you wouldn't get too close to me.
I don't think I understand.
You will. The point is that when I hired you, I didn't want you to know everything about my business. But apparently you found out regardless.
I still don't know what you mean, sir.
No?
No.
Well, you see, I just received a call from Miss Stone. She said a lot of things nobody would know about. Nobody but me, and apparently you.
I haven't told her a thing about your mishandling her money.
She found out some way, I guarantee that. She's not sure, mind you, just suspicious. Now, right now, your job is to keep Miss Stone's mind off my business, Dick. Make sure you do.
And what if I don't? What if I won't stand by and watch you swindling my fiancée?
You will. There are a few things about you that she might like to know. About where you spent the 5 years before you came to this city.
You know about that?
Certainly. And make no mistake about it. I'd tell her in a minute if you don't do things my way.
Why, you low, underhand
this
rat.
little gun makes up for the difference in our age and physical abilities, Novus.
It doesn't scare me. I've got to convince you that telling Kay about my past would be a very wrong thing for you to do. A very wrong thing.
Don't come any closer to me or I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Yeah, shoot, will you? I think not. I'll just take that gun away from you before you get into trouble with it. There.
You'll be sorry about this, Novus. Very sorry. You'll be the sorriest man alive.
just as long as you stay alive.
You are Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Yes, of course. Please sit down, Miss Stone.
Thank you.
And thank you for your promptness.
I imagine you're busy, Mr. Vance. I said on the telephone I'd be here at 3.
Yes, you did, and it's 3 now. So suppose you tell me why you think you need my services.
A very important reason, Mr. Vance. Do you know anything about me?
Only that you were left a sizable fortune when your father died, and that the money is being invested for you.
Supposed to be invested for me, you mean? Peter Golden is my guardian and the executor of the estate. He's been cheating me.
Really? How do you know?
A fortune teller told me. Oh, don't laugh, Mr. Vance. I know it sounds silly, but he had facts and amounts and dates. He's fantastically accurate.
He is, eh? Who is this great mystic?
His name is Raja Ramoy, and I went to see him today for the first time. If what he says is true, I'm practically penniless.
You believe what a fortune teller says, Miss Stone?
Implicitly. My fiancé, Dick Novus, recommended him. Dick works for Peter Golden in the Standard Building, but the Raja told me things even Dick couldn't know. Nobody could know. He's psychic, Mr. Vance. Terribly psychic.
If you're so sold on him, Miss Stone, I think you made a mistake coming to me. You see, I don't happen to believe in anyone being able to call on the spirits for information whenever he finds it convenient. Or, shall I say, profitable.
But, Mr. Vance...
I'm sorry, Miss Stone. I deal in facts, not fancies. My suggestion would be for you to allow this Rajah to settle your problems. I'm sorry I can't take your case.
All right, if that's the way...
Excuse me, please.
Of course.
Hello.
Hello, is Miss Kay Stone there?
Why, yes, she is. Just a moment, please. For you, Miss Stone.
Oh, that must be Dick. I left a note for him telling him where I'd be. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, Kay. I got your message to call this number. Where are you?
I'll explain later. You're at the office, Dick?
Yeah.
Where's Golden?
In his private office down the hall. Why? Where are you?
With a friend, Dick. I'd like him to talk to you. His name is Brown.
Okay, put him on.
Please, Mr. Vance.
But I don't have anything to say to you, Mr. Novus.
Well, please, Mr. Vance, just as a favor.
All right.
Thanks. Dick, here is Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Novus.
Hello, Novus.
Hello, Brown.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I've just told Miss Stone I can... Novus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. That shot came from Golden's private office down the hall. Hold the phone. I'm going to investigate.
What happened, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait until Novus gets back.
Well, where did he go?
Down the hall to Golden's private office.
But he was talking to you on the phone.
That's right, but you see, there was a shot fired.
What?
Novus is sure it came from Golden's office. He's gone to find out.
A shot?
That's right.
What?
Impotent feeling, isn't it, Miss Stone, to have to stand here and hold the telephone while a murder might have been taking place.
You think that...
Just a
Hello,
minute.
Brown?
Yes?
Brown, yeah. I've just come from Golden's office. He's lying face down on the floor, and there's a bullet wound in his head. I think I heard footsteps racing down the stairs, but I was afraid to follow whoever it was. What shall I do?
Leave everything just as it is. I'm sending Miss Stone to her home. You meet her there. I'll want to talk to both of you later. Right now, I'm going to call District Attorney Markham and invite him to a murder.
Well, Vance, we meet in strange surroundings, but in a familiar circumstance. Mr. Golden is quite dead, the medical examiner assures me.
I never doubted that, Markham. His private office is furnished rather well, don't you think?
Yes, in fine taste. And his murderer had the bad taste to leave us practically clueless, as usual.
Lack of obvious clues hasn't deterred us on other cases, Markham.
Hasn't deterred you, you mean? I'm just old-fashioned enough to want a lead to a killer.
So do I. Only it isn't necessary for it to be out in the open. For instance, Markham, this tells me a lot.
Vance, what in the world did you climb on that chair for?
I wanted to take a look at the wall. Closer look, that is. Very interesting.
A wall is interesting. Now, Vance,
It provided me with a possible clue, Markham.
How? It's an ordinary wall. There's a little accumulated dust or something up where you looked, but what's that?
That is the clue to our killer, Markham.
Oh, no.
Imagine the murderer would rather believe your remark than mine, but I'll stick with my theory for a while.
Don't think I'm not glad you're going to. Vance, who was this Golden fellow anyhow?
He was guardian for the money left to a girl named Kay Stone, for one thing, Markham. She was in my office when we heard a shot over the telephone.
You were talking to the dead man?
No, to Mr. Novus, Miss Stone's fiancé.
Oh.
I took the liberty of sending Miss Stone to her home and of asking Mr. Novus to meet her there.
I don't see where that was such a liberty, Vance. Novus couldn't have been guilty if he was talking to you over the telephone when the shot was fired.
That doesn't seem possible, does it, Markham?
Of course not. There are some things, Vance, which even I am willing to bet can't be done.
That may be, but if I were you, my friend, I wouldn't say this was one of them.
There isn't anything we can do, Dick, except sit tight and wait for the police to get here to question us. You know why I introduced Philo Vance to you over the telephone as Mr. Brown.
Well, I understand why you did it, only it was a little ridiculous.
Well, maybe, in view of what followed. Oh, excuse me a second.
Well, certainly.
Hello?
Miss Stone?
Yes?
This is Roger Ramoy. I have something very important to tell you.
Well, not now.
Oh, but definitely now. It seems that I have done you quite a favor, and I don't want it to be wasted.
What do you mean?
Haven't you heard? Peter Golden is dead. Killed. It is important I see you.
I'll call you back.
Please do. I went to a great deal of trouble. I would rather it were not done for nothing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that?
That fortune teller you took me to. He has something to tell me.
Okay, listen, that man's a fake.
What?
Everything he told you, I had told him. I wanted you to know about Golden. You don't have to see the Raja anymore. You don't have to go near him again.
I don't know, Dick. He seems to feel that I do. And somehow, so do I.
This is Miss Stone's home, Vance. Is this the place where our mystery comes to an end?
Perhaps. All I can do is hope.
There's one thing I don't understand, Vance.
Then you're lucky. There are a lot of things that I don't. One thing I do understand, however, is that this is a bell. And if we're going to get in to see Miss Stone and her fiancé, we ought to ring it. There.
Vance, I've never known you to be so mysterious before, so reluctant to tell me anything.
That could be for an excellent reason, Markham.
You mean you don't know anything about this case?
Well, let's say I don't know enough. Oh, Miss Stone, may we come in?
Hello, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you. This is District Attorney Markham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Novus is in the library. You wanted to talk to him, Mr. Vance?
I most certainly do. And I wonder if you'd mind waiting out here in the hall with Mr. Markham.
I don't think I understand.
Neither do I, Miss Stone, but I imagine it might be a good thing for us to do.
Thank you, Markham. I won't be long.
All right, Vance, we'll be waiting.
In here, Miss Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you do? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I imagined it would be you. What do you want with me, Vance?
A little cooperation, for one thing.
Well, now, let's talk straight. You're going to find I have a record that I served time in jail years ago. You know, I was down the hall in my office when Golden was murdered. Now, what do you want with me?
You were down the hall, you say?
You know I was. I was talking to you over the telephone when we heard the shot. Kay told me you were Mr. Brown.
That's quite right. And now, inasmuch as you were on the telephone when the shot was fired, you want to know what I want with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's very simple, Mr. Novus. You see, two people are involved in the murder. You might very well be one of those two.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Golden murder case opened with the finding of the murdered body of Peter Golden, executor for the estate of Kay Stone. Philo Vance has discovered that Golden was cheating Miss Stone, and that fact was known to Dick Novus, Golden's assistant and Miss Stone's fiancé. He has also found out that Miss Stone had been to a fortune teller named Raja Ramoy before going to his office, and it was while she was in his office and Vance was talking on the telephone to Novus that a shot was heard, and Novus, investigating, found Golden murdered. Vance is of the opinion that two people are involved in the murder and has gone to see Raja Ramoy, who, I have been told, at the moment has another visitor, Kay Stone. It should be...
Well, Raja, what is it?
Miss Stone, my crystal ball shows
Let's
me...
forget that crystal ball stuff, Raja.
Oh?
You said you had something to tell me about Peter Golden's death. I think I know what it is.
Very well. Then suppose you tell me.
You wanted to tell me you killed Golden and that you expect me to pay you. Who's that?
I don't know, but I shall find out. Come in.
It's Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stone.
Good
This,
evening.
I imagine, is the eminent Raja Ramoy.
You are Philo Vance. What is it you want?
I understand you have a remarkable crystal ball, Raja. I would like to see it.
See it? Of course you can see it, but it'll tell you nothing.
No, I don't suppose it will. Perhaps you'll tell me, Raja. It seems that Miss Stone was in my office at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when we heard a shot.
Yes?
Look in your crystal ball, Raja. Or better still, perhaps you'd better have a more tangible witness. Because you see, very shortly, you're going to be called upon to say where you were at 3 o'clock yesterday. Markham.
If that's you, Vance, I'm in here in the murder room.
Right, Markham. You shouldn't be too difficult to find. And you're not. How are you?
As well as can be expected, and just about as perplexed. Vance, I've gone over this room with the proverbial fine-tooth comb, and I can't for the life of me see what you've made seem like a clue.
I'm prepared to tell you very shortly, my friend. Have you anything to tell me?
Not especially. Is the medical examiner's statement about the death of Mr. Golden. I don't believe it's terribly enlightening, though. Bullet entered the head, death instantaneous, that sort of thing.
Mind if I see it?
No, not at all. Here you are.
Hmm.
And what, may I ask, are you humming about?
Nothing important.
That's what I said. There's nothing terribly exciting in that information.
What would you call terribly exciting, Markham?
Well, for one thing, knowing who killed Peter Golden.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Peter Golden, Markham. What I want to know is who fired the shot.
You and Miss Stone understand now why it is imperative I came here so we could have this chat, Mr. Novus.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so, Raja.
What I suggest is very simple, is it not, Miss Stone?
Very.
Oh, it isn't so simple for the one of us who had nothing to do with the murder.
Let us not split hairs, Mr. Novus. Let me put it even more simply than I have done. You came to me originally to have me tell Miss Stone several things about Mr. Golden.
Well, that's right. But I've already told her I did that.
Yes.
Wait, please. You're too hasty, Mr. Novus. It is possible, of course, that Mr. Golden knew, as I know, that you are an ex-convict.
Oh, you dirty...
Never mind, Dick. I knew that. It didn't make any difference before. Don't see to it that it does now.
Go ahead, Raja.
It's so simple. Philo Vance thinks one of us killed Golden. So far, I do not think he knows which one. That is, if one of us killed him. Personally, I have an alibi for my whereabouts at 3 o'clock the afternoon Mr. Golden was killed.
Well, so have I. I was on the phone talking to Vance.
And I was in his office.
Vance knows something which we do not know. Let us assume, then, that none of us three killed Mr. Golden. In view of that, let us keep what we know about each other and about him away from the police.
I already told Vance that Golden was cheating me.
That was not wise.
Why not? I had nothing to hide. No, Roger, I want no part of your plan. I'm going to answer any question they ask
And
me.
that goes for me, too.
Well, that leaves me no alternative but to do the same. Unfortunately for one of you.
I'll answer that. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Miss Stone?
Yes? Who is this?
Philo Vance. May I invite you to a reading of Raja Ramoy's Crystal Ball?
What do you mean?
I mean that I would like you and your fiancé to be at the Raja studio in an hour.
Oh, Dick is here with me now. I'll tell him.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I happen to know Raja Ramoy is there with you, too. Please tell him that he also is cordially invited to be at his place then. Draw the curtains, please, Markham. I want the room quite dark.
Right, Vance.
You're going to use my crystal ball, Vance? It works equally well in the light, believe me.
Perhaps it won't for amateurs like myself, Raja.
What do you expect to see in the crystal, Mr. Vance?
The murderer of Peter Golden.
Oh.
You see, Miss Stone, perhaps Golden did deserve to die for cheating you out of your money. But the decision to take life does not rest with any of us. Do you agree, Mr. Novus?
Forget about me, Vance. Go ahead with that foolishness.
Very well. Please, everyone, keep very quiet if you don't mind.
Of course, we certainly
Before I start this experiment, Raja Ramoy, do you have a gun?
Why, no.
No? It seems to me that at police headquarters this morning I saw a license issued to you giving you permission to possess a firearm.
Oh, that? Why, that's a blank cartridge pistol. I use it in my act when I appear on the stage. You are seated at my place at this table. There's a drawer right in front of you. The pistol is in there. But believe me, it is loaded with blanks.
We'll see. Yes, here it is. I'd like to fire it now.
Vance.
Not at anyone in particular, Markham, just at this wall.
Oh, thing's tight.
Yes, it shoots blanks all right, Vance. There's no bullet in the wall.
I wanted to be sure. And now for the experiment with the crystal ball. I see in it many things. Hatred for his employer for several reasons by Mr. Dick Novus.
Why should I hate him?
He knew about your past and he was cheating your fiancée. I also see in it a visit by the great Raja Ramoy to Mr. Golden's office. If I'm not mistaken, he was about to sell him some information.
What information, Mr.
You were
Vance?
going to ask him how much it would be worth if you did not tell Miss Stone all the details of his swindling.
I was?
I think so. And I think that inasmuch as you knew that what you were doing amounted to blackmail, you brought your gun, your blank cartridge gun, along with you.
Why would I do that?
Just in case Mr. Golden resented being blackmailed. You'd use the gun merely to threaten him if he seemed bent on throwing you out of his office.
That perhaps is so. But it means I did not kill him, doesn't it, Mr. Vance? After all, what I had was a blank cartridge pistol. You can't kill with that.
No, but you could fire the gun to create an alibi which you could explode any time you liked in the event the person you were alibying for refused to pay you.
I should never have allowed you to use my crystal ball, Vance. Apparently it works as well for you as it did for me. What else do you see in it?
I see a young lady named Kay Stone who could conceivably have gone temporarily insane when she found that the man she thought was a friend had made her penniless.
That means you think I killed him.
What I've tried to show was that all three of you had motives. Good motives.
We all have good alibis for the time he was shot, too, Vance. Don't forget that.
No. Pardon my correcting you, Mr. Novus. You all have alibis for 3 o'clock, the time the shot was heard. But Mr. Golden was killed before that blank cartridge gun was fired. And the name of his murderer...
Yes?
Yes, Vance, the name?
The name of his murderer is...
Tell us if you see it. Tell us.
Turn that last lamp out, Markham. I can read it more clearly.
Right.
Well, that's better. In absolute darkness, one light remains. The light in this crystal ball. And it tells me that the name of the killer of Peter Golden is... Kay Stone. Lights, Markham.
Right. She got away, Vance. She got away.
Not very far, Mr. Novus. Apparently, my pretending to read the crystal ball was too close to home. But we have several policemen downstairs prepared to seize anyone fleeing from this room. No, she didn't get away. Believe me, she didn't. She didn't get away from us or with murder.
I, Kay Stone, of my own free will and volition, confessed to shooting Peter Golden in his office. I shot him and went directly to Philo Vance's office.
Have you taken that down, Mr. Pace?
Yes, I have, Mr. Markham.
You killed him because he stole that money from you, didn't you, Miss Stone?
That was the reason, Vance.
And you went to Vance's office so that you'd have an alibi, having been there when Vance heard the shot over the telephone.
No, I knew nothing about any shot. I went there to ask Vance to investigate Golden and my fiancé. I knew he'd find Golden dead, but would suspect Dick when he found out about his jail record.
How little she knew you, Vance. But what about this business of the shot you heard? Didn't she really know about that?
Quite possibly not, Markham. You see, what happened was this. Of course, I wasn't reading any crystal ball, but just as I said at the Rajah's house, the Rajah did go to see Golden, but he found him dead in his private office. Then he heard Dick Novus speaking on the telephone to Miss Stone and then to me, and he thought he'd give either one of them an alibi.
Either one of them?
Whichever one had killed Golden.
Oh.
You see, he didn't know which one at the time, but he figured that later on, one of them would be good for a little blackmailing. So he fired his blank cartridge gun into the wall while Novus was on the phone.
But how did you know that?
That smudge on the wall. The one I investigated the first time we went up to Golden's office, Markham?
Yes.
That told me a blank cartridge gun had been fired and had left powder marks on the wall. Well, I had to build the rest of this case from that.
You built it too well, Vance. Too well to suit me.
It had to be you, Miss Stone. You told me you left a note for Mr. Novus, and that was the reason he was telephoning you at my office. If you left a note, you had to have been at his office. If you were at his office, it is very conceivable that you killed Golden.
Well, that's what happened, all right. I did go up there. And when I saw his smug face looking at me, laughing at me after he cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, I fired. And that was the end of him.
No question about that, Miss Stone. And Markham.
Yes?
There's no question about the fact either that this is the end of the Golden murder case.
Greg? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's all the excitement about? Oh, it's you, Johnny.
That's right, Greg.
Of course you realize you woke me up. That's all right.
If it is, it's the only thing that's all right. Greg, I've got something to talk to you about.
Couldn't it wait until we're at the airport this afternoon? Seems to me you're my co-pilot on the Center City flight, aren't you?
That's right. Only I'm doing you a favor by not talking about this where anybody else can hear. I want you to keep away from Sue Gordon.
Oh, you do? Well, what do you know about that?
Now, don't kid about it, Greg. You're only giving her a run around and she's taking you seriously.
And you don't like your girl taking me seriously. Selfish, aren't you?
I wouldn't mind if she meant anything to you, but she's too nice a kid for you to be
Look,
taking...
Johnny, I'll see Sue, and she'll see me. Just as often as we like. And there isn't a thing you can do to stop that. Understand? Not a thing.
Oh, no?
I don't like the way you said that.
Well, I've got something to say you're going to like even less. If you don't stop seeing Sue, a certain party is going to learn about you and that certain party's wife.
What certain party?
You want names?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get them. The woman's name is Sylvia Crane.
Oh?
And her husband is Millard Crane.
How do you know about Sylvia and me?
I made it my business to find out. And I can make it my business to keep quiet about it, too. If you keep away from Sue.
We're going to be a very swell crew when we fly this afternoon, aren't we? My co-pilot is ready to cut my throat over the hostess on the ship.
Never mind about what happens when we get in the plane. What happens from now on is what I want to know.
I'll think it over, Johnny boy. I'll scram out of here while I take a shower and get dressed. I think we can make a deal about the Sylvia Crane situation.
Good enough. I don't want to hurt her. All I want to do is keep you from hurting Sue.
I know. You said that before. Goodbye, Johnny. I'll see you at the airport.
Yeah.
Seems to me that maybe Sylvia ought to know something about this. Yeah. Certainly think she should.
Shall I get it, Sylvia, dear?
Don't bother, darling. Go on with your packing. I'll take it. Hello?
Sylvia, this is Greg.
Oh, hello, Barbara.
I get it. Your husband's there. Okay, this won't take a second. Listen, we'll have to watch our step for a while. I'll explain why I want to see you.
Why, certainly, Barbara. Luncheon tomorrow at the Barton Room. I'll be there. Goodbye.
What did Barbara want, Sylvia?
Oh, luncheon tomorrow, Millard, that's all. I'll help you finish packing. You won't need more than one shirt, will you, Millard?
I think not, darling. I'll pack the other things I need myself.
I'm going to miss you, dear.
No, darling, I'll be back tonight. I'll get in the plane in an hour, be at Center City in 2. I'll be back before you know. But I like the idea of you missing me. It's good for my ego.
If you knew how much I miss you, you'd never be able to get your hat on.
Ooh, that reminds me. One hat needed.
Oh.
In the closet there, please.
Sure. Hope you close the deal, darling.
It won't be any trouble.
I still don't see why you don't send one of your men. That's what they're for, isn't it? Here's your hat.
Thank you, dear. Yes, I have salesmen and good ones. But this is one thing I'm going to take care of myself. All by myself.
Hurry back, darling. And please take care of yourself.
No, I will, Sylvia. Don't worry about that. And I'm not only going to take care of myself, I'm going to take care of somebody else, too.
Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7. Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7.
Good afternoon, miss.
Hello.
Hope you have room for one more on this plane.
Certainly, sir. Just take any seat at all. I'm Sue Gordon. I'll be your hostess on this trip.
How do you do? My name is Crane.
Go right in, Mr. Crane. I think you'll find most of the other passengers already aboard. We're about to take off.
Yes, I see the pilot and co-pilot coming now. Thank you, Miss Gordon. I'll see you on the flight.
Righto, Mr. Crane. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, sweets. Customers all on board?
Practically a full house.
All over me, Sue?
Of course, Greg. How are you?
Leave her alone, Greg. I warned you about bothering Sue, didn't I? She's the only one who knows whether it's a bother or not, Johnny.
She knows. Believe me, she knows.
I like the way she said that. Come on, Johnny. Let's get this plane started.
Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Sue.
Do that, Johnny, please.
Duck your head, low bridge.
Don't worry about me. You're going to have enough trouble looking out for yourself.
Come on in. Tell me all about it, lad. What's going to scare big bad me?
Skip it. Let's get the plane warmed up.
Thanks for telling me my business, but go ahead with the checking.
Left and right engine. Gas electric valves set.
Check.
Control tabs.
Set.
Mixture control.
Idle off.
Props.
Low pitch.
Gyros, altimeters.
Set.
Battery switch.
On.
Hold it.
Spring held, boy. Spring held.
Okay. Ignition switch.
On. Here we go with engine number 1. Burn like a kid. Engine number 2. Listen to that. Hand me that microphone, will you, Johnny? I'll get instructions from the control tower.
Yeah.
Thanks. Flight 22 to control tower. Pilot, Flight 22 to control tower. Engine missing badly. What do you want us to do? Over.
Control tower to Flight 22. Inform passengers there will be delay while we transfer them to another ship. Inform passengers they will be transferred and flight will be delayed 1 hour. That is all.
Well, Johnny, my boy, cut the engines. And tell your girlfriend to relay that little information to the customers, will you? Tell them we're leaving in an hour.
Okay, Greg. Only I wouldn't be so sure that all of us were going to be leaving in an hour.
What I want to know is this, Miss Deering. Are you happy in your work?
In my work? Yes, Vance, I'm very happy. A job with the greatest private investigator in the country? Who wouldn't be happy?
You'll forgive me for momentarily reveling in that compliment and secondarily questioning the sincerity of it. Your face sort of belies that happiness.
You said you might call me last night, Vance. What happened? Did Markham call you about a murder?
No such good luck, Miss Deering. I haven't seen the district attorney in days. Seems that I became involved at dinner over a discussion concerning the merits of modern as against medieval architecture. quite interesting.
So interesting that you forgot all about the fact that I was waiting for your call.
You didn't wait too long. You went to the movies, and not later than 9 o'clock.
Who told you?
Nobody. There's a single ticket stub from the Kingsway Theater in your bag. The date is on it, and your purse is open. The last feature at the Kingsway starts at 9 o'clock, so, you see?
Yes, I see all right. Vance, does anything ever escape you?
Of course, my dear, many things. Now, inasmuch as I have explained how I knew you didn't wait too long for me, am I excused for last night?
You were excused last night for last night, and you know it.
Hello there, you two.
Oh,
apparently I'm
hello,
interrupting
Mr.
something pleasant.
How are you?
Hiya, Markham. Welcome to our little city. I hope I know why you're here.
Yes, you do, Vance.
Who was it this time, my friend?
What puzzles me is that you don't know. You always seem to be able to anticipate everything. It was an airlines pilot, Vance, a man named Gregory Allen. I was on my way to the airport and dropped by to pick you up.
I'm glad you did. What are the particulars, Markham?
Well, from what we've been able to gather so far, this Allen was kind of a ladies' man.
Oh?
He had a romance going with the airplane hostess, Sue Gordon, and this was resented by her boyfriend, his co-pilot, Johnny Taylor.
That sounds like a nice, happy crew. Remind me to travel by train hereafter.
Oh, that isn't all. The dead man also was going around with a woman named Sylvia Crane, and her husband was aboard the plane.
You're going a little too quickly for me, Markham. Was Mr. Gregory Allen killed in the plane?
No. It seems that when he was about to take off, one of the motors went bad, so everyone was to be switched to another plane. That would have meant a delay of about an hour, so Allen went into the pilot's room in the administration building, and that's where his body was found, in the pilot's room, with the lights out.
The murderer probably turned them out to delay the finding of the body. When did all this happen, Markham?
Not 15 minutes ago. I've had all the passengers held, although they're all quite anxious to get to their destinations.
Good. You had the co-pilot and the hostess held, too, I imagine.
Of course, Sergeant Heath is there now.
In that case, Markham, I might say that within a half hour we should be there, too. Good day, Miss Deering.
I have the co-pilot and the hostess outside, Vance, just as you asked. Are you ready to question them now?
Not at the moment, Markham. I want to look around this murder room a bit.
Of course.
This room was built for tall men, Markham. The top shelf on that bookcase is out of the reach of an ordinary-sized man.
Pilots are generally tall, Vance, and only pilots were permitted in here.
Yes, I know. That light switch is back pretty far and very high on the wall. And even the easy chairs seem to be built to accommodate long-legged individuals.
No question about that. Tell me, Vance, how long do you want the passengers held? Some of them are complaining about being held up.
Well, I don't believe I'll have to see them all, Markham, although I'll know better after I talk to the co-pilot. Ask him to come in, will you, please?
The hostess, too?
Might as well.
Right, Vance. The co-pilot's name is Johnny Taylor, and the hostess is Sue Gordon. I'll tell them to come in. Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
Miss Gordon.
Yes?
Please come in here.
It's all right, dear. I'll handle everything.
Vance, this is Mr. Taylor and Miss Gordon, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
Miss Gordon, tell me something. Were you ever in this room before?
No, neither hostesses nor passengers are allowed in here, Mr. Vance. Only pilots.
That means that you've been here, Mr. Taylor.
That's right. Vance, you're wasting your time with us. We don't know anything about who killed Greg.
No? What makes you think I ought to believe that?
Because there's somebody being held outside who had a real reason for killing him, Millard Crane. Greg was fooling around with his wife.
Oh? Well, that's very interesting. Markham, would you ask Mr. Crane to be out in the hall in a moment, please?
Certainly. I'll get him there, Vance.
I understand the late Mr. Allen also liked you, Miss Gordon.
Yes, I believe he did.
But you are supposed to be Mr. Taylor's girlfriend.
She is my girl. The only reason I told you about Crane was so you'd know who your real suspect is.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You'd better stop, Mr. Taylor, because you're beginning to sound like my real suspect at the moment.
Oh, Vance, Millard Crane, the man you wanted to see, is right outside the door.
Good. Come on, Miss Gordon.
All right.
Mr. Taylor.
Right.
Thanks, Markham.
Right.
Right this way, everybody.
Okay.
Mr. Crane, I want to see you.
And I want to see you too, Vance. I understand it's because of you that we're being delayed.
The delay will only be temporary. Mr. Crane, I've just been told by Mr. Taylor here that your wife and the dead pilot were quite friendly.
You were told that, were you?
Yes.
Well, if they were friendly, Mr. Vance, I didn't know a thing about it.
I don't believe him.
You're the young man who told that to Mr. Vance, aren't you?
That's right. What about it?
You really ought to have proof before you make a remark
Don't talk
like
to
that.
me about
Hold it,
proof.
both of you. I was under the impression that I was conducting this investigation. Let me understand something. Are all three of you going on that flight to Center City?
I'm co-pilot on the plane, and Sue's the hostess.
And I've got to get there on business.
Very well, then. Go ahead, all three of you. You're all free to go.
Come on, Sue, let's get out.
Vance, I don't think I understand why you let them all go. They were your principal suspects.
That's right. And they're all going to Center City. But they'll all be back. Markham, would you see what you can do about getting me a reservation on that plane?
You think you can find out something about this murder in Center City?
Possibly. Besides, I haven't been to Center City in almost a year.
This is District Attorney Markham. The flying murder case opened when Airlines pilot Greg Allen was stabbed in the pilot's room at the airport. Philo Vance's suspects include Sue Gordon, Airlines hostess, her boyfriend, co-pilot Johnny Taylor, and Millard Crane, whose wife was friendly with the dead man. Vance took a plane trip to Center City with all three suspects, but has returned to town where he is again in the airline's administration building, questioning Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon.
You see, Mr. Taylor and
Yes.
Mrs. Gordon,
Yes?
there isn't anything I can ask you that would help me. But I am quite certain that there is something that you can tell me that will be important.
I don't know who murdered Greg, Mr. Vance. If I did, I'd tell you. Believe me, I would.
At the moment, I'm not quite as anxious to have you tell me who murdered him as I am to have you supply me with some proof.
What does that mean, Vance?
It means I think I know who killed Mr. Allen. Now, where are you going, Miss Gordon? Stop!
So?
They can't make me talk. I won't let them. I'm going to get out of here.
Well, she had nothing to do with the murder, Mr. Vance. She's just scared, that's all. Honest, that's all it is.
That might be the reason she left here so suddenly. It isn't terribly important, though. I can have Markham pick her up almost any time. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
What can you tell me about Mr. Millard Crane?
I've told you about Greg and Crane's wife. What else could I tell you?
You might tell me that you saw Crane fooling with one of the motors on the plane that was originally scheduled to take him to Center City.
But I didn't. And besides, what would that prove?
It would prove that Crane wanted Flight 22 delayed so he could murder Greg Allen while the new plane was being readied.
That means you know that Crane killed Greg?
No, but I can understand how you might want me to think that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Look, Vance, maybe I was sore at the way Greg treated Sue. But I wouldn't murder him for that.
No. There have been murders for less reason, Johnny. In fact, this might be one of those murders.
You haven't told me anything about your trip to Center City, Millie, darling. Was it successful?
Very, Sylvia, dear. Very successful.
I'm glad.
There was a little delay at the airport before we got started, but that's all.
Delay? What sort of delay?
Oh, one of the engines on the plane went bad, and we had to wait around an hour.
Oh, well, that wasn't too bad, was it, dear?
No, but it seems that while we were waiting around, the pilot on the plane was murdered.
The pilot?
Yes. Didn't you read about it? Or hear it on the radio?
I've been out all afternoon shopping. What pilot was it, Millie?
Oh, dear, please, don't be so upset. Of course, it was too bad, but after all, he was a stranger. He was a stranger, wasn't he, Sylvia?
Who was it, Millie? What was his name?
The pilot's? Greg Allen.
Greg!
Oh. You knew him? How unfortunate. For him.
Millard, did you know I knew Greg Allen? Did you?
Maybe.
You did know it, Millard. You killed Greg.
Now, please, dear. You're hysterical.
Of course I'm hysterical. Greg's dead and you killed him. You killed him.
I wouldn't say I killed him. Philo Vance and the police have 3 suspects. Of course, I'm one of them. But the other 2, Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon, both had pretty good reasons for killing
I don't
Greg.
care how good their reasons were. They didn't kill him. You did.
Sylvia, dear, you were the principal motive if any of the 3 of us killed your friend Greg. And if, as you believe, I killed him, it would be only a self-preservation for me to kill you, too.
You wouldn't dare. I'll tell... Oh,
Yes, dear? You were saying?
nothing. I'd better answer the door.
I think you'd better control yourself and wipe away those tears. Don't you? I'll be in the library.
Good evening, Mrs. Crane.
Why, yes.
Mrs. Crane, I'm Philo Vance. Is your husband at home?
Why, yes.
Would you please tell him I'm here?
All right,
Just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Yes.
I notice you're upset. I hope not too upset to corroborate one fact.
What is that?
Were you and a man named Greg Allen friendly?
I'll tell Mr. Crane you're here.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. And thank you for answering that question by not answering it.
Millard. Millard, dear.
Come in.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, dear, but Philo Vance is here, and he wants to speak to you.
Well, ask him to come in. I've nothing to hide.
Come in, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Sorry to have to drop in on you like this, but it was important.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Crane, you took a plane to Center City today. Why?
I had business there.
That's the only reason?
Of course.
Did you transact your business, Mr. Crane?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Why?
Nothing. Except that it's very strange where business is being transacted these days.
What do you mean?
Well, after you left the airport at Center City, I followed you.
Yes, I know.
You knew that, did you? Did you also know that I was in back of you when you went to a movie in Center City? Never forgive you for that, Crane. Bad picture.
So I went to a picture show in Center City. And unless that's illegal, Vance, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It isn't illegal, and you may invite me to leave if you like, of course. But may I extend you an invitation, too? Would you meet me and District Attorney Markham at the airport in exactly 2 hours, please?
Bring in that airplane hostess, Miss Williams, and then come back here to take notes, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham. Miss Gordon, come in, please.
Very well.
Sit down, Miss Gordon. There, that's better. Now then, I have a list of several questions I want to ask you. Miss Williams will take down your answers, so please remember to tell the truth.
What do you want to know, Mr. Markham? I've already told you why I ran away from Mr. Vance at the airport. I was afraid he'd have me arrested, and I didn't want to be arrested.
You're not arrested, Miss Gordon, merely held for questioning. If your answers are satisfactory, you may be released. Now, tell me, were you ever in the room where Greg Allen was found dead?
Never. That room was only for the pilots. Nobody else was allowed in. I told Mr. Vance that.
I just wanted it on the record, that's all. Now, another question. Did you hate Greg Allen because his intentions were not serious?
No, I didn't. I couldn't hate him.
I imagine Johnny Taylor knew that, too.
What's that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Mr. Markham, what's the reason for these questions? The real reason, I mean.
You want the truth, Miss Gordon?
Of course.
Well, then, ask Philo Vance. We're going to meet him at the airport now, and I have a hunch that this case might hang on your answers to these questions.
Oh, Markham.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Mr. Vance.
Well, I brought Miss Gordon to the administration building, just as you asked.
Thank you, Markham. And I've brought Mr. Johnny Taylor.
Sue, have they done anything to you?
Of course not, Johnny. Everything's going to be all right, believe me.
I invited Mr. Crane to be here, Markham. In fact, that should be the gentleman in question coming now.
And it is. Hello there, Mr. Crane.
Well, let's get this over with. I'm here. Somebody please tell me why.
I will, Mr. Crane. Now listen, everyone, please. We're standing at the door of the pilot's reading room. In this room, Greg Allen was stabbed to death.
Is that supposed to be news, Vance?
Hardly. For purposes of my own, I find it necessary to bring you all here. The lights in the pilot's reading room are off. I'm going to open the door leading to it now.
Now, this is beginning to be funny, Vance.
I wouldn't start laughing just yet if I were you, Miss Gordon. I ask you all to look into the room from this doorway.
That's a good trick if you can do it. The room's pitch black.
You can turn on the lights if you like, Mr. Crane.
All right. You want the lights on? There.
Thank you. Now, Johnny, would you go in and turn them off?
Sure. Is that all you want me to do? There.
Close the door, Markham, please.
Of course. Now what, Vance?
Now, Markham, I have proof to convict the murderer of Greg Allen. Markham, you can arrest Mr. Millard Crane. Deering?
With eagerness, anticipation, and everything else a secretary's supposed to have.
No curiosity.
Oh, well, that's standard equipment with gals, Vance. You know that. By the way, I think I know how you knew Crane was guilty. But I don't know what proof you finally got.
Tell me first how I knew it was Crane.
Oh, well, I think I followed that. He had no reason to go to that airport in the first place, inasmuch as his business trip was a phony, which you found out by trailing him to a movie in Center City.
That's correct. And now you want to know about the proof.
Well, for the purposes of our records, yes.
Well, then, if that's the only reason, the explanation isn't important. After all, he has confessed, you know. And so has the mechanic he bribed to fix one of the engines on the plane Greg Allen was to fly.
Vance, you know I'm dying of curiosity.
That's different. In that case, listen. Who was allowed in the pilot's reading room?
You mean where Greg Allen was killed?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody but pilots, of course. Everybody kept insisting that all through this case.
That's right. But still, today, when we were out at the scene of the crime, and I asked Mr. Crane to please put on the lights, he walked into the dark room and, without a second's hesitation, snapped them on.
Which meant that he'd been there before.
Correct. The light switch was in an unusual position, way back on the wall. He'd been there to kill Allen, and after he killed him, he snapped off the lights to delay discovery of the body.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned on the lights for me, well, that was all the proof I needed.
Oh, this was an unusual case, Vance. The principal suspect turned out to be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was awfully simple, though, wasn't it? Not that it isn't always after you explain it.
Thank you, Miss Deering. For that, you may have the rest of the day off.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, it's after 9 o'clock, but thanks just the same. I think I'll go wash up, inasmuch as Mr. Millard Crane is all washed up, and so is the flying murder case.
There's a patient in the waiting room, Doctor. Can you see him now?
In a moment, Miss Lee. I just want to sharpen the burr on this drill. Didn't we get those new ones we ordered?
No, Doctor. The company said they wouldn't send us any unless we paid our bill. They say it's 6 months old.
So what if it is? I'm good for the money. What about the patient? Has he been here before?
He's new to me. Says he had a toothache and saw the sign outside.
All right, Miss Lee. Ask him to come in, please.
Very well, Doctor. I'll tell him you can see him now. Would you come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, lady. Hi, Doc.
Hello. Sit right down here, if you will, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Doc.
That's the telephone. Excuse me just a moment, will you, please?
Sure. Hi, Doc.
Hello?
Hello, Michael. I just wanted to know if you'd be home for dinner. I hope I haven't disturbed you.
I'll be home, Grace, but I have a patient in the chair, so I've got to cut this short.
Oh, I understand. Goodbye, darling. Hurry home.
Goodbye, Grace.
Goodbye.
Well, now, sir, we're ready for you.
Yeah, sure, Doc. That was your wife?
Yes, why?
She like you?
Well, of course. I don't think I understand
She wouldn't want nothing to happen to you, would she?
Of course not. But then neither would I. What are you talking about?
To tell the truth, Doc, I ain't got no pain in no tooth. I guess maybe I'm gonna be a pain in the neck. You see, I work for Professor Powell, and he says you're gonna give me 10,000 clams, or you ain't gonna drill no more teeth.
Get out of here before I call the police.
Yeah, sure. Only I forgot to tell you. The professor, he's cute. You get dead so it looks like by accident. See?
I won't pay you or your professor a cent. Now get out of here.
Yeah, sure. I'll get out of here, but remember what I said. You get dead.
Helma, where are you?
In the kitchen, Mrs. Butler. Right here in the kitchen.
Good, I'll be there in a minute, as soon as I take off my things.
Maybe you ought to come in now, Mrs. Butler. Maybe you ought to.
Why, Helma, what's the trouble? Is anything wrong?
Sure, ma'am, lots of things. Fact is, I don't know anything that's right. You promised to leave my money for me before you left this morning, and you didn't. You and your husband are rich. Why don't you pay me what you owe me?
I'm sorry, Helma. I just don't happen to have the cash. I'll see that my husband, Dr. Butler, makes out a check for you as soon as he gets home.
Well, you'd better. Fine people you two are. Hire a maid and then don't pay her. I don't like that, Mrs. Butler. Something better be done about it.
I don't like being without ready money either, Helma. Something's going to be done about that, I promise you. I'm sorry I'm so slow, Michael. I'm a little out of practice when it comes to serving.
When's Helma coming back?
She isn't. That is, she'll be in the morning for her money. But she walked out this afternoon when I couldn't pay her. It was pretty embarrassing, Michael.
Well, I can't be bothered with that right now. I've got other problems. Grace, my life has been threatened.
What?
A tough character came into my office and told me he worked for somebody named Professor Powell. He threatened to kill me unless I paid him $10,000.
Oh, Michael, no.
No? Oh, yes. And he sounded like he...
Oh, Michael, who can that be at the door? Is it Professor Powell?
No, it's probably Stanley James. He left word at the office he'd be here tonight. I'll go to the door. I'll get rid of him in a hurry. I know what he wants.
Oh, please, Michael, you're upset enough. Don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I'll do something he'll be sorry for. Just because he's a dentist, too, he thinks I'm supposed to help him. Well, he'll find out.
Hello, Dr. Butler.
Well, Dr. James, what is it? And if it's about that money you want to borrow, the answer is no.
Can't I even come in and discuss this with you, Doctor? It's really urgent.
I said no to you yesterday, and I'm telling you the same thing now. What right have you to think I'll lend you money?
I loaned you money when you were just starting. Dr. Butler, you've got to help me. You've got to.
Oh, I do, huh? Well, that's your opinion only. I think differently. Good night, Dr. James.
Wait. Don't close the door. Dr. Butler, you're going to wish you had loaned me that money.
Yes?
Yes. Believe me, you are.
Professor? Professor Powell?
I'm in here, Frankie. Come in.
Yeah, sure, Professor. Well, I seen him, the Doc Butler you sent me to, and I told him what you said.
Well, did you now, Frankie? Excellent. And that means he'll pay.
I ain't doubting you understand, Prof, but what makes you so sure?
The fear of death, Frankie, my lad. The unreasonable but unqualified fear of being forcibly removed from this world. Do you understand, Frankie?
Yeah, sure, but what do you mean?
Everyone has to die, Frankie.
Not me.
The few miserable years that may lie between the time fate dictates death and I do are cherished by ordinary men. Cherished to a point where they will pay to ensure them.
That's stupid, huh?
From their viewpoint, no. From mine, yes. Personally, I fear no death. This enables me to work without conscience or fear of consequences. And now, Frankie, to the business in hand.
Yeah.
Did this Dr. Butler say he would pay my $10,000 fee?
He didn't say exactly. In fact, he practically tossed me out on my ear.
Good.
Good?
Of course. He's the first man in this town whom we have approached. Doesn't matter whether he pays us or we kill him. If he pays, we have the money. If not, we have an object lesson to cite for the next individual we solicit. Now, let us ponder the problem of doing away with Dr. Butler.
Philo Vance is outside. By all means, Miss Williams, ask him to come in. I've been expecting him. Vance, it's a pleasure to see you. Come right in.
Thank you, Markham. Thank you. Glad you called me.
I hope I didn't get you here under false pretenses, Vance.
When the district attorney sends for his friend, a private investigator, how could the pretenses be false?
Well, for one thing, Vance, I have no case for you to work on. At least I don't think I have. My call was sort of a precautionary measure. Vance, did you ever hear of Professor Powell?
Vaguely. Isn't he an extortion specialist who operates in the Middle West?
He did, formerly. He's either in town now or on the way here. I received a wire this morning from the chief of police at Islandtown saying he thought Powell was en route here.
I seem to recall this Powell made a specialty of getting money from professional men.
Yes, according to the file we have on him. Now, Vance, maybe this is coincidence, or perhaps Professor Powell has started operations here. But this morning, a dentist, Dr. Michael Butler, was found dead in his office.
Really? What were the circumstances?
Well, to be frank with you, they don't necessarily indicate murder. He was found lying on the floor of his office with no obvious indication of how he met his death.
Is that so?
The only thing strange is he had a loaded revolver in his pocket.
You know, Markham, it strikes me that there is a definite connection between this mysterious Professor Powell and the death of Dr. Butler. I suggest we go to the doctor's office now. Would you close the door to the reception room, please, Markham?
All right, Vance.
I want to take a look around Dr. Butler's office. The body was found here, right?
Yes, that's correct. And his dental instruments are in the sterilizer ready for the day's work to be started. Except for the fact that the body's been removed, nothing's been touched.
I see. Here's a glass jar filled with alcohol. Many dentists use this for cold sterilization. Do me a favor, please, my friend. Open the sterilizer and see if there's a hypodermic syringe in it.
Certainly, Vance. Yes, I see one. Oh, gosh, this is hot.
In that case, I think Dr. Butler was murdered, all right. And I think I can tell you how.
Oh, no, Vance.
Oh, yes, Markham. The fact that the hypodermic syringe was in the sterilizer tells me it doesn't belong there. It belongs in this jar of alcohol. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for the jar of alcohol.
I understand that, but not what makes you think this was murder, or how you know how Dr. Butler was murdered.
I think the murderer came in here, took this hypodermic, which is generally used to shoot Novocaine into a patient's gums, and filled it with poison. Then he used it on Dr. Butler and returned it to the sterilizer.
But if the murderer got the hypodermic syringe from the alcohol jar, why return it to the sterilizer?
Very simple reason, Markham. Our murderer was pretty clever. He thought putting it back in alcohol would preserve the poison, but that putting it in the sterilizer would destroy all traces of the poison. It was natural that the hypodermic be put into the sterilizer. That would cover up the crime beautifully, or so it was imagined.
Well, Vance, it seems to me that if this is so, and I'm not doubting it, mind you, that you have encountered Professor Powell and have won the initial victory.
Perhaps, providing that the professor is responsible for this. Personally, I'm not convinced it was he. I'm going to Dr. Butler's home. He was married, you said?
Yes, he lived alone with his wife.
Well, I'm going to phone and ask if I may come out to see her. I'll be in touch with you as soon as I have something important to tell you.
Vance, with you on the job, that won't be too long. I'll be waiting.
Pound on that door till you're blue in the face, mister, only there ain't nobody home.
No?
No. The reason there ain't nobody home is because they knew I'd be here to collect the money they owe me. I'm Helma. I was the maid here till yesterday.
My name is Vance. I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler. I felt certain she'd keep it.
I had an appointment with her, too. Get my money. 5 weeks they owed me for, kept me waiting with all that money they have. She owe you money, too?
Hardly. I wanted something else. Information. it doesn't look as if I'll get what I came after either. All I can tell you, Markham, is that I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler, but she wasn't at her house when I got there. So I came back to the office.
Can't understand that, Vance, but I'm sure we can pick her up if we want her. I'd like to be assured of picking up Professor Powell, though.
You'll get him too, Markham. Well, thanks for letting me know that the medical examiner found that poison had been injected into Dr. Butler. It's nice to know I was right.
Aren't you always? You know, the hypodermic left such a minute hole, it just wasn't detected until you asked that it be looked for particularly. Sometimes...
Excuse me, Markham, for breaking in on something I know I'd enjoy hearing, but there's someone at the door, and Miss Deering's out. I'll call you back.
Do that. Bye.
Bye. Come in.
Mr. Vance,
Yes?
I'm Grace Butler.
How do you do?
I'm sorry I wasn't home as I said I'd be. I just can't stay in that house anymore now that Michael's...
That's understandable. Please come in, Mrs. Butler.
Thank you. May I sit here?
Please do. Mrs. Butler, when I spoke to you on the telephone, you told me your husband had been threatened by a mysterious Professor Powell. Mrs. Butler, was your husband very wealthy?
Yes, I suppose you would say he was wealthy.
And you inherit most of his money?
Yes. You're not trying to...
I'm not trying to do anything except establish a clear picture of this case. You also told me of a threat made by a Dr. Stanley James to whom your husband refused to lend money.
Yes. He hated my husband. And my husband expected trouble, Mr. Vance. Before he left home this morning, he put a loaded revolver in his pocket.
Yes, I know. We've withheld that fact from the newspapers, but we found the gun. Now all that remains to be done is to find your husband's murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butler murder case opened with the death of Dr. Michael Butler. Philo Vance reasoned that he was killed by an injection of poison into his body, and later investigation proved this correct. Vance's suspects include Professor Powell, an extortionist, Dr. Butler's widow, and another dentist, Stanley James. My secretary has told me that Vance is on the way into my office, and I have been waiting for him. He should be stepping in.
Markham, my friend, how are you?
Fine, Vance, fine. I imagine you have news for me.
No, not yet. I took a cab here to see your notes on the routine questioning of suspects. I have an idea they're going to be very important. May I?
Well, they're Sergeant Heath's notes, but certainly, Vance, they're right here. You are?
Thank you. Dr. Stanley James admits he left his house early on morning of murder. Claims he went to library. No corroboration. Let's see now. Mrs. Butler asleep when husband left house. Collapsed when asked to identify body, and on recovery asked that she not be made to look at it. Permission granted. Complete check of her background and associates reveals no hint of trouble between her and doctor. Well, Markham, as usual, our friend Heath is quite thorough.
Yes, he is. Oh, excuse me, Vance. Certainly. Hello, Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Dr. Milstead, room 420, Johnson Building.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Markham, a man who calls himself Professor Powell just telephoned me to be in my office at 8 o'clock tonight, and not to notify the police or what happened to Dr. Butler would happen to me, too. You've got to protect me.
We will, Dr. Milstead. Standing next to me right now is Philo Vance. When the professor calls upon you, Mr. Vance will be there, too.
It's just 8 o'clock, Mr. Vance, and to be honest about it, I'm a little nervous.
No need to be, Dr. Milstead. I'm quite sure I can handle our friend Professor Powell when he arrives.
Oh, I'm sure you can. And thank you, Vance, for coming here.
No trouble at all. I've been wanting to meet the professor for some time.
Oh, that must be he now. Professor Powell?
It is I, Doctor.
Will you come in here, please?
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I thought you had another patient in here with you, and I didn't want to interrupt.
I think you might prefer talking to me, Professor. My name is Vance. Philo Vance.
Philo Vance. Well, I have an odd compliment for you, Mr. Vance. You, the mere fact that you are in this city, postponed my coming here for several years.
Well, thank you.
Of course, I realize it is no coincidence that finds you here in this office, Vance.
Dr. Milstead, would you leave Professor Powell and myself alone for a bit?
Oh, of course, Mr. Vance. I'll wait out in the reception office.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all.
Well, Vance, this is indeed a compliment to my intelligence. Apparently, you wanted to meet me, eh?
Definitely. I'm rather glad about it, by the way. You see, I think you're a killer, and I'm going to prove it.
You mean Dr. Butler, of course. Well, it's quite possible that I didn't kill him, you know. He must have found out by now about his wife and that other dentist who hated him.
As a matter of fact, I have. My compliments on providing suspects along with your murders, Professor Powell. Very considerate of you. By the way, what are your intentions in regard to Dr. Milstead?
There are so many other doctors, Vance, and after all, Dr. Milstead did bring us together. He's perfectly safe, believe me.
I'm sure he will be, now. Well, Professor Powell, I'm certain that this is au revoir, but we'll meet again.
Believe me, we will, Vance. But the next circumstance may not be so pleasant for you. Frankie, my boy, we must think of something completely different, completely wonderful for our Mr. Philo Vance.
You do the thinking, Professor. That's your department.
Thank you, Frankie. Now, let me see. There must be something that Vance can't possibly suspect. Something that is completely foolproof. He's a clever man, Frankie. A very clever man.
If he's that clever, let's leave him alone.
No. He's so clever I can't afford to. It can't be anything ordinary. Nothing obvious.
No.
Must be something I work out in careful detail. Something I... Frankie, I have it.
Hold on to it, boss.
I never forget anything, Frankie. Listen.
Yeah?
This is perfect. I'm convinced Vance is a menace. A definite menace to my future plans. I must do away with him.
Sounds like you're in my department now, Prop.
Hardly. Although you'll be called on to help.
Sure.
Frankie, Vance drives a 1944 Stanton convertible, dark green.
Well, a lot of people drive green Stantons.
That's right. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard for you to get me a car like that.
What do I do? Heist it or buy it?
It doesn't really matter as long as you get it.
I'll consider it gotten. What happens then?
Then I'm going to take a photograph of the inside of Vance's car.
Yeah?
If there's a worn spot on the flooring, I'm going to duplicate it in the car you get me. I'm going to check his speedometer and fix our car the same way. I'm going to duplicate everything in Vance's car.
You mean there'll be no way of knowing it ain't his own car when Vance climbs in, huh?
That's exactly what I mean.
Uh-huh.
And then, Frankie?
Yeah?
After I make our car an exact duplicate of Vance's, I'm going to fasten an explosive device to the starter and switch our car with his.
How about keys, boss? He's going to know it ain't his car from the keys.
I think not.
Huh?
Vance has his car delivered from the garage. The keys are left in it. It would be a simple matter to put his key ring in our car.
Hey, Professor, all I got to do is get a car like Vance's, and this thing can't miss, huh?
That's right. You know, Frankie, I'm not sure as to whether Vance subscribes to my theory about the fallacy of prolonging life. But it would be a very good thing for him at the moment if he were reconciled to it.
Gee, Professor, I sure did a good job of getting a car that was just like Vance's and of fixing the inside just like his, didn't I? Huh? Yeah, take a look at that bus in front of his door there, and the one we're in, and you couldn't tell them apart. I even put his own radio back in our car.
You did an admirable job, Frankie.
Thanks.
Now, all that remains is to wait here until Vance leaves the building. Tell me once more what you did so I know there's no slip-up.
Yeah, okay. After I drove the car to Vance's place and fixed the gimmick to the starter, like you showed me, I drove Vance's own car up the block and called you. You hopped the cab and came down. Here we are in Vance's own car.
Good. Very good, Frankie. Here comes Vance and his friend, the district attorney, out of their building now.
Yeah, boss, and they're heading for the car we gimmicked up.
I don't think it would be wise for us to be in this vicinity after the explosion, Frankie. Perhaps it would be better if we left right now.
Okay, boss, if you say so. Well, here goes. On with the ignition.
Better hurry, Frankie.
Yeah.
Vance and Markham are getting into this car.
On with the starter now. Here we go.
Markham, I think Powell is still breathing. He is. Powell. Professor Powell.
The doctor said Professor Powell would probably regain consciousness before he died, Vance. It looks as if he was right.
Yes, it does. He shows signs of coming out of the results of that explosion. I'm going to talk to him. Powell. Professor Powell.
Hello, Vance. How did this happen to me?
It was simple, Powell. I didn't fall for your trick of switching cars. So when your man here went to telephone you, I switched the cars back to their original status, pushing the rigged car and not using the starter.
You saw what Frankie had done with the cars, Vance?
Well, I didn't actually witness it, but I did look in what was supposed to be my car a little while ago. It seems your man forgot one detail. I didn't think you'd trust the actual work to an underling.
No, I guess that was a mistake. But I do have the satisfaction of having committed a murder and not being caught. That is something, Vance.
You killed Dr. Butler?
Of course. I killed him, and you never knew it was I. You never would have been able to prove it. You weren't really so brilliant, were you, Vance?
He's gone, Vance.
Yes, I know.
Well, his death did us a lot of good. He got rid of him and cleared up the Dr. Butler murder case. We know now that it was Powell who killed Butler.
Do we, Markham? I think not. I think you'd be very wise if you arrested the real murderer, Mrs. Grace Butler. Let's start with the motive, Markham. It was money. Dr. Butler was very rich, but Mrs. Butler was continually being embarrassed by lack of cash. When she heard about Professor Powell's threat to her husband, she decided to make sure the doctor died, knowing Powell would be blamed.
That's reasonable enough.
Of course. So she stole out of the house as he was dressing on the morning of the murder, came to his office, and waited for him with the hypodermic in her hand.
She hid the hypo in her hand, put her arms around her husband as if to embrace him, and shoved the needle into him. Death was practically instantaneous.
Yes. Then she went through the routine of putting the hypodermic into the sterilizer, trying to eliminate all traces of the poison.
That's all very well, of course, Vance, but why did Professor Powell insist he kill Dr. Butler?
The colossal conceit of the man was responsible, Markham. He wanted us to think that he had committed a murder which couldn't be pinned on him. If he left that thought with us, well, he was content to die.
Yes. Knowing his philosophy, that isn't hard to understand. Now, one more thing, Vance. What made you suspect Mrs. Butler?
Something very definite, Markham. She told us she was asleep when Butler left the house the morning of his death. She never looked at the body, yet she knew her husband had put a loaded revolver in his coat pocket. She couldn't have known it unless she did see him that morning. When she denied seeing him, it could only be for the purpose of covering up the fact that she killed him.
Tell me one more thing, Vance. How did you know that your car had been switched so that you, in turn, could switch it back? The cars were exact duplicates.
Yes, they were, Markham, all except for one little detail. The gas gauge in my car wasn't working. It didn't register at all. When I got into the car in front of my door, turned on the ignition, and saw the register indicate it was half full of gasoline. I knew it wasn't my car.
Oh, I see.
Then I looked down the street, and there was my Stanton.
So you figured out the professor's plan.
Lucky for both of us I did, don't you think?
Luck had nothing to do with it, Vance. Remind me never to commit a murder when you're around.
You're reminded, my friend. And incidentally, while we're on the subject, you're also reminded that this is the end of the Butler murder case.
It fits beautifully, Mrs. Wentworth. Perhaps a little sleeve alteration,
Oh,
but...
Miss Collins, could I see you a moment, please?
Of course, Miss Payne. Oh, excuse me, please, Mrs. Wentworth. I won't be long. You wanted to see me, Miss Payne?
Yes, I do. Would you please come into my office with me?
Of course. I just saw the sales figures for last week, Miss Payne. They're up from the same week last year and the year before.
Yes, I imagined they would be. The year before was the year you came with me, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. I'll be here 2 years this month.
Yes, that's what I thought. Come in, Claire.
Thank you.
You may sit down if you like.
Thank you.
Now then, you were saying something about sales figures, Claire. About the fact that they're up.
Yes, and I imagine profits are up accordingly.
How much would they be up if you hadn't been stealing from the shop?
Miss Payne.
Now, let's stop the pretense. I know all about your declaring yourself in on the profits, Claire.
Well,
The only thing I don't know is how you're going to pay back what you've stolen. According to these records, the amount is $12,465.
I needed the money, Miss Payne, and I had to have it. I'll pay you back.
Will you? Then there isn't any more to be said, is there? $12,465 by Saturday of this week. That is all, Claire.
Saturday of this week, but I couldn't
If
possibly...
I don't have the money by Saturday, I shall turn the entire matter over to the police. You have until Saturday, Claire.
I have until Saturday to get the money. That isn't very long, is it? But perhaps it does give me time enough to find another way out.
Please come in any time, Mrs. Jameson. I'm sure we'll have something that you'll like. Goodbye. Come.
Hello, Edith.
Sidney, what do you want here?
A job in the store, Edith. I need a job pretty bad.
How the mighty have fallen. What do you think you could do around here?
Anything. Anything at all. Stock clerk, maybe? Shipping room? Anything you wanted me to do.
You know, Sidney, if I ever needed any assurance of my success, your being here, asking for a job, would do the trick.
What about the job, Edith?
You'd better get used to calling me Miss Payne. You remember my last name, don't you?
I remember everything about you. How you came to my shop, this same shop, 5 years ago, and asked me for a job. And how I gave it to you.
Yes, you did. As a stock clerk. $12 a week. With a chance for advancement.
You certainly advanced. And quickly. Before I knew it, I was depending on you for everything. And then one day I found you had control of my business.
That won't happen again, Sidney. The other way around, I mean. All right, you start as a stock clerk for $12 a week. And no chance for advancement. Want the job?
Edith!
Nobody can say I don't remember my friends. Oh, excuse me, friend. Miss Payne speaking.
This is Tom Henderson, Miss Payne.
Oh, yes, Mr. Henderson.
I own the Paris Import Dress Shop on Fifth Avenue.
I know. What can I do for you?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can stop sending those snoopers of yours over to my store to sketch my imports so you can make them up cheaper. That's what you can do.
So far as I've been able to find out, there are no copyrights on designs, Mr. Henderson. And besides, my designers just happen to think of the same models that you go to the expense of importing. Is that all?
No, it isn't all. My business has been cut in half. I'm on the verge of bankruptcy because of your unethical tactics. But you're going to have to stop, Miss Payne, or I'll find a way to stop you. That is all.
Very excitable man. Now, where were we, Sidney?
You were offering me a job at $12 a week. The same job under the same circumstances that I offered you. 5 years ago.
Not exactly the same circumstances, Sidney. You see, I was smarter than you are. And I still am. You want a job. You've got it. Now go on, get out and tell the bookkeeper. Only leave me alone right now. I have troubles.
Have you, Edith? I mean, Miss Payne. I don't doubt it. You can't push little people around without having worries. Yes, my dear. One little person can see to it that you have one big trouble.
Taxi? Taxi!
Good evening, Miss Payne.
Oh, it's you, Sidney. Through for the day so early? Get me a cab, will you?
All right, Edith. I mean, Miss Payne. But I think I'll have better luck down at the corner. It's only a short walk. Shall I try there?
Might as well. Oh, I'll go with you. Well, how did you like your first day in what was once your dress shop?
I didn't mind. Too much.
You shouldn't mind, you know. You asked for a job, and I gave you one. Incidentally, you forgot to thank me.
Oh, I have a lot of things to thank you for, Miss Payne.
Yes, well, I'd just as soon not hear about them. Well, here's the corner. What about a cab? Taxi! Are all the cabs taken?
In my present financial condition, cabs don't represent much of a problem to me. A popular corner we stopped on.
People waiting for the lights to change before they cross the street. Sidney, what about that cab?
There should be one along in a minute.
Well, somebody else had the same idea about taxi cabs in this corner, apparently. Look there in back of us. The rather tall man.
The one in the striped trousers and dark coat?
Yeah.
Who's he?
Tom Henderson. You should remember him. He's one of our competitors. Only right now he insists I'm putting him into bankruptcy by stealing his exclusive imports and copying them. Oh, silly fellow. Taxi! Oh, darn.
Plenty of empty trucks, but not too many empty cabs. Oh, wait here, Miss Payne. I think I see a cab pulling into the curb back there.
All right, but hurry, will you?
Somebody pushed her! Let me through! Oh. Look at her. Lying there dead. And I was with her only a moment ago. Poor Edith Payne.
Who is it?
Markham Vance.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham.
You alone?
Yes, Miss Deering's out to lunch and my other secretary's on an errand, so I'm holding down the fort all by myself.
How are you, Vance?
Well, thank you. And my favorite district attorney?
All right, thanks. How busy are you at the moment, Vance?
Very. Unless there happens to be a murder my favorite district attorney wants investigated.
There happens to be a murder.
In that case, I'm completely at your service. Details, Markham. What are the details?
Well, Vance, a woman named Edith Payne owned a very successful dress shop.
Mm-hmm.
She was standing on the corner of 5th and Main waiting for a cab when suddenly she cried out. And an instant later, she was dead under the wheels of a truck.
Well, I follow that, Markham.
We got one break on the case, Vance. A newspaper photographer happened to be in the crowd. He heard her scream and managed to get a picture of her lying on the ground. Now, you can see the figures of the people who were in back of her, but not their faces.
The camera was pointed down at the ground, is that right?
Yes. Before I show you the print, Vance, I want to tell you what else we know of this case. Sergeant Heath made inquiries and found out that a man who admits being with Miss Payne, but claims he left her a moment before, once owned the shop, but was now working for her. His name is Sidney Taylor.
And he was with her at the corner.
Yes. Sergeant Heath uncovered another suspect for you, too. A man named Tom Henderson, who was being forced out of business by Miss Payne.
Uh-huh.
Heath found out at the shop that he was intensely bitter about it. And, well, that's all I can tell you. And now is the picture of the body of Miss Payne in the crowd.
Doesn't seem to tell us much, does it? People are pretty hard to identify when their faces aren't shown. But it can be done.
It can? How?
Clothes, posture, some idiosyncrasy of dress peculiar to a particular individual.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it can be done, Markham, and in this case, I'd say it had better be done. What's this?
What's what?
This figure in the front row of the crowd.
The man wearing the double-breasted herringbone suit?
Yeah.
And what about him?
I don't know. But there's something peculiar about this suit. What's wrong with it, Markham?
I'm sure I don't know. It doesn't fit very well.
No, that isn't it. It's something else. May not be important, though. Markham, what kind of a man is this Tom Henderson?
Well, from what I've learned, very stately, well turned out, and his store had quite a society clientele.
Really? Then this conceivably might be his picture right here.
Where?
You see the cutaway trousers in the front row?
Oh, yes.
Henderson might well be wearing a cutaway in view of his ultra dress shop.
We can check that, of course. That herringbone suit still puzzle you, Vance?
Very much. Wish I could figure what was wrong with it. Well, Markham, I think we've spent enough time here. Let's go down to Miss Payne's dress shop and see what we can find out there. You say your name is Claire Collins and you're the manager of this shop.
That's right, Mr. Vance. It was I who told Sergeant Heath about the trouble Miss Payne was having with Tom Henderson.
That's correct, Vance. She also informed me of the fact that Sidney Taylor, who used to own this shop, was with Miss Payne.
How did you know that, Miss Collins?
Well, I saw them leave together. I go in the opposite direction, but I saw them walk toward the corner together.
Well, that's logical enough. You may go if you like, Miss Collins. Only, please don't leave the store. You're an excellent source of information, and I'd like to keep you handy.
Glad to be of assistance, Mr. Vance.
Oh, just one moment, Miss Collins. Would you take a look at this picture, please?
Certainly. Well?
Do you recognize anyone in this picture besides Miss Payne, of course?
Well, how could I? There aren't any faces shown.
Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to pick anyone out, but there was always a chance. Miss Collins, there was no bad feeling between Miss Payne and you, was there?
Of course not.
Thank you. You may go now. I'll send for you if I want you.
All right, Mr. Vance. I'll be where I can be reached.
Well, Vance?
Attractive, isn't she?
Yes, very. I see you're looking at Miss Payne's daily calendar. Anything there?
Not yet. Just routine appointments, I'd say. What's this?
What's what?
On this page. Take a look, Markham. On the page reserved for Saturday of this week, there are these 4 letters. What do you make of them?
Well, they look like... Well, that first letter looks like a P. The second is definitely an I, and the last 2 are 2 C's. P-I-C-C. What does that spell or stand for?
I don't know. Yet. Oh, but that first letter isn't a P, Markham. The first stroke is curved, not up and down.
Well, perhaps it's code of some kind.
No, I think I know what it is now. I'll give you this much of a hint. The CC, those last 2 letters, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Which you rarely are.
Thank you. Stand for Claire Collins, the young lady who was just in here.
Oh? And the first 2?
They're shorthand symbols, Markham. Pittman shorthand. Transcribed, the notes under Saturday's date read, Last Day, Claire Collins.
This is District Attorney Markham. The herringbone murder case opened with the finding of the body of Edith Payne, dress shop owner. She had apparently been pushed under the wheels of a truck, and a newspaper photographer passing by had snapped a picture almost immediately after the accident. No one in the crowd that surrounded the body was identifiable. Later, at the dress shop, Philo Vance discovered a memorandum concerning the store manager, Claire Collins, left by the dead owner. Vance has appeared puzzled by a figure in the photograph, the figure of a man wearing a double-breasted suit. He hinted there was something wrong with it, and in an effort to find out what, I have gone to a photography studio.
Of course, Mr. Markham, you close the coat.
I'm sorry.
Never do I photograph a man in a double-breasted suit with the coat open.
Yes.
Always it has to be buttoned.
Yes.
Please.
Of course, Mr. Roberti, of course. There. Now, remember, I don't want my face shown, just the suit.
No face? No face. 40 years I have been taking pictures. This I never heard of before, except perhaps if this is to be a fashion picture.
Oh, no, hardly.
Very well. You tell me what you want. I take the picture.
Thank you.
Hold still, please.
I'm sorry.
One moment and it will be all over.
That's fine, Mr. Roberti. I have a great deal to do, and the sooner I get this picture, the sooner I may be able to show my friend Philo Vance some results.
Yes?
Mr. Henderson, there's a gentleman in the outer office who wishes to see you. He says his name is Sidney Taylor.
Taylor, huh? Fine. Send him in, please. Sidney Taylor coming to see me. I wonder if...
Mr. Henderson?
Come in, Mr. Taylor. Sit down.
Thank you. You know me, Mr. Henderson?
I know about you. You once owned the dress shop Edith Payne was running.
That's right. I had no love for her, Mr. Henderson. I have no feeling of remorse now that she's gone.
Remorse? You mean you killed her?
Mr. Henderson, how much do you think the police would like to know that you were on the corner in back of us when Edith Payne was murdered?
If they knew that she was ruining my business, I imagine they would be very interested, if I were there.
Oh, you were there, all right. I saw you. Only I have no intention of telling that to the police.
No?
No. And this isn't blackmail or a threat of any kind, Mr. Henderson. I just would like a job in your store. I know the business very well, and I could be valuable.
It isn't blackmail, but you want a job, or you'll talk.
That's right.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor. If you'd come here an hour ago, I might have listened to your proposition.
An hour ago?
Yes. You see, Philo Vance was here. He seemed to know I was on that corner. Something he figured out from a picture. There's nothing you can do to me or for me, Mr. Taylor. I'm in this thing right up to my neck.
I just dropped into your office for a moment, Markham. I want another look at that photograph of the crowd at the death scene.
That double-breasted herringbone suit still has you stopped, Vance?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, Markham.
What about that mysterious memorandum you deciphered from Miss Payne's calendar? The one that read, "Last day, Claire Collins."
I'll get to that in due time.
Vance, I'm quite convinced that you know more about the solution of this case than you're admitting. Why the reticence?
I'm not holding back because I want to be secretive, Markham. It's true I have a definite idea as to who killed Miss Payne. But you're the district attorney, and you're liable to become prejudiced against the person who I think is guilty.
If you think he's guilty, Vance, I guarantee he is.
That's just what I meant. I'd rather wait until I had proof.
Just as you say. But I felt a little unhappy about that herringbone-suited figure. You mentioned there was something wrong with the suit, so I had a picture taken of myself to compare with it.
And you found that there was a difference in the way your suit was buttoned and the way the one in the group picture was buttoned.
You knew that, Vance?
I realized what was wrong with the herringbone suit after I left you, Markham. I'm sorry you went to the trouble of having a picture taken.
So am I now. Do you think that the herringbone suit is important, Vance, in the solving of this case, I mean?
Important, Markham? No, I wouldn't say it was important. I'd say it was vital.
Officer Philo Vance, private investigator. Miss Gorham speaking.
Miss Gorham, this is Mr. Vance. Is Miss Deering there?
No, she's not. She's doing some research at the library. Can I help?
Yes, you can, Miss Gorham. I'm going to give you the home addresses of two people, Sidney Taylor and Thomas Henderson. I want you to use some pretext or other and get into their homes. I want to know whether either of them owns a double-breasted herringbone suit.
I'll try to find out, sir.
Good.
Oh, give me the addresses, Mr. Vance, and I hope I find the herringbone suit for you.
Frankly, I hope you don't.
Oh?
You see, I'm going to see a man whom I don't know, who doesn't know me, but who I think can supply the ending to the herringbone murder case.
Yeah?
How do you do? My name is Vance. You don't know me.
No kidding. Of course I don't know you. And I let you in on something. That's okay with me.
Just one moment, please. I'm not selling anything.
That's good, because I'm not buying nothing. So suppose we start by you knocking on the door, and this time I'll ignore it. So long.
Wait a moment. Just one moment. How would you like to make $50?
Oh, I see. You're not selling anything. You're the one that's buying.
That's right. $50 worth of the answer to one question.
Brother, this beats those radio quiz games. You got to work up to the big money question on them. Well, what is it?
Do you own a double-breasted herringbone suit, and did you let somebody else wear it yesterday?
That's really two questions, but I'll let it go on account of there's only one answer to both of them. The answer is yeah.
Thank you. Here's your money. You've earned it.
I have. Well, what do you know about that? Hey, call again, will you, Mr. Vance? Call again.
Where is Vance, Mr. Markham? I'm not used to standing on street corners
I'm
like
sorry,
this.
Miss Collins. Apparently, Mr. Vance has been delayed, but he'll be here, I'm certain. Why don't you join Mr. Taylor and Mr. Henderson? They don't seem to mind waiting.
Look, I don't care what they mind.
All I can tell you is that Mr. Vance asked that you, Taylor, and Henderson be here. Here comes a truck headed for this corner. I thought I left orders for no traffic to come through here.
Maybe the truck is getting restless, too.
That isn't the reason. Look who's riding with the driver. It's Vance. What happened, Vance? Couldn't you get a cab?
Hello, Markham. Miss Collins. Sorry I was delayed a bit. Well, I see you have Mr. Taylor and Mr. Henderson waiting.
Yes, Vance, I have. What's this outdoor meeting for?
Well, you should know by now, Markham.
You mean this is the payoff? You know who killed Edith Payne, and you're going to prove it.
Make that I hope to prove it, and you'll be right. Call our two friends over here, will you, Markham, please?
Of course, Vance. I'll go get them personally.
I hope you have a good reason for all of this, Vance.
I have, I assure you. Now, you all want to know why you were brought here, don't you?
Of course we do.
You're entitled to that information, Mr. Henderson. This is the corner where Miss Payne was pushed under the wheels of a truck. I know you were in the crowd, Mr. Henderson, so please stand where you were at the time.
Well, I'm not sure exactly where I was.
I am. I studied the photograph taken at the scene a dozen times. You were immediately in back of where Miss Payne had been standing. Right there, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, but what am I doing here, Vance?
You, Miss Collins?
Yes, me. I told you I wasn't here when Miss Payne was killed. I'd gone the other way, to the subway.
Yes, you did tell me that, didn't you? It must have slipped my mind. Mr. Taylor, you were right alongside of Miss Payne a moment before she was pushed, right?
Yes. I was standing right about here before I went for a cab.
Vance, what about our mysterious man in the double-breasted herringbone suit? Where does he fit in this?
I'll show you in a moment. I brought a double-breasted suit coat with me on the truck. Mac, would you hand me that coat, please?
Right.
Thanks. Now, Miss Collins, will you put this on over your dress and stand right about there?
All right, but I never heard anything so ridiculous in my life.
Perhaps not. Oh, button the coat, will you, Miss Collins?
Certainly. There. Now what?
Now, Miss Collins, I'm sure you won't give Mr. Markham any trouble when he takes you to headquarters. You see, you've just convinced me that you are the murderer of Edith Payne.
May I have this in very small pieces, please, Vance? The explanation of how you knew Claire Collins pushed Miss Payne to her death, I mean.
Certainly, Markham. First of all, you're entitled to know how I knew it was a woman.
I go along with that.
It was a herringbone suit, Markham. The double-breasted herringbone suit we saw in that picture. It was buttoned the wrong way.
Yes, I know. Buttoned from right to left.
A woman buttons everything that way, from a blouse to a topcoat.
And a man buttons everything from left to right. I'm beginning to understand your logic now. You were convinced that the herringbone wearer was a woman, and you wanted to know what a woman would be doing at the scene of a crime wearing a man's suit.
Right. She probably wore it so that if she had to skip in a hurry, witnesses would say a man was seen running away. She didn't have to run because apparently nobody saw her push Miss Payne.
But, Vance, any woman could have been wearing a man's suit. Why did it have to be Miss Collins?
Markham, where would a woman get a man's suit?
Rent it. Or buy it, I'd say.
Renting it would be dangerous. The suit wasn't new, so it wasn't bought. Of course, it could have been a second-hand suit that was purchased, but fortunately it wasn't.
Well, how was it gotten?
It was borrowed from a neighbor, just as I thought it would be. I went to Miss Collins' apartment house and questioned her neighbors until I found a man who'd loaned her his double-breasted suit. Then, when I rode up on the truck this afternoon, I had her put on a coat just to make sure she buttoned it as all women do, from right to left.
Yes, I understand now. Vance, do you know why Miss Collins killed Miss Payne?
No, I'll admit I don't know the motive.
Well, then, for a change, I can tell you something. It seems that Miss Payne had given her until Saturday to return the money she had stolen or be turned over to the police. She couldn't return the money, so she did away with Miss Payne and would have been in the clear if it weren't for you. A lot of people must hate you, Vance.
Most criminals do, I imagine. You're not included in that not-so-select group, are you, Markham?
Me? Oh, no, Vance. I'm on your side. I'm one of the many who want to see you operate and wind up mysteries, just as you wound up a herringbone murder case.
Is this today's collection, Donald?
Yes, Mr. Miller. I opened the mail myself this morning.
And all the checks are here, hmm?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Tell me, what's the total?
$12,450. All the checks are made out to consolidated charities, Mr. Miller.
Of course. That's so that no irresponsible party can cash them, Donald. You see, people who contribute to our campaign want to make sure that the money goes to charity.
I understand, sir. Would you be interested in the total we've collected so far?
Yes, what is the amount?
Here it is. $130,000.
Good.
And our campaign is less than 2 weeks old.
Everything is going according to plan. Oh, Donald, has Morton Gary phoned today?
Not yet. I imagine he will, though. He's very interested in knowing how the drive is coming.
He's taking that business of being chairman of Consolidated Charities too seriously.
Oh? You think he may be a problem?
Perhaps. Gary is a very prominent man. We need him. His name on our letterhead assures the legitimacy of our organization.
Mr. Miller.
Yes?
What happens if Mr. Gary finds out what's really happening to the money?
You mean suppose he finds out that only a small percentage goes to charity and I pocket the rest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think he'll find out, Donald. I'll answer that. Hello?
Mike? Elise Avery.
Hello, Elise. I thought this was old man Gary calling in. What's going on?
I just hit a big one, Mike. Some sucker just gave me a check for $5,000.
Good for you, girl. Bring it in with you.
Sure. Just thought you'd like to hear the good news, that's all. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Now, where were we, Donald?
We were just talking about Morton Gary and what would happen if he found out what we're doing to the money we're collecting.
First of all, he isn't going to find out.
No?
No. And second, even if he does, it doesn't matter too much.
He'll squawk, Mr. Miller. He'll take this up with the police, maybe with the FBI. After all, we're using the mails.
Yes, that's true, Donald. We are using the mails. And the mails are bringing us in a fortune. But Gary won't talk. Believe me. And even if he does start to talk, he'll never finish what he's saying. You can believe that, too. My private office, Elise. Come on in.
Right. Well, here I am, boss. Armed to the teeth with a check for $5,000.
The one you phoned about.
Mm-hmm.
Lay it right here, lady. I want to look at it.
Here you are, chum. Paid to the order of Consolidated Charities. 5000. Endorse it, cash it, and it's all yours.
People sure are suckers, aren't they, honey? $5,000. You'd think they'd investigate a charity before they start giving their money away.
Sure, but there are lots of legitimate charities, thank goodness. That makes our job that much easier. Oh, Mike, let me take a look at that list.
What list?
The list of guys who've kicked in, and the amounts. I need some dough. Thought maybe you'd give me a check for my commissions.
Well, I'll have to get it for you, Elise.
Okay, but while we're waiting, suppose you give me my cut of this $5,000 I just brought in.
Gotta wait till the check clears the bank, baby. You know, you've been dealing with suckers all day. Kindly remember that I'm not one of them.
Me either, Mike. That's why I want my commission on the dough I've already brought in.
You'll get it. Donald is figuring out what I owe you. He'll have the figures in an hour. Then, if you're a good girl, I'll give you a check.
Kid, if I was a good girl, I wouldn't be in this racket. But bad or good, I'll get that check.
You're pretty sure you'll get it, hmm?
If I don't get it, Mike, you'll get it. Right in the neck.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see the district attorney, please. My name is Morton Gary.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gary. You telephoned for an appointment, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes.
Well, just a moment, sir. I'll find out if Mr. Markham can see you now.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Williams.
Mr. Morton Gary to see you, Mr. Markham, by appointment.
Ask him to come in, please.
Would you go right in, Mr. Gary? Right through that door there.
This door here?
Yes. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Gary.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you. Mr. Markham?
Come in, please, Mr. Gary.
How do you do, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Gary, please sit down, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Mr. Markham, I've come to ask you to investigate a very unscrupulous man, Mr. Michael Miller.
Miller? I don't believe I know the name.
I didn't either until a few weeks ago. He's not from this city, Mr. Markham. He claimed to be very philanthropic and was forming an organization to be known as Consolidated Charities.
Yes, Mr. Gary.
He induced me to lend my name to the organization, which I did. Many of my friends have contributed to it. And now I have reason to believe the entire thing is a fraud.
I see. He's collecting money but not turning it over to charity, is that it?
Oh, I believe he is turning over a small percentage of the money to legitimate societies, Mr. Markham. But I've asked to see statements of monies collected and dispersed, and Mr. Miller has refused to allow me to see any records.
I begin to understand your suspicions, Mr. Gary. Michael Miller, you said the man's name was?
That's correct. His offices are in the Lions building.
Well, I'll investigate this at once, Mr. Gary, and thank you for calling it to my attention. If your suspicions are correct, we'll put a stop to this racket, but fast. 931.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney calling me at home.
Thank you.
Sounds important, Markham.
It is. I called your office and they said you'd left for the day, Vance. I'm in the office of the Consolidated Charities in the Lions building. How soon can you get here?
At once, if it's important.
It's very important. We had a complaint late this afternoon about a Mr. Michael Miller, who was the head of this supposed charity organization. Actually, it was a racket.
Go ahead, Markham. Who made the complaint?
Morton Gary.
Oh.
You know him, Vance?
Yes, I do. Very honest, very wealthy, and very gullible.
Well, when I got to this Miller's office a little while ago, Vance, I found Miller dead. He'd been shot twice, once in the heart and once in the calf of his leg.
Really, Markham? How strange.
And there are no records of any kind here, Vance. Apparently, the murderer took them with him. All that was here when we broke in was the body.
The lists are missing, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Apparently, we have a listless murder case. Well, just to generate a little action in it, suppose I describe Miller's killer for you.
Describe him, Vance? You haven't even seen the body. You don't know any more about this case than I've just told you. How can you possibly describe Miller's murderer?
I'll explain that to you later, Markham. Right now, all I'll tell you is to look for a murderer with a bruise on his cheek or a black eye. I'm on my way down to meet you now.
Vance, I have Sergeant Heath out searching for someone who has a connection with this case and who also has a black eye or bruised cheek. Now, tell me why.
One of the nicest things about you, Markham, is that you do things that I suggest without demanding an explanation. Let us retain that fine point in our association until the proper time, shall we?
I know your reasoning, Vance. You believe that if you were to explain why you think the murderer is bruised, I'd be prejudiced immediately against any suspect we turned up who did have such a mark.
Exactly.
Yes.
And up until now, I'm quoting only theory, Markham, not fact or proof.
Good enough, Vance, good enough. By the way, if you can table your theory temporarily, we have a suspect for you.
Really? Who?
A girl named Elise Avery. She's in the next room now. It seems that she came into the Consolidated Charities office while I was waiting for you. She admits she worked here, but denies any knowledge of the shooting of Mr. Miller.
Oh, nobody makes our job simple anymore, Markham, do they?
Well, that should make you very happy, Vance. You and your theory about the bruise on the killer's face. Do you want to go in and see Miss Avery?
Do you think I should?
She's very attractive.
I should. I'll report any developments to you, Markham.
Do that, Vance, do that. I'll be here somewhere trying to find some records of contributions. They must be around unless the murderer took them with him.
Which is not at all unlikely.
See you in a little while, Vance.
Right. I'll go in and talk to Miss Avery now.
Hello.
Hello. Miss Avery, I'm Philo Vance.
Really? You're not at all the way I pictured you, Vance.
No?
Mm-mm.
Should I be flattered or ashamed?
Oh, I didn't know you were so, distinguished looking.
I'm ashamed of those newspaper pictures.
Oh, I like that.
You're either very easily pleased, Miss Avery, or very anxious to cater to my vanity. In either case, there are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, I'll save you the trouble of asking, Vance. I've got the answers already.
Oh, yes?
Yes. My name is Elise Avery. I worked for Consolidated Charities soliciting contributions. I got a salary. I had no idea this was a racket, and I don't know who killed Mr. Miller.
Very interesting, very informative, and very pet. Miss Avery, you know that Mr. Miller was killed by a bullet in the heart?
Yes, I do. Mr. Markham told me that. He also told me about a bullet in the calf of his leg. Oh, I don't see the connection, if any.
I believe there is one, Miss Avery.
Vance, may I confess something?
Not the murder.
No, of course not.
Then go right ahead.
I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Vance. Ever since I first saw your picture in the papers and began reading about you.
We went through this flattery routine a while ago, didn't we?
Oh, I don't want anything from you, Vance. I'm not looking for any favors for what I'm saying. That just happens to be the way I feel. And so I'm saying it.
Well, I find this most enjoyable. Please continue.
All right. I've often wondered what kind of a man you were, where a woman was concerned.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Most of the men I've known were dull. You look different. You sounded different in the stories I read about you, and yet in person, you're still different. Attractively different.
If you'll believe that I'm not merely trying to return a compliment, I might say that you're different too, Miss Avery. And very attractive.
And what's keeping the two of us so much apart? Come closer, Vance.
Courage is one of my strong points, Miss Avery. I'm here.
How much courage do you have, Vance?
Adequate amount, I'd say.
Enough to come still a little closer? Hmm?
This is what I like about a murder case. You never know what's going to turn up next.
Right now, it should be my toes. Oh, no, I never felt quite like this before. Vance, let's not talk about a murder case.
That suits me. Concentration is one of my weak points.
Vance.
I was just thinking of that myself.
And what are we waiting for?
Nothing that I know of.
Vance. Vance, darling.
Vance, I just wanted
Oh.
I beg your pardon, both of you.
Oh, Markham, well, come in, please, come in.
I guess I'm supposed to say I hope I'm not intruding, but I guarantee all three of us know I am.
You're not kidding.
Oh, but you're not really intruding, Markham, honestly. Although it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Miss Avery.
Oh, after the way you've kissed me, my name is Elise.
Very well. Well, Markham, it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Elise. But that embrace was in the nature of an experiment.
An experiment?
Really? Yes, Elise, an experiment. An experiment that tells me whether or not you killed Michael Miller.
This is District Attorney Markham. The listless murder case began with the finding of the body of Michael Miller, who headed a racket organization he called Consolidated Charities. The firm was reported to me by prominent Morton Gary, who was being used as a dupe by Miller. And subsequent investigation disclosed Miller was shot with bullets in his heart and in the calf of the leg. Philo Vance is under the impression that the murderer has a bruise on his face or a blackened eye, but has refused to indicate why he believes this. Vance has already questioned Elise Avery, who worked with Miller, and has told me he had an appointment with Morton Gary the following day. He should be with him about now.
Nice day for walking, isn't it, Mr. Gary?
Yes, very, Mr. Vance. Only I wish they weren't so much on my mind.
That's the reason I decided to take this walk rather than discuss our mutual problem in your office. It's very mild out, this is a very secluded street, and we're quite alone.
I can't quite get over my being used as a cover-up for that Miller and his gang. So many of my friends donated money to his mythical charities, Mr.
I
Vance.
can understand that. Perhaps something you might tell us will give us a lead to his killer, though.
Well, I've told you all I could. But apparently I haven't been much help, though.
I wouldn't worry about that. You may think of something which seems unimportant, but which might solve this entire case for us. I believe... Drop to the ground! What happened? Get somebody in that car shooting at it.
Right. Oh, Vance. Vance, what is this? Who is that in the car?
I don't know. I didn't see the license. It was covered with some sort of rag. The car's gone. I think it's safe to get up now.
All right. Oh.
Get very dirty, Mr. Gary?
No, I don't think so. You pulled me down on top of you. But how can you be so calm, man? Don't you realize somebody just tried to kill you?
Somebody did shoot, but after all he missed, so what's there to be excited about?
Oh, I've heard things like that about you, Vance, but I didn't believe them until this very minute. Oh, you're quite a man, sir.
Thank you.
Only I suggest that we go somewhere else to finish our talk. I don't believe we ought to give our assailant another chance.
That's very sensible, Mr. Gary. I wish there was some way of chasing after him or of identifying that car.
Well, apparently you've made more progress on this case than you think, Vance. There's no question but that the killer feels you're getting close to his trail and tried to prevent that by killing you.
Really? Well, Mr. Gary, if I were you, I'd appeal to Mr. Markham for police protection.
You would, Vance, but why?
Why? Because I believe those bullets were meant for you.
All right, Vance, you came down here to tell me you believe someone tried to kill Morton Gary. Why would anyone want to do that? And what's more important, who was it?
Sorry, Markham, I can't tell you.
Well, suppose you clear up that first mystery, then. No sense in having two unexplainable remarks by you go unanswered?
You mean, why do I think the killer would have a mark on his face?
Yes. Suppose you take your topcoat off, sit down, and let me have the details on that one.
I'm not staying long enough to sit, Markham. But I will tell you why I think as I do.
All right.
You mentioned to me over the telephone that Michael Miller had a bullet wound in his heart and one in the calf of his leg.
That's right.
It's the bullet in his leg that leads to my line of reasoning. I think that the killer fired from the floor and his first shot struck Miller in the leg.
In other words, he was lying on the floor, Miller was standing over him, probably about to kick him, and the killer shot.
Yes. His first bullet struck Miller in the leg. Miller staggered back. The killer got up off the floor and shot him in the heart.
Well, that still doesn't explain the bruised face.
Doesn't it? Well, isn't it logical, if the killer were on the floor, that Miller had knocked him down first? And if he knocked him down, wouldn't it seem as if there should be a bruise?
Yes, it would. And Vance, while you're in a true confession mood, why not explain why you were embracing Miss Avery yesterday?
Certainly. There was no bruise on her face, Markham, but her makeup might have been used to cover it, if she did have one.
What?
While I was ostensibly kissing her, I was actually trying to rub off as much of her makeup as I could.
Oh, I see. And as there was no bruise, that relieves her of suspicion, then, I suppose.
I wouldn't go that far, my friend. I could be completely wrong about this.
Personally, I don't believe you are. But as long as you've been so cooperative, Vance, here's a piece of news for you. There were 3 people in Miller's charity racket. Miller, Elise Avery, and a secretary, a young fellow named Donald Stone.
We've overlooked him, haven't we, Markham?
Well,
I think we can do something about that. Miss Avery knew him, of course.
Yes, she did.
Well, perhaps I'll call her on the telephone and ask her something about him I want to know. Come to think of it, there was a memorandum at my office saying that She had phoned earlier today.
Oh? Wonder what she wanted.
From the tone of the message she left, apparently she didn't believe what I said in her office, that the embrace between us was merely an experiment. She seemed to regard it more as a sample.
You know, I'm beginning to get an idea about you, Elise. An idea I don't like. Now I know why you called and wanted to come up here.
Anytime you get an idea, Donald, that's news. Now shut up and let me think.
I'll let you think, all right. I'll let you think about me. Vance called me. You know that he suspects I killed Miller?
Does he? I've got news for you, kid. Vance never suspects anybody. He knows who killed Miller.
And what makes you so calm?
Now, wait a minute, you punk. Don't you even think I had anything to do with killing the boss?
No, why not? He was holding out your cut on you. You had all the reason in the world to kill him.
Look, lad, just don't let me lose my temper. And talking about people who had reason for knocking off Miller, what about you? You knew he was going to get rid of you when this campaign was over, didn't you?
He was going to kill me?
Sure. He didn't trust you. He was afraid you'd talk if anybody put the heat on. You were new with Miller. Remember that.
Oh, so he was going to kill me.
He didn't, did he? That's all you have to worry about. Now, what did you do with the money in the sucker list that was in the office? I want my share of the money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, suit yourself. Maybe Vance'll know. You've got one more chance, chum. I want half of the dough you must have taken from Miller. Well? Okay, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Wait a minute.
Now you're getting smart, Donald. Where's the money?
Here in my desk drawer. There wasn't too much cash, just $20,000.
Well, hand over 10. And, by the way, how'd you get that cut on your chin?
7, 8, 9, 10,000. Here's your half, and I got the cut on my chin from shaving.
Oh, thanks for the money, Donald. You're being smart. The less Philo Vance knows about you, the better you should like it.
You said he knew who killed Miller.
Knowing and proving are two different things, friend. And since you've seen the light, we'll just keep Vance in the dark.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance.
Yes?
This is Elise Avery. I tried to reach you earlier today.
I know. I got your message.
I'd like to see you, Vance.
So your message said.
It isn't what you think, Vance. I'm trying to help you. I can tell you about Donald Stone, who was Miller's assistant in that charity racket. He has a prison record, and I happen to know he stole at least $20,000 from the office after the murder.
That's so?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Did he refuse to give you a cut of it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you must have had some reason for waiting this long to tell me that, Miss Avery. The chances are you were waiting for a chance to blackmail him.
No, that's not true, Vance. I just want to help you. That's the only reason I've told you about Stone.
In that case, Miss Avery, thank you. But believe me, I don't believe you.
Hello, Mr. Vance?
Hi, Miss Williams. Mr. Markham in?
No, he's not. Why don't you take your hat and coat off, Mr. Vance? He won't be long.
Thank you. I'll do that. All right to lay them on this chair?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Why, Mr. Vance, what on earth is that on your shoulder? Paint?
No, Miss Williams. Looks like paint, doesn't it? Actually, it's something I'm preserving rather carefully. It's the clue to the murderer of Michael Miller.
That spot?
That's right, Miss Williams. And I think that perhaps I'd better not wait for Markham. I have some things to do, but would you ask Mr. Markham to have Miss Avery, Mr. Donald Stone, and Mr. Morton Gary in my office in an hour?
Well, yes, of course.
Tell him that I'll be ready to name Mr. Miller's murderer then. All three of our suspects are in my outer office, Markham?
Yes.
Good. Would you ask them to come in, please?
Of course, Vance. Miss Avery, Mr. Gary.
Yes?
Donald.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vance would like you all to come in now.
Oh, very well.
This way.
Thank you all for being here. I thought you'd all like to know who killed Michael Miller. You, Donald Stone.
No, Vance, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't.
I didn't say it was. I think, though, that it was you who fired those shots at Mr. Gary here and myself this morning before you realized that I knew you were Miller's secretary.
You think I shot at you?
I know you did, and I know why. You wanted to kill Mr. Gary because he could identify you as working for Mr. Miller. According to Miss Avery, you have a prison record.
Why,
You didn't want to be linked with this case.
So she told you, did she, about me?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you a couple of things about her.
Nothing I don't know already, believe me, Mr. Stone. Mr. Gary.
Yes?
This is the young man who shot at you. What do you think we ought to do with him?
Lock him up. He's dangerous, Vance. By all means, lock him up.
He's dangerous because he shot at you and me and missed. What would you do with someone who didn't miss, Mr. Gary?
I'd see that he went to the chair. That's what I'd do.
Well, in that case, I hope you are reconciled to it.
Mr.
You killed Michael Miller, Mr. Gary.
What? I? Why should I kill him?
When you found out he was running a racket using your name, you were so blinded by rage that you attacked him. He knocked you down. While you were on the floor, you shot.
All right. I did. But he was going to hit me with a chair while I was lying on the floor. He would have killed me.
Perhaps. That, of course, we'll never know.
Vance, there's something I'd like to know.
Yes, Markham?
How did you know it was Gary here who killed Miller?
I'll tell you, Markham, later.
I'm listening, Vance. You knew Miller was killed by Gary. How?
Remember, Markham, my theory about the killer having a bruise on his cheek?
Yes, but Gary had no bruise.
Oh, yes, he did. It was covered with makeup, so we couldn't see it, but it was there.
But if makeup covered it, how did you know?
Your secretary noticed a spot on my shoulder today. I'd wondered earlier how it had gotten there. But then I realized that there was only one way.
And that was?
That was when Gary fell against me on the street when we were both walking and the shots were fired. It was mild, and I wasn't wearing a topcoat.
Oh, I get it now. When you realized how you got the makeup on your shoulder, you realized Gary would have only one reason for wearing makeup, to hide a bruise.
That's right.
Vance, you're wonderful.
Come now, you're beginning to sound like Elise Avery. You'd better stop.
I will, if you'll tell me what happened to the list of people that contributed to Consolidated Charities and gave this case its name.
That list? Donald Stone probably destroyed it. He found Miller dead, stole whatever money was around, and tried to hide the fact that the Consolidated Charities was a racket.
Yeah, pretty low racket, Vance. I'm glad we ended it. And I'm glad we ended the listless murder case.
Come on, Al, come on. I don't have all day.
I'm just brushing some lint from your dinner jacket, Mr. West. I won't be a moment.
How much time do we have?
The curtain goes up in half hour. Plenty of time, Mr. West. You don't make your entrance until 5 minutes after it's up.
That doesn't mean I have to wait till the last minute to get dressed. Step on it, Al.
I'm just about through now, Mr. West. There you are, sir.
Didn't I get any mail from California today?
No, Mr. West, not a thing.
Fine agent I've got. Go east, he says to me. Get a part on Broadway. Then the movie companies will want you back. Did you hear from him? Neither did I. How's my makeup?
Looks fine, sir. Oh, if you'll forgive my saying it, I think you could put just a bit more dye on your hair, though. There is the slightest bit of gray showing.
There is? Where?
Right about...
Yes, I see it. I'll fix that right away.
Richard.
Well, that's quite a pretty picture you make in the doorway, my dear. Very dramatic. Now come in and shut the door.
Tell him to get out of here, Richard. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, Al. You heard the lady.
Yes, Mr. West, of course. I'll be in the wings.
What do you want, Jean? You can see I'm busy making up. I go on in half an hour.
You will go on in half an hour only if I change my mind about you, Richard.
Well, what's this?
Did anyone ever tell you that you're really a rat?
Now, Jean, please, compose yourself. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
All right. What's that pretty blonde head of yours troubled about?
You, that's what. What did you promise me, Richard? Come on, tell me what.
You tell me. What did I promise you?
A part in this play, a chance at pictures afterwards. You swore you'd get both of them for me. I should have known better than to believe you.
You should have known better than to break into my dressing room, too. But you didn't. Now, fly away somewhere, Jean, until after the show.
Oh, no. I came here for one purpose, Richard. And I'm not leaving until I do what I came for.
What are you looking for in that handbag of yours? Mirror? You don't need it. You've acted the part beautifully, my dear.
Mirror? You call this a mirror? It's a bottle, Richard, and you know what's in it? Acid.
Face.
Yes, that face of yours is never going to see another girl.
Give me that bottle.
Get away from me. You take your hands off of me. I'll never give you this. Stop. You're breaking my wrist, Richard.
I'll take that little bottle, darling. There. That's better. Now run along somewhere and play.
Run along somewhere and play. I'll run along. But I'll be back to see you, Richard. And then I'll really play. For keeps.
You ordered a soda, Jean. Why don't you drink it?
I'm thinking about...
About Richard West?
Yes.
It's not very complimentary, is it, darling? Thinking about him when you're with me?
I hate him, Bob.
Oh, no. Too much venom, Jean. It'd be more convincing if you weren't making such a definite effort. Matter of fact, I hate him, too.
Not like I do.
Why not? He promised you a part in the play he's in. He didn't deliver. I had the part he's playing now until he stepped in. Same reason. Say, Jean, you know who's casting?
Who?
George McCready. Let's you and I go over to his office now, huh?
Oh, I don't feel like it.
Oh, you'd better feel like it before word gets around this soda fountain that McCready is listening to readings. Did you ever see so many actors and actresses out of work in your life?
That includes us, you know.
Not if we get over to McCready's in time. You know how word flies around in this place. In 2 minutes, the whole mob of them would be flooding McCready's office if they knew.
Oh, forget McCready for now, will you, Bob?
All right, for you, I'll forget it for now.
Bob, what would you say if I told you that Richard West hurt me more than I can tell even you? Bob, I hate that man so much I won't rest while he's alive. You claim you love me. You've said there isn't anything you wouldn't do for me.
Well, honey, you know how fellas say things like that.
You meant it, Bob. I know you meant it. Look what Richard West has done to you. He took that stage job because he knew you were first in line for it. Knew that a young actor could be a star in that part.
That was a honey of a part. I could have played the heck out of it, too.
Sure you could. You could have been great. The notices would have been all for you. It would have made you, Bob. And just because West knew I liked you, he took the role. He killed you professionally, Bob. Don't you realize that?
He killed me professionally. Yeah, I guess he did. Maybe that gives me an idea of what I've got to do to him.
That's all. Leave the curtain down. No more calls. I'm going to my dressing room.
Yeah, wait a minute, West. Wait a minute.
Oh, Mr. Adams, how are you tonight?
I was pretty good before I saw this performance. I want to talk to you, West.
More people want to talk to me.
It's just that attitude I want to talk to you about. I've got a lot of money tied up in this show, West. I lose a fortune if it goes under.
Well, what's that to me? When you produce and back your own shows, you're taking a gamble.
I know, but I like a fair shake.
You
practically begged for this part after I had young Bob Davis all set for it.
So?
So I gave it to you because I thought your name would help at the box office. Well, it doesn't mean a thing. And I'm paying you a lot of money. And we've got no advance sale, none at all.
This thing's a turkey. That's why nobody's coming to see it.
We could be breaking even or showing a profit if you'll be reasonable about the money you're getting.
Look, don't bother me, will you? I want to go to my dressing room, take off these clothes, and relax. I'm not taking any cut. And whatever talking you must do it tomorrow.
I'll talk to you about it tonight. I'm giving you this straight, West. The way I feel about you, you won't be around tomorrow to be talked to.
Markham! Markham!
Oh, there you are, Vance. I'll be right with you. Well, the great Philo Vance is now acting as my personal chauffeur. I'm getting up in the world.
How much higher can a district attorney get? Get in, Markham.
Thank you, Vance. I suppose you know why I phoned and asked you to pick me up.
No, I don't know, but I suspect, and I'll be duly grateful if my suspicions are correct.
You're right, as usual, Vance. It's a murder, and not an ordinary murder, or the police department could handle it very well, I'm sure.
No question about that, Markham. Which way do you want me to drive?
Straight ahead, Vance. I'll tell you all about this as we go along, and I'll let you know where to turn.
Good enough, my friend. Suppose you start from the beginning, eh?
Well, the beginning and the end of this case, as much as we know about it, that is, are very close together, Vance. Did you ever hear of an actor named Richard West?
Former leading man in pictures, now on Broadway in a play?
That's the man, Vance. Well, it seems he's dead.
Actually or professionally?
As I understand it, he'd been slipping professionally for some time, but I'm speaking of him as a person. He was found shot to death in his apartment several hours ago.
And that's where we're going now?
Yes, Vance, that's where we're bound for. We've done quite a bit of work on the case already, although we haven't any results to speak of.
Well, let's talk about the results you can speak of, Markham.
Well, it seems that West took the job in the play he was in, and a lad named Bob Davis didn't like that. Bob was set for the role before West came along.
Hardly a murder motive, Markham.
Oh, there's more to it than that. This Davis had a girlfriend, a beautiful blonde, from what Sergeant Heath tells me. Her name is Jean Carey. And it seems that West did more than kick her around a little.
And you think that Bob Davis might have resented that?
I think Jean Carey resented that, Vance. According to Heath, she's quite an excitable person. She had a motive, and she is a blonde, you know.
Well, that factor isn't terribly important, Markham. Some of the least murderous people I know are blondes.
Well, that's possible, of course. The point I started to make was that Sergeant Heath has rounded up Miss Carey and is holding her at the apartment of the late Richard West. He has also, as I understand it, notified B.J. Adams, producer of the show West was in.
Very thorough of Heath, Markham. I must remember to thank him. Anything else?
Yes. The gun was near the body. No fingerprints as usual. Turn here, Vance, and then straight ahead.
Very well. Straight ahead, you say?
Yes.
I hope it's straight ahead to the solution of this murder.
Don't think I'll let you come near me. Oh, no. I know what you'll do if I put down this gun. Stand back, I said. Way back or I'll shoot. I mean it, I'll shoot. Don't try that old trick of looking over my shoulder as if there was somebody there. I know there isn't. Your number's up, Tony. Way up. What are you smiling for? Maybe there is somebody in back of me. I'd better look. No. No, don't shoot, don't!
Okay, Davis, that's fine. Fair enough.
Did you like it, Mr. McCready? Do you think there's a part in your play for me?
I'll let you know. Keep in touch with the office, Davis. Everybody go now. It's all readings for today.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. McCready.
Wait a minute, Davis.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Hank.
Yeah, that's right. Hank Gale, best actor's agent in show business. I'd like to talk to you, Bob.
Yeah, about what?
About getting you a part in this play McCready's doing. I can handle that guy, Davis.
No, nothing doing. I know all about you and your shady deals, Gale.
Wait a minute. Don't be in such a hurry.
Take your hands off my coat. I gotta get out of here.
You shouldn't be in such a hurry, Davis. You really shouldn't be. I got angles in this town. Lots of angles about lots of things.
What are you talking about?
Murder. I got angles about the murder of Richard West, for instance. Don't you think maybe you ought to be in my office tomorrow morning? Huh, kid?
Your name is Jean Carey, is that correct?
That's right, Mr. Vance. And in answer to your next question, I wasn't up here at Mr. West's apartment at all today until Sergeant Heath brought me here a little while ago.
You're anticipating my questions, Miss Carey. Perhaps you'd care to answer the next one. I haven't asked that either.
Well, you're going to want to know how it is that there are 2 champagne glasses on this end table, and why it is that one of them has lipstick marks on it.
You're doing fine, Miss Carey. Now, how about answering your own question?
I don't know how it is. Mr. West had other girlfriends, I suppose. Oh, I don't smoke that brand of cigarettes, Mr. Vance.
You mean this stub in the ashtray I'm looking at?
That's right. It has lipstick on it, hasn't it?
The same lipstick, I'd say, as there are indications of on the champagne glass.
Well, it's not mine.
So you say. This lipstick is sort of light, isn't it?
Looks like it might be orange. Mr. Vance, how long are they going to hold me?
That's entirely up to the district attorney and Sergeant Heath. Until the murderer of Richard West is caught, I imagine. Why? In a hurry to go somewhere?
I'm in a hurry to go anywhere as long as it's away from here. You think this is fun?
Hardly. Especially to the police, Miss Carey. The police don't like unsolved murder cases. In fact, the only person that likes a murder less than the police is the victim.
Very funny. Well, what happens to me now? Am I to be held here or in prison until you find out either that I didn't kill West or who did?
I think the police will release you, Miss Carey, as soon as I'm through with you. You know, of course, that Sergeant Heath is trying to locate your boyfriend, Bob Davis.
That shouldn't be too tough. I can tell you where to find Bob.
Oh, really? And you wouldn't mind turning him over to the police?
Why should I mind? He didn't do anything. He and I were together at the time of the murder. If he knew the police wanted him, he'd be here with bells on. What would he have to lose?
I don't know. Is it true that B.J. Adams, the producer, was going to star Bob Davis in a play before Richard West appeared on the scene?
Yes. Bob's a good actor. He would have been great in the part.
I wonder how good he was in playing the role of a murderer.
Bob wouldn't kill anybody, even for me or himself. He couldn't. He isn't the type.
According to you, that is. But don't forget, Miss Carey, that according to Shakespeare, one man in his time plays many parts.
This is District Attorney Markham. The curtain call murder case opened with the finding of the body of Richard West, former Hollywood leading man, currently appearing on Broadway for producer B.J. Adams. The suspects include blonde Jean Carey, West's former girlfriend, and Bob Davis, young actor who has been going with her. Philo Vance, after studying lipstick marks on a glass and cigarette in West's apartment, is quite certain that Miss Carey is not responsible for them, although he hasn't said why. He's told me he had some inquiries to make at the office of Hank Gale, the theatrical agent, and he should be there.
You wanted some dope on Jean Carey, huh, Vance?
Yes, please.
Well, I can give you some personal dope on the gal if,
You're very helpful, Mr. Gale, and I appreciate it.
Oh, no trouble. Kind of like the idea of helping out Philo Vance. Maybe sometime you could help me, huh?
Maybe, Mr. Gale. I understand Miss Gary's been in show business since she was a kid, eh?
Yeah. I knew her mother pretty well. Good hoofer. One of the best. Her old man wasn't much of a guy. Good performer, but a bad boy. Did a one-man band act while mother hopped the buck before Jean was born.
And after?
Well, as I remember it, the father stuck around for about 6 or 7 years and then blew. I don't know what happened to him. Jean's mother died right after that, and the kid must have had a pretty tough time before she was old enough to work on her own.
I imagine she did. What kind of a fellow was this Richard West, Mr. Gale?
Rat. You want details?
I think I get the general idea.
Well, this producer, Adams, really let him have it after the show the night West was killed. Anyhow, that's what I hear, and I get around. I hear a lot of things, Vince.
Really? That Mr. Adams' quarrel with West sounds like something I should know more about. I think I ought to go over and see Mr. Adams and find out whether a Broadway producer can produce anything interesting in this case.
Is Mr. Adams in, miss?
He's in, but he ain't seen any actors today.
I'm Bob Davis. I once read...
Oh, I know you, Mr. Davis. I remember you were here before, a couple of months ago. I never forget a face. I got a photogenic mind. Good day, Mr. Davis.
I've got to see Mr. Adams.
I know. They all say that, only you can't. Good day, Mr. Hey, you can't go in there.
No, don't bet. Mr. Adams, I've got to talk to you.
What do you mean breaking into my office like this? Get out, you, immediately.
Not until I've talked to you. Mr. Adams, my name is Bob Davis. I know you're going to reopen the play that Richard West was in, and I want the part I was promised once.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes, I do.
Does that give you the right to come crashing in here and telling me what you want? Get out of here before I throw you out.
Mr. Adams,
You're Bob Davis. You should know the police are looking for you for Richard West murder.
What?
It's been on the radio for hours. Now get out before I call him and tell him you're here.
I didn't know.
Yes, Miss Evers?
Should I call the police, Mr. Adams? I could hear that Davis guy yelling all over the place.
No, don't bother, Miss Evers. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Adams, there's a Mr. Vance outside. Philo Vance.
Philo Vance, the private investigator?
He sure looks good enough to be.
Send him in. Hey, Davis, where are you going?
If that's Vance, he may be after me. I'm getting out of here before he sees me.
Mr. Adams?
Oh, come right in, sir. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. How are you today, sir?
Very good, thank you. And yourself?
Fine. Say, haven't I seen you before, Mr. Adams?
I don't remember meeting you, Mr. Vance, but it's possible you've seen me at the theater. I'm an inveterate first-nighter. Go to every first-night opening in town, except my own. Can't stand my own opening. It's too nerve-wracking.
I can imagine. It seems to me, though, that I've seen you within the past week, and there hasn't been an opening this week.
No, there hasn't. The opera, maybe. I was there last Saturday night.
That must have been it. Funny how an unclarified detail sticks in your mind, isn't it? I'm sure it hasn't the slightest significance, but I did remember seeing you.
Like the opera, Vance?
Generally, I liked the performance Saturday evening, all except the overture. The second violins seemed out of tune with the first few minutes.
You've got a good ear, Vance.
Thank you.
Only it wasn't the violins. It was the violas. The stars were in great voice, I thought.
Yes, the performance was quite enjoyable. However, I didn't come here to discuss opera with you, Mr. Adams. I came to talk about the late star of your show.
Ah, Richard West.
Naturally. Mr. Adams, was your show making money?
Frankly, no.
Was West in any way responsible for that?
Undoubtedly. I had a contract with him. Had to pay him a lot of money every week.
How long a contract did he have, Mr. Adams?
Run of the play. Of course, I could have closed the show, but then I'd have no chance of getting any of my money back.
His death saved you quite a bit of money then, didn't it?
Unquestionably. And I think I see what you're driving at, Vance.
I'm not driving at anything in particular, Mr. Adams. Not yet, that is.
People sometimes kill for money, don't they, Vance? And I did save a lot of money with West dead. Your thinking isn't unreasonable. I suppose I'm a suspect. Although I'll tell you now, I'm not a very good one.
I have several good suspects already, Mr. Adams. I'd gladly discard both of them in favor of one actual murderer.
Miss Carey, you realize why you were brought to my office.
No, I don't, Mr. Markham. All I know is that Vance said I could go.
Yes, he did, and you're not being officially detained. You can leave any time you like. But there is one thing I want to know more about.
What's that?
According to the testimony of Richard West's valet, you broke into his dressing room the night he was killed, and you threatened him with a bottle of acid.
Oh, that.
Oh, that? You're dismissing it rather lightly, Miss Carey.
Because it's only half right. I threatened him, but not with any acid. The bottle had nothing in it but water.
Oh? And what did you want with West?
I wanted him to make good on his promises to me. That's what I wanted. I thought I could force him into getting me a chance in Hollywood.
You might have tried to do the same thing later that evening in his apartment, only this time you had a gun.
I wasn't near his apartment. I told you that. I told Vance that.
Excuse me, please. Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. Vance.
Oh, hello, Vance. What's up?
My spirits, for one thing, Markham. Will you do me a favor?
Of course. What is it?
I want you to reach Bob Davis and B.J. Adams and have them at my office in an hour. Can you do it?
Of course I can do it, Vance.
Good. You can bring Jean Carey with you if you like. She's there with you now, isn't she?
Why, yes, but how did you know?
I came to call for her to tell her some news that she wasn't going to like very much. And I found that a man from your office had been at her apartment.
You have some news that she isn't going to like very well, Vance?
Definitely, Markham. I'm going to prove her connection with the murder of Richard West. Please, all of you be seated comfortably. I won't be very long getting to my point. Miss Carey,
What is it, Vance?
with whom were you in love? Bob Davis, Richard West, or your career?
I wanted to be successful.
That's what I thought.
But, Jean, you told me that...
Not now, if you don't mind, Mr. Davis, please. Mr. Adams.
Yes?
How long have you been a theatrical producer?
In this city?
Yes.
About 10 years.
What did you do before?
Nothing much of anything, Vance. Acted, painted scenery, the usual thing.
Vance, excuse my interrupting, will you?
Certainly, Markham. What is it?
You told me on the telephone that you could link Jean Carey with Richard West's murder. Was it through the lipstick on the glass in West's apartment?
No. You put the lipstick there, didn't you, Mr. Davis?
I?
Yes, you hated West because he took your part in the play. You came up to his apartment with the idea of killing him and of making it look as if Miss Carey had been there.
Why, that dirty...
When you found him dead, you put lipstick on the champagne glass and on the cigarette.
Why would I do a thing like that? I love Jean.
I doubt that. You planted the evidence to take suspicion off yourself. You knew the police would come after you when they found West dead, so you tried to make it seem as if Miss Carey had been there. That was so Miss Carey couldn't incriminate you.
Vance, you can't possibly know that Miss Carey didn't leave the lipstick on that glass and the cigarette. Even if we'd taken samples of her lipstick and they didn't match the stains we found, that wouldn't prove anything. She could have changed lipsticks.
Of course she could have, Markham. But I'm reasonably certain Mr. Davis planted those lipstick marks for us to trace.
Then he's the murderer, Vance?
No, I didn't kill him. You'll never make me admit I killed him. I didn't, you hear? I didn't kill him.
Nobody said you did. In fact, I know you didn't. Markham, the time for your arrest has come.
Oh?
You can hold one of the people in this room for murder. I'll supply you with all the information you need to complete your case.
Well, that's very kind of you, Vance, but whom do I arrest?
Who, Markham? Why, B.J. Adams, of course.
I, B.J. Adams, of my own free will and volition, do hereby make this statement to District Attorney Markham and Philo Vance. I killed Richard West.
Take these questions and answers down, Johnson, please. Right, sir. Mr. Adams, why did you kill West?
As long as he was alive, to appear in my show, it cost me thousands of dollars every week.
Mr. Adams, what was the real reason?
What was that, Mr. Vance?
What was the real reason you killed West?
I killed him because of what he did to my daughter, Jean.
What? Jean Carey is your daughter?
Yes, Markham. I knew that when I found that Jean's father had left her when she was just a child and had been a professional musician at the time. In my first interview with Mr. Adams, he revealed a detailed knowledge of music. Well, it was too close a tie for me to ignore.
So that's what put you on my trail, Vance?
Partly. That and your arrival in this city soon after you had left Jean and her mother. The whole thing was too coincidental. You had to be her father.
I was. Maybe I didn't do the right thing by Jean when she was a kid, but I wasn't going to stand by and see her kicked around by a heel like West. She didn't know I was her father, you see. But I knew who she was. So I came up to West's apartment the night of his death and shot him.
Tell me, Mr. Adams, were there 2 champagne glasses on an end table in the apartment?
No.
No?
No, Markham, there weren't. Bob Davis set those up very nicely when he came to West's apartment shortly after the murder. He ran down to the drugstore, bought a lipstick, and smeared one of the glasses into a cigarette stub.
I've been meaning to ask this for a long time, Vance. How did you know that Miss Carey didn't make those marks?
Oh, Markham, it was an orange lipstick, and Miss Carey is a blonde.
Oh.
No blonde ever wears orange lipstick. It's not vivid enough.
Mm-hmm.
Deep red, purple on occasion, but never orange. Terribly unbecoming, Markham.
And I guess I'm terribly unobserving, Vance. I'm awfully glad you're around.
I'm glad I'm around, too, when there are murder cases to be solved. Incidentally, Bob Davis was equally unobserving when he purchased the lipstick. He just asked for a lipstick and took the first one the clerk handed him, never bothering to look at the color.
I'm glad he didn't. We really would have been confused if he had. No telling how long it would have taken us to get somewhere on the West murder.
You're probably right, Markham. But we know where we are now, don't we? We're at the end of the curtain call murder case.
Finally, my dear Harold, finally. In a few seconds, you will learn why this mansion is so completely burglar-proof.
I saw the men working on the wall, Mr. Simmons. They were finished with the masonry 2 days ago.
Oh, yes, they were finished with the masonry. A wall 10 feet high now completely covers the front of this place of mine, and there is nothing but a cliff in back. But a mere wall and a cliff are not sufficient protection.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will, my dear Harold, you will. You are my caretaker, but your work will be relatively easy. Believe me, it will be easy. Oh, what's keeping those men?
Keeping them from what, sir?
From trying out the device they've installed. I can't imagine... Hear that, Harold? Harold, you hear that?
What is it, Mr. Simmons?
It's an electric eye system, Harold. It's completely foolproof and burglar-proof. If anyone so much as approaches within 6 feet of any part of those walls, that alarm goes off. Nobody can get to me here, Harold. Ha! Nobody.
Mr. Simmons, you've never told me who it is you were afraid of.
Who it is? It could be any of a dozen people, Harold. Weak people. People who resented the fact that in the battle of business, I was successful, and they weren't. But now I'm safe, with you to look after me 24 hours a day.
You can depend on me, Mr. Simmons.
Indeed I do, Harold, and indeed I will. It's true I know nothing of your background, but you strike me as satisfactory. You look me square in the eye all the time. That's important. Besides, I'm used to taking chances on people. 5 years ago, when I first hired Betty Jarnes as my secretary, I knew nothing of her either.
Miss Jarnes is very capable.
Yes, and very lovely. And I've rewarded her, Harold, just as I'll reward you if you are faithful to your duties. When I die, she receives a considerable fortune.
I'll do my best, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, Harold, just to prove to you that I'm not an old fool, I said I knew nothing about you. That is true. But just in case you were sent here by one of my friends,
Mr. Simmons,
please don't think I overlooked that possibility. Just in case you were sent here by one of my friends, allow me to assure you that I have means of protecting myself at all times. See?
That gun is entirely unnecessary where I'm concerned, sir.
Perhaps, but it is well to have it with me all the time regardless. I'm glad we had this little chat, Harold. As you can see, I'm protected from strangers by the wall and its electric eye, and I'm protected from my own household by this gun. I'm completely safe, and for the first time in years, I'm at ease.
Very good, sir. I'm glad.
I'm an old man, Harold, and this is the freedom I've been looking forward to for years. Perhaps I don't have too long to live, but they're going to be easy years. Harold, didn't you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. You said perhaps you don't have too long to live.
Jim. Jim, are you there?
Hello, sis. I'm here. Why are you calling me?
I had to talk to you, Jim. So much is happening, and you're 1,000 miles away.
Another gripe about that job of yours?
Yes, it's still Mr. Simmons. He's unbearable.
So why don't you quit? Why do you keep calling me up and complaining every week?
Oh, no. No, I don't quit this job. Not with all that money I'm being left in Simmons' will. I'm sticking.
Well, then what's your beef?
He's moved out to a place in the country. There's a wall around the house. The windows are barred. And I've got to work there and live there.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. All I know is that this place is a prison. Gray stone, flat roof. Whew. Those barred windows and the wall, I feel like I'm in jail. Oh, if only something would happen to the old buzzard.
Like what? Like realizing that you deserve a couple of days off a week so you can have a fling at living?
That's not what I'm thinking, Jim. I was thinking that it looks like I'm going to be able to live only if Mr. Simmons dies.
Take a letter, Miss Jarnes.
Yes, sir.
To Frank Rodney, Bank Building City. Dear Frank, in reply to your letter of even date, the answer is no. Sincerely. Sign my name to it.
Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Now then, take a letter to...
Mr. Simmons, could I please fix myself some lunch now? I can take the rest of the letters this afternoon.
Of course not. My mail comes first.
But it's 3:00, sir, and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Dissatisfied here, Miss Jarnes? If you are, I might be able to make other arrangements for a secretary. Of course, there are other changes that would be made at the same time. Changes affecting my will.
Mr. Simmons, will you please forget about that will? That's all I ever hear from you. After all, I just wanted a sandwich. Is that so unreasonable?
It is, inasmuch as I have other things for you to do. You know, Miss Jarnes, perhaps you've been with me too long. Take a letter to my attorney. Ask him to please be here tomorrow morning and to bring my will with him.
Vance. Oh, Vance.
Oh, just a minute. Markham, what are you doing here at this hour? Come in.
Thank you, Vance. I'm sorry to have awakened you.
Awakened me, my friend. No, you didn't. I haven't been to bed. I've been reading up on criminal identification through hair analysis. Very interesting. Kept me from realizing it was daylight.
Vance, don't you ever do anything that ordinary people do?
Like sleep, you mean, Markham? I'd have gone to sleep if I were tired. I wasn't, so I stayed up. How about you? District attorney's hours don't begin this early, do they?
They do when there's a murder. And there's been a murder, Vance.
In that case, Markham, I'll slip out of this robe and into a shower and be with you in a moment. Come along, you can tell me all about it.
Right. It seems, Vance, that a millionaire named Ezra Simmons built himself a mansion out in the suburbs and installed every known method of burglar alarm. But someone got in last night and shot him to death.
Really? I know about Simmons. He made a fortune stepping on people's backs. I'll hop in the shower and make this as quick as possible.
Good. Of course, Vance, there's a possibility that Simmons was killed by someone in his house. His secretary, Betty Jarnes, or his caretaker, Harold Eckner.
No question about that possibility.
Miss Jarnes claims she couldn't stay in the house last night and went into town, returning this morning to discover the body. And the caretaker claims he heard no one try to get in, nor will he say he killed Simmons.
Unreasonable of him, isn't it? How would you like me to tell you how Simmons might have been killed?
But, man, how could you? Apparently, neither the caretaker nor Miss Jarnes killed him. That's a little too obvious. And you don't know anything about any of the details of this case.
All I know is what you've told me, Markham. But I won't disturb you with one of my long-range predictions. I'd suggest we get right up to the Simmons mansion.
Right now, Vance?
Hardly. I think we ought to wait until I get dressed first.
That's it, Vance. That's the Simmons house just on top of that hill.
I see it, Markham. Large, isn't it?
Quite. And that wall surrounding it must be 10 foot high with barbed wire at the top.
Probably electrically charged wire. Mr. Simmons was well protected.
Apparently not well enough protected, Vance. Somebody did get to him, remember?
Yes, I most certainly do. And somebody most certainly did.
Now, I guess I'd better stop here and wait for someone to... Now, what in the world is that?
An electric eye system, I imagine. As soon as any object comes between the posts in front of the gate, those bells go off.
Oh, of course.
Here comes someone to open the gate. Caretaker, probably.
Probably. I asked Sergeant Heath to let him resume his duties around the place until we got here. Hello there.
Hello. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, and this is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Sergeant Heath?
He's up at the house. They've taken Mr. Simmons' body away, but Sergeant Heath said for me to expect you.
Very kind of the sergeant. That's quite an elaborate bell system Mr. Simmons had installed, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It wasn't necessary where you and Mr. Markham were concerned, though. I saw you two from my room, and when I saw your car, I came down to open the gate.
Well, hop on the running board, Eckner, and we'll drive you to the house.
Yes, sir. Just follow the road. It turns left a little way up.
Right.
Just a minute, Markham, if you please.
What is it, Vance?
Stop the car.
Certainly.
I want to look at the outside of this place. Eckner, can you drive the car up to the house?
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Do that, will you, please? Come on out, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance. There.
I'll leave the car in front of the house, Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Now, Vance, what is this for? You know that Heath is holding Mr. Simmons' secretary, Betty Jarnes, up at the house. Why stop?
I just thought of a way that somebody could get past that wall without sounding the alarm.
But how, man? By tunneling under it?
No, nothing quite that obvious. If there had been a tunnel, Heath would have discovered it by now. I thought if there were a lawn...
But there isn't. There's nothing but rocks leading from the wall to the house. What were you thinking?
Well, if the murderer were very clever, he could have gotten past that wall without sounding the alarm by using my method.
And that method was?
By vaulting over the wall, using a pole. Of course, the murderer would have had to be an athlete, but that would have narrowed down our suspects.
Yes.
But nobody or nothing could land on these rocks. Well, I see our friend the caretaker's waiting for us at the door.
Yes, he is. Oh, Eckner, where is Sergeant Heath?
He's trying all the windows for clues, Mr. Markham. Will you come in, sir?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Is this the library, Eckner?
The living room, Mr. Vance. Miss Jarnes is in there waiting for you.
Good. Come in with us, will you, please?
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Markham and Philo Vance, Miss Jarnes.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Miss Jarnes. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
You have. But does that matter any to you?
Frankly, no. Now that your attitude is apparent. Miss Jarnes, who might have killed your employer?
Almost anybody he formerly did business with. He was cordially hated by a lot of people.
Including you.
I hated him as much as anybody, I guess.
But you continued to work for him.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was a very faithful employee. Wouldn't you be if you were being left a lot of money by an old man?
How much money, Miss Jarnes?
I'd like to go up to my room, Mr. Vance, please. I have a headache.
Of course.
Thank you.
By the way, Miss Jarnes, how much money was Mr. Simmons leaving you?
How much?
Yes.
$1 million.
You can say that again, Markham. Oh, Eckner.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Were you in Mr. Simmons' will, too?
I've only been here a week.
I see. Markham, walk over to the window with me, will you please?
Of course, Vance. What's on your mind?
Tell you in a moment. Keep your back to our friend Mr. Eckner there and listen to this. Mr. Eckner? Mr. Eckner!
He doesn't answer, Vance. I'd better turn around and see if he's still there. Yes, he is.
I just wanted confirmation of a theory, Markham. This one is correct, thank goodness. You see, the late Mr. Simmons went into an involved routine to have his home wired with gongs that would go off if an intruder approached. But all in vain.
I still don't know what you're driving at, Vance.
Don't you? Well, Eckner here, the man he depended upon to protect him in case those gongs went off, happens to be stone deaf.
This is District Attorney Markham. The $1 million murder case opened with the finding of the body of Ezra Simmons, much disliked recluse, despite all of Simmons' efforts to protect himself. Suspects include his secretary, Betty Jarnes, and a caretaker, Harold Eckner, who, Vance has discovered, is stone deaf. At noon of the day following the murder, Joseph Hargrave, Simmons' lawyer, arrived at the mansion. All of us, Vance, Miss Jarnes, Eckner, and I, are gathered in the library to hear him read the will he has brought.
Very well now, very well. Quiet, please. I must have quiet, please.
You'll have it, Mr. Hargrave.
Good. Now, let me see, where do I begin? Oh, yes. Miss Jarnes, you wrote me a letter asking me to be here today.
Yes, I did. And to bring the will. Mr. Simmons wanted you here with it.
Don't know why. And don't care why. Guarantee he didn't know he'd be dead when I came now. Did he? Or did he? Could he have committed suicide?
Hardly, Mr. Hargrave, hardly.
Didn't think he would. Wasn't the type.
Mr. Hargrave, if you don't mind, I'm quite anxious to find out what was in the will.
What are you so anxious about, Mr. Vance? Nothing in it for you. Miss Jarnes here gets $1 million. Mr. Eckner gets 10,000. The rest goes to a home for cats.
He left me $10,000, but I've only been with him a week.
There was a copy of the will in Mr. Simmons' desk. You were here long enough to see it, you know.
Miss Jarnes, you can't mean I killed Mr. Simmons.
Oh, can't I,
well,
though?
What about you and the $1 million you got? You could have killed him.
I wasn't in this house when he was killed. You know that. I called you and told you I was going out.
Please, both of you, if you don't mind, I'd like to do some talking.
And if you don't mind, I won't listen. I can't stand people talking. Makes me nervous. If you don't mind, I'll just go to the kitchen and make myself some coffee.
What is it you were saying, Vance?
Well, first of all, I want to talk to Mr. Eckner. You are deaf, Mr. Eckner. Why didn't Miss Jarnes know that? And did Mr. Simmons know it?
No one here knew it. I can read lips perfectly. I was afraid to tell Mr. Simmons I was deaf. I thought maybe he wouldn't give me the job when I applied for it, and, well, I needed it.
I see. Well, I imagine that's reasonable. Apparently, you were the only one here last night when the murder was committed. I know you can't hear, so I don't expect you to be able to give me much information. But can you tell me anything at all?
I think so, Mr. Vance.
Well, go ahead, man. We're waiting.
Well, I was awake all last night, gentlemen. In my room, there's a lamp connected with the same electric eye device that sets off the gongs. Nobody could get near this house without my going out to investigate. And nobody did.
Hello. Hello, is that you, Jim?
Betty, honey, how's my favorite sister?
I've been trying for 15 minutes to get you on the phone, Jim. How soon can you get here?
What do you mean?
Jim, Mr. Simmons has been murdered. And Philo Vance thinks I did it. You've got to get here right away.
Yeah, okay, sis. I'll hop on a train in a half hour, but it'll take time. 15 or 16 hours, maybe longer, if I don't get a fast train.
Fly in, Jim, please.
Betty, you know I can't fly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I forgot for a second. Of course you can't fly. We'll take the train, but hurry. I need somebody on my side, Jim. It's got to be you.
Yeah, don't worry, honey. They aren't going to kick my kid sister around. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Where are you now?
I'm at the Simmons house calling from the hall. Oh, hurry, Jim. Please hurry.
Hang on tight, kid. I'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why couldn't you fly, Miss Jarnes?
Oh.
I didn't mean to startle you, and I certainly didn't mean to eavesdrop. But apparently I've done both, so I might as well take advantage of this situation. Why can't your brother fly here?
He cracked up flying a plane about 5 years ago. He won't go into a plane. But what excuse does that give you to listen to my conversation?
Miss Jarnes, believe me, I have no excuse. But I do have a reason.
There's a man out here to see you, Mr. Rodney. He told me to tell you his name was Buck.
Buck, eh? Send him in, Miss Morgan. Send him right in. Come in, Buck. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Rodney. Don't mind if I do.
Cigar?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
That's right, Buck. Sit down. You did a good job. I'm proud of you.
Simmons is dead, ain't he? You sent me to see that he got dead, didn't you? I saw to it.
Yep, you certainly did. And here's the money you asked for, just the way you asked for it, in small bills. Anybody see you come in here?
Nope. And nobody's gonna see me leave. And nobody's gonna see me again in this town for 2 years. I'm blowing this bug just like our deal said I should.
Yeah, you're a fine man for a delicate job, Buck. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care.
Okay, boss. And now I got my dough, and you got your corpse. And so I'm blowing out of here through this back door. You know, Rodney, I kind of enjoy knocking off a guy. Makes me feel like I was put into this world for a reason. So long.
Yes, Mr. Rodney.
Miss Morgan, call police headquarters for me, will you?
Police headquarters?
I want to report that if the police are looking for the murderer of Ezra Simmons, they can pick up Buck Digby at the Crosstown station in an hour.
Hi, Markham.
Ah, there you are, Vance. Glad you got here. Where have you been?
Doing a little investigating, Markham. I knew I could leave you here at the Simmons mansion with complete confidence that if anything turned up, you'd let me know about it.
Something has turned up, Vance. Two things, in fact.
One of them is that Miss Jarness' brother has arrived from out of town this morning. What's the other?
How did you know? Oh, you'll have a reasonable way, I know, so let's skip that. The other thing that turned up is that we picked up Mr. Simmons' murderer.
I beg your pardon.
We got a tip that Buck Digby killed Simmons and was about to leave town. We caught him at the station, and of course he denied everything, but we're pretty sure it's he.
Are you, Markham?
Yes.
Has he told you how he succeeded in getting into this house despite the wall, the electric eye, and the barred windows?
Well, no, he hasn't.
He probably won't either, Markham, because the chances are he didn't kill Simmons despite your tip. I think I know who murdered Ezra Simmons, Markham. And believe me, it isn't Buck Digby.
You haven't told me what I should do, Jim. You just sit there.
I'm thinking, sis, I'm thinking.
Oh.
You know, I don't think so good after 15 hours in a sleeper. Now, off the record. You didn't kill Simmons?
All for on the record, I didn't kill him.
$1 million is a big reason, sis.
There you go again.
Sorry, I was just trying to make...
Who's there?
Philo Vance, may I come in?
Come in.
Please forgive my intruding into your room, Miss Jarness, but I was anxious to meet your brother. How do you do, sir? I'm Philo Vance.
Hi. What's going on here, Vance? What are they trying to do, frame my sister for that old buzzard's murder?
No, nobody's trying to frame her, Mr. Jarness. If she's innocent, I assure you she won't be put in jail. Until we're sure we're keeping her in this house. Miss Jarness, is there a room in this house that is relatively soundproof?
The basement is. It's equipped with all the gongs and stuff. But you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the house, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. I'm going to ask you and your brother to go down there. Join Mr. Markham and Harold Eckner. You're all going to see me drive down the road and out through the gate. And when you see me again, I'll be in this house, without an alarm being sounded or a window bar being out. I'll get in just like the murderer got in.
Vance has been gone over an hour. I can't understand what's keeping him.
I can, Mr. Markham. He just couldn't get in here without sounding those bells. How could anybody?
Nobody could, Jim. I went over the plans with the company that installed the electric eye. It's impossible for anybody to get into this place without sounding the alarm.
You're trying to make it look awfully bad for me, Miss Jarness. I was the only one in the house when Mr. Simmons was killed.
If it looks bad for you, that's not my fault. I didn't kill Mr. Simmons.
What I'd like to know is who did.
Is that all you'd like to know, Markham?
Vance!
I can tell you who did.
Vance, you did it. You got in. Not that there was any doubt in my mind that you would.
Thank you, my friend. And I believe when I arrived just now, I said I could tell you who killed Mr. Simmons. I can. Markham, you can arrest Miss Jarness' brother for murder.
Now, this requires a lot of explanation, Vance. Let's start with Buck Digby.
All right. He went to kill Simmons, but he found he couldn't get in the mansion without setting off all those gongs, so he gave up the idea. Then he heard on the radio that Simmons was dead, so he figured he'd collect regardless.
And the man who sent him to kill Simmons, that Mr. Rodney, he tipped us off to Buck. Why would he do that?
2 reasons. He was an allegedly respectable citizen. He knew that Buck would involve him if he were arrested, but he could always deny the accusation. However, if Buck remained at liberty, Rodney would be blackmailed by him for the rest of his life, and he knew it.
I see. Now tell me this. Jim Jarness was in South City, 1,000 miles from here, on the afternoon of Simmons' death. He was afraid to fly, yet you claim he was in this house at midnight in time to kill Simmons.
That's right. He was afraid to fly, Markham, but he flew just the same.
But he couldn't have flown a plane over the wall and landed on those rocks outside. Nothing could land on them safely.
Yes, I know, Markham. But Jim flew in from South City in about 4 or 5 hours. And then he rented a helicopter from a flying field about 10 miles down the road.
How do you know that?
I rented one there myself a little while ago. Those helicopters are wonderful. They can land on anything, including the roof of the Simmons house, which is where I landed. You know how flat the roof is.
Yes. So that's how you got into the house without the alarms going off.
That's right. I landed on the roof, opened the skylight, and came down as nice as you please.
Oh, Vance.
The man at the flying field described the man who had rented a helicopter the night of the murder, and so I knew who our murderer was.
Well, I'll be darned. What about a motive, Vance?
Well, Markham, wouldn't you like to have a sister, your only living relative, who had $1 million?
Yes, I would. One more thing, Vance. Everything logical pointed to the fact that this was an inside job, that Simmons was killed by either Miss Jarnes or the caretaker. Why were you so sure it wasn't?
Because, Markham, we know Miss Jarnes wasn't at the mansion the night of the murder. But the caretaker didn't know that. She probably called up to him that she was leaving, but don't forget, he couldn't hear.
Oh, I understand now. He'd never have tried to murder Simmons thinking Miss Jarnes was in the house, and he never knew she'd left.
Right. That the end of your questions, my friend?
The end of my questions, Vance, and the end of the $1 million murder case.
Yes, it's a good buy, I think. Of course, the next dividend is questionable. If I were you, I'd get into White Willow Refineries. They're going to move that stock up 5 points.
Boy, Mr. Ames. It's in your office, Mr. Ames.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll call you back.
15 1/2. Davis Motors, 168.
Ames speaking.
Stuart, this is Dawn.
Oh, yes, darling. What is it? I'm
How's
quite
the
busy.
market?
Holding its own, I'd say. White Willow is off a fraction. That's what you're really interested in, isn't it?
Ah, you're what I'm really interested in, Stuart.
Well, tell me about it tonight, will you, darling? I've got some people waiting to see me. I'll be up around... Well, you better name the time.
Oh, I can get rid of Nate around 8:30. Play safe and be up around 9, will you?
I'll be there. Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Sit right down again, Ames. What? I want to talk to you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Leroy. How are you?
I'll let you know in a little while. As soon as I close the store so we can have some privacy.
Yes? What is it?
Ames, 3 months ago, you urged me to buy 10,000 shares of White Willow Refineries.
I wouldn't say I urged you. I pointed out that the company was in good financial shape and had excellent possibilities. There was going to be a merger. If it gone through, the shares would have been split 2 for 1.
Yes, I know. That's what you told me. But there was no merger. And the stock is off 15 points from what I paid for it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leroy. I don't control the companies. I just recommend investments for my clients, and most times they turn out well.
You knew White Willow was a dog stock when you put me in it. I've lost $150,000, all the money I had in the world.
Oh, look here, Mr. Leroy. You can't be blaming me for that. The investment must have looked good to you.
Yes, it looked good because you recommended it. I mortgaged everything I own, went into debt to buy that stock. I'm broke, Ames. If I sold that stock now, I couldn't get enough money to pay my debts.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Leroy, but there isn't anything I can possibly do about it.
No, huh?
No.
Well, there's something I can do about it. You don't think I'm going to take a loss like that lying down, do you? Oh, no. Somebody's going to take it lying down, but it won't be me.
Oh, please, Nate, you know you have to leave. It's after 9 o'clock.
Isn't it a funny thing about time, honey? It goes so fast sometimes and so slow other times, huh?
Ha ha, sure. And now, come on, I'll help you with your coat.
Oh, what's the hurry, Dawn? What's with this Russian act? What have I got, the measles or something?
What?
Well, what have you got, a date or something with some other guy?
Oh, Nate.
Now, look. I'm not the kind of a character who thinks my baby will cross me. She wouldn't do that. Would she, baby?
Uh-huh.
She's too smart. Ain't she, baby?
Uh-huh.
I'll be seeing you, baby. Bye.
Oh.
Dawn.
Stuart, where?
Heard you and Nate talking, so I came in the back way and waited until he left.
Oh.
Good thing you didn't catch me walking in here. It's all I'd need.
What's the matter, Stuart? Something else wrong?
Oh, yes. The market, Dawn. Started to bend in the last hour. Afraid it's going to crack at the opening tomorrow.
Is White Willow down?
2 points. That's White Willow that's got me worried. George Leroy says he went broke on that stock, and that it's my fault. Looked like he was desperate.
Oh, forget about Leroy, darling. And listen to me. It's Nate. I have an idea he knows about you.
What? How could he?
Well, don't ask me. Only Nate has a way of finding things out in this town. He's got a finger in every racket and a fingerman on practically every block.
What makes you think he knows about me?
Oh, just a couple of things he said, that's all. Nothing definite. Nate never says anything definite, just a few hints. Enough to worry me, I'll tell you that.
Have to worry you. Well, what about me? If Nate Amico knows that I'm seeing his girl, I'm really in trouble.
Oh, darling, don't you think I'm worth a little trouble?
Oh, yes, of course you are. Listen, maybe it'd be better if we didn't see each other for a while.
What?
Maybe I ought to take a little trip somewhere for my health.
Oh, but your health is wonderful, darling.
Yes, it is now. But there's no telling how long it'll stay that way. With George Leroy and Amico around.
Sit down, Mr. Leroy. Sit down. Always like to have somebody that comes to see me sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Thanks very much.
It is perfectly all right with me should you want to cut out that Mr. Amico stuff and call me Nate. I am known mostly to most people as Nate.
All right, Nate. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you're busy.
Never too busy. I shouldn't take time out for something on which maybe I can make a buck. What's your proposition, Mr. Leroy?
Well, I don't exactly know how to begin.
Okay, so I'll help you. Somebody's lost you up somewhere and you want him taken care of, right?
That's approximately right, Nate. A man in this town has ruined me, left me with hardly anything. Whatever it is I have, I'm willing to spend to see that he gets what's coming to him.
That sounds like a very reasonable proposition. I'm very glad to take the details under advisement. You should tell me what's going on.
How much would it cost to kill a man, Nate?
Oh, you want he should be knocked off, huh?
Yes.
Well, that requires a little working on, Mr. Leroy. It's a pretty hot town for killings. At DA, we got Markham. He's a rough character. Now, if you want this friend of yours worked on a little, that could be different.
I want him dead.
I see what you mean. Well, I could get him good and scared for you and wouldn't cost you too much scratch.
I want him dead, I said.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. Who is this guy you want should be suddenly taken dead?
His name is Stuart Ames.
Stuart Ames, huh?
Yes, he has an office.
I know all about him, Mr. Leroy. And he's the guy you want killed, huh?
That's right. How much will it cost me?
Well, I don't know. You see, I kind of have a reason I should kill that bum myself. Maybe this is one job I don't do for money. Maybe Ames gets knocked off just for the fun of it.
97th Precinct, Murphy speaking.
Hello, police. There's been a murder at the Caton Apartments. Come right away.
Caton Apartments, you say? Who was killed?
A stockbroker named Stuart Ames. It only happened a couple of minutes ago. I was passing by his apartment. I heard a shot, and I went in and found him on the floor, dead.
No sign of the murderer?
Well, he must have gotten out the back way. I grabbed the phone and called you.
Hey, you did good. Wait right there. We'll have some men up in 5 minutes.
Oh, Miss Williams, has my secretary come back from lunch yet?
No, Mr. Vance. Miss Deering isn't back yet. Anything I can do?
Yes, I think so. Just a second, I'll come into the outer office. Miss Williams, will you get me the files on the last case we worked on?
The $1 million murder case, Mr. Vance?
I believe that's what Mr. Markham, the district attorney, called it.
I have the files right here. Oh, you did a wonderful job on that case, Mr. Vance. You certainly know how to find murderers.
Finding murderers, Miss Williams, consists exclusively in knowing where to look.
It certainly sounds simple when you say it that way. Now, if it was me,
Vance, I'm glad I found you in.
Well, Markham, my friend, we were just speaking of you. What's the excitement, or should I guess?
Do you ever guess, Vance? I didn't think so. Let's go into your private office. I have something to tell you.
Of course, Markham, after you.
Thank you.
A murder this morning, Markham?
No. Last night, Vance. I just received word of it this morning. Apparently, Sergeant Heath tried to reach me last night, but I spent the night at a friend's.
Who was killed?
A man named Stuart Ames, stockbroker. He was a specialist in a stock called White Willow Refineries. You know anything about it?
I know nothing about it or about him. What are the details?
Well, a neighbor heard the shot, rushed into Ames' apartment, found him lying there on the floor, and called the police.
Any other details?
Several. There was no sign of a struggle, no powder marks on the body, no disturbance at all in the room, and a cigarette was still burning in the ashtray. Only Ames didn't smoke.
I see. Anything else?
Yes. We have 3 prospective suspects and 1 definite clue.
A clue, Markham? What is it?
In the dead man's hand, Sergeant Heath found a button from a sports jacket. One of those leather buttons. You know the kind.
Yes, I do. And that's your clue, Markham?
Of course.
I'd forget it if I were you.
What? Why?
The button was planted there just to throw off any investigator.
But Vance, what can you possibly know about
My dear Markham, if there were no signs of a struggle and no powder marks on the body, how could the killer have been near enough to the victim for Mr. Ames to yank a button from a coat?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I see what you mean.
Of course, the killer might have been near enough to Mr. Ames to shoot him after a struggle, providing there was time enough for him to straighten up the apartment after firing the shot, but apparently there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. The neighbor came rushing in immediately, he says. The murderer undoubtedly went out the back way.
Undoubtedly.
Well, it's nice to know I'm right about something. You want to know about the suspects, Vance?
Please.
First, there's a man named George Leroy who lost a fortune due to the dead man's stock recommendations.
Yes.
Then there's a gangster named Nate Amico. Ames was fooling with his girlfriend.
And last, there's the girlfriend. Who's she?
Her name is Dawn Vander, former nightclub singer. She's the one who supplied Sergeant Heath with the information about the 2 other suspects. She's being held at the apartment now.
Is she attractive, Markham?
From what I understand, she is.
Well, in that case, what are we doing here? Miss Vander, if there's anything you can tell me about this case, I'd be very grateful.
I can't tell you anything if I don't know anything, can I, Vance? And if I did know anything more than I told the police, I'd tell you, wouldn't I?
I certainly hope so. This was Mr. Ames' living room, I imagine?
That's right. Oh, I wish I could help you.
I do too, Miss Vander. Oh, Markham.
Yes, Vance?
Come in, will you, please, Markham?
Yes, of course. Something I can do?
I think so. You can let Miss Vander go, for one thing.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, gee, thanks, Vance. Is it all right for me to go, Mr. Markham?
It is, if Vance says so. But please don't leave town, Miss Vander. We may need your testimony later.
I'll be around. Thanks, Mr. Markham. And, Mr. Vance, I wish I could think of a way of thanking you.
Forget it, Miss Vander.
So long.
Markham, you mentioned to me that Mr. Ames didn't smoke, yet there was a cigarette still burning in the ashtray when his body was found.
Yes, a Menlo, king size. It was smoldering. Somebody, the murderer probably, tried to put it out but wasn't successful. You know how cigarettes sometimes keep burning?
Yes, of course. No lipstick marks.
You know better. We don't often get breaks like that. Sergeant Heath, incidentally, was very disappointed when you exploded his pet clue, the leather sports jacket button.
I'm sorry. I thought it might save him some time trying to track it down.
It did. He has another clue he picked up near the back door, Vance. Here, take a look.
Book of paper matches, eh?
It's the book. The matches are all gone. But look at the edge of the cardboard, Vance. There are several indentations, you see? Apparently made by a thumbnail.
Well, that's not too unusual, Markham. Many people have the nervous habit of putting their fingernail into a paper match cover. Do it myself sometimes.
Yes, I know. I've seen you. You didn't murder Stuart Ames, did you, Vance?
Not that I remember. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it was the murderer who discarded this match holder. Seems to me we ought to make a survey of our suspects and find which one had a habit of putting his nail into the cardboard.
Good. I must remember to tell Sergeant Heath to withhold any mention of our finding this clue. I wouldn't want the newspapers to get hold of it.
Wouldn't you, Markham? Why not?
Well, it's perfectly plain why not. If the newspapers print it, the murderer will know we're working on that angle, and he'll be extra careful when we interview him. He'll make sure he doesn't give himself away.
That's very good logic, Markham. But I think that the newspapers ought to get the story.
But, Vance, I've seen you do this very thing on other cases. You hold back some bit of evidence so that you can capitalize on it later on.
Yes, I do, Markham. But those were other cases. This case is an entity in itself. I think another theory applies to it.
Yes?
Make sure the reporters get the story of the match cover, Markham. Then give me 24 hours, and I'll deliver your murderer to you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The White Willow murder case began with the finding of the body of Stuart Ames, stockbroker specialist in White Willow stock. Suspects include George Leroy, who went bankrupt following Ames' market tips, Nate Amico, gangster boyfriend of Dawn Vander, nightclub singer whom Ames was seeing, and Miss Vander herself. Philo Vance believes that a paper matchbox cover with fingernail markings is a vital clue, but hasn't said why. One of my men has reported that Miss Vander has just visited Nate Amico's apartment, but we don't have anything.
Now, look, honey, you're blowing your top. Put that gun away, will
Oh,
you?
no, Nate. It stays just where it is, and you stay right where you are. Don't make a move. And don't say anything till I tell you it's okay to talk.
Oh, now, don't, baby.
Shut up, I said.
Who you calling?
The district attorney. Oh, you thought you were awful cute, didn't you, Nate? Well, I'm cuter.
Oh, now, baby.
Shut up and don't come near me.
Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Dawn Vander. I'm in Nate Amico's apartment.
Yes, I know. One of my men saw you go in.
Good. Get him to come right up here, Markham. Nate killed Stuart Ames. I know he did.
Well, you no good two-timing broad.
Oh, Miss Vander, what was that, please? Miss Vander.
You did it.
I didn't get...
Didn't you, baby?
Hello?
You did it.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Markham?
Oh, yes, I'm still here, Miss Vander. What happened?
Don't bother sending up any men for Nate Amico, Mr. Markham. Send them up for me. I just shot and killed him.
Do you want me to go in with you, Vance, or do you prefer to talk to Miss Vander alone?
Either way, Markham.
In that case, I'll leave you here. But first, Vance, may I ask you why you're going to see Miss Vander?
Certainly, Markham. There are things in this case with which I'm not satisfied.
I don't understand how you can say that. It's very obvious that Amico killed Ames, and that Miss Vander killed Amico when he tried to prevent her from telling that to me on the telephone.
The last part of that statement is correct, Markham.
I have an idea, you have an idea, it was Miss Vander who killed Ames.
Frankly, I don't have any such ideas, Markham.
Oh. But just in case you did, I'd like to remind you, Vance, that Miss Vander uses a great deal of makeup, and there was no lipstick stain on the cigarette we found smoldering in Ames' apartment.
I realize that practically removes suspicion from her.
Then there's the clue of the matchbox. Miss Vander certainly doesn't seem to be the nervous type, does she?
No, and while we're on the subject, she doesn't seem to be the type to carry paper matches either. But I'm going to see her regardless.
As you say, Vance.
Which cell is she in?
First one to the right.
I'll talk to her from the outside through the bars. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you later.
Right. Come into Heath's office when you're through, will you, Vance?
I'll do that. Miss Vander?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I'm being such a baby.
I'm sorry you're being held in this detention cell, Miss Vander. But you will have to stand trial, you know.
Yes, I know. I don't really care what happens to me at the trial either, Vance. As soon as I found out that it was Nate who killed Stuart, my whole world fell apart.
When I questioned you, why didn't you tell me it was Nate? That would have saved you a lot of trouble and a prison sentence.
I know, but I was afraid of him. Later, I thought it over, and when he tried to stop me from telling Mr. Markham, I shot him when he went for his gun. Cigarette, Vance?
No, thank you. Here, I'll light it.
I have my own lighter, thanks. It was self-defense, Vance. Markham knows that. He could hear Nate threaten me over the telephone.
Yes, I know. He told me that. Having trouble with that lighter, Miss Vander?
No fluid, I guess.
Allow me, please. Just hand it to me through the bars. These Burton lighters are tricky. There.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can get for you while you're here, Miss Vander?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Unless you can get me my compact, I'm lost without it. I'd even settle for my earrings or a cigarette holder or a couple of bobby pins. Anything so I don't look like everybody else in this cell row.
I'll ask Mr. Markham to get them for you, Miss Vander. I'll send you some cigarettes. What brand are you smoking?
Douglas cork tips.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Vance.
Oh, no trouble, Miss Vander. After all, you did me a favor, you know.
You mean by finding Stuart Ames' murderer for you?
Yes. That is, if it was Mr. Ames' murderer you killed. I beg your pardon. You're Mr. Leroy?
Yes? Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Vance?
Fine, thank you. Mr. Leroy, you follow the market?
I did when I had enough money to play with stocks. I don't anymore. I just come down here now to see how much money I might have made if I bought stocks of my own choosing.
Instead of the ones the late Stuart Ames picked out for you.
Yes, that's right.
That was the information we had, Mr. Leroy. I just wanted to be sure. By the way, you smoke?
Well, yes, of course I do.
May I see your lighter?
I don't use a lighter. Ordinary paper matches are good enough for me. You want to see them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
Here you are. Have them right in my hand. It's a habit, I guess.
These nail punctures in the side. That's habit, too, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought much of it. I didn't realize I was doing it.
No, I venture to say you didn't.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't build anything. The police know that dead gangster killed Ames. I didn't kill him. You've got to believe that.
Do I, Leroy? Why?
Well, Vance, you asked me to meet you on the corner of 5th Avenue and 57th Street. I did. Now tell me, where are we heading?
Toward the solution of the White Willow murder case, I hope, Markham. See this tobacco shop?
Yes, I do, but what has it to do with our case?
Come on in here with me and find out.
Very well.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
Yes, please, if you will. If I'm not mistaken, this store is the exclusive agency for Douglas cigarettes.
That's correct, sir. We import them, Douglas cigarettes and Burton lighters.
I'd like a carton of Douglases, please. Cork-tipped.
Very good, sir. Thank you. I'll have them wrapped.
Vance, I don't know what you're driving at. You remember, of course, that it wasn't a Douglas cigarette we found in Stuart Ames' apartment. It was a Menlo.
Of course. This carton is for Miss Vander. She asked me to get her some Douglas cork-tipped cigarettes, so I'm getting them.
Oh, that's different.
The cigarettes will be wrapped in a moment, sir. Is there anything else I can do?
Yes. A Burton lighter was sold sometime recently, yesterday perhaps, to a very attractive young lady. I'd like to see the gentleman who waited on her.
Well, if it's the young lady whose photographs are in the newspaper, sir, I'm the man. She came in and purchased a lighter and a package of Douglases the first thing yesterday morning. Never saw her before that.
That's what I thought.
Dawn Vander bought a cigarette lighter yesterday morning, Vance. How did you know that?
I'll explain later. Will you have her and Mr. George Leroy in your office this afternoon, Markham? I'd like to talk to them both, but I'm sure only one of them will want to listen to me.
Darn.
Having trouble with that cigarette lighter, Miss Vander?
Yes. You want to try and make it work again, Mr. Vance?
Try these matches of mine. They never fail.
Thanks.
Here you are. Now, Mr. Leroy, you and I had a little chat in the brokerage office this morning. You didn't tell me all I wanted to know.
I'll tell you the whole truth, Vance. I offered to pay Nate Amico to kill Stuart Ames for me. But he told me that he would do it for the fun of it.
Well, Vance, that just about cinches the case against the dead Nate Amico, doesn't it?
Not quite, Markham. Not quite.
What do you mean, not quite, Vance? I told you I knew he killed Stuart Ames. That's the reason I shot him. Now you hear this Mr. Leroy tell you Nate told him he was going to kill Stuart. What else do you want?
For one thing, I want those matches I gave you, if you don't mind.
What?
Thank you. And now, in case you'd still like to know what I want, Miss Vander, I want Mr. Markham to hold you for the murder of Stuart Ames. Miss Williams, will you please read back these notes on the White Willow murder case?
Oh, sure, Mr. Vance. It'll be a pleasure.
Nothing like combining fun and work, Miss Williams, is there?
Oh, that's right. Especially when I get to work for you, Mr. Vance. Well, here are the notes. To F.X. Markham, District Attorney. You have asked me why I was certain that Miss Vanda was Stuart Ames' killer, and you cited the cigarette left burning in Ames' apartment when his murderer fled.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. You wanted to know how a girl could have left that cigarette there and there'd be no lipstick marks on it. Very simple. Miss Vanda used a cigarette holder. It was one of the articles taken from her when she was in jail.
Well, that's right so far.
About her murder of Nada Miko. Apparently, Mr. Miko saw her enter or leave the apartment of the dead Mr. Ames immediately after she had killed him. He reminded her of this hold he had on her, and she killed him, too. Very cleverly, inasmuch as she had you on the telephone when she did.
That was quite a trick. Please continue, Miss Williams.
Right. Now, Markham, you will want to know why Miss Vanda would kill a man while you were listening just to cover up another killing. The answer is simple. She had a perfect self-defense alibi. An alibi you would have given her, but she might have gone to the chair if Nada Miko had ever decided to talk about her killing Ames. Well, that's all there is so far, Mr. Vance. Would you please tell me how you knew it was she?
Well, as I said, Miss Vander was clever. She knew about the clue of the matchbox cover with its nail impressions because she'd read about it in the papers.
Uh-huh.
She immediately went out and bought a cigarette lighter. The Burton's a little difficult to work at first, so I knew it was new when she tried to use it while I was visiting her.
Right.
Another thing, she realized we knew the brand of cigarette she had left in Ames' apartment, so she switched brands. Switched to Douglas's. But the clerk said he'd never seen her in the store before she bought the lighter. Therefore, that was another lie that came back to haunt her.
From what I read, Mr. Vance, that other suspect, Mr. Leroy, well, he used to mark a match cover with his fingernail, just like the one that was left in Mr. Ames' apartment.
Yes, he did. But he made no effort to hide that fact from me when I questioned him. He had nothing to hide, you see.
Oh.
Yesterday in Mr. Markham's office, I let Miss Vander have a book of matches. And while I was questioning Mr. Leroy, she was so interested, she forgot herself and used her fingernail on the match cover.
Oh.
Well, when I saw that and added up all the other factors I knew, I was certain she was the killer.
You know the reason why she killed Ames, Mr. Vance?
I think so. It seems that he was about to leave town and her. It also seems that when she came up to see him the night of the murder, he refused to either take her with him or return a lot of money he had borrowed from her. Well, that was enough reason for her to put an end to him.
I guess that's right. And calling you in, Mr. Vance, was enough reason to put an end to the White Willow murder case.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, is Miss Deering there?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. She's not. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, please come in my private office, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Vance?
I want you to take some notes on the White Willow murder case, Miss Williams. Make a copy for me and send a copy to Mr. Markham, please.
I always send a copy to the district attorney, Mr. Vance.
Good. Oh, before I begin, there'll be a Miss Sarah Peyton in to see me in a few minutes.
Yes.
She telephoned for an appointment. When she arrives, ask her to come right in, will you please?
She's out in the outer office now, Mr. Vance. She said her appointment wasn't till noon, so she preferred to wait, she said.
Well, ask her to come in now, will you please, Miss Williams? The notes can wait.
Certainly, Mr. Vance, in a second. Miss Peyton, would you come in, please?
Oh, thank you very much. How do you do, Mr. Vance? I'm Sarah Peyton.
Oh, hello, Miss Peyton. Please sit down. All right, Miss Williams, please.
Yes, Miss Vance, of course.
Now, Miss Peyton, what can I do for you?
For one thing, Mr. Vance, you can look at me.
Oh?
Did you ever see a more ordinary-looking woman in your life?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm sensible about it, Mr. Vance. I should be. After all, I'm not a child. I'm 34 now.
I don't see how...
How that affects you or how it can be important? Well, it is. Believe me, it is. I've got to tell you some facts first. Please listen.
Of course.
Well, when I was a child, I was just a child. I wasn't as pretty as little girls generally are. I was just a child, very plain child. I went to dancing school, but the boys had to be either bribed or threatened to dance with me.
Go on, please.
Well, it was the same in school. I went to proms, sure, and dances, and I tried to be friendly, but the other girls were always more attractive. Boys always wanted to be with them. They never wanted to be with me. I went through my life like that, Mr. Vance. Being just one of the people everybody sees every day that nobody pays any attention to.
Are you sure you wanted to see me, Miss Peyton? I'm a private investigator.
I know, Mr. Vance, and I'm quite sure I want to see you. About a year and a half ago, I inherited quite a bit of money, and now I believe I'm going to be murdered.
Murdered, eh? You're rather calm about that, Miss Peyton.
If I am, it's because it doesn't matter greatly to me, Mr. Vance. You see, during the past year, I've had all the happiness anyone could possibly ask for. What happens to me now isn't terribly important.
Well, that sounds like you've come to me to see that I do not prevent your murder.
Well, that's partly correct. I want to pay you, Mr. Vance, not to investigate my murder, if I'm killed.
I see. In other words, you don't want your murderer caught by me if he succeeds in eluding the police.
That's it exactly. He's clever, but you're clever too, Mr. Vance, and I don't want him caught.
Miss Peyton, this is the strangest proposition ever made to me. I'm sorry, I have to turn it down.
I was afraid you would, but there's no harm in trying.
Who is it you think will murder you?
Oh, no, Mr. Vance. After all, you wouldn't help me. Why should I help you?
Samuel, sit still just a minute. I want to see if this sweater I'm making will fit you.
Uh-huh. Seems to be the right width across the shoulders.
Must you do that now, Matilda?
Well, I do if I ever expect to finish the sweater.
I think maybe I ought to give it an extra inch or so. It might shrink.
Give it 2 extra inches, but leave me alone.
Well, I'm sorry, Samuel. I didn't mean to annoy you.
Oh, it isn't you. It's that sister of mine, Sarah. What am I going to do about her?
Nothing. Why should you do anything about her? She's living her life the way she wants it. She's old enough to know what she's doing.
I can't sit by and let her throw herself away on that gigolo. How a girl can let herself be talked into... Oh, I can't understand it. I just can't understand it.
That's because you're a man.
I'm man enough to do something about that situation, I'll tell you that. I bet she's even left him all of her money. Wouldn't surprise me any if she changed her will and left everything to him.
Oh, not everything, Samuel. You know she'll leave you something.
I know. I don't know anything. She inherited a lot of money. She'll leave him the money. You wait and see.
Seems to me that something ought to be done about him, Samuel, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think something ought to be done about my sister.
Say it again, Joe. Just once more.
I love you, Sarah, darling. You're the sun, the stars, you're everything.
Oh, you're lying, but it sounds so good. Sounds so wonderful. You didn't mind my buying you that easy chair. I was hoping you'd like it.
Mind? I never mind anything you do, Sarah, darling.
You know something?
Hmm?
I've never been so happy in my life as I've been this last year. You just made it perfect for me. I don't care what happens after this.
I'm glad.
You got a right to be. I guess I should be too sensible to believe that a man like you would fall in love with me. But I don't want to be sensible. Can you understand that?
I understand only you, darling.
Yes, I believe you do.
Well, Sarah...
Let me finish. I've been sensible all my life, and all my life has been dull, miserable. The one time I forgot to be sensible, I remembered to be happy. That's when you came into my life, Joe. You've been wonderful for me.
Sarah, darling, I'm delighted. What else can I say?
Nothing. There's nothing I want you to say. I have to run now. Please love me a little while longer.
Forever, darling. I'll see you to the door.
Tonight?
Dinner in the theater.
7 o'clock, Joe, at my apartment.
Of course. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Oh, brother.
Are you kidding? Very pretty scene, Joe. You're going to be quite an actor.
Oh, shut up.
Please, 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 Joe, love me a little while longer. Oh, nuts. That's supposed to be a smart dame. I'm glad I'm stupid.
Will you shut up, Diane? It's tough enough making love to that gal without being reminded of it when she's not around.
I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
What?
I said I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
Look, you know I've got to make love to her. You know what kind of money we're playing for.
Ah, you do it too good, Joe. You do it like you meant it. Maybe you want all that dough and you want her, too. And what happens to me if that happens?
It's not gonna happen.
It better not. I don't have to remind you that we're a team, you and I. Do I, Joe?
Look, will you shut up?
Yeah, when I'm finished. Joe, you and I are a $100 dance team. We never were anything else. We'll never be anything more. It was me that spotted this gal. Me that planned it.
Sure it was you, so why gripe?
Because it looks like you're doing some planning of your own. Well, don't do it, Joe. Your mind ain't used to working. It could be unhealthy if you start using it this late in life. Remember what I say, Joe. It could be very unhealthy.
Vance? Oh, Vance?
In here, Markham. My private office. Come on in.
I'm on the way. How are you, Vance?
Very well, thank you, Markham. And very surprised at your visit.
Don't give me that, Vance. Nothing surprises you ever.
Won't you sit down, my complimentary friend?
Your complimentary friend happens to be a very busy district attorney at the moment. There's been a murder, Vance. A woman named Sarah Peyton.
Sarah Peyton, eh? Well, that was to be expected.
You mean you knew she was going to be murdered?
No, but she did. She was in to see me to pay me not to look for her murderer.
What?
I won't explain it now, Markham, but that's what happened. Tell me the details.
All right, I'll give them to you as far as we know them. She was found dead in her one-room apartment, shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
Her body was in one corner, and a man's top hat was on the studio bed in another corner of the room.
Really?
Yes. Sergeant Heath is checking it now. Heath's done quite a bit of investigating and found out some very important information.
Such as the fact that there was a gigolo mixed up with Miss Peyton?
Well, yes, but Vance...
How did I know? She practically told me, Markham. No mystery about it, believe me. Tell me what else Heath found out.
Well, this gigolo, his name is Joe, is a professional dancer, part of the team of Joseph and Deanne. Small time, as I understand it. Miss Peyton's brother gave us that information.
Her brother? Who's he?
Oh, very legitimate, Vance. Woolen business, quite substantial, married, has been for 15 years. He told us about this Joe.
Yes, so you said. And there was a top hat on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment, eh, Markham?
Yes, we reasoned that the murderer was somebody Miss Peyton knew. He came in, they quarreled, and he shot her. Then, believing the noise of the gun would attract neighbors, he fled, forgetting his high hat.
Very possible, of course, Markham.
What are you looking for, Vance?
My hat, Markham. Just because your murderer forgot his is no reason why I should go out investigating him without mine.
me a little help on these lifts, Diane. Jump when I lift you.
Jump. That's all I gotta do is jump. Joe, I'm so jumpy now I don't know what I'm doing. Let's stop rehearsing. I can't keep my mind on what I'm doing.
Okay, that suits me. Mike, that's all for now.
Okay. What's the use of rehearsing this dance act anyhow? A couple of weeks we'll have all the dough we need now that your girlfriend got knocked off.
Maybe you got something there. How did you know about her getting killed? I forgot to ask you.
I read it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers.
How did you know about it?
I heard it on the radio.
It wasn't on the radio. Look, you want to stop this clowning and talk like you and me are supposed to talk? We're partners, remember?
Sure, I remember. Only there's some things you...
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Who's stopping you?
Thank you. You're Joseph and Diane, I imagine. I wanted to talk to both of you about the death of Miss Sarah Peyton.
What about it, Vance?
You knew she was murdered.
Sure he knew it. He told me about it.
I told you. You knew it. You said you read it in the papers.
Don't give me that.
Excuse me, but it doesn't really matter what either of you said. How did you know about Miss Peyton, Joe?
I had a date with her last night. When I got to her joint, I found she'd been knocked off, so I scrammed.
And you, Miss Diane?
I was following Joe. I didn't trust him.
I gathered that. If you didn't precede him, I don't imagine the police will be too interested in you. Of course, there's the little matter of proving whether you were there before or after your friend here, but that will be taken care of later.
It's okay with me. They, find the will yet?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they did. I went to Miss Peyton's apartment with the district attorney, and we found the will together. You inherit quite a lot of money, Joe.
No kidding. Isn't that nice?
You don't seem very excited about it.
I expected it. Anything else you want with us, Vance? We're rehearsing our act.
I think you've already done quite a good act where I'm concerned, Joe,
Vance,
but
I knew I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, Markham. May I present the dance team of Joseph and Diane? The district attorney, Mr. F.X. Markham.
Hello.
How do you do? Vance, I'm glad you're right here on the ground floor for the finish of this case.
The finish? So soon?
We think so. Remember the high hat we found on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment?
Yes, of course.
Well, Sergeant Heath has succeeded in tracing it. It belongs to Joseph here.
What?
Joseph, I'm arresting you for murder.
What is this? It's a frame. I didn't leave my hat in that dame's apartment.
Come now, Joe. We know you were friendly with the woman. We know you inherited from her. We've got quite a case against you, Joe.
Have you, Markham? I doubt it.
What? Vance, whose side are you on?
Yours, of course, but I'd rather you didn't make any mistakes, Markham. It is quite possible, of course, that you did find Joe's hat in Miss Peyton's apartment.
Of course we found it there on the bed.
I repeat, it's quite possible that you found it there, but I can tell you quite definitely that he didn't leave it there.
This is District Attorney Markham. The high hat murder case got its name from a hat that led us to Joe, a dancer. The topper was found on the bed in the apartment of murdered Sarah Peyton, a woman who had tried to pay Philo Vance at one time not to investigate her murder. Vance has asked me to release Joe and his partner Diane, but will not clarify his remark that Joe did not leave his hat in Miss Peyton's apartment. We are watching Joe's rooms, and one of my men just phoned and said that Samuel Peyton, the murdered woman's brother, has just gone in to visit the dancer. He should be there.
Stand up, you dirty rat.
Lay off,
Stand up and take what's coming to you.
Relax, will you, Peyton? The cops let me off. They know I had nothing to do with killing your sister.
I know better. Maybe they can't prove anything on you, but I'm not going to try. I'm going to beat it out of you. You'll admit it when I'm through with you.
Don't be silly, Peyton. You're out of your class.
You think so? Well, what do you think now?
I told you not to fool around, Peyton. Somebody's liable to get hurt.
Sure, you. Maybe that first smack didn't do the trick, but I'll beat the living daylight.
Cut it out. Quit it, you dope.
Dope, huh? We'll see.
Okay, I hate to do this, but...
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Joe. The dancer, you know.
Yes, I know. What is it?
That dead dame's brother, Sam Peyton, just came up to visit me.
I know that, too. We've got men watching your apartment.
You have? Then you better have one of them come up and cart this bird away. I had to knock some sense into his head. But that ain't all.
No? What is all?
As he fell on the floor, something dropped out of his back pocket, Markham. A gun, pal.
What?
Maybe you'd better get somebody up here right away, huh?
Are you ready? ready, Smith?
Yeah?
Well, this is it, Vance. We're going to shoot a bullet out of the gun we took from Samuel Peyton into that cotton bale. And if it matches the bullet we found in his sister, we'll know plenty.
Yes, I suppose you will. Well, let's get on with this, Markham.
Right. Let it go, Smith.
Right.
Now, that bullet's in the bale of cotton Smith shot at, Vance. Let's get it out. I'll take the gun, Smith.
Suits me fine, Markham. I'd like a look at it, too.
Of course. The bullet will be embedded in the cotton bale, but it can be removed easily. We use cotton
I know, Markham, because it won't destroy any markings on the bullet.
Someday I'd like to be able to tell you something you don't know, Vance.
Markham, there are a lot of things that fall into that category, believe me. I'll get that bullet out with this pocket knife of mine. There we are. That did it. Ugly thing, isn't it?
It could be very beautiful if it matches the bullet that killed Sarah Peyton, Vance. I mean, it would solve this case beautifully.
I hope you're right, my friend. Where's the microscope, Markham?
In the next room, it's all set up with the bullet from Miss Peyton already under the microscope.
It won't take a second, then, to find out whether we have the murder gun.
And the murderer.
Yes, I know.
Through here, Vance.
Right you are. Markham, let me smell that gun that Smith just fired, will you?
Of course, here it is. There'll be a strong odor of cordite, you know.
There should be. And there is. There's also a suspicion of another odor.
Really? Well, metal can have its own peculiar smell, I suppose. I've put this bullet under the microscope, Vance. Want to take a look?
I most certainly do.
What are you humming about, my friend?
The bullet markings match, Markham. The murder bullet was undoubtedly fired from the same gun Joe reports having taken from Mr. Samuel Peyton.
Vance, when you have that look of concentration on your face, you're thinking, so perhaps I'd better not interrupt. But I would like to know what it is you're thinking about.
To be honest, it's about this visit we're making to Mr. Samuel Peyton and his wife.
I could have sent Heath to arrest Peyton. After all, the murder gun did drop out of his pocket after Joe had clipped him.
That's Joe's story, Markham. Did you ever think that that might be an excellent way of getting rid of the murder gun? Joe may have had the gun all the time and merely told you it had fallen out of Peyton's pocket.
Say, Vance, that is possible, isn't it?
It's very likely, I'd say.
Well, we'll find out very shortly. This is the Peyton home. Coming, Vance?
Definitely.
If Joe planted the murder gun so that it would seem Peyton had it, Vance, how does that tie up with your theory that he didn't leave his top hat on the murdered woman's bed?
It doesn't. But about the hat and the bed, Mark. Joe's in show business. Show people have a superstition about hats on beds. They'd no more think of leaving their hat on a bed than they'd think of jumping out of a window.
Oh, I see.
Of course, it is possible that Joe knew we'd think the hat was a plant if it were found on a bed, so he put it there purposely to clear himself. But that's unlikely.
Vance, nothing is unlikely.
Yes?
Mr. Peyton, this is Philo Vance, and I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you. Come in.
I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to come with us, Mr. Peyton.
I've been expecting that, too.
You knew we'd check the gun Joe took from you and find that it had fired the bullet that killed your sister?
I thought you might.
We're pretty thorough, Mr. Peyton. However, to be perfectly fair about this, I'd like to know one thing.
Yes?
Did you bring that gun to Joe's room?
Yes, I did. The gun's mine. I'm your man, Mr. Markham. I murdered my sister.
Keep playing, Mike. We're paying you by the hour. Joe'll show up sometime or other. You know, it's a funny thing. It's about time you showed up, you big clown. How long? Oh. Mr. Vance.
Hello, Diane. Isn't Joe here?
No. You want him?
Not particularly. There were some things I wanted to ask him, but they weren't terribly important.
No, I don't imagine they were. I hear you got a confession from Mr. Peyton. That's good work, Vance.
Well, thank you. That is, if Mr. Peyton is the murderer, which I doubt. I think I'll wait for Joe.
It's okay with me. Piano bother you?
Not at all. Very rhythmic, I'd say.
You dance?
Not very well.
Want me to teach you? Come on, come here. It's easy. Just put your right arm around me. That's good. Now, you just think where you want me to follow, and I'll follow. See? Easy, isn't it?
Quite. What perfume is that you're wearing, Diane?
It's called finesse. You like it?
Very much. Always use it?
All the time. Why?
Why? Because if that's true, it practically absolves you from the murder of Sarah Peyton.
You want to see Mr. Peyton Vance? Why? He's confessed.
Yes, I know.
It sort of throws out your theory that Joe planted the gun, doesn't it?
That it definitely does, Markham. I still want to talk to him, though.
His cell is right down the line. Incidentally, in his confession, he gave the motive. He knew his sister had left him some money in her will, and he wanted it immediately.
Simple motive, isn't it, Markham?
This whole case is terribly simple. At the moment, I don't know why I bothered you with it.
Oh, it was no bother. But it isn't solved yet, my friend.
Oh, Vance, please, not that. We don't often get a murderer to confess with so little trouble.
You got a confession, all right, Markham. But was it from the murderer? This the cell?
The next one. Oh, I think Mrs. Peyton is with him now. That bother you any?
Not at all. Hello, Peyton.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
I've got the keys. I'll open the cell door.
All right.
This is my wife. Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, Mrs. Peyton.
How do you do?
How do you do,
Mr. Vance, isn't there anything you can do for my husband? He isn't a murderer.
I've been trying to tell that to the district attorney, Mrs. Peyton.
Oh, you have? Then there's hope for him?
I think so.
Why should there be hope for me? I killed my sister, I admit it. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Matilda, but there isn't anything. Here, take my handkerchief.
I have one of my own in my bag.
Delicate perfume your wife uses, Mr. Peyton.
What's the difference whether it's delicate or not? What do you two want here?
Has she always used it, Mr. Peyton?
Yes, always. She has it made up. She likes it. Now leave her alone.
I'm sorry, but we can't. You see, I'm very certain that despite your confession, it was your wife who killed your sister.
Vance, I've got to know one thing.
Only one, Markham?
One thing at a time, let's make that. Now, you told me that Sarah Peyton came to you and asked you not to look for a murderer in the event that she was killed. Why would she do that?
Because she suspected that Joe would kill her eventually, Markham.
And she didn't want him caught. I don't understand that.
In order to understand that, you'd have to understand the woman. She was a plain woman. She wasn't ugly, just nondescript. Everything about her was plain. The way she looked, the way she dressed, her hair, everything.
But that idea about your not catching her murderer was decidedly not plain, Vance.
No, it was. You see, Markham, even Miss Peyton's mind was just run-of-the-mill. She wasn't clever and she wasn't stupid. All her life, she'd either been ignored or disregarded by men.
Please go on.
Then she inherited a lot of money. Even that meant nothing to her. She didn't know what to do with it. Her wants were simple. Money wasn't important. You may not believe it, Markham, but it's hard to cultivate expensive habits when you're not used to them.
I believe it, all right, but I also believe we're getting away from why she didn't want her murderer caught.
Well, she believed that her gigolo, our friend Joe, would kill her eventually. He came on the scene soon after she inherited all that money, and he gave her what she told me was the only happiness she'd ever had in her life. She was content to pay for that happiness with her life.
It was all right with her if he killed her?
Yes, and she didn't want him caught after he killed her. She was quite willing that he get away with her murder.
He could have killed her for the money she left him, of course, but why didn't she just give him the money? That would have saved her life.
It wouldn't have been very much of a life, Markham. If she'd given him the money, she'd never have seen him again, and she knew it.
That makes sense now. Women are funny creatures, Vance.
There's an epic remark, my friend, that must have been made centuries ago. Man's a funny creature, too. Take Samuel Peyton. He was willing to go to the chair for a murder his wife committed.
How did he know she had killed his sister?
The gun. She used his gun. But she carried it to Sarah Peyton's apartment in her handbag, and anything a woman carries in her handbag gets the perfume of the bag on it.
Yes, I've noticed that. When you found that Mrs. Peyton's perfume matched the odor of the gun, you knew you'd found your killer.
That's right. Despite her husband's confession, he tried to shield her, knowing she'd killed his sister for the money that was left him. She tried to cover the murder by getting Joe's high hat and leaving it at the scene of the crime, but we saw through that. Quite an emotional sequence, wasn't it, Markham?
Quite. But like all things when you work on them, Vance, it reached a very satisfactory end.
Yes, Markham, I think you can safely say that this is the end of the High Hat murder case.
All right, you know what you have to do now, Art. After the fall from the balcony, we stop the camera and we pan into you lying on the floor, right?
Just go ahead and shoot the scene. I'll be where I'm supposed to be.
Okay. Now, Joe, those lights.
How do you like that guy, Joyce? I've only been in 70 Western movies. In every one of them, there's a scene like this.
I don't think Mr. Haley would tell you anything if he wasn't sure there was a reason. You are a little unreliable, you know, Art, despite what the kids think of you and those 70 Westerns.
Well, I'm with friends. I can see that.
All right, cut it out, Art. We want to shoot this scene. All right, you two up on the balcony. You start slugging, you wrestle, and both of you fall over the balcony, right?
Right. Got it.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet. Quiet.
All right, now. We can pick both of you guys up on a microphone, so make this good and real. All right, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254. Scene 6. Take it away.
Action.
All right, now. All right,
Dirty swine, I tell you! Get away from me!
Okay, cut. All right, that was good. That was great. Fine. Well, that stuntman we've got doubling for you really can take falls, can't he, Art?
That's what he's paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone doesn't do what he gets paid to do around here. For instance, you're paid to act.
Who's writing your dialogue, Ed? Bill Moore?
Very funny.
Hasn't he got enough trouble with the lines in this picture? This is the worst talk I've ever had to say.
Well, I guess this is a typical Art Ingram picture, isn't it? You've griped about everything so far. Your story, your lines, your leading lady.
Oh, you're not too bad.
Thanks. Tell me, you do think your horse is all right?
Sarcasm's catching around this place. What do you say, Ed? Let's get on with the next scene.
All right, suits me. All right, places for next scene, everybody. Places. Places. I will run through it once and then shoot it. Let's try to make the first one a take.
Joyce, look at the way those extras move when Ed yells at them. What a life. Yeah, what a life that double of mine leads. You realize, Joyce, that I was supposed to take that fall from the balcony.
I realize it very well. You have no idea how I wish you had taken it. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten up.
Partner, put down that 6-shooter, he said.
Bill, are you busy?
Oh, no, I'm just banging on this typewriter to keep my fingers limber. What's up, Joycey?
I just came off a set. Been working with Art Ingram all morning, yeah. Are you really not busy, Bill?
I'm doing some last-minute rewrites on tomorrow's scene, Joyce. Art was complaining about his lines, and Ed wants to keep peace in the family, so little Billy goes to work.
He can wait, though. Why do you ask?
I'm not complaining, Bill, but I wish you'd write me some smart lines, some things that'll give me a chance to stand out. I've got all I can do to get my face in the camera when I work with Art.
That bum knows more tricks than a monkey.
You're not kidding.
I'll do a rewrite on your lines for you, Joyce. Glad to do it.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Apparently you don't like him either.
What do you mean, either? I don't like him, but I didn't think there was any friction between you two.
Well, there is. Tell me something, Bill. What reason do you have for hating Art?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. I had a kid sister in college a couple of years ago. She was terrific. Pretty, had talent, was engaged to the campus hero. Had everything her own way.
What college, Bill?
Daniels University. Remember Joe Layton, All-American end?
Well...
Intercollegiate heavyweight champ, baseball and track star.
I know the name.
Well, that was the guy Mary was engaged to. And one day, Art Ingram went up to Daniels U to shoot some scenes for a picture, and he met my sister. She didn't have sense enough to tell me she'd met him, but she fell all over herself, falling in love with the guy. She quit school, followed him back to the coast, and 6 months later committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, huh? Yes, with a capital Y. Someday Ingram and I are going to settle up about Mary. I promised myself that a long time ago.
Bill, don't do anything about Art that'll get you in trouble. He isn't worth it. Believe me, he isn't.
Don't worry, Joyce. When I do something about Art, it won't get me into any trouble. I guarantee that.
Oh, keep those horses quiet, will you, fellas? We don't need them till the next scene. Now get them away so we don't pick them up on this microphone. That's good.
That's all right.
All right, that's fine. Joyce, you know the action in this scene.
I'm not in the first part of it.
Huh?
Art comes galloping up, rides in front of the camera, and then rides on. He's
that-
supposed to be chasing the bandits who have me.
Fine, all right. One thing that guy can really do is ride. Quiet, everybody!
Quiet! Quiet!
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action. Holy mackerel, what a thing to happen to me. Ingram's been thrown. Come on, Joyce.
Yeah.
All right, get back. Everybody get back. Now, don't touch him.
Nobody's touched him. Look at him. He's not moving.
Come on, let us through there. Let us through, will you?
Ed.
He's lying pretty still. I'll see in a minute if he's hurt
Ed.
bad. He's dead, Joyce. Looks to me like his neck's broken. Must have landed on it.
Ed, look at his hand.
What about it?
When he rode past us a second ago, that big diamond ring of his was on his finger. I saw it.
And so did I. You couldn't miss it. Hey, it's not there.
And nobody touched the body before we got here. What happened to the ring, Ed?
I don't know. All I know is what happened to Art Ingram.
Like organ music, Vance?
I like practically every kind of music, Markham. It's very restful. And so's your driving, by the way. For a district attorney, you drive very well.
How a district attorney is supposed to drive.
Oh, you know, full of fire and fury, always in a hurry to get somewhere.
Not on my day off, Vance, and not when accompanied by my favorite of private investigators.
Well, thank you.
Come to think of it, if I do drive a little faster, we'll make my apartment by dinner time. I have an appointment with Mrs. Markham, and I don't want to be late.
Late, Markham. Nothing's either late or early. Time is a convenience that we humans decided upon to facilitate appointments or to make a schedule practical. I never make appointments, and I live by no schedule, so time is relatively meaningless to me.
Your remark comes under the same category, my friend.
We interrupt this organ concert to bring you a news report. Art Ingram, well-known movie cowboy, was killed in an accident this morning when his horse threw him.
Vance.
Very unfortunate.
Witnesses supply a fantastic angle to the accident. His director and co-star insist that when Ingram rode past the camera a few seconds before his death, a diamond ring was seen on his finger. When he was thrown, without ever being out of their sight, the ring was missing. We return you now to...
Why turn off the radio, Vance? I thought you enjoyed the organ concert.
There's one thing I enjoy more, Markham.
Yes, and I know what it is. It's investigating murders. But apparently Art Ingram wasn't murdered. And if he was, you certainly have no way of knowing it.
Haven't I? I think otherwise.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't tell me that just because that ring is missing, you think Ingram was murdered.
The missing ring has nothing to do with it, Markham. They'll find the ring. It probably fell off Mr. Ingram's hand and is in the bushes somewhere. But something proves to me that man was murdered. Markham, your day off is herewith canceled. We're going to work.
That's how it happened, Vance. Exactly how it happened.
He rode past you and the camera, Miss Payne.
Yes.
He was leaning over the horse's neck as if to get more speed from him. Then he fell off a few seconds later and landed on his head.
And Vance, his neck was broken. That all makes sense.
Not to me.
Why don't you settle for being half right, Vance? They found the ring just as you said they would. It had fallen off Ingram's hand and was in the bushes at the side of the road. Why do you insist he was murdered?
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Miss Payne.
Yes?
Did Mr. Ingram have any enemies in this troop?
Why don't you ask me if he had any friends? That'd be easier to answer.
I see what you mean. Are you included in the camp of the enemies?
Ingram didn't bother me one way or another. All I can tell you is I didn't like him. But there is somebody here who hated him.
Who's that?
Bill Moore. He wrote the scenario for the picture we were shooting. Believe me, Vance, he had a reason for seeing Ingram dead.
That automatically gives me a reason for seeing him. Markham.
Of course, Vance. Mr. Moore, please. Yes? Thank you, Mr. Moore. Come right in here, if you will.
Well?
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello.
I understand you and Art Ingram didn't get on very well.
Who told you that, Joyce?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be public property. Okay, Mr. Vance, I hated Art Ingram. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't know at the moment, young man. But if you did anything about killing him, I promise you I'll do something about that.
What am I going to do? I'm going to try and finish the picture, of course. What? No close-ups. I'll shoot all the scenes that Ingram was supposed to do with his double. That guy'll have the most famous back in show business when I'm through. What? Yeah, okay. Well, if there's any more trouble, I'll call you. So long.
Mr. Haley, you gonna let me finish the picture?
That's right, Wally. You're going to take Art's place. And we only need you for a couple of scenes.
Oh, well, gosh, I'm not sure that I can do that, Mr. Haley.
Okay, so you're not sure. I am.
It's very hard for me to remember more than one thing at a time, Mr. Haley.
Yeah, okay. Now, we'll shoot the scenes in pieces.
Yeah, but I was...
Don't worry, will you, Wally? Haven't I got enough problems? With Vance and Markham and a couple of cops lousing up the studio and me trying to get a picture finished? Am I going to have trouble with you, too?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Haley. I don't give anybody any trouble. Only I'm really a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah, I know. Now, will you stop worrying? Leave that to me. Now, you be on a set ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, this is great. This is fine. I start out shooting a cowboy picture and I wind up making a murder mystery.
Vance, are you in there?
Come in, Markham. I'm using the director's office for my own temporarily. I need someplace to concentrate while I'm correlating my findings on this movie murder case.
And what are your findings, Vance?
Well, I've questioned everybody in sight, Markham. That includes the director, Ed Haley, Ingram's co-star, Joyce Payne, the writer, Bill Moore, and Ingram's double, Wally Douglas. But if I add up what I found out from all of them combined, I'd still have nothing. That Douglas interests me, though.
Ingram's double?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your idea that he killed Ingram thinking he could take the star's place?
Hardly. He's no actor, and he knows it. He's an ex-pugilist, Markham. Was beaten up pretty badly in the ring, I understand. Of course, that's not unusual.
Vance, let's understand each other. Both of us are working on this case. Neither of us, apparently, has made any headway. But you do know something that I don't, so let's start from there, shall we?
You want to know how I knew it was murder. Is that it, Markham?
It most certainly is.
Well, that's reasonably simple. How many Art Ingram pictures have you seen?
Oh, few, I guess. I don't know actually. Why?
You remember the scenes where he rides horseback?
Of course, he was an excellent rider. Oh, now I get it. You've built a whole murder theory on the premise that a rider as good as Ingram wouldn't slip off his horse. Now, Vance.
That reproachful tone would be used correctly if that was what I built my theory on. But it isn't, Markham. I've seen a dozen Ingram pictures. In every one of them, he rode horseback, and in every one of them, he wore gloves when he rode.
That's not unusual. Most cowboy stars, maybe all of them, wear gloves when they're riding.
That is exactly why I knew Ingram was murdered. His director and co-star saw the ring on his finger when he rode past them, remember? If
yes.
the ring was seen on his finger, he couldn't have been wearing gloves. Yet he always wore gloves when he got on a horse. Now, what's the answer, Markham?
Oh, he didn't get on the horse. He was put on after he was dead.
You're right. His killer figured out a way to make it look like an accident. Now I've got to think of a way to figure out the killer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The movie murder case began when Art Ingram, cowboy star, was thrown from his horse. But Philo Vance reasoned that what looked like an accident was actually murder. Suspects include Ingram's director, his co-star, and a scriptwriter, Bill Moore, although Vance finds Wally Douglas, stuntman, an interesting character. In an effort to finish the picture, director Ed Haley is shooting an outdoor scene with Wally Douglas acting as Ingram. And Vance and I are interested spectators. It is the following...
You'll be interested in this, Markham, Vance. Now, in this scene, the hero rides right past us. He doesn't know the bridge up ahead is washed out, and he's heading for sure destruction. When the heroine, that's Joyce, the heroine rides up in back of him and lassos him.
While both of them are riding at top speed?
Well, in a Western movie, nobody ever rides any other way. We've rehearsed this scene several times, and we're ready to shoot it.
Miss Payne actually lassos Wally Douglas.
Oh, yes, she's very good with a rope. You watch and see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Miss Payne, ready?
Ready.
Wally Douglas?
Okay.
All right, let's make this. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. No sound. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action.
All right, boy, come on. Hit it.
Okay, Joyce, now throw that lasso. Throw it. All right, cut. All right, that's it. Print that one. We'll dub in the sound later.
That young lady is very good with the rope, isn't she, Mr. Haley?
Joyce, she's sensational. Terrific. Why?
Yes, Vance, why?
No reason. Must there be a reason for everything I say, Markham?
No, but there generally is, isn't there?
Joyce?
Bill, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I'm here to take care of you, Joyce. That's what I'm here for. I didn't have a chance before this to really show you how I feel about you telling Vance about me and Art Ingram.
He'd have found out anyhow, Billy. Vance would have found a way of...
That's nothing to what I'm going to do to you, kid. Maybe this will teach you to keep your mouth shut.
No, you don't. You don't get away with slapping me, you two-bit no-talent.
My hair. Let go of my
You were going
hair.
to teach me, were you? I'll show you.
Somebody's
a
at the
thing or
door.
two.
Let's quit this quick.
Who's there?
It's I, Philo Vance. May I come in?
Come on.
Oh, hi, Vance. Joyce and I were just running over a scene.
Yes, I heard part of it from outside. Scene is quite the word.
You, want to know what happened in here, don't you, Vance?
I'd hate to think I couldn't guess. Actually, I came looking for you, Mr. Moore. I've just found out the reason you hated Art Ingram.
You found out about my sister?
That's right.
I could have saved you a lot of trouble, Vance. After the way this guy busted in on me, believe me, I'd have told you all the details myself.
Your sister was very young, very pretty, engaged to the campus hero. Four-letter man, is that right, Moore?
That's right.
She killed herself a few months after she left college to follow the late Mr. Ingram. You didn't want me to know about that, did you, Moore?
No, but not for any reason that you think. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want that story dragged out again. Is that wrong?
Not if that was the reason.
I told you it was.
Miss Payne.
Yes?
I watched you lasso Mr. Ingram's double this morning. You're quite strong.
What about it?
Well, somebody, whoever killed Ingram, had to boost him up to his saddle after he was dead. To tell you the truth, I didn't suspect you at first because you're a girl.
Well?
To continue telling you the truth, that fact doesn't continue to keep you off my list of suspects.
Sit here next to me on this crane, Vance. And when we begin shooting, it'll swing up and out and come right over the action.
This is very interesting, Mr. Haley. Thank you very much. What happens in this scene?
Well, it's a mountain cabin, see? Now, the hero walks in, finds one of the cattle rustlers guarding the girl, and knocks him out. We'll use Wally Douglas, of course, but he's been instructed to keep his back to the camera. I hope he can remember a simple thing like that.
Douglas has approximately the same build as the late Mr. Ingram.
Just about. Okay, everybody. Quiet. Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production 11254, scene 47. Take it away.
Action.
So,
Look out, Art. He's got a gun.
if he has, he won't get a chance to use it.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, darling. Please put your arms around me. You deserve it, you know. After all, you were the victor.
The victor? Well, to the victor? Victor over the verdant field.
Cut! Hold it, everybody.
What was wrong, Mr. Haley?
You'll hear in a second, Vance. Oh, Wally Douglas, your line is supposed to be, to the victor belongs the spoils. What happened to it, Wally?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I just couldn't remember it.
Where'd you get the line you did remember?
I don't know. It just came to me.
Well, tell it to go away and not come around anymore. We don't want it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's make the whole scene over again. Places, everybody. Oh, Wally.
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Will you please remember your lines and keep your back to the camera?
Okay.
All right, everybody. You, Pete, get off the floor.
Well, I have to take another poke in the jaw from Wally. He hits like a mule.
Fake that punch, will you, Wally? You almost broke Pete's jaw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I forget things.
Yeah, I know. Places, everybody. All right, let's do this again. Make it right this time.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Haley, but do you mind if I leave?
Why, no, not at all. This is getting boring, Vance?
On the contrary, it's very interesting. In fact, I might almost say revealing.
You might at least tell me what you're looking up, Vance.
I will in a moment, Markham. Here it is. The quotation is from Pope. Victor over the verdant field.
Whatever that means.
It means a great deal to me, Markham. And it's going to mean a great deal more, I believe, after I make a long-distance phone call.
Listen and listen close. I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't call before because I've been watched. I know you killed Art Ingram, but I hated him too. Hated him enough to give you a chance to get away. You see, Philo Vance knows you killed Art. Don't ask me how. He knows it, that's all. There's a train out of here at 5 o'clock. That gives you an hour and a half to get packed, blow, and remember me in your dreams. So long. How did I do, Vance?
Very well, Miss Payne, very well. You see, I'm quite certain that you just spoke to Mr. Ingram's murderer. Now, Mr. Markham and I are going to get the proof we need.
You know, I haven't been up this late or this early in years, Vance.
It is almost 4:30 in the morning, isn't it, Markham? And our man hasn't shown up yet. The train should be here in a few minutes, and so should he. In fact, look.
Where, Vance?
It's very dark, Markham, but isn't that a shadow over there by the station platform?
I don't see... Oh, yes, it is. It is, Vance. It's a man.
It's more than a man, Markham. It's our man. Better get in back of him in case there's trouble. Got a gun, Markham?
Yes.
Keep it handy. I'm going right up to him. Hello there.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's you, Vance. Oh, so the tip was straight. You did know it was me, didn't you? Well, you're a sucker for trying to take me, Vance, because I'm going to...
I'm glad you did that, Markham. Very happy indeed that you knocked him out.
If I hadn't, he most certainly would have knocked you out, Vance. He was just about to. And now, if I'm not too inquisitive, who is he?
Use your flashlight, Markham. I know you'll want to get a look at our murdering friend.
I don't have my flashlight, and it's too dark to see.
In that case, I'll enlighten you. The murderer of Art Ingram, Markham, was his own double, Wally Douglas. You know, Markham, I've never done anything quite like this before.
You mean sitting in a private projection room and seeing yourself on the screen?
That's right.
I asked you to have a film and recording made of your explanation of the movie murder case so that we'd have it for our home, Vance. Mrs. Markham and I have a new 16mm projector, and Mr. Haley practically begged to be allowed to shoot this for us.
I'll know whether I'm indebted to him or not as soon as I see what I look like and hear what I sound like.
Please don't forget I'm in the picture, too, Vance.
Ready to begin any time, Mr. Vance.
Well, that might as well be now.
Good enough. Lights out. Here we go.
Markham, you wanted to know why Wally Douglas killed Art Ingram and how I knew it was he who had done it.
That's right, Vance.
Well, to begin with, I was watching a fight scene being photographed when I saw Mr. Douglas knock out one of the actors with a powerful right hand.
Oh, that's the beginning.
His entire appearance indicated he had been a professional fighter, and that blow proved it.
That still doesn't tie him up with the Ingram murder.
No, but he made a curious speech when he had knocked out the man. He said something about the victor and verdant fields.
I remember when that puzzled me.
That was a very learned quotation to be used by an ex-pug. In fact, I had to look it up to find that it was written by Alexander Pope.
That suggested to you, then, that Wally Douglas, the double, had been well educated.
Reasonably well, at any rate. There was no question but that the beatings he had taken in the prize ring had affected his mind a bit.
Pathetic
but it
character,
still functioned to an extent where he remembered certain incidents and lines from his past.
That long-distance phone call you made.
Oh, that really
Whom
had
was
me
it made
puzzled,
to?
you know, really.
Daniels University. I wanted a description of the four-letter athlete who had been the fiancée of the girl who killed herself over Ingram.
You mean the sister of Bill Moore, the writer?
Correct.
Wonder.
I got the description, Markham, and also found that the fiancée had majored in English and that Alexander Pope was one of his favorite authors. It seems that after his fiancée's death, he left college, went into the ring, and quit after absorbing terrific punishment. After that, he lived only to get revenge on the man who took the girl he loved from him.
That's it, Mr. Vance.
You figured out his murder scheme, Vance, just because he forgot to put gloves on Ingram's hands before boosting him onto his horse.
That was the beginning of our activities, Markham. And now, this is the end of the movie murder case.
Anything else, Mr. Vance?
Not that I can think of at the moment, Miss Williams. Let me know when Miss Deering comes in, will you please?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's time for the news, Mr. Vance. Shall I turn on the radio?
It's the only way I know of that I can hear the news, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Mr. Markham didn't call this morning, did he, Miss Williams?
Why, no, sir. We haven't heard from the district attorney since the movie murder case, Mr. Vance. I guess he must be busy, huh?
I guess so.
And that's the news from Washington. On the local scene, police are baffled over a mysterious murder that occurred about midnight last night. Jane Green, daughter of wealthy merchant Eric Green, was found stabbed to death near her home. Neither her distraught parents nor her sister Penny could advance a motive for her death. Police Sergeant Heath has all available men working on the case. Although lack of clues may hinder their operation, Heath disclosed. Other local
Please turn that
news
off, Miss Williams.
includes
Yes,
the finding of a kitten.
Another murder, huh, Mr. Vance? And the radio said that the police are baffled.
The police aren't the only ones, Miss Williams. I'm a little puzzled myself. You're sure Mr. Markham didn't phone me?
I'm positive. You could call him, you know, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I know, but Oh, don't bother, Miss Williams. I'll get it.
Oh.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
Well, how are you, my friend? I rather expected this call, but I expected it earlier.
What do you mean?
I just heard over the radio about the mysterious murder of Jane Green. I understand there are no clues.
Well, yes, that's right, Vance, but some will turn up. They always do, you know. But I just called to check with you and tell you I'll be busy on this case for some time, so we won't be able to get together.
Oh, Markham, don't you...
Don't I want you to work on this case, Vance? I don't think so. Sergeant Heath and his men will find something. Thanks just the same, Vance. I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Goodbye.
What are you thinking about, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, Mr. Markham doesn't want me on this case. He has a reason, he thinks. But I think I know what that reason is.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is McNamara. Give me a rewrite, man. I've got something hot.
Give it to me, Mac. I'll take it.
Get ready. Here it is. I'll give it to you fast. You can check me for spelling when I'm finished.
Shoot.
While police were combing the city for the mysterious slayer of 20-year-old Jane Green, the killer struck again. Penny Green, older sister of the dead girl, was murdered in the identical manner.
I got it.
Her body discovered by a passerby in an alley near the Green Mansion.
Yeah?
A singular feature of the killings, aside from the fact that a knife was used in both instances, was the fact that neither of the victims wore any makeup whatsoever. The meaning of this clue, if it is a clue, is still vague, Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department admitted. That's all so far.
I got it, Mac. You don't have to check for spelling. Better keep on the yarn. It's page 1. We'll shoot whatever you give us into the later editions.
Right. Okay, Joe, you know what happens if the cops turn up the killer.
I know, Mac. You'll call me back.
Look, Heath, I don't want to be hard-boiled, but there must be something on those 2 murders that you've turned up. You've been working on them all day.
Oh, I'm sorry, D.A. I've had men all over the greenhouse. I've had them checking the lives of those 2 girls. Something will crack.
Something better, Heath. Eric Green is an important man. Have you spoken to him?
Well...
Have there been any threats made against him or his family?
He and his wife have been under a doctor's care, but I got to him for a while. Now, nobody tried to hold the guy up for dough, and he can't give us any leads at all.
Heath, we've got to find that murderer and find him fast. It looks like whoever it is wants to wipe out the entire Green family. You've got to get me some action.
Oh, we're working, D.A.
Work harder then. Get me some results.
Look, D.A., how is it you haven't brought in your friend Philo Vance on this case?
Well, never mind how it is. This is a police case, and you represent the police department.
Well...
That's all, Heath. Call me if anything breaks.
Okay, Mr. Markham, but I still don't know why you didn't call in Vance.
You know something, Daddy?
What?
I just seem to fit into your arm. Isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful about it? I tried you for size before I decided you'd be my girlfriend. Nice party?
You throw the best parties in town, Daddy.
What's with this daddy business? Am I old enough to be your old man?
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. When I call you Daddy, I don't mean Daddy. I mean Daddy.
Okay, so I'm daddy. Hey, Peggy, how about a dance with the company, huh?
Oh.
Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance.
Oh, please, Daddy, not now, huh? Later. All right.
It's up to you, baby. Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance for us. Later.
Thanks, Daddy, darling. I just like it here with you. It's so cozy.
Cozy in a joint with 20 people?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you figure that, but it's okay with me. You know, I've been wanting to ask you something, Peg. How'd you like a job in that place I run?
Me in a gambling house? But what could I do?
Look pretty. Take the suckers' minds off the dough they lost. What about it?
Oh, sounds good, Daddy. I'll let you know. Now, suppose you let me know something.
Anything, baby. What's bothering that pretty blonde head of yours?
Well, what I want to know is why you threw this party. What are we celebrating?
What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the death of two dames, Jane and Penny Green.
Mrs. Green, where are you?
Over here, Jim. I'll keep the lights dim so as not to disturb Mr. Green. Come over.
Thanks, Mrs. Green. How is he?
He isn't too well. The shock of what happened to Jane and Penny has done something to him, the doctor says. He's resting in the next room now. If we don't talk too loud, we won't disturb him.
I just came in to see if there was something I could do, Mrs. Green.
Oh, thank you, Jim, but there isn't anything. I know how you must feel. You were practically a member of our family.
A few more months and I would have been. If this awful thing hadn't happened to Jane.
Yes.
2 months more and we'd have been married. I can't believe all of this.
I can't either. It's very hard for all of us. I loved those two girls. They couldn't have been closer to me if I'd been their real mother.
I know, Mrs. Green. Both of them used to say that all the time. Please ask me if there's anything you want me to do, will you?
Oh, thanks, Jim. I just can't get over how this all happened. Eric and I were sitting here playing chess. We thought Jane was in her room. Then the phone rang, and it was the police telling us what had happened.
I wasn't supposed to see her last night. She said she was spending the evening at home with you.
I know. That's why Dad and I didn't go out at all. We were here all evening together. Oh, Jim, who could it be who's trying to wipe out our family?
I don't know, Mrs. Green. But I promised myself something, though. I won't do any sleeping until the murderer of your daughters is caught.
Still nothing, Heath. What are you doing, man?
I'm sorry, D.A., but you told me to call in and report, so I'm calling in and reporting. But I haven't got anything new to tell you. We're checking every angle.
You're not talking to the newspapers, Heath. You're talking to me. I not only want to know what you're doing, I want to know what results you're getting. Remember that.
Well, how can you get results when you can't get any clues? Answer me that.
I don't know, Heath. If I did, I'd be doing it myself.
I wish you were doing it yourself. Okay, D.A., I'll call you back.
Goodbye. How can you get results when you can't get clues?
Hello, Markham.
Vance. Vance, you're just the man. How are you?
Well, I think I'm all right. That is, I was all right until I didn't hear from you in the Green sisters' murders.
Oh, that, Vance. We're doing pretty well with that, thank you. I just didn't think I ought to bother you.
Bother me, Markham? Oh, come now. You know how I feel about murder cases, especially those that are so completely puzzling.
We'll find out who killed the Green girls, Vance. Thanks for your interest, but we'll find out for ourselves. I'm a little busy now, so if
Markham,
you don't mind...
I just called the newspapers and told them that I was working on the case.
You did what? You couldn't, Vance.
Why not?
Because that's the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Well, it's happened. So I don't believe there's anything you can do about it.
But, Vance, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. Markham, my friend, I appreciate what you tried to do. Somebody called you and told you that if you called me in on these killings, they'd kill me.
You know that?
I reasoned it. Right after the first murder, you got a phone call threatening my life. If that somebody had threatened yours, you'd have laughed at him and hung up. But you couldn't take a chance with my life.
The caller pointed out that he wasn't asking me to do anything that was against my oath as a district attorney. I debated quite a while.
I'm sure you did. That call you got was very complimentary to me. Was it a man or a woman?
Well, it was hard to tell, Vance. Whoever it was used a handkerchief over the telephone mouthpiece and disguised the voice. You know, of course, I'm glad you figured out why I didn't call you. You're not worried about that threat?
Hardly. Markham, I've read up on this case, and I know the important facts. That the two sisters were killed in the identical manner. That neither wore makeup. That one of the sisters was engaged to a man named Jim Manning.
Yes, Vance?
I'll tell you this. Jane, the first girl killed, was called out of the house by somebody she trusted. Somebody who said it was urgent. The lack of makeup is that clue, Markham. Jane Green would never have left the house without taking time to put on makeup if she hadn't known the caller and he hadn't said to hurry.
And the other sister, Penny, she was called out by the same person on the same urgent pretext?
I'm not so sure about that.
But Vance, Penny had on no makeup either. You said yourself there was no other reason you could think of except an emergency message.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, Markham, there is one other reason. Only it applies to Penny and not Jane. If it's all right with you, I'm going up to see Mr. and Mrs. Green. I promise you some action on these two killings, Markham, and I won't be too long in keeping that promise.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is Mac.
Yeah?
I got an ad for the Green Sisters murder case.
Go ahead.
Philo Vance, brilliant private investigator whose keen mind has helped the police on numerous criminal cases, has entered the Green Sisters murder case.
Right.
Vance, in a specially prepared statement, declared that while he has no definite clue to the slayer of the two girls, he is confident that there will be a break in the case within 24 hours.
I got it.
District Attorney Markham, who previously had declined to state why he had not asked his friend Vance to investigate the murder, said to this reporter, "Hey, I do get a byline, don't I, Joe?"
The byline runs for the rest of the story, Mac.
Just want to be sure. District Attorney Markham said to this reporter, quote, "Vance is confident that he can break the case in 24 hours." Well, that's it, Joe.
Vance made a crack like that? Before he even started working on the case?
That's right. It's a direct quote. But don't ask me how he expects to crack it. All I know is that if Philo Vance says he'll do it, he'll do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Green Girls murder case opened with the finding of the body of Jane Green, daughter of wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Eric Green. The next day, Penny Green was found, murdered in the identical manner as her sister. Philo Vance entered the case this afternoon, and after a talk with me, went immediately to the Green home where he was to meet Sergeant Heath. Heath and Vance should be together about now because it is just...
You want to see Mr. and Mrs. Green now, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath, not at the moment. Whose room is this?
This was Penny's room. Why?
I'd like to see it.
There's nothing in it that'll help you, except her diary. Well, come on in. And there are the lights.
Thank you. You think the diary will help me?
Yeah. Who knows what'll help you? Here it is, over on this dresser.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd like to take a look through this.
Help yourself.
Went shopping this morning with Jay. Lunch with Jay. Matinee. Good show. Home. That's the last entry. Made the day of her sister's murder.
Yeah. She and her sister went everywhere together. Her sister's name was Jane.
Yes, I know, Sergeant. Nothing else in here you think might be helpful?
Not a thing.
Well, I'll take your word for it. You're a very thorough police officer, Heath.
Thanks, Vance. Now, where to now?
I thought I might like to talk to Mrs. Green. I understand she's taking this better than her husband.
Yeah, well, she's in here. It's kind of a sitting room. You want me in with you?
Not unless you want to come.
Just as soon not. I've questioned her till I'm blue in the face. I'll see you, Vance.
Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. Green? I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I've been reading about you in this paper. Do you really think you can find out who killed my daughters?
I'm going to try, Mrs. Green. I may need a little help, though.
Well, tell me what you want to know.
Thank you. To begin with, I understand your two daughters were very close.
Yes, they were.
Both of them favorites of their father?
Both of them.
What about Jane's boyfriend, the lad she was engaged to?
Jim Manning? Well, what do you want to know about him? He and Jane were very much in love.
I see, Mrs. Green. I'm sorry if this sounds awkward, and I know it will, but where were you at the time Jane was killed?
At home, here with my husband. We didn't leave the house all evening. Sergeant Heath checked that with Mr. Green and the servants.
I'm going to tell you why I asked. You see, Mrs. Green, there was a possibility, a remote possibility, of course, that you might have wanted your stepdaughters dead.
I, Mr. Vance?
I said it was a remote possibility. The reason might have been this. While they were alive, they would share in Mr. Green's money in the event that he died. I understand he isn't too well. With them dead, you'd get it all.
I see what you mean. I'm sorry, Mr. Vance, but I'm afraid you're going to have to look elsewhere for your killer. I was at home. 5 people know I was here.
6. I believe that now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Green, please forgive these wandering eyes of mine, but your purse is open and there's a very strange disc on top of the handkerchief in your pocketbook. What is it?
Oh, that? Oh, it's a chip, a poker chip. Mr. Green and I used to have poker parties here once in a while, and, well, I needed some extra chips. I was going to have that one matched.
I see. And your husband's name is Eric Green?
Yes.
The initials on the poker chip are MG. Mistake, perhaps?
The first initial? Oh, yes.
I didn't mean the initial, Mrs. Green.
is it?
Well, sliding panels in the doors. This is really a gambling house, isn't it?
What's it to you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'd like to see the owner of this place. I understand his name is Gibson. Mike Gibson?
He ain't in. Get lost.
My good man, it took me 2 hours to find out what individual whose initials were MG operated a gambling house. I assure you I won't leave until I see him.
So wait. See what good it does you.
Oh.
What's the trouble, Tommy?
Guy named Vance. Philo Vance. He wants in. I don't know him. He don't get in. Them's your orders.
Philo Vance?
Hmm.
Open the door, Mike. We're glad to have him with us.
Okay, you're the boss. Come on in.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gibson, for giving your man here permission to let me in.
That's all right, Vance. What's in your mind?
Can we talk here?
Here, out in the gambling room, in my office, any way you like.
Your office, then.
Right this way. Bet a quarter I know why you're here, Vance.
Gambling isn't my line, Mr. Gibson.
I don't generally bet either. Betting is for suckers. I like to let them think they can beat percentages. They can't, but they get a whole lot older and a whole lot poorer before they learn. In here. Make yourself comfortable, Vance.
Well, thank you, I will.
Now, Vance, you're here because of some connection between this joint and the murder of those Green kids. That's what you think, right?
That seems a reasonable assumption. You know I don't gamble. You've read I was working on the murders. Yes, that's right, Mr. Gibson. Tell me, did the Green sisters gamble?
You know, all of a sudden, I don't hear so good.
Did Mrs. Green gamble?
My hearing ain't a bit better. How do you count for a thing like that?
What is your connection with the murder of the Green girls?
Connection? I got no connection.
Hey, Daddy, there's a... Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't know you were busy.
See you in a little while, Peggy.
Okay, but...
Just a minute, please.
Oh, you want to see me?
Yes. My name is Vance. You work here?
Look, Vance, Peggy doesn't know anything about this case.
Of course I don't. What case?
Never mind.
You had a message to deliver to Mr. Gibson just now, Peggy.
Sure, he's supposed to call Plaza 81561.
Oh, isn't that the number of the Green residence, Mr. Gibson?
I wouldn't know. So long, Peggy.
She's not leaving. Unless you prefer I talk to her outside.
Talk to her any way you like. We've got nothing to hide. Personally, I got some business to take care of. Tell him anything he wants to know, Peggy. As if you knew anything.
Well?
Ah, he's the nicest, Daddy.
All right, Peggy, let's drop the act.
Huh?
What's your connection with the Green girls' murder case?
Hey, look, Vance, don't go tying me up with any murder rap. I'm a girl just trying to get along. I don't mess with killings.
What about Gibson?
I don't mess with killers either. I know better.
I don't doubt it. The trouble is, Peggy, that perhaps you don't know enough.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Markham. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. I've just come from a very enlightening meeting with a gambler named Gibson and his girlfriend. Where's Mrs. Green?
In her room next to her husband's. She rarely leaves it, Vance. I told her you were coming, and she said to go right in when you came.
Well, then let's go. Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Vance? Hello again, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Mrs. Green, I know you'll be very interested in who killed your daughters, so I thought I'd come up to tell you this in person. Is Mr. Green awake?
Why, no, he's asleep in the next room. The door's open, so please don't raise your voice if you can help it.
I rarely raise my voice, Mrs. Green. What I wanted you to know was this. I've just been to see a gambler named Gibson. That name mean anything to you?
Why, no, it doesn't.
Good. The police have Mr. Gibson's telephone lines tapped. They can listen to any calls that come to him. In an hour, there'll be a cordon around the block to intercept anyone who tries to get to Mr. Gibson.
You better make that 2 hours, Vance. There are a lot of preparations for what you want.
In 2 hours, then. Now, Mrs. Green, I want you to do something for me.
Yes?
Get on the telephone and tell Jane's fiancé, Mr. James Manning, exactly what I told you. But add this fact, that Mr. Gibson told me that if I came back this evening, he'd tell me what I want to know about the murder of your 2 girls.
Awful weather, Vance.
Awful. It's miserable. It's raining cats and dogs.
Yes, it is, Sergeant Heath. We're lucky we have this doorway to shelter us.
Do you mean to tell me that that little black door across the street there leads to a gambling joint, Vance?
It leads to Mr. Mike Gibson's gambling house, Sergeant. Very swanky, too, believe me.
Yeah, I believe you when I see who else it is you expect to drive up there. And Jim Manning was there, but he couldn't get in. How long do you expect?
There's somebody, Vance.
I got out of that car and headed right for the door. An old fella. Hey, that's Mr. Green.
Yes, it is.
Is that our suspected murderer, Vance?
I'll let you know in a minute, Markham. I want to see if he gets into the gambling house.
He's arguing with the guy at the door. The guy just closed the slide in his face. There goes Mr. Green back in his car.
You can forget about Mr. Green, Markham. He isn't involved in those murders.
Well, then who is?
I think I know who is, but I'll be certain in a few minutes.
Hey, what was that Green guy doing out here? He's supposed to be in bed.
I can explain that, I think, later.
There's another car at the door, Vance. Oh, no, it's a cab.
Hey, a woman's getting out. She just made a beeline for that door.
Can't blame her much in this weather, can you, Sergeant?
Oh, I guess not. There's that guy sliding open that peephole. Hey, he's letting her in.
That's all I wanted to know. Sergeant Heath, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
Oh, wait a minute, Vance. When her daughter Jane was killed, we know for a fact that she was in her house.
She was, Markham. But I repeat, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
City desk, Daniels.
Mac, Joe.
Yeah?
The Green sisters' case is cracked.
Oh, yeah?
I just came from an interview with Philo Vance. Get this and get it quick.
Go ahead, Mac. Talk.
I'll take it from the top. Going way back, Penny Green, that's the second sister who was killed, wanted to marry Jim Manning. That was Jane's fiancé.
How did Vance figure that?
The initial J in Penny's diary. All along, they took it for granted that that meant Jane. But Vance figured it stood for Jimmy, and he checked.
I get it.
Jim told Vance he'd had a lot of trouble with Penny because apparently she was in love with him. He went shopping with Penny to buy a present for Jane.
That explains the diary notation, eh?
Right. The rest of this is a quote from Vance. Quote, "At midnight on the murder night, Penny called her sister out of her house, saying it was urgent. Jane left, and Penny killed her." End quote.
Penny killed Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did they arrest Mrs. Green?
Quote from Vance. "It was Mrs. Green who killed Penny. She realized what had happened, and she owed a great deal of money to Mike Gibson. She saw a way of getting rid of Penny so that she, Mrs. Green, would own the entire Green estate when Eric Green died." End quote.
What about Mike Gibson?
Vance says it was probably he who suggested that Mrs. Green kill Penny in the same way that Jane was killed to make the police think that one murderer was at work. It was he, too, who undoubtedly called Markham to keep Vance off the case, Vance thinks.
What goes with old man Green?
Eric Green was not asleep when Vance asked his wife to call Jim Manning earlier this evening. He heard Vance say that Mike Gibson knew who killed his daughters, so he wanted to find out who it was.
Yeah?
That's why he went to Gibson's place,
Only couldn't get in.
which convinced Vance he hadn't been there before. You see, Vance thought it might have been he who owed Gibson the money.
I see.
He never was certain that it was Mrs. Green until she got in the gambling house without any trouble. Final quote from Vance.
Yeah.
Quote, "This was all a very clever scheme on the part of Mrs. Green and Gibson.
Uh-huh.
Undoubtedly, they figured on doing away with Mr. Green eventually, and that would leave Mrs. Green with all the money and Gibson with his outstanding gambling debt collected.
Yeah.
After Penny set the stage by murdering her sister under the impression that that would induce Jim Manning to eventually marry her." End quote. Well, that's 30, Joe.
Got it. Well, it was a good scheme, I guess. But it sure came to a bad end for Mrs. Green.
Yeah, but it's a good end for the Green Girl's murder case.
Oh, Jamesy, what color tie do I wear with this?
With a double-breasted blue suit, Mr. Cardinal, I would suggest this one. Maroon with blue figures.
Maroon? That means red? I always thought that was some kind of a dope.
And that word is boron, sir.
Well, what's the difference? Moron, maroon, it's the same thing. Well, I got this thing on. How does it look?
Oh, precisely correct, sir. Precisely. And the word you were seeking to use instead of tie is cravat.
Cravat. Okay, I'll remember that, Jamesy. It takes a little time to make a mug like me a gent, don't it, huh?
Generations.
Eh?
Nothing, Mr. Cardinal, nothing at all. Now, is there anything else you wish, sir?
Yeah, I wish the phone would ring so I know whether I got that date or not. Did I say that good?
Oh, very well, sir. Except that perhaps I would have said appointment.
Appointment. Okay, thanks, Jamesy. You know, I'm glad I hired you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, sometimes I can't get over this. Me, Tony Cardinale, ex-racket boss with a dozen English cut suits and English butler. In a couple of months, instead of dropping guys, I'll be dropping H's. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh?
Is it, sir?
Yeah, you guys don't have any senses of humor. Jamesy, this is really living, ain't it?
Why, I imagine so, sir.
Yeah, it costs a lot of dough. A lot more than I thought it would, but it's worth it.
Yes, sir.
Jamesy, you gotta help me do a little bookkeeping one of these days. My dough's gone too fast. Let's you and I get together. I'll get it, Jim. No, you do it. It'll sound classier.
Very well, sir. Just as you say. Mr. Cardinal's residence.
Is Mr. Cardinal at home?
Mr. Cardinal.
This is Mr. Leo speaking.
Really get me.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Leo. It's for you, Mr. Cardinal. It's Mr. Leo.
Mr. Lolo. Boy, that's what she is. Give me that phone.
Here you are, sir.
Hello, honey.
Tony. Oh, I'm glad you waited for my call. I was delayed a bit.
Oh, kid, I've been waiting all my life for your call, only I didn't know it. How's for tonight?
I'd like to go for a drive, if you don't mind, Tony.
Mind? Who minds? We'll go driving forever if that's what you want. I'm buying a new car this afternoon. I'll get it, pick you up at about 7. Then we can go put the feedback on someplace. We'll go eat somewheres. Is that okay with you?
Definitely.
Swell. See you at 7, sweetheart. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, what a dame, Jamesy, what a dame. She's the one who was here last night for dinner. Like her?
Oh, very much, sir. Wasn't it she who seemed so concerned about some individual who disliked you intensely, sir?
Yeah. She meant Al Bailey. He's a skunk. And who cares whether a skunk likes you or not? So long as you keep out of his way.
Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
You know what you have to do.
I think so. I walk over to the car, start it up, drive past here where you're standing, and start shooting. Huh?
That's right, but you start shooting at that target on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
We're a million miles from nowhere out here, and nobody will see or hear us. And I don't want you to miss, even though this is only practice.
I won't miss. When do I get to do this in person?
Tonight, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tony Cardinale changed his name, but he didn't change his habits any. He took away my rackets, and now he's trying to take away my girl. Only I'm not going to let him. Go ahead now, get moving, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. This is some good idea. Where'd you get it?
From the FBI. I saw a newsreel once where they showed the FBI practicing. Okay, now, start the car. Come on. When you get opposite me, start firing at the target.
Good enough. Here I come.
Atta boy. That's it. Now.
How did I do, Mr. Bailey?
I'm just looking at the target now, Mike. You want to know how you did?
Yeah.
Well, all I can tell you is I hope you do as well on Tony Cardinale.
Tony,
Yeah, Lane?
I like you, Tony. Is that wrong?
Yeah, sure it's wrong. It's wrong for Al Bailey and the millions of other guys in this world. But for you and me, it ain't wrong.
What I started to say was, I like you, but maybe I like Al Bailey better.
Huh?
Park here a minute, will you?
You want me to park? That sounds like a routine I should be giving you. Okay, I'll pull over here by the right side of the road, and you and I can talk this thing over. Yeah. Now what?
Now, let's you and I talk.
Oh, it's there to talk about. Come here, baby.
Oh, Tony. Oh,
Listen, kid, don't slough me. I'm loaded with dough.
I imagined you were, but Bailey has money, too.
Sure, but I got class, I got ambitions, I got savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? Oh, that, Tony, believe me, that you don't have.
So, all right, I don't have it. But I ain't missing an awful lot of other things, am I?
Oh, I don't know about them. All I know is that very shortly, you may be going to be missing me.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I hope I didn't disturb you.
You didn't. I was just sitting around reading this evening, Markham. What is it that's happened to disturb you?
A murder, Vance. The girlfriend of an ex-racket boss named Tony Cardinale, now known as Anthony Cardinal, if you please. You want to know the details?
As district attorney, you wanted to know them. As a private investigator, I'd like to, too. What was the victim's name?
Elaine DeLeo. Here's what happened, according to Tony.
He was a witness to the murder?
Definitely. But before I go into that, I may as well tell you that, of late, Tony has become very social conscious. English car, English butler, English clothes, everything very elegant.
Including a very elegant murder he was a witness to, apparently.
Yes. His story is that he had just bought the car and was driving with a girl and had parked on the right side of the road when another car came by. Somebody in the other car had a gun, started shooting, and that was the end of Elaine.
What was Tony doing while all this was happening?
He claims that when he heard a shot from the other car, he slipped to the floor of his car and didn't get a look at whoever it was that did the shooting.
Well, that sounds reasonable if it were a dark road.
It was dark, very. Cardinal told us that Al Bailey, a racketeer, was also a friend of Miss DeLeo's and had objected to her going out with him.
Well, isn't that nice? Motive and everything, eh, Markham?
That's right. But you seem rather skeptical, Vance. I don't understand why. It is possible that Miss DeLeo was murdered, just as Cardinal said, and for the reason he gave us.
Is it, Markham? I think not. You see, Miss DeLeo was killed by mistake. Unless, of course, Cardinal killed her, which is possible.
Vance, you knew nothing of this case until I telephoned you just now. And yet you can make a statement like that?
Yes, with great confidence that I'm correct. Where are you now, Markham?
I'm with Cardinal at his apartment. Are you coming up?
Of course. Don't go away, Markham, and don't let Mr. Cardinal go away either. My name is Vance. Mr. Markham phoned me.
Oh, yes, sir. I am James, Mr. Cardinal's valet. Please come in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Your name is James, you said?
Yes, sir. James Lyons. This way, please, Mr. Vance.
All right.
Right through this door. Mr. Markham is with Mr. Cardinal now.
Thank you. I'll go in myself, James.
Very good, sir.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, come in. This is Tony Cardinal, Mr. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
I understand you were with Miss DeLeo when she was shot.
Hey, now, slow down, Vance. Take it easy. This thing's got me all off base.
I don't doubt that. You claim you didn't see who it was in the car that fired the shot.
That's right.
Were you having trouble with Miss DeLeo?
Oh, we were very amicable friends.
Amicable, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I learn new things every day. The word is amicable, Mr. Cardinal.
Well, you say it your way, I say it mine. What's this got to do with Elaine's murder?
What about that theory of yours that you told me on the phone, Vance?
Later, please, Markham. Mr. Cardinal, I have an excellent memory.
Yeah?
It reminds me now, for example, that you and a Mr. Al Bailey were enemies, and that a Miss Elaine DeLeo and Mr. Bailey at one time were very friendly.
So what?
Tony, in your racket days, if somebody didn't do what you wanted him to do, he didn't live to regret it. In fact, he didn't live, did he?
Oh, now, Vance.
At the moment, I'm trying to make up my mind whether you killed Miss DeLeo for a similar reason. You see, in the event that you didn't kill her, I am quite convinced that somebody tried to kill you. Come on, Markham. We're going for a drive in Mr. Cardinal's car.
Where are we driving, Vance?
Out to where Mr. Cardinal was parked when the shot that killed Miss DeLeo was fired. It's right down the road a bit, I understand.
Yes, it is. And using his car is going to prove something to me?
Undoubtedly. Took me a little while to get used to this car, but it handles very nicely now. Now, let me see. He was supposed to have been parked just about here at the right side of the road. Oh, here we go.
Vance, I want more than anything else to hear why you knew that the girl was killed by accident. That is, if Tony didn't kill her.
You'll be able to tell me the answer to that yourself, Markham. This is an English car. The steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the car, not on the left, as in American cars.
Yes, I know that. Everyone in Europe drives on the left side of the roads. That's custom.
Of course. Now, if a car came in back of this one while we were parked, and if it were dark, where would he assume the driver would be?
Oh, I see. He would naturally think that the driver would be nearest him, in the left-hand seat, that is. And so when the murderer fired, he fired at the figure in the left-hand seat under the impression that that was Tony Cardinal.
That's right. When you mentioned an English car to me on the telephone, that's what I thought of immediately.
Vance, I know you better than anyone in the world, but you continue to amaze me. Dr. Watson, during his association with Sherlock Holmes, must have felt something like I feel right now.
Kindly save those feelings for the time I accomplish something on this case, if I accomplish anything. Well, I think the first thing that ought to be done is to find out how many people wanted Mr. Cardinal dead. Then to find which one of them killed Miss DeLeo in error.
Hurry up with that packing, Mike. We gotta blow this town fast now.
I'm hurrying, Mr. Billy. I'm going as fast as I can. It's going to be awful risky. Trying to scram with the heat on, though.
No, it won't. I got a private plane all gassed up and ready to take off. As soon as you're through with those releases, we'll get going.
Who's that?
I don't know. But keep your gun handy, Mike. I'll see who it is.
I'll be behind the door. Go ahead, open it up.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Lyons, James Lyons. May I come in?
Why?
I'm Mr. Anthony Cardinal's valet. I think I might have something to say to you that's quite important.
Come on in. Well?
The gun in this other gentleman's hand is quite unnecessary, Mr. Bailey, believe me.
Stow it, Mike. Tuck the rod.
Okay, boss.
Well, now, let's have it. You're Cardinal's butler, and you're here. Why?
Well, sir, my entire duties were not confined to the Cardinal apartment.
Oh?
Yes, Mr. Cardinal was quite wary of you, Mr. Bailey. And very often he sent me to spy on you.
So?
Well, I just happened to be following you and this gentleman out to the country when you were practicing shooting from a car yesterday afternoon.
I get it. This is a holdup. You figure if I don't pay up, you're going to the cops.
Oh, no, sir, not the police. Never.
Well, what's the pitch?
Well, I thought perhaps Mr. Cardinal might like to know what you were doing yesterday afternoon. I'm quite certain you wouldn't want him to find out, would you?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cardinal murder case opened when Elaine DeLeo was shot to death while in a foreign car owned by ex-racketeer Tony Cardinal. Philo Vance believes that the girl was killed by mistake, but he insists that if she weren't, then her killer was Cardinal. Al Bailey, underworld character and former boyfriend of the murdered girl, has been under surveillance, and my men report a visit to him from Cardinal's butler, James Lyons. Following the visit, Lyons went immediately to a phone booth where he is now just about...
Yeah, Jamesy, what is it? What is it?
Mr. Cardinal, I had to call you. It's urgent. I've got a very unpleasant duty to perform. Unpleasant in that I should have done it before.
Go ahead, spill it.
Mr. Cardinal?
Oh, look, never mind the English lessons now. I gotta know what it is you should have told me and didn't.
Very well, sir. Your friend, Mr. Bailey, and an associate of his were practicing target shooting from a moving car yesterday afternoon. I saw them, sir.
Oh, I get it. So it was Bailey who tried to get me and got Elaine, huh? Thanks, Jamesy. Where is Bailey now?
On his way to a private airport, I believe, sir. He owns his own plane, you know, and I've seen him fly several times. The airport is on Redley Drive.
Thanks, Jamesy. I ain't gonna forget this. Well, the cops have let me move around the way I like, so I'm leaving this joint now. Bailey thinks he's gone somewhere, does he? Well, he don't know that the only place he's gone is where I send him.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. Baggage is all stowed away. Wait till I climb in now, and then let's go.
Hurry up, Mike. Come on in so I can roll this window up and we can get going.
Where do you think you're going, Bailey?
You can't come in here. Mike! Mike, he's dragging me out of the plane.
Yeah, Bailey, I sure am. And I'm doing it myself. Me, Tony Cardinal.
Hey, look out what you're doing! Hey, Mike!
So, Tony, you come around looking for trouble, huh? Well, you're gonna get it.
Let him have it, Mike. Let him have it. I'm coming to help.
That's what you think. Go. Okay, Bailey, I'm ready for you now. So you were practicing up on shooting from a car, huh? Well, I don't need no practice for this.
You never saw the day you could take me in anything, Tony.
Well, excellent work, Mr. Cardinal.
Oh, it's you, Vance. Where'd you come from?
I followed you here. I wanted to see where you were going in such a hurry. Now I understand.
Yeah? What do you understand?
A lot of things. Unfortunately, one of them is not who killed Elaine DeLeo. James, you're sure you've told me all you know about Miss DeLeo?
Well, there isn't much I could have told you, Mr. Vance. I haven't been working for Mr. Cardinal very long, and she was here only once.
Where did you come from?
Well, I've been in the States for some time, sir. London before.
And before that?
Well, my grandfather came from Holland. Is that important, sir?
At the moment, no. In fact, there's only one thing that is important, James. That is to find out who killed Miss DeLeo.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm quite sure that's so, Mr. Vance.
Vance? Oh, Vance, where are you?
In the library, Markham. You may go, James.
Thank you, sir. I'll be where you can reach me, sir.
I was hoping you'd come back here, Vance. Where were you?
I just watched a very excellent demonstration of street fighting. Only this street fighting was done at an airport.
Really?
Yes, Tony Cardinal caught up with Al Bailey and a friend named Mike and did quite a job of convincing them they ought not leave town.
Where's Cardinal now?
You won't have any trouble picking him up, Markham. In fact, he's probably on his way back here.
But Vance, he's still a suspect. There still is the possibility that he killed the girl in his car.
No question about that possibility. But he's too smart to run away and make us believe what we only think now. You know, come to think of it, this whole thing could have been an act.
What whole thing?
If Tony were really smart, and he is shrewd, Markham, he might have figured I'd follow him to the airport. And he put on a very convincing display of righteous anger against Mr. Bailey. Perhaps that was done for my benefit.
Don't you want to know how it was that Tony found out Bailey was going to the airport?
Not particularly, but if I did, I know you could tell me.
How do you know that?
Markham, when the butler James Lyons left the house, I knew you had somebody watching him. I know you had somebody watching Bailey's apartment, too.
Oh?
And when Lyons saw Bailey and then went into a phone booth, and shortly after Tony Cardinal left his apartment, I knew you'd know how Tony knew about Bailey.
Vance, I give up.
Oh, not now, please, Markham. Above all, not now.
And why not now, above all other times, Vance?
One very important reason. We're very close to the solution of the Cardinal murder case.
Yes? That you, Vance? This is Cardinale.
Oh, hello. Rather late for you to be calling me, isn't it, Mr. Cardinal?
Make that Cardinale, Vance. I'm no gent. I was never cut out to be no gent. I got news for you, Vance.
Really?
Yeah. I'm blowing town.
Well, I've got news for you, my friend. I don't think you are.
Huh?
Tony, you've been trailed by the police ever since you left your apartment to go to the airport. Believe me, you haven't shaken them off your trail. But what was it you wanted to tell me?
Just this. I ain't no rat, Vance. I don't go lousing up guys with the cops. But before I bounced out of town, I wanted you to know enough to grab Bailey. Don't let him get away with this. He was trying to kill me when he got Elaine.
Well, thank you for that information. I'm glad you called, Tony. I tried to reach you at your apartment earlier to ask you a question.
What question?
How did you meet Elaine DeLeo?
Well, she was Bailey's girl. I used to see her around with him, and I got to know her.
And how did you happen to get James Lyons, your butler?
Elaine got him. She went down to one of those swanky employment joints and got him. Why?
Why? Well, Tony, after you're through talking to me and you find that there is a police officer waiting for you, as I said there'd be, ask him to bring you here to my apartment. I'm going to ask Mr. Markham over and have him bring Al Bailey and your butler, too.
What's the idea?
The idea is to clean up the Cardinal murder case. Pretty good idea, don't you think?
I'm a little sleepy, Vance, but very interested in what's going to go on here in your place.
I was sure you'd be, Markham. I think I'll get things rolling now. Tony Cardinale.
About time you got started, Vance. What's going on?
Tony, I was never convinced that it wasn't you who killed Elaine DeLeo.
No?
No. But then again, I wasn't sure you did do it either.
Oh?
Al Bailey.
Well?
You wanted Tony dead, didn't you?
I'm not talking till I see my lawyer.
It just came from seeing his doctor. I took care of that, huh, Vance?
You certainly did, Tony. Now you, James.
Yes, sir?
You were hired by Miss DeLeo, but you told me you had only seen her once when she came up to Tony's apartment. Why?
No reason, sir. I just didn't think to mention that she had hired me.
You also went to Mr. Bailey's place and tried to blackmail him into paying you to keep quiet about seeing him and his assistant target practicing from an automobile. Didn't you know you'd be followed to Mr. Bailey's?
No, sir, I didn't think of that, sir. You see, all I thought of was converting some information I had into cash.
That wasn't it at all, Lyons. You knew you were being followed. You wanted the story of Bailey's target practicing to be brought to the attention of the police. You wanted him to be arrested for murder.
I, sir? Why would I want that?
Why not? Inasmuch as you killed Elaine DeLeo.
All right, Miss Patterson, get ready to take this down, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Start talking, Lyons.
Yes, sir. Well, I intended to kill Mr. Cardinal when I followed his car the night of the murder. It was parked. I couldn't see very well, and I fired at a figure nearest me. The one that should have been sitting in the driver's seat.
Just as you imagined, Vance.
That's right. Go ahead, Lyons.
Well, that's all.
That's all? Why did you want to kill Cardinal?
I have no intention of telling you that, sir.
You don't have to, Mr. Lyons. I'll supply that information, if I may. Markham, Miss DeLeo was Lyons' daughter.
Oh, daughter? How did you know that, Vance?
The name DeLeo. It's Dutch, and it means the lion. Lion, lions. Very close.
The father and daughter took different names when they came to this country?
I doubt very much whether they came to this country. You are an American, aren't you, Lyons?
It's your story, Mr. Vance. My part of it's through.
All right, then. He's an American. If he had lived abroad at all, he would have recognized that Cardinal was driving a foreign car and that the driver's seat was on the right. It was a new car, remember, and he'd never seen it before. But getting back to why Lyons wanted to kill Cardinal.
Yes, let's get that out of the way.
Lyons and his daughter were a team. She worked on important men, saw to it that her father was hired as a butler. Between them, they probably worked every racket from blackmail to robbery.
You're taking this down, Miss Patterson?
Yes, sir, I am.
The motive for killing Cardinal was simple. Lyons here was stealing from his employer. Cardinal was beginning to become suspicious, I believe. I'll need confirmation on that, Mr. Lyons.
All right, that's true. Just the way you said it. I never meant to kill my daughter. Never. And when I found the mistake I'd made, I tried to get enough money from Bailey to get out of town. I also wanted the police to find out that he and his assistant had been target practicing from a moving car. But what led you to me, Vance? Just tell me that.
The discrepancies in your stories, Lyons. Your name and Mr. Leo's. And your very obvious attempt to have the police know about Bailey. All of those things added up. I'm inclined to believe, Mr. Lyons, that you may consider your career at an end.
No doubt about that, Vance. His career and the Cardinal murder case, both.
It's awful quiet tonight, ain't it, Mike?
Yeah, but I don't mind. Drive around another 2 hours, call into headquarters, and somebody else can have this patrol car for the next shift. Me, I'm going to bed.
Nice houses on this street, huh?
Well, they're big, say that for 'em. People live in them, got lots of dough, say that for 'em.
Yeah.
How'd you like to live with a house like that and on the corner?
Yeah, not bad. Afraid Maggie wouldn't like it, though. Too many rooms to clean.
Ah, she wouldn't have to worry about that. Servants, pal. She'd have to have a mess of servants.
Yeah, you don't know Maggie. She wants to do everything herself. I never saw anything like
Hey,
it.
Eddie, look.
Where?
Coming out of that big house we just passed. 2 guys. They're shoving guns in their pockets. Stop this heap. We're getting out.
Right. Come on. Right with you, Mike. Get your gun out. Looks like we're in for a little action.
Hey, you two, stop! Stop or we'll shoot! They aren't stopping. Let's let them have it. Right. Yeah, they got the same idea first. See how they like it. They're only half a block away. We'll grab them, Eddie.
Won't have to grab both of them. One of them's hit. Look, he's staggering.
Yeah, but look at the other guy. He's got his gun against his buddy. Hey, don't!
He shot his own pal. How I'd like this shot to get him.
My turn.
We're both missed. He makes that car that's parked there was sunk.
Well, he's made it all right. And there he goes.
All right, let's go back and get our crate. We can chase him.
Now, let's take a look at this buddy of the guy got away.
He's done for. Through. Take a look. Ever see him before?
Nope. Oh, get the people starting to come around. All right, everybody, get back. Go on home. Go to bed. Take a look for identification, Eddie.
Right.
All right, look, everybody. Nothing's going on. The show's over. Go on. Get back to bed. Get back to bed, will you?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
We got a real mystery on our hands. First 2 guys stick up a place, then one of them kills the other guy, and look what I found in the other one's pocket. A piece of paper. All it's got on it is 2 words. Live on. Now, what's that mean?
Mr. Parker, boss.
Don't bother me, Larry.
I don't bother people, Mr. Parker. I do just like I'm told all the time. All the time.
Well, do what you're told. I told you not to bother me.
You sore at me, boss? Sore at me?
Of course not, Larry. I'm just trying to work out some instructions for our next job. Matter of fact, I'm very pleased with you.
Oh, thanks,
You
boss.
did very well last night, robbing the Hilton home and shooting Joe when the cops hit him.
I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Parker. Joe would have started talking if the cops grabbed him alive. He was hit in the leg and couldn't keep going, so I knocked him off. I done right?
You most certainly did. Now, just hold everything momentarily, Larry. I'm not sending you on the next job. I've got other friends, you know.
Oh, sure, I know, but ain't the cops got your phone tapped? That's what you said.
Well, they suspect I'm in back of these private home holdups, Larry, but they can't prove anything. And while they can tap this phone, they can't trace whoever it is I'm calling. That's impossible on a dial phone.
Yeah?
The message for tonight is hole pin.
Hole pin.
That's right. Take care of things just like we planned, will you?
Don't give it another thought. So long.
Goodbye, my friend. Good luck to you.
Hey, gee, boss, you're smart. Really smart, I mean.
Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. But I have help. A great deal of help. And from the most unexpected places and people.
And then, Mr. Vance, the paper goes on to say that the robber who killed his accomplice is being sought by the police.
Who expect to make an arrest shortly.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Vance. How did you know?
Oh, I'm smart, Miss Williams. Didn't you know?
Gosh, Mr. Vance, I've only been working for you for 3 months. You can't expect a girl to know everything in 3 months.
No, I guess not. I think, though, that...
Miss Williams, Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Well,
Markham.
hello, Markham. I've rather been expecting you. Miss Williams was just telling me about the mysterious message found in the dead hold-up man's pocket.
That's why I'm here, Vance. I'd like to talk to you about the whole thing, if I may.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham. Can't have the district attorney of our fair city flaunting a furrowed forehead to the world at large. Gives the town a bad name. In here, please.
Thank you, but I'm not worrying about this town getting a bad name. I'm worrying about someone giving me a rather bad time.
Sit down, Markham, please. And let's have your problem.
Right, Vance. As you must know, there have been quite a few holdups of fashionable parties in the past few months.
Yes, I've read about them. In fact, you and I have discussed them from time to time. Casually, of course. But you mentioned the police suspect of Mr. Edward Parker.
We do, but Parker's clever. He has 2 or 3 stooges he sends out on the jobs. But let's take that robbery last night up on 58th Street. The one where one of the thieves shot his buddy after the police had wounded him.
What about it, Markham?
We found a slip of paper in the dead man's pocket, Vance. It said just 2 words. Live on. Then we intercepted a message Ed Parker was telephoning to someone. That message said, hole pin. Those words have some kind of meaning, I'm sure.
They most certainly have, Markham. A very definite meaning.
Not to me.
I just want a second to make sure of what I'm saying. That robbery last night on 58th Street, was it at number 4360?
Yes, but the papers all carry that.
I didn't remember it from the papers, believe me. Now I think I can tell you where the next robbery will take place.
Oh, no, Vance.
Yes,
no.
my friend. Of course, I'm not sure exactly when it will take place. But after I make a phone call, I think I'll be able to give you that information, too.
But, Vance, what you're saying is ridiculous. You can't possibly know that.
No? Well, I think I can. Just have the police at 2540 138th Street and see what happens. Yes, Markham, that's where the next hold-up attempt will be made.
I'm so happy you're having a good time, Mr. Davis. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. Incidentally, there's young Alice Morton over at the refreshment table. Wouldn't you like to join her?
Uh-huh. Definitely, Mrs. Blake.
I thought you would. Everybody, can I have your attention, please? At some particular time at every party, the hostess feels it her solemn duty to make an announcement. At the moment, duty calls. I think you'll all be glad to hear that we have with us that distinguished pianist, Dmitri Rabov, who has consented to play a few selections. Mr. Rabov. For his first number, Mr. Rabov plays the Rachmaninoff Prelude in G minor.
Hey, you at the piano, hold it! Everybody stay still and nobody move. There's a stick-up. Lock the door, Jimmy. Cut that out, lady. Cut it out or you'll never do no screaming no more. And don't none of you guys get brave all of a sudden. All of you got too much jewelry on. My friend here's got a big bag he's going to put in the center of the floor. Go ahead, Jimmy, out. Now. That's it. All you guys and dames, one at a time, starting from my left, dump your rocks into that bag. And don't hold out or I'll come get 'em myself. Hey, you fat dame, you start it off. That's a go.
Open up this door. Open it up. This is the police.
Hey, it's the cops. Come on, Jimmy. Out them French windows and step on it.
Stop them, somebody!
Don't let nobody try it. That's what they get if they do. All right, bust through them French windows, Jimmy. Let's get going.
Open the door, somebody! Let the police in!
There they are. There. Which way they go?
Out the French windows. They might still be in the garden.
Okay, lady. Come on, Eddie. Let's get after them. If they're around anywhere, we'll get them.
Coming. Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. You're Mrs. Blake?
Yes, I am. Please come in, both of you.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Blake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you gentlemen come in and sit down?
We're not going to stay very long, Mrs. Blake. We just wanted to speak to you about the party in your house last night.
It was terrible. If the police hadn't arrived, every one of my guests would have been robbed.
If Mr. Vance hadn't told us that there'd be a robbery attempt at this address, the police wouldn't have arrived so conveniently, Mrs. Blake. But we'd like a description of the men who held up your guests.
Now, let's see. They were both average height. The one with the gun had a long, thin nose and a cut under his right eye.
Uh-huh.
The other was, well, just an ordinary-looking person.
I see. Mrs. Blake, I understand your position in the social world, and I imagine that this was rather embarrassing to you.
Well, it would have been under ordinary circumstances, but there have been several attempted hold-ups at parties recently, so I don't feel too badly.
What we want to know is whether you recognized either of the two men, Mrs. Blake. Had you ever seen either one of them before?
I'm quite sure I didn't. They both wore masks, but from their general appearance, I'm certain I'd never seen either one.
We thought that perhaps they might have been servants employed either by you or some of your friends who were victims of previous robberies, Mrs. Blake.
I doubt that very much. Is there anything else, gentlemen?
I think not, Mrs. Blake. Thank you so much for your kindness.
It's quite all right. Please drop in again if you like. Only let's make it a less formal visit.
Well, thank you.
We may do that, Mrs. Blake. At least one of us might do that. That one of us being me.
I'd be glad to see you at any time, Mr. Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Blake.
What's getting into you, Emily? You going crazy?
No, I don't think so, Ed. Why?
Why? He gave Vance and Markham a perfect description of one of my boys. You'll blow this racket of ours sky high before we really get started.
You're such an alarmist, Ed. I didn't tell them anything they couldn't have gotten from any of the guests who were here last night. What'd you want me to do? Give them a false description so that the trail would lead directly to me?
I'm sorry, Emily. I guess I didn't think of that. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about before Vance and Markham got here.
I think we'd better talk about what happened when Vance and Markham got here. We can't use that code anymore, Ed. Vance has already broken it.
How do you know?
Markham said that Vance knew the holdup was to be here. They've tapped your wire, Ed, heard you give instructions in cipher, and broke the code.
That Vance is too smart. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Maybe you shouldn't have started with him.
How'd I know he'd be called in on this case? There weren't supposed to be any murders, you know that. Larry killed Joe and the cop's bullet got him, but we didn't plan on that.
No. But in order to be successful at anything, Ed, it's well to be prepared for emergencies. Nothing ever goes entirely according to plan.
Well, our next job ought to. Where's it going to be?
Let me see. I have the invitation right here on my desk. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Worthington requests the pleasure. Let me see. Tomorrow night. That's it, tomorrow night at the Worthington home. And if I know Celia Worthington, she'll have everybody who means anything in this town at her house.
Good. This time we don't fool around with codes or with anything else. This time I do the job myself. Larry and I.
I like that. That means there'll be only 3 ways to split. You and Larry and me.
2.5 ways. We'll cut Larry's piece down to a half of what he's supposed to get. He never knows what he's going to get.
You know, Ed, I think we ought to give a little thought to Philo Vance. He might give us trouble.
Him? I don't think so. Let him interfere with this, and he won't know what he's going to get either.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cipher murder case opened with the shooting of a hold-up man by his own accomplice. In the dead man's pocket was found a code message which Vance succeeded in breaking down, to such an extent that when I told him we had tapped the telephone wire of a Mr. Ed Parker and heard him say, "hole pin," Vance immediately gave the address of the next hold-up attempt. We were able to thwart that effort as a consequence, but had no idea whether the gang intended to strike again. It is for this reason that I'm calling on Vance, whom I expect to find in his office. Vance, where are you?
In my private office, Markham. Come right in.
I'm on the way. How are you today, Vance?
Very well, which apparently is more than I can say for you. What's bothering you, Markham?
This Cipher case, Vance. We've continued to tap Ed Parker's phone, but we've gotten nothing from him that even resembles a code.
I didn't imagine you would.
You think he knows we've succeeded in figuring out his code?
I'm reasonably certain of that.
Just because the police broke up that holdup at Mrs. Blake's the other night?
That's only one reason, Markham. But the others aren't to be discussed right now.
Vance, you know the police broke that code Parker used. It took them some time. Yet you figured it in less than a minute.
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Right now, I'm wondering where that holdup mob will hit next, and how I can find out.
Well, they seem to be concentrating on gatherings of the elite. Strictly social stuff.
Really? Well, then the chances are that Mrs. Emily Blake would be invited to the next affair. And she did invite me to call on her, remember, Markham?
Yes.
I think I'll accept that invitation, my friend.
I see. You intend to get her to tell you when the next big social event will take place and perhaps ask you to accompany her. Vance, you're a very resourceful man.
That isn't the only reason I'm doing it, Markham. Don't forget, Mrs. Blake is a very charming woman.
Julia, hurry with my hair. I don't have all night, you know.
I know, Mrs. Blake. I won't be a moment. I've laid out all your jewelry on the dressing table. You can be ready in a moment after I get finished.
Well, then hurry up and get finished, why don't you? I'll get that myself. You stand in back of me and finish my hair while I'm talking.
Very well, madame.
Hello?
Emily, this is Cornelius Worthington.
Cornelius. Don't tell me I'm that late that you called to find out what was delaying me.
No, not quite. Emily, dear, there's a change in plans about the party tonight.
Oh?
Yes, one of the children's ill, and they've quarantined our house.
Oh, how dreadful, Corny.
We called the Applebys, and they're going to have our party at their house. Come there, won't you? I've got a dozen people to call, so I've got to cut this short. The Applebys are at 651.
651?
131st Street.
131st Street.
You don't mind, Emily?
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Connie. I understand. Toodaloo.
Oh, I'm finished, Mrs. Blake.
Oh, good. Now, hand me that telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait. There's someone at the door. Here, call this number and just give them this message. The message is Bop Pip.
Bop Pip?
Yes, do it right away, will you? I'll get that door myself.
I'll do it, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Coming. Good evening. Please come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Blake. Why, you're staring at me. Is anything wrong? Is it the white tie or the topper?
It isn't either, Mr. Vance. Only you seem to look as if you belonged in a white tie. That's rather strange attire for a private investigator, isn't it?
Yes, but at the moment I'm not working at my chosen profession. You did invite me to call, didn't you?
Why, yes. But I'm going out tonight.
I thought you might be, hence these evening clothes. May I go with you?
Well, why not?
Thank you. By the way, Mrs. Blake, you look quite charming.
Thank you. My wrap, Vance, it's over by the chair.
Of course. Here you are. Beautiful shoulders, Mrs. Blake. Beautiful.
I'm going to run out of thank yous. But I warn you, it'll be long after you run out of compliments.
Perhaps. Where are we going, or shouldn't I ask?
We're going to a party.
Oh?
It was supposed to be held at the Worthingtons, but it's over at the Applebys. That won't bother you any.
We're still going.
Of course.
It won't bother me any. Shall we go?
Vance, I think you're the most charming man I've ever known.
That, Mrs. Blake, speaks eloquently for my conceit and very badly for the other men with whom you've been. Are all social parties this dull?
No, only the ones I've been to.
Score one for the distaff side of the combination. You know, I think we're getting along rather well.
I'm glad to hear that. We were, as far as I was concerned. But I'll have you know that when you walked into this room, every woman in the place turned to stare at you.
I didn't notice.
Used to that sort of attention, Vance?
Immune to it. Tell me, who is everybody here?
Well, let's see. That's Appleby Jr. over there. His dad owns mills or something. And next to him...
Mrs. Appleby?
Don't be naive. That's Celia Worthington.
Oh.
Mrs. Appleby is over by the piano with Cornelius Worthington.
Cozy, isn't it? What happens when it comes time to go home?
See that light switch next to you?
Yes.
At midnight, somebody turns that out, and everybody rejoins the partner he came here with.
No wonder people are looking so strangely at us. Tell me more about the others.
Well, there's Montgomery Todd over there. Mr. Todd is the tall man looking vaguely around the room.
And Mrs. Todd?
Well, she's the one Montgomery is looking vaguely around the room for. She's the thin woman over by the palms at the other end of the room. Very wealthy.
Isn't everybody here?
Practically.
Okay, everybody. Don't anybody do anything except what I tell them, and nobody will be hurt.
Another robbery.
All right,
Sort of
quiet.
an epidemic lately, isn't it?
Now, look, all of you, you've all got jewels. They're probably all insured. Now, we want them, and we don't want any trouble getting them. I want all the men to turn their backs. The lights. What happened to the lights?
Hey, boss, there's a trap. Let's get out of here fast.
Hey, come on, let's get
I guess I can turn the lights on now, don't you think, Mrs. Blake?
Oh, you acted very quickly, Vance. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, too, Mrs. Blake. Perhaps you didn't act as quickly, but your acting was very good just the same.
Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance. I've just left Mrs. Blake. The party we were going to switched addresses at the last moment.
Yes, I know. My men found only servants home when they went to cover the Worthington house.
2 men just tried to hold up the guests at this party, Markham. I slipped away to call you and report.
Oh, glad you did. Sergeant Heath found out where the party was. He just called in to say he picked up 2 men who were fleeing from the Appleby mansion. Come on down here, Vance. I'll have them here in a few moments.
I'll be there, Markham, and I'll bring Mrs. Blake with me. I'm quite sure she can supply all the identification we need. Right in here, Mrs. Blake, if you will. This is District Attorney Markham's office.
This is all very distasteful to me, Vance.
I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Please come in.
All right.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Hello, Vance. Glad you're here. Good evening, Mrs. Blake.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Mrs. Blake, we picked up these 2 men as they were running from the Appleby house an hour ago. Can you identify them as the men who tried to hold up the guests of the party?
Well, no. No, I can't.
They're the men who tried to hold up tonight's party, Markham. I recognize them.
Thank you, Vance. I guess that's all we need. We can take them in and break up the mob that's been preying at society functions.
Do you have all of the mob members, Markham?
We have Parker here. He's the one whose phone we had tapped. And Larry Dayton, that's the short individual in the corner there. We think he's Parker's #1 helper. There may be 1 or 2 others, but we'll get them.
I'm quite sure you will. You might as well have everyone connected with the thefts, Markham. For instance, you might take this very important member of the gang, Mrs. Emily Blake.
What's...
I? Mr. Vance, you can't mean that.
Are you sure, Vance?
Quite. And I can mean that, Mrs. Blake. I can do more than mean it. I can prove it.
like nothing better than to relax at the end of a case, Vance, but we've gotten confessions from Mrs. Blake and Ed Parker, and I'm still not relaxed.
Markham, what's the trouble?
You know, I told you the police broke that code that Parker was using, but never explained it to me. I want to know first how you broke it, and so quickly.
Oh, that? Well, let me see. The original code message found on the dead man was, "Live on," right?
Yes.
And the robbery the dead man was fleeing from took place at 4360 58th Street.
Yes.
The letters in the words "Live on" became the numbers 4360 and 58, Markham. By use of a code word, each letter becomes a number. That's why when you intercepted Parker's message about hole pin, I was able to tell you the address of the next attempted stick-up.
But how could you have broken the code so quickly?
The minute I saw it, I knew it as well as I knew my own name. In fact, it was my own name.
Your own name? What?
Philo Vance. The P was 1, the H 2, the I 3, the L 4, and so on.
Well, I'll be darned. They picked your name. I wonder why.
2 reasons. 1, it was known to everybody involved. And 2, they never thought I'd be called in on a mere series of robberies.
Well, that brings me up to the question of Mrs. Blake's guilt, Vance.
That? Well, it started because I believed there had to be somebody on the inside tipping off the gang as to where these parties were being held. I didn't suspect Mrs. Blake until after the robbery at her house when, in an effort to divert suspicion from herself, she described one of the masked thieves too well.
How do you mean, too well?
She said he had a cut under his eye. Now, if he had worn a mask, and we know he did, she couldn't have seen the cut. That got me to thinking. And then I learned that Cornelius Worthington was giving a party. I went to him and got him to switch his party to the Appleby's house.
Why?
Well, Worthington was to wait at his home and escort every other guest to the Appleby's personally. There, the guests were to be told the phone was out of order. But Worthington was to call Mrs. Blake and tell her about the change in plans for the party.
Oh, I see now. Then when the party was held up, it was only Mrs. Blake who could have been in touch with Ed Parker to tell him the new address.
Exactly. Anything else, Markham?
I think not, Vance. I do think that lack of funds and a desire to maintain her social position must have put Mrs. Blake in the middle of this situation.
I imagine so. But let's forget her and the middle of this situation. Let's realize we've reached the end of the Cipher murder case.
Listen to me, men. Please, listen to me. I don't have to stand here on a street corner and talk to you. Nobody pays me to do it.
Okay, then why do you do it?
Because I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen the same as all of you, and I want you to know the same things I know about Jonathan Graves and his political gang who is trying to steal your votes. They're crooked men, completely crooked. They're in politics for their own personal good, not the good of the community.
That's right.
Now be sure you remember that when you go to the polls election day. That's all I've got to say. Thanks for listening.
Wait Wait a minute, Masters. I want to talk to you.
Oh, it's you, Graves. Now, what could you have to say to me?
That was quite a speech you made.
Thank you.
You seem to be able to influence people very nicely.
Well, I read that book you've heard about.
Don't get cute, Masters. You're a very honest, upstanding young fellow, and I'm sure we could use you in our organization.
What you mean is you could use me so that I don't fight against your organization.
That's your interpretation. Of course, there is an element of logic in it. The truth is that if you keep up these street corner talks, you're going to get a lot of people disliking us.
That's the best news I've had all day. So long.
Wait a minute, young fellow. Don't be in such a hurry to get away. It might be very valuable to you to stick around and listen a few minutes.
I doubt it. The only thing I'd consider valuable would be if you and your crooked colleagues withdrew from the election.
No, we can't do that, my boy. You know that. We've got too much at stake. It's cost us a lot of money to build up our candidates. We can't just withdraw them just like that.
In that case, we've nothing to talk about.
Oh, but we have. We have something to talk about that should be very near and dear to you. You.
What about me?
You have your choice at the moment, Masters. A choice of being a quite wealthy, silent young man, or a very definitely dead one.
Come on in, Eddie. The water's fine.
Well, move over. Give the guy room to die.
Okay.
You want all the water in this pool for yourself?
Hello, boy. Welcome to Poolville, Eddie, old pal. I'll race you to the end.
No, Bill, I just as soon splash around a little. Relaxes me better.
Whew. A little tightened up from those street corner talks you've been making, huh?
No, not particularly. And incidentally, I'm getting results from him. Old man Graves is a little worried about my activities. He heard my speech this morning.
Well, don't stop, Eddie. This town will go on the rocks if Graves and his gang get in.
No, and I know it. Only that isn't what's really bothering me.
What? What is?
You remember Joe Cates?
Yeah, vaguely. Why?
I'm worried about Joe. He doesn't like me.
He doesn't like you because his girl does. That's nothing, Eddie. Lots of guys have fallen in love with another guy's girl. Come on, let's make the end of the pool.
What?
I'll give you a couple of yards start.
Well, I'll swim there with you, but let's not race.
Okay.
I'd rather talk.
Look, talking and swimming aren't for me. Let's sit up the edge of the pool if you want to gab.
Good enough.
Okay. What's with this Joe Gates business?
Well, he came to see me last night, Bill, and he warned me to stay away from Dorothy, or else.
You think he was serious?
Yes, he certainly sounded it. I don't scare easily, Bill. We wound up in quite a battle. I finally had to clip him.
Went that far, huh?
Further. In fact, it went so far that I sat down and wrote the district attorney a letter saying that if anything happened to me, they ought to grab Joe Cates right away.
Where's the letter?
In my desk. I told Joe I was going to write it, but I didn't tell him where I'd put it.
Naturally. Well, I hope this thing's only in your imagination, Eddie.
I do too, but I'm afraid it's not. Well, want to hop in for a swim now? Getting that thing off my chest kind of made me feel better. All right, now I'll race you to the end of the pool and back, and then we'll get dressed, okay?
You got it, Eddie. Here we go.
Yep.
Wow, look at it come down,
Yeah.
Eddie.
Bad.
I guess old Joe Pluvius didn't think we got wet enough in the pool.
Probably. Lucky I don't live very far.
Wait with me out here, and I'll get a cab and drop you off.
No, by the time you get a cab, I'll be home in bed. All I have to do is walk to the corner, turn it, and I'm practically on my front doorstep.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie, I'll be seeing you. And don't worry about Joe Cates.
I'll try not to. Hope you get that cab in a hurry.
Thanks. Night.
All right.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Well.
Awful night, isn't it?
It ain't good. Waiting for a taxi?
That's right. My friend is Lucky. He lives just around the corner. That's him walking down the street now.
Well, he doesn't seem to be too much in a hurry.
He's got a lot on his mind. Hey, officer, look.
What is it?
That fellow with a slouch hat and his coat collar turned up. Came out of a doorway and followed Eddie around the corner. I don't like that. Come on.
What the?
That was a shot, officer. Hurry.
I know it was a shot, and I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Who was this Eddie?
Eddie Masters, guy I've known for years. We were swimming together just now, and he was worried
Here's
about...
the corner. Let's see if he had something to worry about. He sure did. Is that him on the ground over there?
Sure is, and that guy bending over him. Grab him, officer. He's starting to run.
He ain't gonna get very far. Stop you! Stop or I'll shoot!
No, don't shoot. Don't.
Okay, you.
Eddie, what happened?
I saw you throw your gun away just now. You're coming to headquarters with me.
No, officer, no, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
No, huh? Well, you just happened to be out for a stroll in this lovely weather, huh? Come on, back with me. I'll go
please,
pick up your gun and take you downtown.
I didn't do it, officer. I swear I didn't.
Why'd you run away when you saw us coming around the corner?
I was going to chase the guy who did shoot him. That's all I was going to do, honest.
Stop your lying. Let's see if your victim's friend knows who you are. How is he, my boy?
He's dead, officer.
That's what I thought. Recognize this guy I grabbed? Hold your head up, you.
Sure, I recognize him. He's the guy I saw sneaking around the corner after Eddie. He's the fella Eddie was afraid would kill him, and he did. He's Joe Cates.
Hello, Miss Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Vance, please come in.
Thank you. Is Mr. Markham in?
He's in his private office. He's been trying to reach you.
Yes, I know. I phoned my office and they gave me the message.
Is that you, Vance?
That's right, Markham.
Please come in here, will you, Vance?
Well, the command of the district attorney permits no pleasantries between you and me, Miss Morgan. Excuse me.
Of course.
Hello, Markham.
How are you, Vance?
Fine, thank you. And you?
I'm not sure. Sit down, won't you, Vance?
Yes, thanks.
I have something on my mind, something important.
Of course. Does it have anything to do with the trial you're conducting?
Everything. Vance, I left that courtroom today knowing definitely I can get a conviction in the state's case against Joe Cates.
And that bothers you?
Yes. Every bit of evidence points to Cates being the killer. Yet when we adjourned today, for the first time in my life, I was sorry that I'm the district attorney.
Well, this sounds serious, Markham. Tell me about it.
I'll tell you as much as I know. Joe Cates was picked up near the spot where Edward Masters was murdered, and we rushed the case to trial, as you know.
Tell me the things I don't know, Markham. Perhaps that would be easier.
All right. A witness, Bill Miller, saw this Joe Cates follow the victim around the corner. Then Miller and a policeman heard a shot and found Cates bending over Masters' body.
The newspapers say Cates threw away his gun and started to run, but the policeman overtook and overpowered him. That's the way it happened, isn't it, Markham?
Yes, and despite a letter in which Masters wrote he feared Cates, I'll tell you something, Vance. Cates denies shooting Masters, and I don't entirely disbelieve him.
No?
No, despite this letter the victim wrote naming Cates as the man who had threatened him.
It seems there's rather a complete case against Mr. Cates, but you say you don't entirely disbelieve Cates' claim that he didn't kill Masters. Why?
I don't know why. Call it a sixth sense, call it anything you like, but I don't think he did it. Everything points to him, and I'm sure I'll get a conviction when the case goes to the jury. But I don't believe he did it.
Well, perhaps he didn't. Perhaps someone else did murder Mr. Masters. He had political enemies, I believe.
Yes, but Vance, it's the ballistics report on the gun that the police officer picked up that proved our conclusive evidence against Cates. The officer saw him throw it away. And it's the murder gun, all right, a pearl-handled automatic, a .45.
I know why you tried to reach me. As the district attorney, there isn't anything you can do to prevent Joe Cates from being convicted.
But as a man, I'm sure he didn't murder Masters. And tomorrow I've got to put him on the stand and convince the jury that he's guilty.
I know how you feel. Let me see. There are 3 reasons why Cates is believed guilty. The witness who saw him trail Masters around the corner, the letter written by Masters and indicting Cates, and Cates' gun, which the officer saw him throw away and which has been proved to be the murder weapon.
That's right. Combined, they form irrefutable testimony against Cates.
But you're not too happy about the certain proof you have that Cates is a murderer.
Definitely not. Only there isn't anything I can do about it.
I don't like to see you unhappy, Markham. Maybe there's something I can do about it. I'll be at the trial tomorrow.
Quiet in the courtroom, please. Continue with your interrogation of the witness, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like him to identify this photograph.
Excuse me. May I? Pardon me, please.
I've saved a seat for you, Mr. Vance. Here.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Well, how is Mr. Markham doing?
Wonderfully. He can't miss getting a conviction. The defense attorney is questioning the main witness now, but it won't mean a thing. Listen.
Now, the photograph you just looked at, Mr. Miller, shows the scene of the crime, Blake and Daggett Streets, and includes the spot where you were standing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, you say you saw a figure whom you identified as Joe Cates turning the corner after the victim, Mr. Masters, had passed.
That's right.
Now, do you mean to say that you could definitely identify a figure in a pouring rain late at night, a figure with his coat collar up and his hat pulled down at so great a distance?
Yes, I do. I'm positive it was Joe Cates. The street lights were bright enough for me to see him. I even knew what color suit he was wearing under his coat. I could see the color of his trousers. That's how bright it was.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Markham.
No questions.
See what I mean, Mr. Vance? Mr. Markham has a cinch in this case.
So it appears.
Your Honor, I wish to call back upon the stand my client, Mr. Cates.
Very well.
Mr. Cates, please, will you take the stand?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, now what? Mr. Cates, the state declares that a police officer seized you a short distance from where Mr. Masters' body was found lying on the ground.
Well?
A witness, Mr. Miller, says he saw you turn the corner shortly after Mr. Masters had passed.
That's right, I did turn the corner. I was following Masters to protect him.
From what?
I knew he was in danger. I knew I'd be blamed. I was following him to see that nothing happened to him.
Mr. Cates, a police officer says he saw you throw your gun away. Is that true?
Yes, I did throw my gun away. I didn't want to be caught with it on me.
The state says that gun the officer picked up, the one you threw away, killed Edward Masters.
I know. I've heard it a dozen times, only I can't help what the state says. All I know is I didn't do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Masters murder case began with the finding of Edward Masters' body, with Joe Cates discovered bending over the body seconds later. Cates had thrown away his gun when the officer approached, and later it was found to be the murder weapon. Cates is on trial, and I'm prosecuting him, but I have a strong feeling that despite the evidence, he is not the killer. Because of my misgivings, Philo Vance is in the courtroom as the trial continues with the defense attorney questioning the prisoner. It is sometime...
Mr. Cates, I want you to tell the court. Now, you admit throwing your gun away when the policeman approached. Tell the court, where did you get that gun?
Down at Henry's pawn shop. I paid $20 for it.
How many times had you fired that gun, Mr. Cates?
I never fired it. Never in my life.
Quiet in the court. Thank you, Your Honor. You never fired it?
No, I tell you, never. Once when I was cleaning it at my place right after I got it, it went off accidentally, but I never fired it at anybody.
The police established definitely that it was the gun you threw away that fired the shot that killed Mr. Masters. Now, how do you explain that?
I'll tell you how. I'm being framed, that's how. I never fired that gun. I never aimed it at anybody, and I never murdered Edward Masters, but it doesn't look to me like anybody's gonna believe that.
Well, this is Henry's pawn shop, Vance. Do I go in with you?
No, Markham, please. I want to do this alone if you don't mind. Wait for me, will you?
Of course. After the trial this afternoon, I don't mind being alone, believe me.
The trial isn't over yet, Markham. Tomorrow's another day. And by tomorrow, we may have some hope for Cates.
I hope so, Vance.
I won't be long.
Yes? Yes? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm not sure. Can anyone hear us?
There's no one here, sir. Nobody but the two of us. What is it you want?
A gun.
I'm sorry, sir. Guns do not sell. If you have something to pawn, I'll gladly look at it. If you wish to purchase something, I'll gladly sell it. Except guns. Guns I do not sell.
I've got a lot of money.
Money wouldn't help me if I went to jail. A lot of money, you say?
That's what I said.
What kind of a gun?
How much do you want for a .45 automatic, pearl-handled?
With a pearl handle, it'll cost you $100. Without, it's less.
How much less?
I have a foreign pistol for $20. I have them for any price over that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I'll be back.
When they say they'll be back, they never come back. Plenty of money, huh?
Good day, sir.
Well, Vance, what'd you find out?
Nothing definite, Markham, but something that insists that I continue on this case. I don't know how I'm going to prove it at the moment, but I think that I can blast the most incriminating evidence against Joe Cates. Possession of the murder gun.
Yes, Miss Burke?
There's a Mr. Akins to see you, sir.
Who? Mr. Akins. I don't know any Mr. Akins. You sure he wants to see me?
He said he wanted to see you, Mr. Graves. He asked if you were the political leader, and I told him yes, and then he said he had something very private and personal to discuss with you.
What could that be?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Well, send him in. Then if you like, you can leave.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Graves.
Private and personal. What could that be?
Mr. Graves.
Come in, Mr. Akins. What can I do for you?
I rather think it's something you can do for yourself. Yes, Mr. Graves, that's exactly what I rather think.
And what does that mean?
Mr. Graves, I live at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street, above the drugstore.
Well?
Remember that rainy night when that fellow, what's his name? Yes, Eddie Masters, was shot?
Yes? What about it?
Well, I was standing at the window, looking out. I like to look out when it rains. I think streets are prettiest when it's raining.
Forget the streets. What's on your mind?
Well, my windows face the corner where Masters was shot. And I saw who shot him. I rather think it was you, Mr. Graves. I've seen your pictures in the papers often. Yes, I rather think it was you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Oh, yes. I was going to mention it to my wife, but I said to myself, no, I said, I'm going to see Mr. Graves himself. I'm sure he'll give me something for not saying anything about this to anybody. You see, I was rather sure you would.
You were. You were sure you were going to get something to keep your mouth closed.
I was rather certain of it.
You're going to get something to keep it closed, all right? Keep it closed for good.
Oh, no. No, please.
This, Markham, will prove something to us or nothing, but it must be done.
Granted, it must be, if you say so. But what is it, Vance?
This is Joe Cates' apartment. He told the court from the witness stand that he had a gun and had fired a bullet from it accidentally the other day.
Yes.
The bullet apparently entered into the woodwork about here. I'm getting it out.
And what do you want with that bullet, Vance?
Support of a theory of mine, for one thing, Markham.
Should we answer that, Vance?
Why not? It's for you.
For me? The phone rings in Joe Cates' apartment, and you know it's for me. Vance, how's that possible?
Relatively simple. It can't be for Cates. Everybody knows he's in jail. And I did call your office and leave word you'd be here.
Well, it could also be a wrong number. Don't forget that. Hello.
Mr. Markham, Riley.
Riley. Vance was right again.
Right?
Nothing, Riley, nothing. What is it?
There's been another murder, Mr. Markham. Quiet fellow named Akins, George Akins.
Yes?
Lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street. We picked his body out of a lot. Shot through the head.
Where are you calling from?
The morgue. Akins' widow just identified the body. Thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thanks, Riley. Bye. Well, Vance, just to make matters worse, there's been another murder. A fellow named Akins lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Streets. Shot through the head.
Well, rather unfortunate for Mr. Akins. But it doesn't make matters worse for us.
Why not? It's just another murder the police will have to solve.
Perhaps. Where did the murder of Edward Masters take place, Markham?
At the corner of Blake and Vance.
You see what I mean, Markham? I think perhaps our Mr. Akins might have seen the Masters murder, tried a shakedown, and got himself killed for his efforts. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
Well, it can't be coincidence.
That's the way I feel about it, too. Now, Markham, there's something I want you to do for me. I want to be present when the bullet taken from Akins is compared with this bullet I just took out of the wall in Cates' apartment.
All right, Vance, but why?
Because the answer to that question is the answer to the Masters murder, Markham.
Okay,
Mr. Vance. I've looked. No doubt about it. The two bullets are identical.
Thanks, Riley. Satisfied, Markham?
I'm completely satisfied that the bullet we took out of the wall in Kate's apartment came from the same gun as the bullet that killed Akins. But what does that prove?
Everything. Everything to my satisfaction. I'm convinced now that Cates did not kill Masters. Satisfied beyond the shadow of a doubt. And I understand that Masters was particularly active against a political organization trying to get into power.
That's right. He made street corner speeches against the organization every day.
The head of that party is a Mr. Jonathan Graves, I believe.
Yes.
Get him in your office, Markham. I'm going to see Akins' widow. With half a break, we'll clear up this case in an hour.
I'm a busy man, Markham, a very busy man. What's the idea of getting me down here to your office?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Graves, it's Philo Vance's idea.
Vance? Well, if it's his idea, where is he?
On the way here, I hope. He went to see the widow of that fellow Akins, the one whose body the police picked up a little while ago.
What's that got to do with me?
I'm afraid Vance will have to tell you that when he gets.
I'm here to tell Mr. Graves right
Oh.
now. Thank you, Markham, for getting him here.
If you're Vance, don't thank him for getting me here. Thank me for coming.
My thanks to both of you. Mr. Graves, I've just come from seeing the widow of George Akins.
So Markham was telling me.
She told me a rather strange thing. She said that her husband was going to see you just before he was shot.
Maybe he was. He never got to my office, though.
That's still stranger. The young lady in your office told me that she showed Akins in to see you. That's the reason I was delayed, Markham. I saw both Mrs. Akins and Mr. Graves' office assistant.
Okay, so he was in to see me. What about it? He left. I never saw him again.
Mr. Graves, you made a terrible error, leaving your gun in your desk drawer.
You don't trick me, Vance. I didn't leave it in any drawer. I've got it with me right here.
Thank you. I'll just take it if you don't mind. Come now, Mr. Graves. You have no reason for not giving it to me, have you?
No, of course I haven't. No, I won't do it. I won't give it to you.
Oh, yes, you will. I'm taking it from
you. Stop it, you brat. There, you've got it now. What do you want it for?
For a wonderful reason, Mr. Graves. It's undoubtedly the gun that killed Mr. Akins, for one thing.
You think my gun killed Akins?
No, but this is not your gun. I think your gun killed Edward Masters. It was Joe Cates' gun that killed Akins. But you fired both guns, Mr. Graves. Markham, when Cates' trial is resumed tomorrow, ask that the charge against him be dismissed and that Mr. Graves be held for Masters' murder.
Vance, would you explain to me about the murder gun? That's what's been bothering me.
It will bother you no longer, Markham. The gun that killed Masters was a pearl-handled automatic, right?
That's right.
Cates' gun, the one that he bought from the pawnbroker, was a foreign pistol. Cates told me he paid $20 for his gun. You can't buy a pearl-handled automatic for $20.
Oh, I see now.
The police officer picked up the murder gun, all right, but it wasn't the gun Cates threw away. That the murderer himself came back to find after the crowd had dispersed.
Give me that slowly, will you, Vance? Please?
Certainly. Cates threw his gun away when the policeman arrived.
Yes.
The murderer, Graves, saw him do it.
Uh-huh.
Graves had previously thrown his gun away when he was running with Cates after him.
Oh, I see now. Graves came back to pick up Cates' gun and keep it.
Keep it until he had to use it to kill Mr. Akins.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, my idea as to why Akins was killed was correct. He saw Graves kill Masters.
I don't see why Graves didn't get rid of Cates' gun after he picked it up.
No reason for him to, Markham. That gun hadn't killed anyone until he himself used it on Akins. Then he didn't dare get rid of it because if it were ever proven that it was Cates' gun, Cates would be absolved of the murder of Masters and the real murderer sought.
This has really been a beauty, hasn't it, Vance? Every possible element seemed to point to Cates as Masters' killer. But you found a way of breaking all of them down.
Well, Markham, I was glad to do it for a number of reasons. One of them is that all this publicity after Graves' indictment will mean that his crooked political machine will be at an end.
That's quite a coincidence, Vance. Yes, the end of the machine and, of course, the end of the Masters murder case.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Mr. Merry.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Merry, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band. A band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Haworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club. Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday?
Yes.
Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Haworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Oh, I'll be very glad to. Thank you, Mr. Merry.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience. I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. How would the French say it? Un de ces choses? One of those things. I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to Oh, why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No. I think yes.
Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours.
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. You know, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here. It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know. I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand. and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
And I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. And so I walked and walked, and then I came here. But I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please. Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? You've come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here,
wait, sit down for a minute.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture. Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Heath. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
This, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
This time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance. Well, show him in, by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? Well, I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
How are you, Vance?
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. Yeah, there are 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant, only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, may I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Well, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up, this is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All 3 of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all 3 of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other 2 did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we got to hold all 3 of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad. And I'd gladly close it for you if only knew where to start.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on his way.
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and take
Now,
this from
look,
her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry,
Keep
Alice.
that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies,
Oh.
please.
What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the 3 of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And, Mrs. Anderson,
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Get out of the way, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
This is Philo Vance.
Oh,
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now anyhow.
Yes, come in. Come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Oh, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What did you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis, correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it, right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby,